Chapter 1403. Self-Love Immortal GU. In the refinement hall, after months of refining GU, the most crucial moment was here. Lang Yalan's spirit stood at the edge of a refinement path super GU formation. His eyes observed the GU formation that was blazing with fire. This fire was icy blue in color. It was not hot, but cold instead. Even the super GU formation could not isolate this blazing ice fire completely. Lang Yalan's spirit stood at the side of the GU formation. His brows and beard were covered in a thin layer of blue frost. But he did not care. He was concentrated on that fire. Or rather, the profound ice at the center of the fire. The profound ice was still melting, but it was also continuing to form. The initial profound ice had sharp edges, but under Lang Yalan's spirit's refinement, it was already smooth and had a rather round appearance now. 5 traces of fan door wind. Lang Yalan's spirit suddenly said. Hairy Man GU Immortal's 6th hair was currently assisting him. He quickly worked as he heard that, using a special method to take out 5 traces of the fan door wind from the immortal material inventory. This fan door wind was a rank 7 immortal material. It was very special. It did not grow in deep forests or mountains, or even the sky. It grew in the doors of the homes of mortals. Whenever this immortal material was produced, the mortal's door would not be able to close, it could only stay open. This special phenomenon attracted the attention of GU masters very quickly, and caused GU immortals to come and collect it. But initially, this fan door wind immortal material could not be used. Nobody understood its use. But now, there were profound methods and plans to make use of it. The 5 traces of the fan door wind were carefully sent to the center of the ice fire by Lang Yalan's spirit. Soon, the 5 traces of the wind surrounded the profound ice, circling it like 5 delicate hands, hastening the transformation of the profound ice. Oh no, but the success was short-lived. Lang Yalan's spirit's expression suddenly changed as he called out. 6th hair had a feeling as he looked over. He saw that the ice fire had extinguished. The profound ice broke as the 5 traces of the fan door wind also vanished. Ah, I failed again. Lang Yalan's spirit stomped his feet, shouting loudly in deep anger and unhappiness. 6th hair sighed deeply. It was a pity. They were at the final few steps. But they failed. Their months of hard work had gone down the drain. If I used the hairy man heaven and earth style, this would not have happened. Lang Yalan's spirit snorted coldly. 6th hair quickly reminded. But first Supreme Elder, according to the sect rules, Elder Fang Yuan paid a huge amount of contribution points for this. We need to follow his request. Sigh. This Fang Yuan has lost his mind. Why does he want to use the human GU refinement method? Is he trying to mess around with me? The failure of the GU refinement gave Lang Yalan's spirit a horrible mood. 6th hair quickly spoke up for Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan has always been mysterious. Even though I do not like him, it seemed like he had used up all his assets for this, using a vast amount of sect contribution points to refine Immortal GU. He even needs 3 Immortal GU. If he wants to purposely trouble First Supreme Elder, he would not have paid such a huge price, right? Sigh. I was just venting. Lang Yalan's spirit was dejected. He waved his hand. Let's rest first for a while. This is the 5th failure already. Fang Yuan's sect contribution points are not enough. Contact him and tell him the result of the GU refinement. If he wants more attempts, he will need enough sect contribution points. Yes, 6th hair replied. Fang Yuan flew like an arrow shooting rapidly in the sky. He had no mood to admire the beauty of this desert. At this moment, his mind was on the battle against Feng Zhuzhe. That tributary of the River of Time in the Sand Whirlpool was a secret cultivation resource of Shadow Sect. It was listed in Shadow Sect's map. Before Purple Mountain True Monarch died, he had instructed me to go to the River of Time and interact with spectral souls while inside the ghost face Red Lotus. Even though Fang Yuan inherited Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance and obtained a lot of killer moves, immortal GU recipes and secrets, he had only gotten about half of Shadow Sect's assets. The ghost face Red Lotus in the River of Time contained spectral souls will. It had almost all of Shadow Sect's cultivation details. It even had a portion of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's true inheritance. Shadow Sect had existed for 100,000 years. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was alive, he had slaughtered the world and caused deep despair in everyone. Even though Shadow Sect was destroyed, the cultivation information it had was unthinkably vast and grand. For example, Immortal GU houses. Fang Yuan currently knew the complete construction details of 12 Immortal GU houses. But in actuality, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Shadow Sect had far more than 12. The rest of the information could only be obtained when Fang Yuan went to the Ghost Face Red Lotus. As for Red Lotus, true inheritance, it is also inside the River of Time. I have Spring Autumn Cicada, I hold the key to the true inheritance. Fang Yuan was definitely going to the River of Time. The tributaries of the River of Time in the 5 regions were his entrances. Even though Fang Yuan lost one to eliminate Heavenly Court's pursuers, it was not a problem. Shadow Sect had left behind 5 or 6 of them. However, in Western Desert, Shadow Sect only has control of one final tributary of the River of Time. To play safe, I should head to the 2 resource points first. Before I am completely ready, I should not go there. Fang Yuan made his decision. Right now, he was in Western Desert, it bordered Northern Plains, Southern Border, and Central Continent. But Fang Yuan could not go to these 3 regions. Central Continent had Heavenly Court and the 10 great ancient sects. Fang Yuan could not head there. Northern Plains had Longevity Heaven, which was hunting Fang Yuan. Southern Border had the Righteous Path GU Immortals who were chasing after Shadow Sect earlier. Western Desert was the best place to hide. As for Eastern Sea, Shadow Sect only had the location of one tributary of the River of Time. And unfortunately, this tributary of the River of Time was already taken by Miao Ming Shen. Speaking of which, it was Fang Yuan's fault. He was the one who found it and told Miao Ming Shen. Back then, Purple Mountain True Monarch had tried to use the tributary of the River of Time to meet the Ghost Face Red Lotus. When he was in Eastern Sea, he could not find the tributary of the River of Time, he had to go to Southern Border for that. My biggest problem now is the investigative killer move on me, it is exposing my location to Heavenly Court's GU Immortals. And without Dark Limit Immortal Gu's protection, Heaven's will is plotting at all times to get rid of me. The problem is, I lack Immortal GU, I have so many killer moves, but I lack the core Immortal GU. With the core Immortal GU, I will be able to dispel this investigative killer move and hide from Heaven's will again. While thinking, Fang Yuan received Sixth Hair's letter. He looked into it and the contents made him frown. The GU refinement failed again. Even though he succeeded in plotting against Feng Zhuzhe, Heavenly Court was not only going to send him alone against Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court had other methods, it was only a matter of time. This Wisdom Path Immortal GU, Self-Love Immortal GU, needs to be refined as ranked 7 from the start. It is quite difficult. I have been observing the GU refinement all along. Langya Land Spirit has been giving it his all, he is not working half-heartedly. Sixth Hair said. Fang Yuan did not suspect his words. Langya Land Spirit was straightforward and honest, Fang Yuan believed it. The failure was normal. After all, the success rate of a ranked 7 Immortal GU was too low. But this Self-Love Immortal GU was necessary to Fang Yuan, and he needed it as soon as possible. With it, Fang Yuan would be able to use a killer move from Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance to get rid of the investigative killer move on him. This was possible. Fang Yuan had confidence in that. Refine it, we need to refine it, even if I go bankrupt, we must do it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, firming his mind. It was too easy to get Langya sect contribution points now, because Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance was too plentiful. I cannot remain passive now. I succeeded against Feng Zhuzhe because I caught him by surprise and used the rank 8 Immortal GU years flow like water. Heavenly Court had not gotten information about it yet, but it has already been exposed, I need to hurry up. It seems I need to use that method. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with determination. He replied, for this refinement, Sixth Hair will do the refining while Langya Land Spirit will help out on the side. Sixth Hair received Fang Yuan's reply and saw it, feeling rather surprised. He knew that his GU refinement technique was inferior to Langya Land Spirit, and since he was not purposely failing, why did Fang Yuan want Sixth Hair to do the GU refinement? In the River of Time, raging water could be heard around him. Feng Zhuzhe was swept into the river by the raging waves. This is the River of Time. He tried to regain his footing, but he felt the power of Time Path invading his immortal body. Strong. Incredibly strong. The protection of Feng Zhuzhe's immortal body was quite exemplary. But in just a moment, he felt that he was heavily resisted by the surrounding environment. Feng Zhuzhe understood that because he was full of Sound Path Dao marks, he could not coexist with the Time Path Dao marks. As expected of the River of Time, I need to get out as soon as possible. Feng Zhuzhe wanted to leave, but looking back, the tributary of the river of time was already destroyed, only a thin ripple of time was left behind. This ripple was huge, but for Feng Zhuzhe, it was not an exit. This is a problem. I am not a time path GU immortal, I cannot get out using the ripple of time alone, what can I do? While he was uncertain, Feng Zhuzhe heard an explosion. A tiger's roar could be heard, as a huge tiger year beast emerged from the bottom of the river. With a loud sound, river water spattered. Feng Zhuzhe's pupils shrunk to pin size, his body was like an ant beside an elephant compared to the tiger year beast. An immemorial year beast. The shadow of death engulfed Feng Zhuzhe. Chapter 1404. Ziwei controls the situation. Hearing the sound around him, Feng Zhuzhe exerted his full power at this moment. The range of his song extended for several hundred steps. The immemorial tiger year beast's claw was covered in green jade color. But the claw was too huge, it still charged at him unhindered. Feng Zhuzhe gritted his teeth, dodging quickly. At the moment of crisis, he narrowly avoided the year beast's claw, even though he was not hit. The intense shock wave created from the attack assaulted Feng Zhuzhe. Feng Zhuzhe was like a kite with its strings cut, he was blown away. He was tossed up and flew above the river of time in an arc, spitting out blood in the process. No, my battle strength is too suppressed if I fight here. The river of time is filled with time path Dao marks, it has the most time path Dao marks in the world. With the conflict between Dao marks, my sound path killer moves have less than 10% of their original power. Feng Zhuzhe endured the intense pain and used his killer move to heal his injuries. His healing methods that were effective in the outside world had barely any effect here. Not only his healing methods, Feng Zhuzhe's movement killer move also became very slow. His green jade song originally had great power, but now, the tiger year beast only shook its claw to break that layer of jade rock around it easily. Evidently, green jade song was suppressed to the limit. Feng Zhuzhe only had rank 7 cultivation level. The reason why he had rank 8 battle strength was because his sound path Dao marks reached a quantity on par with rank 8 GU immortals. But because of Fang Yuan's plot, he was thrown into the river of time. His greatest advantage became his greatest weakness. The sound path Dao marks were far inferior in quantity compared to the river of time's Dao marks. This was also why Fang Yuan was confident that Feng Zhuzhe would suffer here. The immemorial tiger year beast stretched out its tongue and licked its wound on the right claw. It had a ferocious gaze as it charged at Feng Zhuzhe. It was very strong to begin with, it lived in the river of time, the time path Dao marks in it complemented the river of time, its territorial advantage was obvious. There were no rank 9 year beasts, immemorial year beasts were the overlords of the year beasts. The tiger roared and whipped up a storm. The huge tiger year beast sprinted and assaulted Feng Zhuzhe fiercely. Feng Zhuzhe tried to block it, but soon, he was injured again. He was completely suppressed, there was no chance to win. If he wanted to live, he had to find a tributary of the river of time and escape. But hope was too small. Because it was not easy to find a tributary of the river of time. Even if he found one, it had to be big enough for him to cross over. Feng Zhuzhe was a sound path GU immortal, he was not time path and did not have methods to escape from the river. Am I going to die here? Feng Zhuzhe had such a thought. But at this moment, a female immortal's voice resounded in his mind. Use that rank 8 immortal GU. Rank 8 immortal GU, Fate Armor. Feng Zhuzhe hesitated. Heavenly Court gave him this immortal GU to protect his life. This was a defensive rank 8 immortal GU. But Feng Zhuzhe had always been doubtful. He did not have any weakness in defense, even against Wu Yong, his defense could last for some time. Instead of lending this immortal GU to him, they might as well have given him an immortal GU for offense or movement. After all, Feng Zhuzhe's movement methods were lacking. And his 7 great songs, even though they were extremely powerful, they were killer moves, it was not as convenient as using one rank 8 immortal GU directly to attack. After Feng Zhuzhe received this immortal GU, he had tried to activate it. Fate Armor was very powerful indeed, but it also expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Even someone like Feng Zhuzhe could barely endure the cost. If I stall for time, I will have to use my defensive methods while healing myself. If I use Fate Armor Immortal GU, my immortal essence will not last for 50 breaths of time. Feng Zhuzhe calculated. But now, the immemorial year beast had already arrived. In front of him, Feng Zhuzhe gritted his teeth. At the crucial moment, he chose to listen to that mysterious female voice. Rank 8 Immortal GU, Fate Armor. At once, his red date immortal essence was rapidly expended, while a thin layer of armor made of light appeared on Feng Juji's body. But this armor made of light was completely unfazed by the immemorial Year Beast's attacks. It protected Feng Juji completely. Feng Juji was uninjured, but from the attacks of the immemorial Year Beast, he was slammed into the river of time. Once he fell into the depths of the river, a vast amount of the water of the river of time pressed towards Feng Juji. But Fate Armor was very impressive. It did not waver, only some small cracks appeared on the surface. But this was very impressive. It was just a rank 8 Immortal GU. And this river of time was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Its Dao mark accumulation was on par with rank 9 Immortal GU. The immemorial Year Beast flowed along the river, charging at Feng Juji again. Feng Juji sighed in his mind. This is tough. He tried to struggle to fly and escape the river of time. But the immemorial Year Beast had wisdom too. It did not let Feng Juji achieve his goal. Feng Juji was trapped in the river by the immemorial Year Beast's attacks, and he was also affected by the flow of the river. The situation was getting worse for Feng Juji. He had lost all initiative. If this continued, by the time his immortal essence ran out, he would die. Did I make a wrong decision earlier? That woman's voice was just a trap. While Feng Juji was unsure, a vortex of flowing water assaulted and surrounded him. Feng Juji was caught by surprise and wanted to struggle, when he heard a voice. Don't struggle, Feng Juji, I am a heavenly court GU immortal, Lord Huangshi, I am here to help you. As he said that, the vortex expanded, until it was dozens of times as large as before. Countless bubbles obstructed the immemorial Year Beast's vision. Feng Juji did not dare to deactivate Fate Armor, but he allowed himself to flow along the tornado, returning to the surface of the river of time. Over there, a bald GU immortal with yellow clothes was waiting for him. Fairy Ziwei let out a breath of air. In the star constellation chessboard in front of her, the scene of Feng Juji being saved was displayed. At the crucial moment, the voice who reminded Feng Juji was naturally her, Fairy Ziwei. Rank 8 Immortal GU Fate Armor. Its true use was to give Lord Huangshi an accurate clue to find out Feng Juji's location. The river of time was hard to enter. It was harder for GU immortals to get in there compared to Black Heaven or White Heaven. Because rank 8 GU immortals were rare to begin with, and Time Path rank 8 GU immortals were just a small portion of them. But even so, Heavenly Court had its Time Path rank 8 GU immortals. Lord Huangshi was part of Fairy Ziwei's arrangements. Originally, Fairy Ziwei planned to have Feng Juji force Fang Yuan into the river of time to find the Red Lotus true inheritance. By then, the Time Path rank 8 great expert Lord Huangshi could go and attack him. But Fairy Ziwei did not expect Fang Yuan to give up a tributary of the river of time to set a trap and try to kill Feng Juji. Fang Yuan, this otherworldly demon, he is truly crafty. But after this battle, we have probed most of the content of He Fan's true inheritance. Even though he gave up a tributary of the river of time to make a trap, it affirmed my conjecture. Fang Yuan will definitely enter the river of time and take Red Lotus, true inheritance. With Fang Yuan's vigilant nature, it seems like he still has control of at least one tributary of the river of time in Western Desert. It is not a problem. With my investigative killer move, Fang Yuan's location is still exposed to me. Feng Juji kept his life. Fairy Ziwei immediately used star constellation chessboard to see another battlefield. Fang Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle was injured and was flying in Black Heaven. The two newly ascended Heavenly Court GU immortals were chasing it. They had suffered only minor injuries. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was powerful, but against two rank 8 GU immortals with immortal killer moves emerging one after another that coordinated with each other, it could not rival them. Feeling the threat of death, the upper extreme heavenly eagle moved according to its instincts, flying towards Black Heaven to try and shake off these enemies. Unfortunately, its actions were predicted by these two enemies. A killer move landed on the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle screamed in pain. It almost fell towards the ground, but it tried to flap its wings and rise into the sky. The eagle blood spurted out. A long line of blood was drawn in Black Heaven. Immemorial desolate beasts had incredible healing speed, but the Heavenly Court GU Immortals' killer moves were not simple either. The outcome is set. Fairy Ziwei's gaze flickered. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was struggling, the course of battle was obvious. The two Heavenly Court GU Immortals could not fail. One of them even used an immortal killer move to follow behind the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The faster the upper extreme heavenly eagle flew, the faster he would be. He could fly to wherever upper extreme heavenly eagle was without much effort. How could the wisdom of an upper extreme heavenly eagle match humans? Even human GU immortals could not counter immortal killer moves easily in battle. The two Heavenly Court GU immortals were afraid of the upper extreme heavenly eagle's last-ditch effort in attacking, and because they wanted to capture it alive, they kept dealing small injuries to weaken its battle strength. The upper extreme heavenly eagle could sense its bleak future, but it did not give up. It flapped and flew into the sky. Past black heaven, it came to white heaven. The heavenly wind chi wall was not an obstacle to it, but for the Heavenly Court GU immortals, it was a different story. The two Heavenly Court GU immortals could not pass the chi wall easily. But they were prepared for it. How could Fairy Z Wei not lend them an immortal GU house in advance? You will stay here and prevent it from making a detour, I will chase it. The two GU immortals cooperated perfectly. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had nowhere to flee. Even though some mishaps occurred, everything is within my expectations. Be it the humans, eagle, or red lotus, true inheritance, nothing can escape my control. Inside Heavenly Court, Fairy Z Wei's eyes squinted as she fully displayed the might of a Wisdom Path GU immortal. Chapter 1405, Burning Soul Bursting Luck. It was night time, stars were shining in the sky. In the desert, the difference in temperature during each day was larger. It was hot in the day and cold at night. Fang Yuan landed on a nameless sand dune softly. After flying for so long, there are no Heavenly Court pursuers coming. Was Feng Zhuzhe really the only one sent after me? Fang Yuan was suspicious. Forget it, I'll ignore that for now. Fang Yuan calmed down and opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and the rest. Next, I will use a killer move with Ying Wuxia. Our battle strength will fall, our safety will be in your hands. Fang Yuan said to Bai Ningbing, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin, and He Lulan. The four immortals acknowledged it and moved out to patrol the surroundings. Fang Yuan set up an immortal GU formation. With precaution immortal GU as the core, the entire GU formation's original form was immortal formation from Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance. Fang Yuan was a formation path grandmaster. It was not hard to modify immortal formation. After adding in precaution immortal GU, the defense of this GU formation could not be underestimated. Of course, there were weaknesses and flaws in this formation, but it was only needed for the time being. Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance had 4 immortal GU formations. The strongest one was Purple Blood River formation. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan lacked certain immortal GU for all of these immortal GU formations. He could not set up any of them. If the GU formation was modified and used a vast number of mortal GU to replace the missing immortal GU, the deduction would take 2 to 3 days. Because of many reasons, Fang Yuan chose to set up this GU formation. This GU formation was enough for now. It was to defend against sneak attacks from the enemies. Most importantly, Fang Yuan needed to race for time. Heavenly Court not sending any more pursuers instead made Fang Yuan more worried. The GU formation closed, creating a simple temporary space. The GU formation space was very simple. It could not compare to the southern border Super GU formation's array of palaces. In this empty space, there was only Fang Yuan and Ying Wuxia. Sect leader, let me do it. For Shadow Sect, for our goal, I will do my best. Ying Wuxia was filled with fighting spirit. Fang Yuan nodded. Then you can go first. Ying Wuxia sat down and instilled his immortal essence. A moment later, his aura shook. Immortal killer move Burning Soul Bursting Luck was successfully activated. At once, Ying Wuxia's luck rose by many times. At the same time, he felt dizzy and nauseous. Burning Soul Bursting Luck was a killer move that expended the foundation of the soul to temporarily increase the GU Immortal's luck. Thus, when the killer move activated, not only did Ying Wuxia's luck rise sharply, his soul was also extremely weakened. But it was not a problem. Fang Yuan took out Guts GU. In the process of cultivation, Fang Yuan had been accumulating his storage of Guts GU to prepare for the worst. His vigilant act was very helpful to him. It was shown now when used on Ying Wuxia. Ying Wuxia rapidly recovered. He was no longer dizzy, he was just a little pale. Even though his soul was healthy now, his soul path Dao marks had reduced sharply. Burning Soul Bursting Luck permanently used up soul path Dao marks. And this killer move had requirements towards soul path Dao marks. To activate it, one had to use a certain number of soul path Dao marks. Because of this, out of Fang Yuan's side, only he and Ying Wuxia were able to use this killer move. The rest might have strong battle strength, but their soul foundation was weak. Experts had their field of expertise, not anyone could cultivate as widely as Fang Yuan. In fact, Fang Yuan could tackle so many paths because of the sovereign immortal body, and also because the dream realm raised his attainment level of many paths rapidly. After Ying Wuxia, it was Fang Yuan's turn. This killer move, Burning Soul Bursting Luck, used the Soul Path Immortal Gu, Soul Howl. With Ying Wuxia's guidance, even though this was Fang Yuan's first use, after failing twice, he succeeded in using it. Instantly, Fang Yuan witnessed a mirage. He could see the luck above his head surging and growing, soaring towards the heavens. He nodded and informed Sixth Hair to refine Gu. Sixth Hair and Ying Wuxia had their luck connected, and before the Battle of Reverse Flow River, while Fang Yuan was chasing Ying Wuxia and the others, they had gone from Eastern Sea to Northern Plains. And in the Earth Trench in Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Ying Wuxia was aided by Sixth Hair to escape, while Sixth Hair used Dark Flow Giant City to obstruct Fang Yuan. Ying Wuxia and Sixth Hair had their luck connected at this time. Naturally, Ying Wuxia still had Connect Luck Immortal Gu. To delay Fang Yuan, Ying Wuxia tried all kinds of ways to strengthen Sixth Hair. Luck was one aspect. Of course, in the end, Fang Yuan's pursuit was stopped, and Sixth Hair did not die. He managed to return to Langya Blessed Land safely. Now, Fang Yuan wanted to use this connection to raise Sixth Hair's luck. Initially, when Ying Wuxia was in Earth Abyss, he tried to use this move to refine fixed immortal travel. Too bad Heavenly Court refined it first. But his efforts were not in vain. It helped Fang Yuan to refine change form Immortal Gu. This information was obtained by Fang Yuan from Purple Mountain True Monarch. He thought of using it in this situation. After all, luck was the best method to help in Gu refinement. There was evidence of this. In the past, it was because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path assistance that Long Hair Ancestor could refine so many Immortal Gu for him and create 88 True Yong building. After using Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Fang Yuan used this Gu to inspect the number of Soul Path Dao marks in his soul. The numbers had truly been shaved off. His soul foundation was nearly crippled. He was back to square one. Fang Yuan had cultivated his soul for a long time. When he acted as Chongshan Yin and roamed Northern Plains, before joining the Imperial Court contest, he had already started. Using Luopo Valley and Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan's current soul path cultivation was very efficient and fast. After a long period, his soul had accumulated a great number of soul path Dao marks. But today, after using Burning Soul Bursting Luck once, all of Fang Yuan's effort had been obliterated. Fang Yuan did not feel much of a pity or shame. He could always regain the Dao marks later. But if he lost his life now, then it would all be over. If other Gu immortals like Bai Ning Bing tried to use this move, how could they have enough soul path Dao marks for the expenditure? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of something, asking Ying Wuxia, with your soul path foundation, how many times can you use it? Ying Wuxia replied, I can use it 2 more times, but sect leader, you have Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance. You should know that the same person cannot use Burning Soul Bursting Luck repeatedly to raise its effect. It is useless even if I try it again. Fang Yuan nodded. I am just asking. He had a feeling of admiration towards Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Ying Wuxia was a split soul of Spectral Soul, but he actually had the soul foundation to use Burning Soul Bursting Luck 4 times. Spectral Soul was indeed the legendary person who created Soul Path and cultivated to rank 9. Burning Soul Bursting Luck has been activated. This is all we can do. Let's go. Fang Yuan settled his thoughts and stood up. Soon, he stored away the Immortal Gu formation and the other Gu immortals into his immortal aperture before setting off again. He had to continue moving. Not only did Heavenly Court know his location and would send Gu immortals at him, even Heaven's Will was plotting. If Fang Yuan and the rest stayed at a place for long, they would meet with many problems. In White Heaven, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle shook off its blood and flew up. Behind it, an Immortal Gu house carrying 2 Heavenly Court Gu immortals chased relentlessly. This upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is reaching its limit. That's right, it was really good at enduring and flying. Alright, let's end it. This move will let you rest. The Immortal Gu house rapidly grew in aura as a golden beam of light shot out. The golden light was extremely fast, landing on the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle suffered a huge blow. It quickly flapped its wings and tried to escape. But the golden beam of light was long and thin. It was like a shadow, homing in on the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's injuries got more severe. Its body was covered in a layer of golden light, making its movement even slower. But at the next moment, a change occurred. A white cloud formed in the path of the falling upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle fell into the cloud and vanished. Oh no, this is a black-white overturning cloud. Quickly stop the killer move, don't destroy this cloud. The two heavenly court GU immortals shouted in shock, but it was too late, everything had happened too quickly. The upper extreme heavenly eagle vanished in the cloud, while the golden beam of light landed on the white cloud, dyeing it golden. The golden cloud became extremely heavy and fell downwards. At this time, the golden beam of light vanished as the two heavenly court GU immortals stopped the killer move. But now, their smug appearance was gone, replaced by a dumbfounded look. How could this happen? Wasn't it too coincidental? The black-white overturning cloud can connect between black heaven and white heaven. Anything that enters will be able to move between the two heavens. We were concerned about this, so we had already destroyed all of the clouds that could potentially be black-white overturning clouds already. To think that a new one would appear in the upper extreme heavenly eagle had to crash into it. This damned luck. The two heavenly court GU immortals were going frantic. They wanted to spit blood, after so much hard work, and expending a great deal of immortal essence. Right before success, this happened. The upper extreme heavenly eagle still has our investigative killer move. We will return through the heavenly wind chi wall and go back to black heaven. That's right, this is our first mission after joining heavenly court. How can we fail? Even if we have to chase it to the ends of the world, we will capture this upper extreme heavenly eagle. Chapter 1406. Self-Love Refined. The upper extreme heavenly eagle actually escaped. How could this happen? In heavenly court, Fairy Z-Wei used star constellation chessboard to observe white heaven's situation. She frowned as a bright light flashed in her eyes. Luck path. A guess appeared in her mind. She thought of 88 Truyong building. The culprit that destroyed it was Fang Yuan. What was the possibility that Fang Yuan obtained Giant Sun's true inheritance? Unfortunately, my investigative killer move can only locate Fang Yuan and the others. It cannot show their current situation. Fairy Z-Wei sighed and used star constellation chessboard again. At the next moment, the scene of the river of time appeared in star constellation chessboard again. Feng Zhuzhe and Lord Huangshi had already flown to a nearby tributary of the river of time. This tributary of the river of time is not small. It is enough for you to leave. Lord Huangshi smiled, pointing forward. Let me use my immortal killer move to send you out, don't resist. Feng Zhuzhe nodded, cupping his fists gracefully. I will trouble you. Lord Huangshi was about to speak when his expression changed. That tiger year beast is coming. Again, Feng Zhuzhe's expression also changed. No, Lord Huangshi's eyes looked ahead. In the river in front of them, there was a dense fog that emerged. Strange, why is there fog in the river of time? Feng Zhuzhe frowned. Lord Huangshi was extremely excited. There was huge expectation in his eyes. This fog, don't tell me. At this moment, the two saw a faint silhouette in the fog. The figure was vague and concealed by the fog. It could not be seen clearly. Lord Huangshi's expression became even more heated, but Feng Zhuzhe was completely confused. Soon, the fog moved and exposed a corner of the huge silhouette. Feng Zhuzhe finally saw what it was. This looks like an island. That's right, this is a stone lotus island. Legend says that Red Lotus, true inheritance, is inside. Lord Huangshi's tone was trembling. Even though Red Lotus Demon Venerable and Heavenly Court were enemies, he was the absolute peak of time path. Nobody could match him. Lord Huangshi, who specialized in time path, felt an unparalleled allure towards Red Lotus, true inheritance. Stay here, I will return shortly. Lord Huangshi said that before flying out at a rapid speed. However, the fog seemed to respond. When Lord Huangshi got closer, the fog retreated. After a long time, Lord Huangshi did not manage to shorten the distance, it was lengthening instead. A moment later, the fog vanished, and the mysterious stone island went missing too. Lord Huangshi returned dejectedly. His expression was quite ugly. Even Fairy Z-Wei, who was watching this in heavenly court, had a look of disappointment. But soon, she frowned. She fell into deep thoughts. Why did that stone lotus island appear? Was it because Fang Yuan destroyed a tributary of the River of Time? But Lord Huangshi and Feng Zhuzhe had already left that place already, and most importantly, how can someone enter the Stone Lotus Island? Must they have the key? Spring-Autumn Cicada. Southern border, Wu Clan headquarters. A super GU formation was created. Wu Yong stood in front of the GU formation, observing it. He nodded, showing a satisfied expression. Beside him, a Wu Clan Supreme Elder said, "Elder Wu Bei, we have troubled you. It is my job to work for the clan, this was no trouble at all." Elder Wu Bei said respectfully and humbly. Among Wu Clan's GU immortals, he cultivated formation path. Not long ago, he even took over Fang Yuan's position to defend the Super GU formation. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan returned from northern plains and plotted to get Wu Bei away from here so that he could return to the Super GU formation. Elder Wu Bei actually managed to escape from danger because of this and did not join in the Battle of the Dream Realm. In this battle, Southern Border's Righteous Path GU immortals suffered huge losses. Even the immortal GU used to create the Super GU formation were taken by Heavenly Court. However, not long ago, even though Wu Yong failed to kill Fang Yuan, he managed to make a secret agreement with Heavenly Court. Wu Yong let go of Feng Zhuzhe, and Heavenly Court returned the taken immortal GU back to Wu Yong. Wu Yong returned to Southern Border's Righteous Path and returned all the immortal GU back to their owners. This act raised his reputation to the peak in Southern Border's Righteous Path. Southern Border's clans were all grateful to Wu Yong. Not only could he negotiate with Heavenly Court and succeed, he even returned every immortal GU without taking any for himself. They were all in admiration. Furthermore, Wu Yong exposed his rank 8 immortal GU house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, and after he showed his tremendous battle strength in the Battle of the Purple Blood River formation. All of the Southern Border super forces were apprehensive against him. Thus, even though he did not kill Shadow Sect's remaining members, Wu Clan's status had changed drastically. The clans that took over Wu Clan's resource points earlier retreated back to their own territories and even offered some compensation in a roundabout manner. Chao Clan was Wu Clan's affiliate force. Their territory, which was taken by Ba Clan and Sha Clan, was also returned on the basis of Wu Clan's reputation. Wu Yong was not happy with such a result. After returning, he had been controlling the situation, negotiating with the super forces, getting them to hand over more benefits. Currently, both sides were still negotiating. Even though Wu Clan was very forceful, the other super clans were not made of paper. They were adamant in defending their own interests. Wu Clan's losses were indeed severe. All in all, they lost multiple GU immortals, and Fang Yuan even cheated them of 6 immortal GU and 100,000 immortal essence stones. But this matter could only be withheld by Wu Clan. They could not openly seek Fang Yuan for trouble. Wu Yong wanted to compensate his losses from the other super forces, but he was not going to forget the demonic path scoundrel Fang Yuan. The Super GU formation here was made based on Wu Yong's instructions. Not only did he put Elder Wu Bei in charge of everything, he even asked Kai Clan's GU immortals for help. "Alright, you can act now." A sharp light flashed in Wu Yong's eyes. He spoke to Wu Bei in a calm tone. Wu Bei's heart shook as he felt the anger and hatred underneath Wu Yong's calm expression. To think that Wu Yihai was an imposter all along. HMPH, he was too daring. He actually deceived Wu Clan. "We will show you now. There are some people in this world that you cannot offend." Wu Bei snorted coldly as he used his GU formation. This immortal formation used an earth vein as the foundation, and Fang Yuan's life tablet GU and soul lantern GU, as well as more than 10 immortal GU and an uncountable number of mortal GU to create. Its effect was to find trouble with Fang Yuan. Every time it was activated, it would create a formless force that would cross Southern Border and be inflicted on Fang Yuan. This immortal formation was very powerful. It far surpassed the killer move that Wu Yong used against Fang Yuan earlier. At the same time, it was lasting. This was the advantage of a GU formation. Once the GU formation was created, the activation and deactivation process was very easily. It was not like a killer move. Every use would have a complex process and every step would need to be accurate. Otherwise, the activation would fail and there might be a backlash on the user. GU formations were different. After they were created, unless they were destroyed, there would be no threat of backlash. "Let's try half of the power," Wu Yong added. Wu Bei nodded. Wu Yong was not doing this because he was magnanimous. It was so that he could conveniently negotiate with Fang Yuan. Don't forget that Wu clan's immortal GU were still in Fang Yuan's hands. Wu Yong naturally wanted them back. Even if Fang Yuan ran to Western Desert, Wu Yong did not give up on that idea. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal is powerful, and can deflect all attacks, but too bad. This move uses too much mental energy, and the immortal essence expenditure is high. How can Fang Yuan keep it active at all times? With this GU formation, we can attack any time we want, and stop it at any moment. We hold the initiative. Let him suffer first before we negotiate. Wu Yong was already preparing his tactics. The GU formation activated, and was about to unleash its power when suddenly, the ground started to shake. The entirety of Wuyi Mountain was shaking. Why is there an earthquake? Which GU immortal is undergoing tribulation? This is not a tribulation, the earth vein is shaking, the entirety of southern border is implicated. This is far more severe than just an earthquake. Oh no, Elder Wu Bei. The surrounding Wu clan GU immortals gasped as they realized something. The immortal formation exploded as Wu Bei coughed out blood. After an anguished scream, he fell to the ground, unconscious. Sixth hair was covered in sweat, he was completely drenched, his hair was stuck together. It was a sad sight. The final step, Sixth hair's eyes were red, filled with blood. Langya land spirit heard this and handed the processed immortal material over to Sixth hair. Even though he was the first supreme elder, since Fang Yuan made the request, and the rules were set by Langya land spirit himself, he had to follow it. Thus, he did not mind helping Sixth hair, he at most had some grievances against Fang Yuan. Ding! A long crisp sound came from the ice fire. Like the sound of clashing silver coins. Soon, the sound stopped as the blazing ice fire extinguished, only the round profound ice was left. Sixth hair breathed roughly as he muttered, "Come out, rank 7 immortal GU self-love." Cracks appeared on the profound ice before it broke apart, as an immortal GU flew out. Rank 7 immortal GU self-love was finally refined. Chapter 1407. Leaving Wu clan completely. Rank 7 immortal GU self-love. Fang Yuan held this immortal GU, he felt joy in his heart. It was not a waste that he expended all of his soul foundation, he obtained some useful results. Luck Path, after all, had helped a GU immortal to reach rank 9. I have dogshit luck immortal GU, and have connected my luck to Yi Fan, Hong Yi, and Han Li, these 3 lucky people. Furthermore, after the 2 uses of burning soul bursting luck, my luck must have reached an unprecedentedly high level. It is not strange that self-love immortal GU was successfully refined. This self-love immortal GU was refined by Sixth hair and sent to Fang Yuan using Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven had a small commotion, but it was not as impactful as before. Because situations of using Treasure Yellow Heaven to transport immortal GU had happened many times already, it was no longer as rare. Especially recently, Wu Yong used Treasure Yellow Heaven to send a batch of GU worms, and Thousand Transformations Ancestor also sold year beasts and created an even bigger commotion that was still ongoing. This is self-love immortal GU? Bai Ning Bing asked. Before Fang Yuan replied, Ying Wuxie said, of course. This immortal GU came at a perfect timing. With this immortal GU, we can use immortal killer move self-cleansing, we will not be afraid of any investigative killer move. Ha 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 ha, Ying Wuxie said as he laughed loudly with his hands at his waist. He was currently using Fairy Kui Bo's body, his chest was huge and he had a beautiful face, but he laughed with his mouth wide opened like a foolish hot-blooded teenager. It was quite amusing. Bai Ning Bing shook her head as she watched, the lingering bit of pity she felt towards Ying Wuxie vanished without a trace. That's right, this immortal GU, self-love, is the core of immortal killer move self-cleansing. This move can cleanse Dao marks on the GU immortal's body, getting rid of the unfavorable ones and only keeping the beneficial ones. Be it the investigative killer move or alliance agreements, as long as they are harmful to us, they can be cleansed. Fang Yuan explained. He Lu Lan's eyes shined brightly, she thought. This means that the killer move formed from this immortal GU can break the restraints of shadow sects. Alliance agreement on me. She saw some hope. She did not join Shadow Sect willingly, she wanted to leave, but there was no way. Self-love immortal GU had a unique shape, it was not like a worm, but a horn-shaped rice dumpling. There was a layer of bamboo leaves around it, and there were even gray-white threads on it. But this was not true. If one observed carefully, they would see that the surface of the bamboo leaves was completely one with the inside. The gray-white threads were the markings of self-love immortal GU. they flickered and changed locations every few breaths of time. Heilu Lan memorized the appearance of self-love immortal Gu deeply in her mind. Fang Yuan touched the surface of self-love immortal Gu as he said, "Let's move first before using this self-love immortal Gu to get rid of the investigative killer move." The immortals chose a direction randomly and moved for 100,000 li, arriving at the back of a huge sand dune. Fang Yuan started to use his killer move, while Ying Wuxia and Gang went around the place to guard him. First, he activated self-love immortal Gu. This rank 7 immortal Gu was inside the sovereign immortal aperture, floating in the air and emitting a sweet smell without any lights shining. Allured by the scent, large numbers of mortal Gu were activated, moving around self-love immortal Gu as they formed into a river of Gu worms. This was the first step of using self-cleansing. Evidently, self-love immortal Gu was needed to make the first step. Fang Yuan was stuck here previously, undoubtedly, even with a vast number of immortal killer moves, they were useless without the core immortal Gu. Next, Fang Yuan started to use some crucial supplementary Gu worms. These Gu worms were all immortal Gu. Wisdom Path immortal Gu obtained from Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance. Most of them were rank 7. This immortal killer move's difficulty was that the addition of every Wisdom Path immortal Gu would cause a disturbance to the original Gu worm river. Only skilled technique and extraordinary control could allow this step to be done. A Wisdom Path ranked 6 immortal Gu was carefully placed in. The river of Gu worms shook intensely, but it returned to normal soon. Fang Yuan's heart sank. This was just a rank 6 immortal Gu, but was so difficult already. If he placed a rank 7 immortal Gu, the result would be worse. But the second immortal Gu was a rank 7 immortal Gu. Fang Yuan waited for a while. After savoring that precious experience from earlier, he placed the second immortal Gu in. Progressing slowly like this, when he got to the third immortal Gu, Fang Yuan failed. The entire Gu worm river broke apart as Fang Yuan spat out blood from his mouth. Once this immortal Gu was used, his injuries were healed. But the killer move's activation failed, they had to leave now. Fang Yuan and the rest packed their things and left the place. They could not remain at one place for too long, they needed to keep moving so that Heavenly Court and Heaven's Will could not deal with them easily. Along the way, Fang Yuan thought about and collated his experiences. One could say that the entire group was relying on his killer move. This was the key to solving their problem. Even though this killer move had no offensive power. After the activation failed, they would leave. Along the way, he would learn from his mistakes. Until the fourth time, Fang Yuan finally succeeded in activating rank 7 immortal killer move self-cleansing. A watery and gentle light flowed down from Fang Yuan's head, into his body and mind. Initially, the water was shiny and crystal clear, but when it got to Fang Yuan's feet, it became extremely murky. How was it, after the killer move was used? Ying Wuxia asked. The other immortals looked over with concern. Fang Yuan used perceivable Dao immortal Gu to inspect himself. But the result was not satisfactory. "We have a problem." His expression turned grim. The super Gu formation was dealt with. Supreme Elder Wu Bei, who had fainted, was also treated. Wu Yong looked at the huge pit with a dark expression. Why did the earth vein shake here all of a sudden? This super Gu formation used the earth vein as the foundation, and it had a once in 10,000 years tremor. To think it would happen at this moment. Thankfully, I salvaged Fang Yuan's life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu at the crucial moment, but we lost a ranked 6 immortal Gu in the process. Wu Yong had a deep gaze. After this matter, his hatred towards Fang Yuan intensified. Lord Wu Yong, something is wrong. At this moment, Wu Fa reported. Not only was there a tremor here, Tai clan, Yi clan, Chai clan, Kai clan, and the rest have all faced an earthquake. Wu Yong's eyebrows rose. You mean this earth vein tremor involved the whole of southern border? That is likely the case. Wu Fa frowned deeply. The earth vein was very important. An earthquake of such magnitude was unprecedented in southern border. This change was truly not normal. Wu Yong turned his gaze towards his hand. The 2 mortal Gu he was holding cracked and broke apart, they were completely destroyed. Wu Yong was shocked. Fang Yuan's life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu were destroyed. Did he use some method against it? Chapter 1408. An extinguishable star target. On this day, in southern border, regardless of mortal or immortal, they went into panic and shock. The earth vein was shaking, affecting the entirety of southern border. important areas were devastated, mountains collapsed as rivers were blocked, pits were buried. The power of heaven and earth was displayed openly with unparalleled might at this moment. Countless unfortunate mortals died in this vast calamity, the super forces were all collating their losses. Many mortal forces were exterminated. Even for super forces, they lost quite a few resource points, they had suffered great setbacks. This sudden earth vein earthquake made the tense southern border political situation go silent. The super forces placed their conflicts aside as they started to investigate the cause of the earth vein commotion together. Such an earthquake had not happened in the last 10,000, or 100,000 years, or even during the olden antiquity era or remote antiquity era. Throughout history, this was the first time. Southern borders GU immortal world, be it righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they were all nervous and curious about the cause of this huge commotion in the earth vein. The indication of the Great Era has appeared. Fang Yuan, who was far away in western desert, collected information about the commotion in southern border as he sighed deeply. At this moment, he had moved away again. To another location. When night faded away, light started to shine from the horizon. Soon, the sun rose up and restored the world to a bright state, shining down on the vast desert. It was a new day. Fang Yuan wore his white robe, he had a deep gaze as he looked at the rising sun with a deep mood. Compared to the rising sun, his future was not this smooth and hopeful. In the past, he was kept in the dark, but after getting Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance, he learned of the relationship between the Great Era and Spectral Soul, as well as Shadow Sect. The Great Era originally should have approached at this time, but in the 500 years of his previous life, Spectral Soul succeeded in defying fate, he resisted Heavenly Court and Heaven's will, using his supreme methods to forcefully stall the Great Era by 500 years. Heaven's will was forced into desperation by Spectral Soul, it had to take a big risk and use Fang Yuan as a tool to send him back to the past, using Spring-Autumn Cicada and attempting to thwart Shadow Sect's plans. Thus, the entire world went back to its original path. Without Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul, the Great Era started to unveil itself. The tremor of the earth vein was the signal for the start of this Great Era. The Great Era is coming, the 5 regional walls are going to vanish. But before that, the earth veins of the 5 regions, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Central Continent, Western Desert, Eastern Sea, they will unify and combine into one. For the following period, earth vein tremors will continue to happen. Not just in Southern Border, the other 4 regions will also face it. The reason why Southern Border was the first to have these earth vein tremors is because Southern Border has the most earth path Dao marks in all 5 regions. Therefore, Southern Border's earth vein is also the deepest among the 5 regions. Precisely so, when the Great Era descends and the world changes, it will be the first one affected. Fang Yuan had a pondering gaze. The Great Era descended like this, it greatly interrupted his former cultivation plan. In his original plan, he had a lot of time. Fang Yuan would continue to cultivate and use the dream realm to raise his attainment levels and accumulate wealth, while rising up in cultivation level. When the 5 regions chaotic war starts during the Great Era, he would have rank 8 cultivation level and deep foundations and wealth. Even if he did not reach Great Grand Master in every path, he would be close. That way, he would gain the most benefits during the 5 regions chaotic war. But that was not possible now. The Great Era was coming too quickly, Fang Yuan's plans were completely disrupted. Not just that, he was currently chased by Heavenly Court and was plotted against by Heaven's will. He had to run every minute and stay alert, a strong enemy might appear at any time to kill him. This is a huge change. Currently, only I, Heavenly Court, Shadow Sect, and a few other forces know the truth behind the earth vein tremors. However, the other GU immortals are not stupid, after some investigation, they will realize this sooner or later. After a while, this will turn into a consensus and every GU immortal would understand, an unprecedented change is occurring in the world. Sigh, my rebirth advantage is going to dwindle again. If not for the Dream Realm battle, I would still have my identity as Wuyi Hai. Southern Border's earth vein tremors will cause large amounts of earth trenches, pits, and countless rare beasts and plants to appear. This is a great harvest, all forces and GU immortals will compete for them. Such things will occur often in the 5 regions, but Southern Border will be the most affected, because Southern Border's earth vein has the biggest foundation, it has the most valuable treasures. The worst is Eastern Sea, because these are earth vein tremors, Eastern Sea would have the least number of fortuitous encounters from them. Eastern Sea has always had the most resources among the 5 regions. Because of this, GU immortals from the other regions took risks to go there and explore it, trying to find ways to advance their cultivation. But Eastern Sea had the least gains from the earth vein tremors. There was a theory in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life. This fortuitous encounter of countless treasures was like the gift of heaven and earth, to purposely balance the 5 regions. If Fang Yuan was still using Wu Yihai's identity now, he would be able to gain great benefits. With his memories, he remembered many places where precious resources emerged, and even wild immortal GU. Unfortunately, because his identity was exposed, these great fortuitous encounters were no longer available to him. Fang Yuan felt that it was a pity, but he did not know that this earth vein tremor helped him instead. Because of the earth vein tremor, Wu clan's immortal formation was destroyed. Wu Yong's plan failed and Fang Yuan dodged a crisis. He did not fall to Wu clan's scheme. The earth vein tremors were bound to happen eventually, but it had to happen at that precise moment. That was because of Fang Yuan's burning soul-bursting luck. Thankfully, I obtained rank 7 immortal GU self-love. After using immortal killer move self-cleansing successfully, I got rid of all the detrimental Dao marks on me, including Wu clan's alliance agreement. This way, Fang Yuan left Wu clan entirely. They were no longer connected. By now, my life tablet GU and soul lantern GU must have shattered. Wu Yong cannot use this to deal with me anymore. Even though his worries were lifted, Fang Yuan also saw a weakness of self-cleansing. Self-cleansing was extremely unique. It could cleanse all of the Dao marks that were unfavorable to the GU immortal, but the choice was not according to Fang Yuan's intentions. For example, Fang Yuan had gotten rid of the alliance agreement with Wu clan completely, but his alliance agreement Dao marks with other forces like Chudu, Langyao Land Spirit, the variant humans, and Crazed Demon Cave, were unaffected. This was because these alliance agreement Dao marks were not harmful to Fang Yuan. Self-cleansing would not get rid of them. However, the moment Fang Yuan betrays them, these alliance agreement Dao marks would activate and punish Fang Yuan. It would be too late for him to use self-cleansing on them. And most important was Fairy Z Wei's investigative killer move. These Dao marks were very detrimental to Fang Yuan. Self-cleansing naturally got rid of them. But the shocking thing was, even though the killer move was effective and removed these Dao marks, they soon started to recover and grow again. At this speed, in just 6 hours, the Dao marks of Heavenly Court's investigative killer move would completely be restored. Self-cleansing is the strongest method in this aspect that Purple Mountain True Monarch had. Even though it is effective on me, the enemy this time is too powerful. The investigative killer move on me is likely created by Fairy Z Wei using Star Constellation chessboard. Even though Fang Yuan was guessing, he was quite sure of it. Because he had seen such self-producing Dao marks before. It was his original body, the ranked 6 strength path 8 armed heavenly immortal zombie body. Currently, in this body, the second aperture had completely broken down, while the first rank 5 aperture still had Spring Autumn Cicada sealed inside. Spring Autumn Cicada could not be used, because Heaven's will was inside. And in the body, Ying Wuxia used his soul path method to set a vicious trap. Once Fang Yuan sends souls inside, the trap would activate and kill it, before nourishing itself and producing more soul path Dao marks, becoming even harder to deal with. This was the first time Fang Yuan saw self-regenerating Dao marks. Even though it was Ying Wuxia's killer move, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had something similar. After getting Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance, Fang Yuan learned that only rank 9 venerables could create killer moves with regenerating Dao marks. Thus, Fang Yuan guessed that Fairy Z Wei used Star Constellation chessboard to activate the investigative killer move. Because Star Constellation chessboard belonged to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thanks to Fang Yuan's current identity, he had a deeper understanding of Heavenly Court than before. Fang Yuan recalled, it was true, the other Immortal Venerables or Demon Venerables had such methods. Dao marks replenished themselves without expending immortal essence. For example, Giant Sun Immortal Venerables rank 8 Immortal GU fortune rivaling Heaven. After Ma Hongyun used it, the lucky effect had lasted the entire time until he died. The true essence of his luck were luck path Dao marks. Ma Hongyun had luck path Dao marks on his body. He absorbed the luck of those around him, causing his fortune to rise. In the entire process, he did not have to expend any immortal essence or primeval essence. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable also had such killer moves. Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment. These two defensive killer moves created a thin cloak of Dao marks on the soul. The former allowed the user to be free from heaven's will and deductions, while the latter made one unnoticeable to souls. This killer move's effect had always lasted without using any immortal essence. At the same time, if there was any damage, the Dao mark cloak would regenerate itself. It is publicly recognized that every rank 9 Venerable's main path is at Supreme Grandmaster. According to the cultivation experience from Purple Mountain True Monarch, Grandmaster attainment level is imitation of other paths, Great Grandmaster is the use of natural Dao marks, while Supreme Grandmaster is the regeneration of Dao marks and even self-sustenance, breaking free from the restriction of immortal essence. The classification was clear now. Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance gave Fang Yuan a clear recognition of all the GU immortal attainment levels. Now, with his own experiences, Fang Yuan gained a lot of insight. The 8-arm heavenly zombie body's soul path trap could be resolved now. But the investigative Dao marks on the sovereign immortal body were hard to deal with. Using self-cleansing, I can get rid of a number of investigative Dao marks, but the more I reduce them, the faster they regenerate. Using self-cleansing killer move once will get rid of 10% of these Dao marks. But in half a day, they will completely grow back. This means that if I want to get rid of the investigative killer move, I will need to sustain self-cleansing all the time, for about half a month without any pauses in the middle. Fang Yuan estimated based on all the information that he had. It was problematic. The investigative killer move was far more troublesome than Fang Yuan had expected. And the most important thing was, this was unrealistic. Self-cleansing was not a sustained killer move, it had to be used each time. Each time he used it, there was a certain duration that it lasted. Even though he had self-love immortal GU and successfully used self-cleansing, Fang Yuan did not get rid of the harmful Dao marks completely. He met with another problem. If you are given enough time to prepare, you might be able to resolve it. But too bad, you have no chance now. In Heavenly Court, Fairy Ziwei smiled. She was very confident in the investigative killer move used on Fang Yuan and the rest. Because this was Star Constellation Chessboard's method, and also the killer move created personally by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, an extinguishable star target. Compared to other investigative killer moves, an extinguishable star target could only locate the position of its target. This effect alone was inferior to the method that Fairy Ziwei used on Feng Juzhe. The latter allowed Star Constellation Chessboard to display the scenes of the target's situation. One could easily understand what was going on. But an extinguishable star target's greatest effect was that it could regenerate endlessly. Normal methods could not get rid of it properly. One could say that as long as this killer move still lasted, Fang Yuan would be a pawn on Fairy Ziwei's board, he could not escape her grasp. To eliminate him was only a matter of time. Against Fang Yuan and the others, Fairy Ziwei had the complete advantage, she was unshakable in this situation. As long as Fang Yuan had no time or freedom to develop, as time dragged on, Fairy Ziwei and Heavenly Court's advantage would get bigger and bigger. One could say, Fairy Ziwei was in an invincible position. Chapter 1409, Lu Wei Yin. Compared to fate, luck cannot last. Even though there were some mishaps, so what? Fairy Ziwei smiled gracefully and elegantly. The star constellation chessboard in her hands displayed the figures of the two Heavenly Court GU immortals. The immortal GU house was flying. The two Heavenly Court GU immortals had grim expressions, conversing with each other. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle used the black-white overturning cloud to escape to Black Heaven. But according to the current time, it is already daytime in the 5 regions, we are in White Heaven now, so Black Heaven is above us. Therefore, we need to fly upwards past the Heavenly Wind Chi Wall to enter Black Heaven. That's right, we have already used investigative methods on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. As long as we get into Black Heaven, we will be able to sense it, there is no problem. If we meet the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle again, we cannot repeat the same mistake, we will to try hard and prevent it from escaping again. The two Heavenly Court GU immortals were deeply confident, they had recovered from the setback earlier. Their confidence came from their great strength. With such strength, even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had a few lucky breaks, so what? Could it rely on luck every time? As long as it failed once, Heavenly Court's GU immortals would win, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle would be captured with no way of escaping. Star constellation chessboard shook lightly, the scene changed as Feng Juzhe was shown. At this moment, Feng Juzhe had already left the River of Time, he was in Western Desert. But this time, because he used a different tributary of the River of Time. Even though he was in Western Desert, he could not return using the same way. Fairy Ziwei gave him advice. Feng Juzhe was currently very far away from Fang Yuan. Feng Juzhe is a Dao guardian. His luck is firm like an unmoving mountain. Only people with such intense luck can counter a person like Fang Yuan. If I send other Heavenly Court GU immortals over, it would be a mess. Fang Yuan would suppress their luck and he would benefit from the situation instead. Fang Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was a clear example. It could escape from 2 Heavenly Court GU immortals, not to mention Fang Yuan himself. I will let Feng Juzhe chase after Fang Yuan and force him to find Red Lotus, true inheritance. Even if he cannot find it, he will continue to expose his trump cards. By the time he expends them, I will go after him personally. Thinking of this, killing intent shined in Fairy Ziwei's eyes. It was not that she did not think highly of Fang Yuan, instead, she placed a lot of emphasis on him. To kill this complete otherworldly demon, Fairy Ziwei had to act personally to feel assured. Firstly, Fang Yuan still had hidden trump cards, he was not in a desperate situation. Secondly, Heavenly Court needed to be defended because Duke Long was deep in Heavenly Court trying to suppress Spectral Soul's main body. Fairy Ziwei needed to oversee the entirety of Central Continent and send out orders to control the situation. Thirdly, the Great Era was coming, southern border was already having earth vein tremors, Central Continent's location was too disadvantageous, they had to make ample preparations. Even though Fang Yuan obtained self-love immortal GU, he did not leave Fairy Ziwei's control. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle escaped, it was still being pursued, it was not out of danger. Fairy Ziwei was more concerned about the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time rather than these 2. Why did Red Lotus, true inheritance suddenly appear and disappear again? Fairy Ziwei frowned, she did not understand. With Star Constellation chessboard, she was one of the 3 strongest Wisdom Path great experts in the current world. But against the most mysterious Red Lotus demon venerable in human history, Fairy Ziwei could feel her own inability and weakness. "Oh Red Lotus," Fairy Ziwei sighed. She knew that among the demon venerables, this Red Lotus demon venerable had the deepest connection to Heavenly Court. In fact, he was once thought to be the future Red Lotus immortal venerable and to become in charge of Heavenly Court. Black Heaven. The yellow-green grass looked like a giant carpet, growing at a part of Black Heaven. Heaven-attached fungi. This was a ranked 6 immortal material that only grew in the immemorial 9 heavens. It grew in very specific locations. They had to grow alone without any other Dao marks around them, other life forms, or even any meteorites. But thankfully, the immemorial 9 heavens was huge. Even though there were lots of ancient desolate and immemorial desolate life forms around, there was enough room for the heaven-attached fungi to grow. However, there were 2 people on this heaven-attached fungi now. Chirp chirp. Sounds of anxious bird chirping could be heard. A GU master with the appearance of a young man raised his right hand with difficulty. There was a layer of rainbow aurora light covering his forearm and right hand. This light was very active, it seemed to want to escape from the young man, but it could not. The young man was gritting his teeth, holding on desperately with sweating covering his forehead. "Go, Aurora Bird." The young GU master was at his limit, he knew he had to take a risk, he shouted as he pushed forward with his arm. At the next moment, the aurora light and chirping became even louder and sharper. Next, the rainbow aurora light jumped out of the young GU master's arm, jumping into the sky and turning into a bird. The bird wings flapped as the rainbow aurora light shot out at an incredible speed. With a loud sound, the rainbow aurora bird landed on the heaven-attached fungi nearby and destroyed all of the fungi. After the aurora light faded, there was a tiny pit in the heaven-attached fungi. The young GU master saw this and was surprised and joyous. He was happy that his hard work after so much training in dangerous situations had paid off, he succeeded in this killer move. He was surprised that this killer move was so powerful, just like what his master said. "Master, I succeeded." The young GU master went to another person and greeted, saying excitedly. Not bad," his master commented plainly. The young GU master saw his master's expression and the excitement in his heart calmed down. His expression became normal as he paid his respects, saying plainly, "I had lost my composure." "No worries." The young GU master's master waved as he walked away slowly. A few steps later, he stopped as he looked up at the sky. He wore a gray hemp garment, it was very simple and plain, but his muscular body could not be concealed. He wore a conical hat, one that was large and wide. It covered his face under the shadow, concealing his appearance. Even though he was the young Gu master's master, his appearance had never been seen. The truth was, only now when he looked at the sky, the young Gu master could see his appearance. But he only saw his chin. His chin was white and thick. It gave people the feeling of steadiness and unwavering determination. Master, thank you for your guidance. If I cultivated alone, how could I have reached such a level? The young Gu master said. His master was silent for a while before speaking slowly. Yi Fan, you are incredibly talented and have great insight. This killer move was created by you using the transformation path and light path understanding that you have. I was only guiding you along. Even though you succeeded in this move, you need to practice it more. Beware of your safety. I cannot stay by you. Master, we are going to be separated. The young Gu master asked anxiously in shock. He was Yi Fan of Southern Border. He admired Xianxia, and when she became the clan leader, he stood up and helped her resolve many problems of the mortal Shang clan. But there is always someone better than you. Yi Fan met by Ning Bing and suffered a terrible loss. He even went through an experience of being at the brink of life and death. He survived, but was extremely shocked. This unforgettable experience made him contemplative, pondering about life and about himself. Through an unexpected surprise, he met his current master and became master and disciple. To think that his master was a Gu immortal. To nurture this disciple with great talent, he brought Yi Fan to Black Heaven to train him. Even though they spent a short time together, Yi Fan admired this mysterious master deeply. Affinity was needed between people. Some people could live together for a lifetime and still be strangers. Some people could be together for a short while and easily become soulmates. Even though Yi Fan did not see his master's appearance, he could feel the sincerity and kindness from his master. He had complete confidence in his master. He did not suspect that his master had any ulterior motives. Affinity comes and goes. We do not have much of a connection to begin with. After using it up today, our relationship will end tomorrow. We might as well use it slowly and await the future. Yi Fan, do you know why I brought you here? His master said. Yi Fan blinked. Master, didn't you say that Black Heaven restricts my light path, so that it is safe to cultivate here even though it is hard? This is just one of the reasons. The second reason is that I deduced that you have some karma here. His master said in a low tone. Karma? Yi Fan showed a perplexed gaze. In this world, every cause has an effect and every effect has a cause. Look, your karma has arrived. Saying this, the mysterious Gu immortal pointed at the sky. Yi Fan looked over and gasped. Over there, an upper extreme heavenly eagle flew towards the heaven-attached fungi here. What a strong divine eagle. Ah, it is injured. It was getting closer as Yi Fan could see upper extreme heavenly eagle's heavy injuries. Even though Yi Fan met with a good teacher, he was still not a Gu immortal himself. The truth was, even ordinary ranked 6 Gu immortals would not know about the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was currently not clear-headed. Its wounds were healing and had not healed. Even though it shook off Heavenly Court's pursuers, Black Heaven and White Heaven were very dangerous. It was not safe anywhere. When it saw the heaven-attached fungi, it flew over, trying to get precious time to rest. But it did not manage to land on the heaven-attached fungi. It fainted a few thousand steps away. However, Yi Fan's master acted rapidly and grabbed this upper extreme heavenly eagle. His palm was open and using some unknown method, under Yi Fan's surprised gaze, this upper extreme heavenly eagle became smaller and smaller by some effect, landing in Yi Fan's master's palm like a baby chick. Yi Fan's mysterious master stretched out another hand to caress the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Suddenly, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's injuries vanished. It went into deep sleep in a relaxed state. Yi Fan, you are bound by the karma on you. This upper extreme heavenly eagle might be the key to resolving it in the future for you. Bring it by your side. When it wakes up, it will bring you out of Black Heaven and back to Southern Border. Master is leaving now. Saying this, the mysterious Gu immortal in a conical hat and gray clothes flew away towards the sky. Master, stay safe. Yi Fan received the little bird upper extreme heavenly eagle and rapidly chased. He had tears in his eyes. He was quite upset. He chased until he got to the edge of the heaven-attached fungi. Seeing his master's shrinking figure, he shouted, Master, may I know your name? My name is Lu Wei Yin. His master's voice could be heard softly in his ears. Master, Lu Wei Yin, Yi Fan muttered in a daze. Chapter 14:10, Formation Path Immortal GU, True Inheritance. Fang Yuan opened his eyes. He saw a jade-green forest. There was a blue lake. It was like a sapphire in a sea of yellow sand. It was extremely beautiful. This was a small oasis. There was a natural spirit spring here. Oases like this were usually the foundation of a mortal clan. If a GU master stayed here and preserved the spirit spring, if it developed well, it could become a mid-size or even a large-size oasis. Humans chose environments that were suitable for living, and at the same time, they would modify the natural environment to suit their needs. This was the coexistence between people and nature in Western Desert. However, now, this newly formed oasis was going to be destroyed. Because Fang Yuan and the rest would destroy all the traces left behind when they left for a new location. Even though they were hit by Heavenly Court's killer move, they had to guard against enemies in Western Desert, especially when Heaven's Will was plotting all the time. This deduction finally has some results. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, feeling slightly happy. Ever since he saw the power of an extinguishable star target, he started to resolve this problem. Immortal killer move's self-cleansing was good. It had to be used time and time again with fixed durations, but Fang Yuan could modify it to be a lasting move. Fang Yuan had the foundation for this. Because he was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, and self-cleansing was a Wisdom Path killer move, he could modify it. And he had a crucial Immortal GU. It was because of this Immortal GU that Fang Yuan had great confidence. This Immortal GU was Perseverance. Rank 7 Perseverance Immortal GU's effect was to supplement other Immortal GU or killer moves in their duration. For example, when Fang Yuan became an Ancient Sword Dragon, his Sword Light Dragon breath had to be breathed out each time. But if he used Perseverance Immortal GU, he could use the Sword Light Dragon breath continuously, until his throat reached its limit. Perseverance Immortal GU was suited for the modification of self-cleansing. Recently, Fang Yuan had been moving around while deducing. He had finally gotten some results now. He succeeded in making Immortal GU Perseverance the second core of this self-cleansing killer move. This way, self-cleansing could be used for longer durations. It would get rid of Fang Yuan's unfavorable Dao marks continuously. But this would not be enough to clear all the Dao marks. Fang Yuan had a deep gaze. He did not relax. He knew that another tough problem was coming. Even if self-cleansing could be used continuously, Fang Yuan did not have the time to wait. He was currently being pursued. Even though Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were nowhere to be seen, they might be tailing him already. At any time, it was possible for Fang Yuan and the rest to be pursued and sneak attacked. Using self-cleansing, it would take a month at least to get rid of Fang Yuan's inextinguishable star target Dao marks. In this month, he had to use the killer move non-stop. An extinguishable star target was hard to deal with. The more Dao marks removed, the faster they regenerated. Fang Yuan had done his best to reach this stage. He could not raise self-cleansing's effect anymore. According to the situation, I need to be on the run at all times. It is impossible for me to get a month's time. And even if I have a month, what about the others? They were also hit by an extinguishable star target. There was no chance of doing so. Fang Yuan's biggest worry was that Heavenly Court would come out and ruin everything when he was about to succeed. If that happened, he would have expended a lot of immortal essence without getting rid of an extinguishable star target. Next, if he fought the Heavenly Court GU Immortals or escaped, an extinguishable star target would regenerate, the Dao marks would grow and Fang Yuan's efforts would be in vain. And self-cleansing is an immortal killer move. Using it would expend not only a lot of immortal essence, but to sustain it, I need to use up a lot of mental energy on it. I have not used this killer move much. I am not proficient with it. Including the times when I will fail, not only will I waste immortal essence and need to heal myself, even without Heavenly Court's interference, I will weaken greatly if this goes on. Escaping to Xianxia Blessed Land is impossible too. Not only I am under Heavenly Court's surveillance and would expose Xianxia Blessed Land's location, the journey is too long, there is too much danger in going there. There is not only Heavenly Court and Heaven's Will, Northern Plains even has Longevity Heaven. Of course, there were difficulties and also solutions. Fang Yuan soon thought of a countermeasure for this. He had enough strength to execute this plan as well. That was to use Formation Path. He needed to modify the killer move, self-cleansing, into an Immortal GU formation. This was not out of this world. As mentioned earlier, GU formations were in essence killer moves, but they were Formation Path killer moves. If Fang Yuan had a self-cleansing GU formation, it would be much easier. He would need to expend much less immortal essence and mental energy to sustain the GU formation compared to using killer moves. Furthermore, the killer move self-cleansing was effective on Fang Yuan alone. Other GU immortals needed to learn the move to use it themselves later. But if it was an immortal GU formation, then Shadow Sect's GU immortals could enter the formation and get rid of the inextinguishable star target Dao marks on their bodies. Thus, not only do I need to modify the killer move and turn it into an immortal GU formation, I also need GU worms like Formation Plate GU, Formation Flag GU, or Formation Chart GU, and it would be great if they were immortal GU. Immortal level Formation Plate GU, Xianxia sect had one. This immortal goose effect was to use all sorts of GU worms to set up a GU formation on its own. The GU immortal only needed to provide immortal essence for it, they did not need any. Formation Path Attainment. Formation Flag GU was used to manage a GU formation that was already set up. When GU immortals use Formation Flag GU, they can choose a GU formation and directly keep it inside Formation Flag GU. Next, within their line of sight, the GU immortal can bring Formation Flag GU and teleport away. After finding a suitable location, they can activate Formation Flag GU to set up the GU formation again at a new location. As for Formation Chart GU, it was a type of consumable GU. Formation Chart GU recorded the information of a GU formation. It has a similar effect to Formation Plate GU, but the chances of error were much smaller compared to Formation Plate GU. These three GU worms suited Fang Yuan greatly. Tremor Desert. This special desert would have intense tremors from time to time. Deep under Tremor Desert, an immortal GU formation was slowly activated. Han Li walked in with a nervous expression. He encouraged himself. This is the final test of the formation path true inheritance left by GU Immortal Gen Yuan Z. Han Li, work hard. Chapter 1411. Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion. This was a bronze hall. At the center of the hall, there was a metallic lamp hanging on a crane neck. The neck was long and curvy. At the tip of its beak, there was a flame that was the size of a peach. This flame shone over the entire hall. The flame was weak. The corners of the bronze hall were still covered in darkness. A thin young GU master was standing on a huge concrete tile of the palace. There was a huge pillar beside him. It was red and thick. To encircle it, 3 grown men would need to stretch their arms out. When the light shined, the pillar blocked a huge portion of it. The young GU master's body was half concealed in darkness and shadows. It was Han Li. Han Li was currently covered in sweat. He was uncertain in his heart. I was too overconfident. This senior Gen Yuan Z might be a righteous path GU immortal, but someone like me has no qualifications to take his true inheritance. I could get to this point after exerting all my energy. Some of the steps were through pure luck. Han Li had gone through a lot. He was clear about the danger of this bronze hall. Thinking about it, he felt great lingering fear. Actually, righteous path inheritances were usually not dangerous. Demonic path was the one with vicious setups and schemes. Although Gen Yuan Z's inheritance test had its dangers, they were nothing of concern for GU immortals. But for the GU master Han Li, it was too dangerous. Han Li was someone with great luck, and because his luck was connected to Fang Yuan, he had endless fortuitous encounters. He had rank 4 cultivation level now. Such cultivation speed, at this age without any GU immortals helping him, was really rare. Han Li stood on the spot. He did not take a step ahead. He tried to turn around and look at the path he had walked on. He wanted to retreat. This Gen Yuan Z's GU immortal true inheritance was too high level for him. Even though it was alluring, Han Li had already woken up and faced reality. He thought for a while before moving his right leg towards the back. At the next moment, his field of vision changed. I went ahead instead. Han Li looked around, his expression turning pale. He found that the red pillar was far behind him. He had advanced by more than 10 steps ahead. He had become much closer to that metallic crane neck lamp now. As long as he can get there, Han Li would be able to inherit Gen Yuan Z's true inheritance. But right now, Han Li had already decided on retreating. His advancement was just because of pure chance. He had accidentally done it. His true intention was to leave the place, but he actually went forward instead. It was obvious that if he wanted to advance and chose other directions to move, the result would be disastrous. Han Li as a lone cultivator had shallow foundations in formation path. He was nearly clueless. To put it nicely, he was an unschooled cultivator with just some cheap tricks. He could get here because of his intelligence, his calm decisions, and pure luck. Out of these elements, luck was the most prominent aspect, and this made Han Li increasingly less confident. Because luck was not dependable. If a logical person does things solely based on luck, that was just gambling. Sigh, I am betting my life now. It seems that moving back towards the right is safer. Han Li observed. At this point, he was clueless, he was moving based on feelings. So he moved back. His field of vision changed again. The result was shocking, because his advancement was even greater now. He was dozens of steps ahead. The metallic crane neck lamp that represented success was very close to him now. Han Li could barely touch it with his arms outstretched now. Of course, he was still a small distance from success. And this tiny distance meant everything. Han Li hesitated. Facing this situation, he was sure to waver. After all, success was right in front of him, there was just one step left. But is this really correct? Han Li fell into difficult contemplation. Time passed quickly, but in his perception, he felt like it was only one instant. The difficult decision made him sweat profusely. But in the end, his reason surpassed the greed in his heart. How can one blindly rely on chance in the road of cultivation? Han Li let out a breath of air, he relaxed his body, his entire mental state settled. He started to find the way to retreat. This bronze hall was just created by the formation space. It was like the palace that Fang Yuan lived in at the southern border Super Dream Realm GU formation. Han Li was currently at the center of the GU formation. However, the path of retreat was very obvious now. Even Han Li with little formation path foundation could tell. Han Li had a clear mind. Following this path of retreat, he went back and got further away from the metallic crane neck lamp. I hope my following journey is as simple and smooth as this. Han Li thought that when his field of vision changed suddenly, he was shocked to find out that he had directly appeared before the metallic crane neck lamp. What happened? Han Li could not understand. A will slowly woke up in the lamp. An old voice spoke in Han Li's head in a groggy tone, like it had just woken up. Not bad, fated one, you were able to get past the formation and arrive before me, it shows that you are qualified to inherit the true inheritance. Han Li was extremely embarrassed. I actually wanted to leave. The voice became clearer and smoother. This was Zhen Yuanzi's intention when he made the formation. When the metallic crane neck lamp is extremely close to you, any decision of moving forward is wrong. Only a GU immortal with incredible wisdom and deep formation path attainment will understand this. The only way forward is backwards. Or perhaps those GU immortals who had low formation path attainment but knew when to retreat, they would have a chance of getting the true inheritance because of their wise choice. Han Li understood finally. This means that I am the second type. And, aren't you Senior Zhen Yuanzi's will? Of course not, I am Formation Spirit Immortal GU. I was created by Senior Zhen Yuanzi, nobody knew about me. The voice continued. Han Li did not understand. Formation Spirit. Don't you get it? Blessed lands have land spirits, grotto heavens have heavenly spirits, GU formations naturally can have formation spirits. Why are you a GU master? You are not a GU immortal. Suddenly, the formation spirit shouted. I am sorry, I really am here by chance. If I am not qualified to get the true inheritance, can I leave? Han Li smiled awkwardly. The formation spirit was confused. Unbelievable, you are not a GU immortal, how did you pass the middle steps? With just luck, how lucky must you be? Oh no. Oh no, Han Li thought that the formation spirit was going to praise his luck. The formation spirit said loudly, this is really bad. Zhen Yuanzi had planned to pick a GU immortal inheritor. You do not have immortal essence, you cannot suppress the immemorial desolate beast green claw ghost winged lion under the formation. You obtained the true inheritance, this GU formation is going to break apart, but you cannot subdue this green claw ghost winged lion, aren't you going to run? No, you can't possibly run away, right? We're finished, you're finished, to think that my new master who has just obtained the true inheritance is going to die like this. No, there must be a way. Han Li did not want to give up like this. There is no hope, the difference in strength is too great. Sigh, the formation spirit that had manifested from formation spirit GU was very pessimistic about this. Like what it said, the GU formation started to break apart, the entire bronze hall started to turn hollow. The lamp floated and landed on Han Li's shoulder. The true environment showed itself. This was a huge hole under the desert. Large amounts of sand started to fall. Without the Immortal GU formation support, this artificially created cave started to collapse. Han Li had nowhere to escape. Before him was a huge hill-sized green claw ghost-winged lion sprawling on the ground. It was sleeping now. If he was a GU Immortal, he would be able to subdue it according to Zhen Yuanzi's arrangements. Even if he could not, he could make it sleep and prevent it from troubling the inheritor. This was actually part of Zhen Yuanzi's test too. The green claw ghost-winged lion was an immemorial desolate beast. If the inheritor was skilled enough, they would be able to control this green claw ghost-winged lion. But Han Li was not. Not just that, he might get eaten by it instead. Sand continued to fall, landing on the green claw ghost-winged lion and waking it up. Han Li attacked fiercely, but his mortal killer move landed on the green claw ghost-winged lion like a gust of harmless wind. The green claw ghost-winged lion leapt forward and opened its mouth, devouring Han Li entirely. Chapter 14:12. Dancer Hong Yun. A beautiful red cloud was flying in the sky. Green Ghost Desert is ahead. Dancer Hong Yun lay down on her red cloud as she shut her eyes in a relaxed manner. She had a curvy body and was wearing a red dancing dress with yellow threads. Her belly was exposed as well as her arms and legs. There were golden jade bracelets on her wrists and ankles. On her fingers, there were many jeweled rings, blue, green, and red, enhancing one another's beauty. Her eyes had a deep gaze, her brows were thick and long, there was a faint green light in her eyes. Even though they were half closed, she was still very alluring. A translucent red veil was covering half her face. Her tall nose and red lips were covered by the veil. It made people have the urge to explore what was truly behind that veil. Dancer Hong Yun, she was a seductive rank 7 female GU Immortal. She was once a demoness that roamed Western Desert, but unfortunately she trifled with a righteous path rank 8 great expert. During the critical moment, 1000 transformations ancestor saved her. Using that opportunity, Dancer Hong Yun became one of 1000 transformations ancestors' concubines. But unfortunately, she was not his type. Even though she was very beautiful and sexy, her status was lower than Fairy Kui Bo in 1000 transformations ancestors' heart. Wild winds were blowing by her ears. The red cloud was soft like cotton but also very bouncy. It was very comfortable for Dancer Hong Yun to lie down on it. This was Dancer Hong Yun's signature method, a mortal killer move, dancing red cloud. Even though she did not normally have a good relationship with Fairy Kui Bo, they even competed very fiercely in secret. Fairy Kui Bo was in trouble now. Dancer Hong Yun had to go rescue her using her fastest method. She was unwilling, of course, but now, there was 1000 transformations ancestors' will with her. This will was here not only to help Dancer Hong Yun, but also to supervise her. As long as this will was around, Dancer Hong Yun would need to do everything to save Fairy Kui Bo. The red cloud traveled along the way, arriving in the sky above Green Ghost Desert. Soon, the weather changed. Dark clouds started appearing. Once she entered Green Ghost Desert, dark clouds joined together and became even thicker, covering the sky entirely. Ordinary deserts were hot and open. But in Green Ghost Desert, there was barely any sunlight. It was dark and gloomy. There were many trees in this desert. Ghost-crying trees were one of the types that had the highest numbers. This ghost-crying tree was very twisted in shape and full of natural holes inside. It had deep tree bark markings, resembling the faces of crying humans. Every time the wind blew on the ghost-crying tree, it would shake slightly and emit a shrill scream, or terrifying cry. Even during the day, this place was cold and dark. Soul beasts roamed freely. When it was night time, cold bone-chilling winds would blow as countless ghosts wandered. Dancer Hong Yun rode on her dancing red cloud as she moved past the dark clouds with a repressed feeling. She was no longer as relaxed as before. She sat cross-legged and opened her eyes, staying vigilant at all times. Green Ghost Desert was a famous place of danger in Western Desert. It was related to a demon venerable in history. That was the famed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became a venerable, he had fought with a super clan here. He murdered all of the GU Immortals in this Western Desert Woodpath clan overlord that were here. The aftermath of the battle turned area this into Green Ghost Desert. This place seemed to be filled with the hatred and anger of the losers. They were filled with unhappiness and grief towards their horrible fate. This was an ominous land. There were a vast number of soul beasts living here. Even immemorial soul beasts were not rare. After 100,000 years, there were many Western Desert GU Immortals who died here. Dancer Hong Yun had the guts to travel here. it was not because of her rank 7 cultivation level or battle strength, it was because she had 1000 transformations ancestors will in rank 8 immortal GU. And her travel route was just a corner of Green Ghost Desert, she did not truly enter it deeply. Thus, she chose to advance like this. The cloud continued flying ahead, across the dark sky, it was very eye-catching. There was a long howl resembling a wolf's cry, a huge hill-like soul beast appeared above Dancer Hong Yun, emerging from the deep dark clouds. This was an ancient soul beast, it thought of Dancer Hong Yun as prey, opening its mouth and pouncing at her. Dancer Hong Yun's pupils shrunk, she gritted her teeth and was about to strike. At this time, 1000 transformations will spoke, "Let me handle it, Hong Yun, just advance." Dancer Hong Yun heard this and became overjoyed, she listened to him. Dancing red cloud did not stop at all, it continued forward without changing directions. The rank 8 immortal GU activated, as a strange resonance targeted the ancient soul beast. The ancient soul beast opened its mouth, its huge body covered Dancer Hong Yun under its shadow, but at the crucial moment, its attack stopped eerily. Next, its head exploded as a monkey jumped out, its claws turned into vines, its fur turned into grass, and from its flesh, countless crocodiles jumped out. At once, the ancient soul beast broke apart and turned into countless random things. Next, they fell from the sky, it was like a drizzle. So impressive, this is the power of rank 8 mutation immortal GU. Looking back, Dancer Hong Yun was filled with shock. Killing an ancient desolate beast like killing a chicken. It was too simple. Dancer Hong Yun was aware that if she had to act personally, she would need to fight for 100 rounds to force this ancient soul beast to retreat. If she was lucky, she might be able to kill it. Once the ancient soul beast died, the ancient soul beasts near its territory became stirred up, they emerged from the dark clouds. 1000 transformations will snorted coldly, he stopped concealing it as the rank 8 immortal GU aura leaked out. Feeling this aura, many ancient soul beasts returned to their hiding spots in the dark clouds, they did not want to mess with this troublesome foe. Of course, a portion of the ancient soul beasts still wanted to attack Dancer Hong Yun, they were not deterred. This was not a rank 8 GU immortal's aura, after all, it was just a rank 8 immortal GU. Soul beasts did not have high intelligence, but after killing all the ancient soul beasts that attacked, Dancer Hong Yun felt relieved and increasingly relaxed. After experiencing her power, the remaining ancient soul beasts left her alone. These wild soul beasts had survival instincts, after feeling a life-threatening danger, they would choose to back off. Just as Dancer Hong Yun relaxed her mind slightly, a loud beast roar resounded in her ears like thunder. A huge lion with gray-white ghost wings on its back pounced at her fiercely. Seeing this, Dancer Hong Yun's heart shook as she shouted, "Oh no, this is a green claw ghost-winged lion, an immemorial desolate beast." Chapter 14:13, Rank 8 Mutation Immortal GU. Green claw ghost-winged lion. This lion had a huge size, it ate souls as food. Currently, this type of immemorial desolate beast was very rare. During Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's era, it was very common. In fact, back then, green claw ghost-winged lions were a huge hurdle for Spectral Soul in his youth. After all, this immemorial desolate beast countered Soul Path. And even before Spectral Soul became a demon venerable, he used Soul Path as his main method. However, in the end, Spectral Soul was superior. Not only did he kill green claw ghost-winged lions, he even excavated and obtained their innate talent. Thereafter, when Spectral Soul had rank 8 cultivation level, he often captured green claw ghost-winged lions and finally managed to create the unprecedented soul-devouring method. The green claw ghost-winged lion was very famous. When it appeared in front of Dancer Hong Yun, the latter could not help but be shocked. But at the crucial moment, 1000 transformations will told her, "Don't worry, this lion's ghost wings are not outstanding, it is still very weak. This shows that it is not in a good condition, we can fight it." Dancer Hong Yun heard this and calmed down instantly. She took a look, indeed, the ghost wings of the green claw ghost-winged lion were very thin, they were rather unfitting with the green claw ghost-winged lion's huge body. Dancer Hong Yun felt slightly ashamed, thinking, "Husband's will only has one rank 8 immortal GU and a great amount of immortal essence, he has no investigative immortal methods, but he could expose the green claw ghost-winged lion's weakness immediately. In contrast, I had the methods but was stunned and petrified, that should not have happened." As she calmed down, she rode on the dancing red cloud and flew in an arc to avoid the green claw ghost-winged lion. Soon, She pulled some distance away from it. Hee, this green claw ghost-winged lion is really not in good condition. If it was even at 30% of its prime, you would not have been able to escape. Thousand transformations will laughed, floating out and appearing beside dancer Hong Yun. Thousand transformations will directed its immortal essence into the rank 8 immortal GU. The immortal GU aura suddenly became extremely dense. A mystical wave suddenly shot out, landing on the green claw ghost-winged lion. At the next moment, the green claw ghost-winged lion screeched in pain as its tail turned into a venomous python. The python had a long body. It coiled around the green claw ghost-winged lion's body and bit on its face with its venomous teeth. The green claw ghost-winged lion quickly waved its black claws towards the python's body and head. But the python was very tough. It actually went into a deadlock with the green claw ghost-winged lion. At once, the green claw ghost-winged lion flapped its wings as it moved about in the sky, fighting with the python. Dancer Hong Yun sat on her red cloud as she rose into the sky, staring at the battle vigilantly. Thousand transformations Will was beside her, using that mysterious rank 8 immortal GU on the green claw ghost-winged lion continuously. With the mystical wave, soon, on the fur of the green claw ghost-winged lion, tree buds started growing. These were the ghost-crying tree's buds. The roots of the ghost-crying trees started to grow in the flesh of the green claw ghost-winged lion, absorbing nutrients. The green claw ghost-winged lion screeched in pain. It went berserk as it smashed the buds growing on its face and also destroyed the head of the python. Even though the python's body was still coiled around the green claw ghost-winged lion, it had thoroughly died with no strength remaining. The green claw ghost-winged lion was in a terrible state. Its injuries were severe now. This is Thousand Transformations' signature immortal GU, mutation. It can mutate everything. The green claw ghost-winged lion's fur and tail became trees and python respectively. The green claw ghost-winged lion destroyed them, but it was actually damaging itself since they had the same origin. Dancer Hong Yun watched the battle as her heart shook. Even though she had some understanding towards mutation immortal GU, after seeing this battle personally, she was still deeply impacted. Thousand Transformations Will said solemnly. As expected, this green claw ghost-winged lion is not normal. It has deep injuries in its body. It only has ancient desolate level battle strength, and its ghost wings are useless. Strange. It should not lack food inside Green Ghost Desert. Even though he was suspicious, Thousand Transformations Will did not stop attacking. Rank 8 immortal GU mutation activated again. This time, the green claw ghost-winged lion's right eye mutated. It turned into a venomous bee. The bee did not fly away. It raised its venomous stinger and stabbed into the green claw ghost-winged lion's eye socket, before piercing into its brain. The green claw ghost-winged lion screamed desperately, causing huge sound waves to push away the dark clouds above it. But its torture had not ended. Soon, under the might of rank 8 immortal GU mutation, its claws and teeth grew rapidly, into ancient desolate plants. The green claw ghost-winged lion moved its wings rapidly and rushed down, trying to escape. But dancer Hong Yun did not let it go. She brought Thousand Transformations Will along with her. Eventually, the green claw ghost-winged lion crashed into the desert, creating a huge dust cloud several tens of feet in height. When the dust settled, the mangled green claw ghost-winged lion was motionless on the desert. It was dead. Go clean up the battlefield. Thousand Transformations Will informed as it went back into dancer Hong Yun's body along with the immortal GU. Dancer Hong Yun's eyes shone. She almost pounced at the green claw ghost-winged lion's corpse. I'm rich. This is the corpse of an immemorial desolate beast. Rank 8 immortal materials are rare even in treasure yellow heaven. It can refine rank 8 immortal GU. Dancer Hong Yun started to process the corpse with difficulty. Even though she was a rank 7 expert, faced with the corpse of an immemorial desolate beast, she could not dissect it easily. After a lot of effort, dancer Hong Yun managed to dissect half of it. It is a pity that the mutated portions of the green claw ghost-winged lion cannot be used. They have no value. When she tore open the green claw ghost-winged lion's stomach, dancer Hong Yun unexpectedly found Han Li. Han Li had already fainted. He was barely alive. Why is there a mortal GU master here? Dancer Hong Yun found it strange. She laughed. Should I call you lucky or unlucky? You met an immemorial desolate beast, but it was the green claw ghost-winged lion that devoured souls. Because you have a physical body, you survived until now inside its stomach. If this was a normal immemorial desolate beast, you would have turned into meat paste already. Dancer Hong Yun stretched her arm out and soul-searched Han Li. It was strange that a mortal GU master appeared here out of nowhere. Dancer Hong Yun was curious and wanted to know information about Han Li. This fellow is called Han Li. Even though he has no background, his luck is really good. This is Genuine Z's formation path true inheritance. Suddenly, Dancer Hong Yun's pupils expanded, her eyes shined brightly as her breathing became rough. Chapter 14:14. True Inheritance Changes Owners. Dancer Hong Yun primarily cultivated Cloud Path, but because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, soul-searching methods became easy to learn, almost every GU Immortal knew them. Right now, as she soul-searched Han Li, she learned about his experiences, and also his time inside the GU formation. Interesting. Dancer Hong Yun grabbed Han Li and went beneath the desert, quickly arriving at the underground cave. The cave was nearly collapsed, but Dancer Hong Yun found that a small GU formation was at a corner of the cave. She arrived in front of it, a path opened to the GU formation. The formation spirit was inside, saying, "Master." The formation spirit was calling for Han Li, of course. What a formidable formation spirit. The GU formation had broken apart earlier, but it managed to assemble it again. This must be the work of the formation spirit. Dancer Hong Yun was moved. This way, Genuine Z's true inheritance is also intact. Haha, this immortal opportunity is mine. Dancer Hong Yun was extremely happy as she laughed. Bright light shone across her eyes. Carrying Han Li, she said, "Little fellow, I saved your life. In return, you will hand this true inheritance over to me completely." Han Li opened his eyes. "All right. You heard him, formation spirit, your master has given everything to me." Dancer Hong Yun turned around and said to the formation spirit, the formation spirit was hesitant. "What, you want to defy your master's orders?" Dancer Hong Yun frowned slightly. The formation spirit was silent. Dancer Hong Yun sneered. "Formation spirit, your original owner was Genuine Z, he created the true inheritance to pass it down to future individuals. Now that Han Li has met the requirements to become your new master, are you going to go against that?" "Of course not," the formation spirit said without hesitation. "Then will you listen to your new master Han Li's words?" Dancer Hong Yun asked. "I will," the formation spirit said without hesitation again. "In that case, Han Li is giving you to me to repay my act of gratitude, will you resist?" Dancer Hong Yun pressured. The formation spirit was silent for a while. It felt that something was amiss, but it did not know what. In the end, it sighed as it said, "No denying it, you are my new master." "Ha ha ha, that is it, submit to me without any resistance." Saying this, Dancer Hong Yun injected her immortal essence. The formation spirit did not resist, it was refined easily by the immortal essence. It was the core of this GU formation. It could manipulate the formation in place of the GU Immortal, as long as there was enough immortal essence storage. The formation spirit submitted to Dancer Hong Yun. The other GU worms also went along with it. The immortal GU formation quickly changed owners. Dancer Hong Yun received several immortal GU, a large number of mortal GU, as well as Genuine Z's complete formation path true inheritance from the formation spirit. The immortal formation was completely open to Dancer Hong Yun without any concealment now. Dancer Hong Yun laughed loudly. She did not go in immediately, instead, she waved at Han Li. With a soft sound, Han Li turned into a pile of flesh. He was completely dead, even his soul was decimated. It turned out that Han Li did not actually wake up. Dancer Hong Yun used her immortal level methods to instill her will and manipulate Han Li, having him agree to hand over the true inheritance to her. It was very difficult to take immortal GU. But Han Li was immortal, while Dancer Hong Yun was a GU immortal. The difference between immortal and mortal was too big. Dancer Hong Yun completely suppressed him with her strength. He could not resist at all. Of course, if a mortal truly owned an immortal GU, it would not be easy for the GU immortal to take their immortal GU. If they were not careful, the mortal will destroy the immortal GU with them. There would be nothing to gain. Dancer Hong Yun's situation was very special. Even though Han Li passed the test and became the true inheritance's inheritor, because of the green claw ghost-winged lion, he did not refine the formation spirit or any of the other GU worms. Thus, the GU worms left by Genuine Z were still filled with Genuine Z's will. This was a loophole that Dancer Hong Yun made use of. There was another special reason. It was the formation spirit. Formation spirit immortal GU was a unique creation of Genuine Z. He replicated land spirits and heavenly spirits, to create a formation spirit for the GU Immortal, to assist in manipulating it. Formation Spirit Immortal GU was a one-time consumable GU worm. The Immortal GU would vanish after using it once. Instead, a Formation Spirit would be born. In the future, if a GU Immortal wanted to use Formation Spirit Immortal GU again, they would need to refine a new one. The Formation Spirit had a certain level of intelligence. It was similar to land spirits and heavenly spirits. It could not lie. It was quite artless. This gave Dancer Hong Yun the chance to lie and deceive it, attempting to convince it. If there was no Formation Spirit and only a bunch of GU worms, they could not talk to Dancer Hong Yun. She could not convince them. But all in all, Dancer Hong Yun inherited Zhen Yuan Zi's formation path true inheritance. Zhen Yuan Zi was a GU immortal from the Super Force Che clan. To think that as a righteous path member, he actually left his true inheritance here instead of giving it to his clan. Thousand transformations will side. It seems that the rumors were true. Zhen Yuan Zi was not on good terms with the clan. He was pushed aside by their GU immortals. This was all thanks to you, husband, that we could obtain this fortuitous encounter. Dancer Hong Yun smiled. After we save Kui Bo, and return to Myriad Statue Desert, you will hand the true inheritance over to my main body. Don't worry, you will get your benefits. Thousand transformations will said plainly. Dancer Hong Yun's felt some loss. She knew that if the true inheritance was handed over, the essence of it would be taken by Thousand Transformations' ancestor. It was uncertain how much would be left to her. But she had to give it to him. Throughout the process, Thousand Transformations' will was with her, watching everything. Dancer Hong Yun had good strength, but against a rank 8 existence, she had no strength to resist. But in the first place, if I was alone, I would not have taken this risk. We could encounter Zhen Yuan Zi's true inheritance because of husband's will. Thinking of this, Dancer Hong Yun's mind became more peaceful. She inspected her gains. There were 3 Immortal GU, 2 were Formation Path Immortal GU. Even though it was just a few, they were all ranked 7. And the Formation Spirit was considered half an Immortal GU. If not for the fact that this GU formation broke apart once, Dancer Hong Yun would have even greater gains. After changing her location, Dancer Hong Yun internally cursed at Han Li for being trash, a mere mortal who dared to try getting a GU Immortal true inheritance. He truly deserved death. Chapter 14-15, Fixed Luck. Master, you cannot dismantle the GU formation. Once this GU formation is destroyed, I will also be destroyed. At this time, the Formation Spirit said to Dancer Hong Yun. Dancer Hong Yun nodded. This Formation Spirit was really useful. When the GU formation collapsed earlier, without anybody controlling it, it should have just broken apart entirely. But because of the Formation Spirit, a portion of the GU formation was salvaged and made into a smaller incomplete formation. It managed to last until now. Just like how land spirits could fix their blessed lands when they had holes, Formation Spirits could do the same. Dancer Hong Yun was not going to give up such a useful Formation Spirit. The Formation Spirit said again, thankfully, there is a Formation Flag GU in the GU formation. Master should first use Formation Flag GU, keep this GU formation in Formation Flag GU, before placing it into your Immortal aperture. Back then, since Zhen Yuan Zi created Formation Spirit Immortal GU, he naturally understood its limitations. Thus, he created Formation Flag GU to supplement it. Earlier, when the GU formation collapsed, the Formation Spirit first salvaged Formation Flag Immortal GU. Thus, Dancer Hong Yun only needed to learn to control it now. The night sky was filled with bright stars. The air was cold. There was fog. In Western Desert, on a very ordinary sand dune, the light on Fang Yuan slowly faded. Eventually, all of his aura was concealed as the light turned into tiny specks that got drowned in the darkness of the night. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air and suddenly opened his eyes. I wonder what is the final effect of this Immortal Killer move, Fixed Luck. These last days, while Fang Yuan was escaping, he had been using this Immortal Killer move from time to time. He obtained Fixed Luck from Ma Hong Yun. Fang Yuan found Fixed Luck from Ma Hong Yun's soul. Of course, it meant that the killer move, Fixed Luck, was a part of all living beings' luck from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's true inheritance. Fixed Luck was very suitable for Fang Yuan. Its effect was to make one's luck unwavering and not easily influenced. All along, Fang Yuan had been afraid of the weakness of Connect Luck. After all, back then when he used Connect Luck on Han Li, Hong Yi, and Yi Fan, it was because they had strong luck. But things changed. After obtaining Dog Shit Luck, Fang Yuan's luck was superior to them. This meant that Fang Yuan had to split his good luck to Han Li and the others. This was detrimental to him. Especially when using burning soul-bursting luck, the luck he gained would not fully benefit him, a portion would be split to the rest of them. In the past, Fang Yuan did not have a choice, but after killing Ma Hongyun, he had a method now. Fixed luck was the solution. The core of this killer move was stubborn Immortal Gu, and rule path Immortal Gu, Ma'an. But after Fang Yuan's modification, this killer move used precaution Immortal Gu and rule path Immortal Gu, Big, instead. Fang Yuan had precaution Immortal Gu long ago, while, Big, Immortal Gu was obtained from Purple Mountain True Monarch. Purple Mountain True Monarch was a Miniman Gu Immortal. After using, Big, Immortal Gu, his body would expand and he would become a human Gu Immortal. However, Fang Yuan's luck path attainment was not at Grandmaster level, the modification of the move only succeeded partially. This killer move still had some flaws. When activating it, even if Fang Yuan made no mistakes, there was still a chance of failure. That was to say, this killer move, Fixed Luck, was not reliable upon activation. Fang Yuan knew the weakness, but because of his low attainment level, he could not fix it or modify it properly. In the past, Fang Yuan had been desiring Break Luck Immortal Gu, but now, even though he did not have Break Luck Immortal Gu, he had Fixed Luck, he could defend his own interests. Fixed Luck's effect could not be seen physically, he was unsure of the effect. But according to the content of all living beings' luck, Fang Yuan knew, when two people had a close relationship, their luck would be joined together. If two people were on the same side, their luck would unify, they would rise together or go down together. This was what it meant to enjoy fortune and endure misfortune together. However, through Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's research, he found that even if luck was unified, there were subtle profound differences. Even though fortune could be shared, and misfortune could be endured together. Some people would get more fortune and suffer less misfortune. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable realized that the person with greater luck between these two would gain more benefits, the one with weaker luck would suffer more hardship, and even bring great benefits to the other person when they gain benefits themselves. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable named this relationship as the main luck and sub-luck, creating their respective luck path Immortal Gu. However, Fang Yuan did not have main luck Immortal Gu and sub-luck Immortal Gu now. Even without them, Fang Yuan could fix his own luck and create differences between his own luck and others, becoming the main luck. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan put Fixed Luck behind him as he went back to modifying the killer move, Self-Cleansing. In terms of formation path, Fang Yuan was much more confident. After all, he was a formation path grandmaster. With his advantage, his progress in this aspect was rapid. Thus, turning the entire self-cleansing killer move into a GU formation was only a few steps away from finishing. Success was around the corner, but Fang Yuan's worry was that he lacked the crucial formation path Immortal Gu. Langya sect's formation plate Immortal Gu could be borrowed, but it was only rank 6. Meanwhile, the self-cleansing Immortal formation was at rank 7. Using rank 6 formation plate GU for a rank 7 Immortal formation, the chances of failure were high. There was another point. The formation plate GU recorded the sub-main teleportation GU formation of Langya sect. If Fang Yuan wanted to use it to make the self-cleansing formation, he would need to erase the content of the sub-main teleportation GU formation. Next, he would need to set up the formation using formation plate GU. After one success, formation plate GU would have the ability to set up the self-cleansing formation itself. Fang Yuan had negotiated with Langya Land Spirit before. The sub-main teleportation formation was too important to Langya Land Spirit and Langya sect, it affected their development. Langya sect had no formation path GU immortals, the teleportation formations were created relying on this formation plate Immortal Gu. If Fang Yuan wanted to erase the information in formation plate Immortal Gu and put in new details, it would mean that Langya sect would lose the ability to set up the sub-main teleportation GU formation. This was unacceptable to Langya Land Spirit. They did not have information path methods to extract the information recorded in formation plate GU. Simply looking at the process of formation plate GU setting up the Immortal GU formation could not explain all of its profundities. There were many hidden details like instilling immortal essence, or the cooperation of GU worms. Fang Yuan had to reassure Langya Land Spirit that as a formation path grandmaster, he could recreate the sub-main teleportation formation. Lang Ya land spirit was hesitating now. Chapter 14:16. Hong Yun's pursuit. He could not force Lang Ya land spirit to do anything. Right now, he was stuck here, even if he wanted to continue deducing the self-cleansing formation, without the crucial immortal GU, it would not work. And most importantly, I need to borrow Lang Ya sect's strength to refine GU. Fang Yuan obtained Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance. He lacked many immortal GU, he had a bunch of plans for what immortal GU to refine next. If Lang Ya land spirit thought about it for a long time and still rejected him, what would he do? Fang Yuan had considered this problem. He always did things by considering the worst possible outcome first. If Lang Ya land spirit refuses to lend formation plate immortal GU, I will need to use other people's immortal apertures. Fang Yuan had a lot of Dao marks. It was hard to get into the immortal apertures of the other Shadow Sect GU immortals. Unless they placed their immortal aperture to form a blessed land with deep foundation, then it would be possible. After Fang Yuan entered another immortal aperture, he could use time path methods to expand the tributary of the river of time and increase the rate of time inside. That way, one day in the outside world would be half a month inside the immortal aperture. This would allow him to obtain a huge amount of precious time to work with. Next, he would set up the self-cleansing immortal GU formation in the Blessed Land, and Fang Yuan would enter it to cleanse his detrimental Dao marks. This was the plan that Fang Yuan would use if he had no alternatives left. Because its flaw was equally big, after placing the immortal aperture, the position would be fixed. By then, it would be dangerous if Feng Zhuzhe pursued them. Did Feng Zhuzhe have any method to break into an immortal aperture? It was possible. Even if Feng Zhuzhe did not, he was backed by Spirit Affinity House and Heavenly Court, they would not let him have this limitation. There was another important point. Once the time path method was used, the tributary of the river of time would change. And this modification could not be adjusted against for a period of time. For example, if Fang Yuan made the time in He Lu Land's immortal aperture accelerate, for a few months, he would not be able to change the tributary size again. Inside He Fan's time path true inheritance, be it days pass like years or months pass like years, they had this problem when trying to modify the tributary of the river of time to affect the rate of time. Because these killer moves were one-time activation moves with lasting effects. If one tries to influence the tributary of the river of time consecutively over a short period, time path Dao marks would be disrupted, the tributary would be in disastrous turmoil. Fang Yuan already knew the time of arrival for the GU Immortals' calamities and tribulations. After calculating, he realized that if he used this method, one of them would need to undergo their immortal aperture's tribulation. This was troublesome. All along, Heaven's will has been trying to find ways of killing Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan could choose other people's immortal apertures, Heaven's will could see everything, and everyone that is linked to Fang Yuan. During the tribulation, Heaven's will would definitely use all its power to kill the GU Immortal undergoing tribulation. Fang Yuan and the rest could collaborate to deal with the calamities and tribulations. But Heavenly Court had pursuers. Looking at the time and their speed, placing the immortal aperture would not be able to get rid of the investigative killer move at once. That way, Fang Yuan would need to endure an immortal aperture's tribulation and face the assault of Heavenly Court's GU Immortals together. It was too risky. If Fang Yuan used his sovereign immortal aperture for it, it would be even more dangerous. Fang Yuan had another concern. Last time, only Feng Zhuzhe came. I wonder how many Heavenly Court GU Immortals would show up next time. Thus, during this period, Fang Yuan had been moving around, not giving these Heavenly Court GU Immortals a chance to encircle him. Western Desert was so huge, while Heavenly Court had to enter another region to fight, with Fang Yuan and the others using omnidirectional travel, it was very difficult to find and kill him. When time was up, several figures flew towards him in the sky. They were Bai Ningbing, He Lu Lan and the others. Usually, when Fang Yuan cultivated or made deductions, they would spread out and guard the surroundings for him. Fang Yuan, when will that immortal GU formation be completed? How long must we continue to run around? At this moment, Bai Ningbing flew down, frowning as she asked impatiently. Fang Yuan did not need to look around, he could feel that the rest of the GU Immortals had looked towards him because of the questions. Wait a bit more, Fang Yuan said plainly. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, her expression was of displeasure. She was the most impatient person among them, this type of lifestyle was not exciting, she felt extremely bored. Aren't you able to create that immortal GU formation? Set up another one and kill all of the heavenly court pursuers again. Bai Ningbing suggested. Fang Yuan shook his head. Do you think the immortal GU formation is easy to set up? We need a tributary of the River of Time. The immortal GU formation used to harm Feng Zhuzhe earlier came from He Fan's true inheritance. He Fan created this formation to defend against immemorial year beasts. Because the use of years flow like water, immortal GU would attract immemorial year beasts that would enter the GU Immortal's immortal aperture through the tributary of the River of Time. He Fan used this immortal GU formation on the tributary, so that when an immemorial year beast entered and the GU Immortal could not deal with it, they could detonate the formation and destroy the tributary of the River of Time, forcing that immemorial year beast back into the river. Of course, this method was a trump card that could only be used when there were no other options. With the destruction of the tributary of the River of Time, the immortal aperture's time would freeze. It would be extremely difficult to draw in another tributary. They would need one from the outside world. I have the same feelings as you. I do not like being hunted down. But I would rather accumulate the hatred in my heart, to wait for a proper time to counterattack and deal a fatal blow to those people. Isn't that what you want? The excitement of the future. HMPH. Bai Ningbing stopped speaking. Alright, let's move. This place is not safe anymore. Fang Yuan had just said that when the expressions of Bai Ningbing and the others changed. In the sky, a red cloud descended. Dancer Hong Yun was on it. Her face was pink and rosy. Her gaze was on Fang Yuan and Gang, who were near the sand dune. Concubine Kui, who are these people? Why are you with them? Dancer Hong Yun asked in a reprimanding tone. Concubine Kui was naturally Fairy Kui Bo. Hong Yun. Ying Wuxia was surprised, before showing an appropriate joyful expression, asking, why are you here? The red cloud descended slowly. As Dancer Hong Yun observed this, Fairy Kui Bo. Ying Wuxia was currently using the body of Fairy Kui Bo, which he had possessed with his soul. There were naturally flaws now. After all, his soul was not completely compatible with the body. If it were an ordinary GU Immortal possession, Dancer Hong Yun would be able to see the flaws, but this was Ying Wuxia she was looking at. Who was Ying Wuxia? He was a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. His soul foundation was many times that of Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the creator of Soul Path. He had countless split souls with many identities. They lurked in the 5 regions and created a force, without showing any flaws. Ying Wuxia naturally had ways to conceal his possession method. As expected, after Dancer Hong Yun used her investigative methods, she did not find anything amiss with Fairy Kui Bo. Her expression became warmer. You were in huge trouble. Your life tablet GU and Soul Lantern GU were affected, thus, I came to help you. But it seems that you are in good shape. Husband and I were worried for nothing. Next, Dancer Hong Yun asked again, who are they? They seem familiar. Dancer Hong Yun's gaze turned to Fang Yuan. Suddenly, her expression changed. She was shocked. Lu Guanyi. Dancer Hong Yun was backed by Thousand Transformations ancestor. Her intel was far wider than normal GU Immortals. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guanyi's appearance was known to the world. As time passed, more and more GU Immortals knew about him. And Lu Guanyi's appearance was the original appearance of Fang Yuan in his sovereign immortal body. This time, Dancer Hong Yun came very abruptly. Fang Yuan did not manage to change his appearance. That is me. How should I address you? After being exposed, Fang Yuan asked coldly and calmly. Dancer Hong Yun did not answer yet. She first rode the red cloud and moved back by a distance. Facing Lu Guanyi, she had a heavy expression, feeling great pressure in her heart. This was someone who could fight with rank 8 existences. Some time ago, his name became renowned in the world, gaining the same status as Feng Zhuzhe. Thankfully, I have husband's will in his rank 8 immortal GU. Otherwise, Dancer Hong Yun felt relieved while her eyes darted around as she said, Concubine Kui, despite husbands and my concern, you mixed with GU Immortals from other regions and worse, you did not even send us a letter. Dancer Hong Yun had her own objective. She was saying this to sow discord between Thousand Transformations ancestor and Fairy Kui Bo. Thousand Transformations ancestor doted on Fairy Kui Bo normally. Dancer Hong Yun was very jealous. She would not give up this chance to attack Fairy Kui Bo. Her words were addressed to Ying Wuxia, but it was meant for Thousand Transformations will. Fang Yuan's gaze became solemn, while Bai Ningbing and He Lu Lan subtly looked at each other. Dancer Hong Yun's words were simply disregarding Lu Guanyi. She had this level of confidence, she was definitely relying on more than just her battle strength. Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing, He Lu Lan understood this, but Ying Wuxia, Fairy Miao Yin, and Lady White Rabbit did not realize this. Alright, tell us your encounter, concubine Kui, I am very curious. At this time, 1,000 transformations will emerge from Dancer Hong Yun's body. There was a trump card indeed. Ying Wuxia thought, this is the crucial moment, let's see how Ying Wuxia gets through this. Bright light shined in Fang Yuan's eyes. Bai Ningbing and the rest were slightly worried. Ying Wuxia had grown quickly, but he was still young, his acting was inferior to Fang Yuan, it would be quite hard for 1,000 transformations will to not sense a flaw in his acting. Could he do it? Chapter 14-17, Cooperating with 1,000 transformations. This was basically what happened. As mild wind blew across the sand dune, Fairy Kui Bo explained her side of the story. According to her, she was trying to find Western Desert Zombie Alliance's inheritance, but she met with Heavenly Court's GU Immortals. The Heavenly Court GU Immortals seemed to be familiar with her, knowing that she was 1,000 transformations ancestor's concubine. Even though Fairy Kui Bo used his name as deterrence, their animosity grew deeper. In the process of fighting, Fairy Kui Bo was hit by the Heavenly Court GU Immortals' killer moves, most of her GU worms were destroyed. Fortunately, she met with Lu Guanyi and the others. It turned out that Heavenly Court was chasing after Lu Guanyi. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, Lu Guanyi thus saved Fairy Kui Bo and fought to escape from Heavenly Court's pursuit. But because they were hit by Heavenly Court's investigative killer move, during this period, they had been escaping. They could not split up as the enemy would just attack them separately. All in all, Ying Wuxia described it with great detail, and some of his words almost could make others feel they personally experienced the situation. The truth was, ever since Fang Yuan and the rest captured Fairy Kui Bo, they had excavated most of the information about 1,000 transformations ancestor from her soul. Fang Yuan and the others came up with many plans to deal with all the possible situations. Ying Wuxia's description was a mix of truths and lies. Fang Yuan and the others turned from enemies to benefactors, while Feng Zhuzhe also appeared. His description was very realistic and did not have much tampering in it. The story was flawless, because Fang Yuan and the others had thought about it intensely. The only problem was, Fairy Kui Bo had lost all of her immortal GU and a large portion of her mortal GU in battle. This was too coincidental, but there was no choice. If 1,000 transformations will wanted Ying Wuxia to show his immortal GU, that would be a disaster. After all, the GU worms that Fairy Kui Bo had were filled with her will, Ying Wuxia could not use them. The truth was, when Fairy Kui Bo got captured by Bai Ningbing, she had already detonated all of her GU worms, leaving no resources to the enemy. Thus, Fang Yuan and the rest had to say this to make up for the huge flaw. Dancer Hong Yun had a shocked expression on her face. She looked at Fairy Kui Bo, not expecting her to have met with such incredible danger. And the truth was, Bai Ningbing, He Lu Lan and the others were very surprised. Because Ying Wuxia's acting was excellent, he showed no flaws, it was natural and believable. When did Ying Wuxia acquire such a skill? He Lu Lan was slightly surprised. Only Fang Yuan was not surprised at Ying Wuxia's performance, because he had already lent attitude GU to Ying Wuxia. With this rank 8 immortal GU, Ying Wuxia's acting was naturally flawless. Especially when he was up against a rank 7 GU immortal and the will of a rank 8. If 1,000 transformations ancestor was here personally, it might be a problem, but Ying Wuxia could completely handle these two right now. Be it Dancer Hong Yun or 1,000 transformations will, they did not doubt Ying Wuxia's words. Fang Yuan saw this and said, Lord 1,000 transformations and Fairy Hong Yun, Heavenly Court's GU immortals came after us, but Fairy Kui Bo was saved by us, that is the truth, right? He spoke plainly with no expression, he showed the arrogance of an expert, even against a rank 8 existence, he displayed no fear. Fang Yuan did not have attitude GU, but his acting was profound and skillful, he could easily do it. He was the cause of Fairy Kui Bo's death, but he ended up acting like her benefactor. This was shameless, but Fang Yuan acted like it was the truth. 1,000 transformations will went silent. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, the fame of Lu Guanyi allowed him to speak on equal terms with 1,000 transformations will. If 1,000 transformations ancestor was here personally, Fang Yuan might not have such a status. But thousand transformations will and thousand transformations ancestor were two different things. After thinking about it, thousand transformations will broke the silence. How do you want to be rewarded? Fang Yuan's lips curled up, he smiled. His smile was bright like the sun, he was truly handsome, even dancer Hong Yun was dazed as she looked at him. I do not need a reward, but I have a suggestion. Fang Yuan said. What is it? Alliance. Fang Yuan said. Alliance. Thousand transformations will went silent again. Fang Yuan urged. Thousand transformations ancestor, you obtained reckless savage demon venerable's true inheritance, you are an eyesore to heavenly court. Their attitude towards you is clear from their attack on Fairy Kui Bo. Because of Reverse Flow River, I was chased by heavenly court until I got here. We have a common enemy, that is heavenly court. Helping each other is helping ourselves, isn't that true? I have a good time path method in my possession. I can slow down the rate of time in Lord Thousand Transformations Immortal Aperture, to delay your tribulations. Furthermore, I have a luck path true inheritance. Ma Hong Yun died in my hands, I have his portion of all living beings' luck. This is Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's true inheritance. Husband. Dancer Hong Yun was greatly moved by Fang Yuan's glib tongue. Lord Husband, I think that we can make an alliance. Ying Wuxia said, trying to convince Thousand Transformations will as. Well, eventually, Thousand Transformations will spoke, but this was what he said. We can have an alliance. But our cooperation must be gradual. Lu Guanyi, you want to make use of me to deal with the Heavenly Court GU Immortals, why would I not know your plan? We can cooperate mildly first, before we deepen it slowly. If our cooperation goes well, I can go and block the Heavenly Court GU Immortals for you. If our cooperation is less than satisfactory, I will need to see your sincerity before we continue working together. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was a rank 8 GU Immortal, he was not easy to deceive. He was an old schemer. Not only did he expose Fang Yuan's plan, he even used the pressure of Heavenly Court to force Fang Yuan to relinquish some benefits. Sincerity. Fang Yuan smiled. Sincerity goes both ways, we saved Fairy Kui Bo, that is our biggest sincerity. What is yours? Fang Yuan avoided the topic of Heavenly Court, and retaliated against Thousand Transformations will. Thousand Transformations will thought for a while, we can cooperate first, like making transactions, what do you need? I will try to satisfy you. Chapter 14:18. Trap succeeds. Transactions. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He instantly understood the intention of Thousand Transformations will. Thousand Transformations Ancestor obtained Reckless Savage's true inheritance. After so many years of development, he definitely had the foundation to transact with Fang Yuan, even though he had great losses in his recent tribulation. But because of the tribulation, Thousand Transformations Ancestor did not want to fight. If he agreed to ally with Fang Yuan, he would need to face Heavenly Court's GU Immortals. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was not stupid, how could he become the shield of Fang Yuan and the others now? Fang Yuan's suggestion was extremely tempting. Be it the time-slowing methods in He Fan's true inheritance, or his luck path true inheritance, they were rare ways to alleviate his problem of impending tribulations. Thousand Transformations Ancestor had just suffered a terrible loss from his tribulation, he had a huge need for such methods. Thinking about it, Thousand Transformations will felt that working with Lu Guanyi was beneficial. But this benefit would become a huge problem in the future when Lu Guanyi faces Heavenly Court, and Thousand Transformations Ancestor did not want to be a part of that problem. He was heavily injured now, if he engages in fierce fight, he would expose his currently weakened state. Thus, Thousand Transformations Ancestor wanted to transact with Fang Yuan, it was another form of cooperation. This way, he would fund Fang Yuan and the others, not only will he repay the favor of saving Fairy Kui Bo, he would even improve his relationship with Fang Yuan. There were clear benefits in this. Firstly, his concubine was saved by him, he had to reward him for it. Otherwise, who would help to save Thousand Transformations Ancestors' friends or family in the future? Secondly, after improving his relationship with Fang Yuan, in the future, if he needs help, he can use this incident as a reason. Rank 8 GU Immortals were all old schemers, even if this was just Thousand Transformations will, he had great wisdom and calculated his own gains and losses clearly. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before nodding. Okay, I need Formation Path Immortal GU now, do you have any? Actually, Fang Yuan bore little hope in this. But Dancer Hong Yun was stunned. Thousand Transformations will smiled. This is very coincidental, I do not cultivate formation paths, so I did not have any. But on the way here, we obtained a GU Immortal true inheritance, it was left by a formation path. Expert, Hong Yun, take out your gains and let Lu Guanyi choose. 1,000 transformations will informed. He was clear about Zhen Yuanzi's formation path true inheritance. The formation path Immortal GU was useless to the main body, it was perfect for this purpose. Dancer Hong Yun would not defy 1,000 transformations will. Even though she was upset, she did not hesitate, she took out that incomplete immortal formation from her immortal aperture and placed it on the sand dune. Fang Yuan and the others were shocked. This immortal formation could actually be moved. Because this was the framework of an immortal GU house. Immortal GU houses were the essence of formation path, they were immortal killer moves and also mobile immortal GU formations. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, seeing this, he felt like something good was about to happen. Indeed, from Dancer Hong Yun's description, Fang Yuan learned that this incomplete immortal formation actually contained formation flag immortal GU. Rank 7 immortal GU formation flag, this was one of the immortal GU that Fang Yuan needed. With this GU, I will not need to negotiate with Lang Ya Land Spirit, or borrow formation plate immortal GU. It will be very convenient to set up the self-cleansing immortal GU formation. In time, all of the investigative killer move Dao marks will be cleansed. At this moment, Fang Yuan saw hope in the future. But he was still very calm on the surface, he only exposed a bit of joy. He looked at 1,000 transformations will as he said, this incomplete immortal GU formation is not bad. To speak the truth, I need such a GU formation to defend against the pursuit of Heavenly Court's GU immortals, and gain a safe location to rest. I am willing to pay a huge amount of immortal materials in exchange for this incomplete immortal formation. What? Dancer Hong Yun's expression changed. Lu Guanyi is so greedy, he wants the entire immortal GU formation. Next, Fang Yuan thought about it and gave a list of immortal materials to 1,000 transformations ancestor. Lord 1,000 transformations, there are only a few immortal materials in my list, but that cannot be helped, this is all I can give, and I really need this immortal formation. If this transaction goes through, I will remember this forever. In the future, if you have any needs, I will do my best to help. Fang Yuan spoke earnestly. Dancer Hong Yun also took a look at this list, she was so furious, on the edge of exploding, she looked towards Fang Yuan with deep animosity. She was very unhappy. This Lu Guanyi is too shameless. He actually said such things. But 1,000 transformations will agreed after some consideration. Alright, I will accept the immortal materials, you can have the incomplete GU formation. We have no debt to each other, you're saved Fairy Kui Bo, and I did this transaction with you, this is our connection. After some pause, 1,000 transformations will continued. Lu Guanyi, even though you are a junior, I have heard of your name long ago. You will definitely be extraordinary, there is no harm in befriending you. This is my information path GU worm, if you want to make any deals in the future, contact me directly. Goodbye. Lord 1,000 transformations is truly magnanimous, I am in awe. This is my information path GU worm, I hope you will keep it. Fang Yuan changed his tone, not only was his expression sincere looking, he even gave his information path GU worm. Concubine Kui, let's go. 1,000 transformations Will said. Ying Wuxia looked at Fang Yuan deeply as he smiled at the rest, thank you for the concern these last few days. They departed. Fairy Kui Bo sat on the dancing red cloud and soon flew into the sky. When Dancer Hong Yun and the rest left Fang Yuan's vision, he retracted his gaze with deep battle intent in his eyes. Ying Wuxia has already sent back the information, they are returning through the same path, their destination is Myriad Statue Desert. Come, let's execute our plan. Fang Yuan said. Lady White Rabbit went into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture as He Lu Lan, Fang Yuan, Bai Ning Bing, and Fairy Miao Yin remained behind. With a sharp light, at the next moment, Fang Yuan and the rest appeared in Green Ghost Desert. Fang Yuan started to set up his formation while Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit helped him out. He Lu Lan was patrolling the area, preventing wild soul beasts from causing trouble. Bai Ning Bing flew into the sky, in the blink of an eye, she went out of Fang Yuan's vision, she was going after Dancer Hong Yun. Dancer Hong Yun returned on the same route, but Fang Yuan and the others had used omnidirectional travel, they were already ahead of her. An immortal formation from Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance was rapidly set up. Fang Yuan moved proficiently while Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit cooperated with him with great chemistry. This immortal formation had been used multiple times already. Ying Wuxia could not be discarded, not only because of his strong battle strength due to the killer move, led soul into dream, but also because of sixth hair. If Ying Wuxia died, sixth hair would not work with Fang Yuan this closely. He might even think that Fang Yuan tried to get Ying Wuxia killed, and would disregard his own safety to try and get Fang Yuan killed at all costs. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan needed sixth hair to refine Gu for him. And there was another thing, the mental state of his allies. If Fang Yuan gave up on Ying Wuxia now, he would also give up on Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin in the future. Even if they showed no response to it externally, they would definitely be full of doubts and suspicion in their hearts. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit were not like He Lu Lan. Fang Yuan did not have strong control over them. Using omnidirectional travel to ambush thousand transformations will and Dancer Hong Yun, luring them into the immortal formation to kill them, that was the plan. Of course, this plan was based around Ying Wuxia getting the trust of thousand transformations ancestor first. Other than this plan, Fang Yuan had many other plans to deal with other situations. The more prepared he was, the greater the chances of winning. Be it Fang Yuan, He Lu Lan, or Ying Wuxia, they were not going to fight unprepared. However, when Fang Yuan finished 60% of this immortal formation, Bai Ning Bing transmitted, "No need to set up, Ying Wuxia has already succeeded." Fang Yuan and the rest stopped setting up the formation as they got to Bai Ning Bing's side. Over there, in the sky, there was a huge dream realm floating in the air. Ha ha ha, Ying Wuxia did very well this time. Bai Ning Bing laughed. He took down 1,000 transformations will in that ranked 7 GU Immortal, Dancer Hong Yun, without fighting, incredible, exciting. Fang Yuan also smiled lightly. This was a scheme, they had planned it long ago. Be it 1,000 transformations ancestor or anyone else, as long as they gained their trust, this plan would work. The method used was not lead soul into dream. This killer move could not conceal its aura. Once activated, it would be found out immediately. Pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were the best tools for a sneak attack. Back then, Fang Yuan used the immortal bodies to force the immortal GU House of Southern Borders Yi clan to escape. Even rank 9 immortal GU House Heaven Overseeing Tower did not dare to enter the dream realms. When everyone's research of Dream Path was still at the initial stage, using Dream Path methods against enemies was unstoppable. Because being at the forefront of this era had huge advantages. Even 1,000 transformations ancestor's main body would have no answer to it, not to mention his mere will. Going back to 2 hours ago, on the dancing red cloud, Fairy Kui Bo suddenly started laughing. It seems that concubine Kui got some benefits, otherwise, you would not laugh like this. 1,000 transformations Will said, husband understands me best. Even though I lost my immortal GU, my gains were huge. Husband, Hong Yun, look at this. Ying Wuxia took out a pure dream reality seeker physique body. This is Dream Path. 1,000 transformations Will was shocked. Concubine Kui, where did you get this? Heavenly Court is mainly pursuing Lu Guanyi for this immortal body, it seems. I obtained this by chance, Lu Guanyi and the others have no idea. Ying Wuxia said coquettishly, Lord Husband, I made such a huge contribution, how will you reward me? Dancer Hong Yun scolded, shameless slut. 1,000 transformations Will laughed loudly, I really need to reward you well. The pure dream reality seeker physique body exploded at once. All of them were engulfed by the newly created dream realm, none flew out or escaped. Chapter 14:19. Pure dream reality seeker achieves success. Alright, save Ying Wuxia first, He Lu Lan, it will depend on you. Fang Yuan instructed as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. He Lu Lan nodded. Her soul came out of her body and entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Meanwhile, her body floated in the air, unmoving. Soon, a pure dream reality seeker physique body flew out. He Lu Lan flew into the dream realm and quickly pulled Ying Wuxia out after a while. Ying Wuxia was still dreaming, he had not woken up yet. This pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated. Ying Wuxia was at the very center, he suffered the greatest impact from the explosion. Thus, even though his body escaped the dream realm, his soul was still trapped inside the dream. It was like he had been hit by lead soul into dream, or during the time of He Lu Lan's dream path tribulation. At this moment, Fang Yuan's Unravel Dream Killer move was very useful. He could not use it earlier because Thousand Transformations Will and Dancer Hong Yun were trapped here. If he used Unravel Dream, these two would escape. Without the Dream Realm, they would wake up rapidly. If he wanted to unravel a portion of the Dream Realm, Fang Yuan could not control it so meticulously yet. All in all, there were huge risks in this. Fang Yuan had the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, he naturally chose to use this superior method. The pure Dream Reality Seeker physique was created by Old Man Yanxi. It contained Dream Path Dao marks. Old Man Yanxi wanted to create the 11th extreme physique. He succeeded to an extent, but not fully, because the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique had a huge flaw. It was limited by time. Once time was up, it would detonate into a dream realm. However, the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique had its unique advantages. The greatest advantage was that the body could enter and exit dream realms at ease, the soul was protected and would not be lost inside dream realms. Back then, during the Battle of the Dream Realm, He Lu Lan, Bai Ning Bing, and the rest had escaped into the immortal apertures of the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, before entering dream realms to escape from danger. After the crisis was over, they came out safely. Fang Yuan saw this clearly back then, it left a deep impression in him. Now, Fang Yuan was reenacting the same scene. After using Unravel Dream, Ying Wuxia woke up but his soul suffered some injuries. Fang Yuan used Guts Gu to heal all of his soul's injuries, he went back to perfect condition. Now was the important part. If he did it well, not only would Fang Yuan capture Dancer Hong Yun, he would even obtain that rank 8 Immortal Gu. Dancer Hong Yun, 1000 Transformations Will, rank 8 Immortal Gu. Out of these three, the easiest one to deal with was Dancer Hong Yun. She was only a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Even if she was dragged out now, she would be like Ying Wuxia earlier, deep inside her dream. At this time, Ying Wuxia just needs to use lead soul into dream to seal the deal. Dancer Hong Yun was fish on the chopping block, she was not a concern. The things to consider were 1000 Transformations Will and that rank 8 Immortal Gu. Wills were expended in the dream realm. But different from the soul, the reason why wills got weaker was because they had to think in the dream realm. Any will would shrink as they thought about things. The more things they thought about, the faster the will is depleted. But the moment the will leaves the dream realm, they would recover, unlike souls. Thus, if 1000 Transformations Will was not fully depleted, if He Lu Lan got it out, it would use the rank 8 Immortal Gu on Fang Yuan and the others. By then, Fang Yuan and the others would face the attack of a rank 8 Immortal Gu. And more terrifyingly, Fang Yuan and the others did not know what this rank 8 Immortal Gu could do, he could not defend against it. There was nothing to prepare against it. Thus, they had to wait until 1000 Transformations Will was depleted before dragging Dancer Hong Yun out, that would be the best situation. However, the use of immortal killer moves of other paths would not affect the dream realm at all. Even if He Lu Lan found Dancer Hong Yun, who was trapped in the dream realm, she could not check if 1000 Transformations Will was fully depleted yet. On the other hand, lead soul into dream had no effect on 1000 Transformations Will. 1000 Transformations Will was just a will, lead soul into dream had to be used on targets with a soul. Thus, the crux of this plan was time. If he waited 3 to 5 years, this will of 1000 Transformations would definitely be depleted. But by then, 1000 Transformations ancestor would have arrived. Thus, for Fang Yuan and the others, not to mention years, they could be in grave danger if they stayed for 3 days. Because Fang Yuan and the rest were constantly being pursued, Heaven's will was planning to encircle and trap them. The longer they stayed here, the greater the danger. Thus, Fang Yuan's plan was to wait for a day, that was the limit. A day later, He Lu Lan would bring Dancer Hong Yun out of the dream realm and he would use his investigative methods to see if 1000 Transformations Will was still around. There were risks of course. Thus, Fang Yuan and the rest were hiding far away, only He Lu Lan was around. If they succeeded, Fang Yuan would gain a new rank 8 Immortal Gu. The risks were taken up by others, while the benefits were his own. This was what Fang Yuan was doing. My only concern is that Heavenly Court or 1000 Transformations might come here during this period. Fang Yuan thought to himself as Fairy Miao Yin's expression changed. Feng Zhuzhe is here, he is rapidly moving towards us. Fairy Miao Yin alerted, he actually escaped from the river of time. Lady White Rabbit called out in dismay. At this particular timing, He Lu Lan gritted her teeth. Bai Ningbing had a cold gaze. If we had known this, we would have set up that immortal GU formation earlier. Feng Zhuzhe would get to taste its power. Forget it. Fang Yuan was decisive. Feng Zhuzhe is backed by Heavenly Court. It is not strange that he escaped from the River of Time. We will leave now. This can stay here. After all, even if Heavenly Court's Duke Long comes here, they cannot do anything to the Dream Realm. The Immortals immediately teleported away with Fang Yuan at the lead. So resolute. Feng Zhuzhe arrived to see nobody. He smiled as he praised. Next, his gaze landed on the Dream Realm. This is a Dream Realm. Without need for him to report, the current situation was seen by Heavenly Court's Fairy Ziwei. Why is there a Dream Realm here? What is the reason? I am afraid that this is not simple. We need to investigate it. As she thought about it, Fairy Ziwei transmitted to Feng Zhuzhe, telling him about the location of Fang Yuan and the rest. Feng Zhuzhe immediately chased after them with rapid speed. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly felt the pressure. When they used omnidirectional travel, they realized that Feng Zhuzhe would chase them quickly. Feng Zhuzhe is getting faster. What immortal killer move is he using? With Heavenly Court's help, what is impossible? The important thing now is, other than Feng Zhuzhe, who else is coming? Both sides chased and ran for half a day. While they were in a desert, Fang Yuan and the others frowned deeply. Omnidirectional travel could not be used endlessly. It expended the GU Immortals' own Dao marks. If this continued, without fighting Feng Zhuzhe, their battle strength would fall drastically. But fighting Feng Zhuzhe was too risky. Not just his battle strength, but also the fact that there might be others. If there was a rank 8 GU Immortal, Fang Yuan and the rest would have a low chance of winning. Feng Zhuzhe is only rank 7, Heavenly Court's rank 8s cannot enter his immortal aperture. As for Heavenly Court's rank 8 phantom apertures, they cannot contain living things. Furthermore, we have teleported to so many places. After such a distance, even if someone was behind Feng Zhuzhe, they would be left in the dust already. Bai Ningbing said. She wanted to fight. Fang Yuan nodded. I think so too. Let's wait for him here. If we do not beat him, he will catch up eventually. Bai Ningbing was stunned. She started to look around vigilantly. She understood Fang Yuan, since he wanted to fight Feng Zhuzhe, and since there was not enough time to set up an immortal GU formation, the location he chose to fight in would be a special one. However, before Bai Ningbing noticed anything, the music of an ancient zither was heard. Next, following some light ripples, a golden door appeared. From within the door, Feng Zhuzhe walked out, facing Fang Yuan and the others again. Everyone, we meet again. Feng Zhuzhe smiled as he greeted. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, while He Lu Lan, Miao Yin, and White Rabbit were solemn. A person's reputation provides shelter like the shadow of a tree. The mental pressure that Feng Zhuzhe imposed on them was huge. Chapter 1420. Shadow Sect fights Feng Zhuzhe. Feng Zhuzhe wore a red and white robe. He was extremely handsome. While looking at Shadow Sect's immortals, he smiled warmly with great flair and elegance. He showed no battle intent or killing intent, but Shadow Sect felt great pressure from him. Feng Zhuzhe, Fang Yuan walked out and muttered. He was graceful and elegant. His robe was white as snow. His face was pure as jade. His eyes were dark and unfathomably deep. Seeing this, Lady White Rabbit's heart jumped. She thought, the two strongest people under rank 8 in the current world are finally going to fight. Speaking of which, even though Fang Yuan and Feng Zhuzhe had not interacted for a long time, the interactions between them were quite deep and long-lasting. Years ago, Fang Yuan snatched to immortal blessed land and took away Feng Jin Huang's fortuitous encounter. He became noticed by Feng Zhuzhe as a result. But at that time, Feng Zhuzhe was a great ranked 7 GU immortal, an established expert who had high fame. But Fang Yuan was just a mortal. He was like an ant. Even if he was quite impressive, that was nothing much. Who could have thought that after a few years, not only did Fang Yuan become a GU immortal, he was even the owner of Spring Autumn Cicada and destroyed 88 Truyong Building. He joined the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Reverse Flow River, and the southern border Dream Realm. Right now, he was extremely famous and was pursued by Heavenly Court. His reputation was on par with Feng Zhuzhe. Fang Yuan saved Feng Zhuzhe, and Feng Zhuzhe saved him in return. Their debts to each other had all been settled already. Right now, these two were fighting for their respective factions using their true strength. Feng Zhuzhe, you chased us all the way to this place. Did you know that you are handing your life over to me? Fang Yuan snickered. He shot out like lightning, pouncing at Feng Zhuzhe. Saying so, a robe and sash appeared around his body, his black hair swayed in the air as his eyes shone like lightning. He rapidly engaged in this climactic battle. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. Feng Zhuzhe's gaze was fixed on him. He had already seen the power of this world-famous killer move before. He could guess that reverse flow protection seal was very complex and hard to activate. It needed a lot of time to set up. If he sneak attacked, Fang Yuan would not have time to use this move. The battle would be in his favor. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan did not give Feng Zhuzhe this opportunity. And because Shadow Sect had superb investigative killer moves, Feng Zhuzhe could not find a chance to attack. Seeing Fang Yuan's assault, Feng Zhuzhe broke into a wide smile. He spoke openly. I could teleport here because of my self-created immortal killer move, Yang Pass Tune. And more importantly, my Yang Pass Tune has not ended yet. As he said that, he burst out in golden light. The golden light had no offensive power, but the light flickered and vanished rapidly, along with Feng Zhuzhe himself. What? At almost the same time, Fang Yuan could hear the tune of an ancient zither getting louder. The sound became loud and soft at times. It was as if the person playing it was moving around him. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He suddenly remembered that this was Feng Zhuzhe's movement method that had displayed great power during the 5 regions chaotic war. It allowed Feng Zhuzhe to turn into formless sound waves and move around before turning back into human again. Sound path was not a mainstream path, and because this move was extremely unique to itself, normal methods could not restrict Feng Zhuzhe's movement. Be careful, He Lu Lan alerted. They had also heard the tune of the ancient zither. They all retreated subconsciously. But their speed was slower than Yang Pass Tune. They did not know Feng Zhuzhe's exact location. They could only retreat towards a random direction. Lady White Rabbit suddenly heard an explosion of zither music as Feng Zhuzhe formed towards the right of her instantly. Feng Zhuzhe had a curious gaze as he pointed at Lady White Rabbit, as sounds of clashing weapons could be heard. Lady White Rabbit screamed in a shrill voice. At this instant, she felt an intense threat of death. She rapidly retreated, but the sharp sound waves stabbed into her chest. At the next moment, blood spewed as black fog appeared from Lady White Rabbit's body. Within the black fog, Black Tigress appeared. She flew into the sky while atop a lizard. Rank 6 Lady White Rabbit was not Feng Zhuzhe's match. At the crucial moment, her other self, Black Tigress, appeared to save their life. Even so, Black Tigress was heavily injured. She quickly escaped and tried to heal herself. Feng Zhuzhe did not pursue her. He knew that his sneak attack had not succeeded. He had lost his initiative. Now that everyone was alert, it would not be as effective anymore. And most importantly, Feng Zhuzhe frowned as he looked at the desert below. This is Anti-Sound Desert, the place where you die. Saying so, Fang Yuan pounced at him again. So that's it, Feng Zhuzhe realized. At the next moment, he turned into sound waves as Yang Pass Tune allowed him to dodge again. However, Feng Zhuzhe, who reappeared elsewhere, had an ugly expression. His smile had faded mostly. There was seriousness in his gaze. Western Desert's Anti-Sound Desert had the same fame as Southern Border's Silent Hill. They were famous in the world, and were extremely unfavorable for Sound Path GU Immortals. Because at these two places, Sound Path Dao marks were extremely suppressed, all Sound Path killer moves were greatly weakened. Earlier, Feng Zhuzhe wanted to teleport behind Lady White Rabbit to kill her. But in the end, he was exposed when he got 100 steps near her. This allowed Lady White Rabbit to escape from her fatal danger. Anti-Sound Desert. In the past, this special area was stolen by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. To think that it ended up here. How did Fang Yuan know? Hey, I almost forgot that he is the new leader of Shadow Sect. It is natural that he knows some secrets. Feng Zhuzhe guessed. He had guessed wrongly. Shadow Sect did not know about this place. Fang Yuan knew because in the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, this place was exposed and made use of. Feng Zhuzhe's expression suddenly changed as he looked at his arms. He did not know when it started, but there was a thick layer of frost on his arms and back. That dragon lady Bai Ning Bing. Feng Zhuzhe looked at Bai Ning Bing with an admiring gaze. Immortal killer move, cold eyes. This was Bai Ning Bing's method. Even though Feng Zhuzhe moved quickly, cold eyes killer move was even faster. He just had to be in Bai Ning Bing's field of vision. It was nearly instantaneous. Feng Zhuzhe laughed heartily as he stretched out his palm. touching the frost. Instantly, the sound of bells rang as the frost melted. Bai Ningbing snorted as the light in her dragon eyes intensified. Troublesome. Feng Zhuzhe frowned slightly. He used Yang Pass Tune to teleport away. But at the next moment, when he reappeared, not only was he met with Bai Ningbing's cold eyes, he was even attacked by Fairy Miao Yin's curved moon. Fairy Miao Yin's eyes have 2 curved moons in them. Similar to cold eyes, this was a sight-based attack. It was extremely quick to activate. Feng Zhuzhe was hit and his body shook. Fairy Miao Yin was shocked. She was confident in curved moon's power, but it only made Feng Zhuzhe's body shake. Feng Zhuzhe's foundation in defense was extremely deep. Back then, even against Wu Yong's battlefield immortal killer move, he lasted such a long time. This curved moon killer move was nothing much. Suddenly, the chirping of birds could be heard. A group of fire birds flew towards Feng Zhuzhe. At the next moment, the fire birds self-detonated and exploded loudly, but they soon turned silent. Because this was anti-sound desert, the explosions engulfed Feng Zhuzhe. The heat caused powerful currents to push out towards the surroundings. At once, red light shone on the faces of Fang Yuan and the others. The temperature of the place went up rapidly. He Lu Lan stood far away, battle intent surging in her eyes. This was the immortal killer move that she used, Angry Bird. Feng Zhuzhe reappeared at a distance. He was unharmed. The exploded angry birds did not affect him. Fang Yuan charged towards him while the other Shadow Sect immortals attacked from all directions. Feng Zhuzhe laughed soundlessly. Enough dodging, take this. Immortal killer move, Heaven and Earth Song. At once, the world sang. Music entered the ears of the immortals. Their bodies shook. They felt like the sky was tall and the earth was wide. They felt themselves becoming more insignificant and minuscule. They felt like ants. They felt like dust. The feeling of being small and lowly emerged in them. Compared to heaven and earth, they were such insects. What could they possibly amount to? This was the might of Heaven and Earth Song. Not only were GU immortals affected, even their immortal killer moves were influenced. While suppressed by Heaven and Earth Song, they would become weaker as they dissipate after a few breaths of time. This move was one of Feng Zhuzhe's signature killer moves. Back then during the Battle of Luopo Valley, Qin Baisheng and his group suffered from it. Now, it was time for Fang Yuan and the rest to face it. He Lu Lan and the rest did not feel good, but Fang Yuan was relentlessly moving forward. Reverse flow protection seal was unmoved. Only some ripples appeared on the surface. Not just that, it even reflected a portion of Heaven and Earth Song's power back to Feng Zhuzhe. Feng Zhuzhe tasted the power of his killer move for the first time. Seeing Fang Yuan, who approached brazenly, he frowned as he used Yang Pass Tune to teleport again. Reverse flow protection seal rendered Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, and Purple Mountain True Monarch without options. Wu Yong was also unable to get past it, not to mention Feng Zhuzhe. Feng Zhuzhe felt a headache seeing Fang Yuan. He had finally understood how Wu Yong felt. Forget about Fang Yuan, I should get rid of his subordinates first. Feng Zhuzhe did not want to fight with Fang Yuan. He placed his target on the rest. Chapter 1421, Myriad Dragon. Feng Zhuzhe was backed by Heavenly Court. He did not lack information. He knew a lot about Shadow Sect's immortals. Other than Fang Yuan, there was also Bai Ningbing, He Lu Lan, Ying Wuxia, Black Tigress, and Fairy Miao Yin, a total of 5 other targets. Bai Ningbing was a beautiful dragon lady. She had the fiercest offense and was likely to be the inheritor of Bai Zhang's true inheritance. He Lu Lan had sharp eyebrows and eyes. Even though she was a woman, she had a bold air and attacked with powerful flames. She had the great strength true martial physique. Ying Wuxia was now using Fairy Kui Bo's body. He wore a green dress and had alluring eyes. His methods were still concealed for the moment. Feng Zhuzhe did not recognize him and felt a little suspicious. Black Tigress had a ruthless gaze. Her injuries had mostly healed now. She moved rapidly and cultivated dark path. She was like an assassin, moving in the periphery and staring at Feng Zhuzhe as she waited for a chance to take revenge. As for Fairy Miao Yin, she had already displayed her signature killer move, Wondrous Hand Profound Sound. She was beautiful and elegant. Her eyes had curved moons in them. She also cultivated sound path like Feng Zhuzhe. Feng Zhuzhe used Yang Pass Tune as he evaded Fang Yuan. On the other hand, he was assessing these Shadow Sect immortals. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal could not be countered, but it had advantages and disadvantages. If Fang Yuan wanted to maintain it, he could not use other immortal killer moves. Fang Yuan had weak offense and strong defense. If Feng Zhuzhe wanted to fight Shadow Sect, he had to target the rest. This was the best strategy. But who would Feng Zhuzhe target? This question was on Fang Yuan and everyone else's mind. Feng Zhuzhe was not going to be stupid and fight with Fang Yuan, but similarly, they had also guessed what tactic he would employ. It was common sense. Reverse flow protection seal was too powerful. There was no way for Heavenly Court to come up with ways of dismantling it in a short time. It was very hard to dismantle killer moves. But resisting and alleviating them was much easier. Despite this, Reverse Flow River was on par with rank 9 Immortal GU. It was a secluded domain of heaven and earth written inside the legends of Ren Zhu. How could it be easily countered or weakened? Thus, only after Heavenly Court deduced a method to unravel it would they be able to deal with Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Before that, even if Duke Long showed up, he could do nothing. Among everyone, He Lu Lan has the lowest cultivation level at rank 6, will Feng Zhuzhe target her? Fang Yuan is out of the question, but he might target Fairy Miao Yin too. After all, they both cultivate Sound Path. With Feng Zhuzhe's deep foundation, he should have very effective methods against Fairy Miao Yin. He attacked Lady White Rabbit earlier, he might also attack Black Tigress while she's still injured. What about Bai Ningbing? She has the strongest offense among us, she is the strongest spear. If she is taken down, Feng Zhuzhe's advantage in this battle will increase drastically. Ying Wuxia is also a possible target, he is using Fairy Kui Bo's body. Feng Zhuzhe is most unfamiliar with him, he might attack to probe him. All sorts of analysis and guesses were in the heads of Fang Yuan and the others. If they managed to guess Feng Zhuzhe's goal, they would be able to gain the initiative in battle and move more freely. Who would Feng Zhuzhe choose? At the next moment, they got their answer. Feng Zhuzhe jumped as Yang Pass Tune activated, he went to the center of the battlefield. Next, the immortal killer move Yang Pass Tune did not fade, but its aura changed abruptly. Feng Zhuzhe called out, "Why don't you listen to my green jade song?" This was his signature method. The immortals heard that and retreated. Only Fang Yuan laughed as he moved forward towards Feng Zhuzhe. Feng Zhuzhe, you are finally using some proper methods. Music that sounded like pearls landing on a jade plate was crisp and sharp. Fang Yuan ignored it, he got closer to Feng Zhuzhe and used Reverse Flow Protection Seal to reflect a portion of Green Jade Song's power back to Feng Zhuzhe. But unexpectedly, Feng Zhuzhe's Green Jade Song killer move completely collected and preserved its power. Fang Yuan moved without obstruction, there was no reflected damage inflicted. The immortals were surprised, a vague figure emerged from Feng Zhuzhe's body. This person looked like Feng Zhuzhe, but it was green in color, as if it was made of green jade. What killer move is this? The Shadow Sect immortals felt a strong sense of threat from this mysterious figure. Song Warrior. Fang Yuan's heart sank, he remembered the information in his previous life. This was a powerful method of Feng Zhuzhe, it allowed the 9 songs that he creates to gather into human form and attack enemies. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Feng Zhuzhe's original 9 songs were incredibly powerful, but they had one weakness, only one could be activated at a time, they were not flexible and lasted for only a short time. After countless battles, Feng Zhuzhe realized this weakness and went into a short period of seclusion. When he came out, he created the killer move Song Warrior. Thereafter, he could split the 9 songs into temporary clones to fight strong enemies, they were flexible and agile. His battle strength surged and sent many of his enemies into deep danger. To think that this famous Song Warrior is actually a variation move of Yang Pass Tune. It is similar to my Myriad Self and Strength Path Giant Hand. In my previous life, he only created Song Warrior after 500 years, why was it so early this time? No, in the 500 years of my previous life, because Shadow Sect succeeded, the Great Era was stalled by a long time, maybe Feng Zhuzhe was affected by that. Or maybe, he created Song Warrior in advance because of Heavenly Court's help. Countless thoughts churned in Fang Yuan's mind, he had many guesses at once. The Green Jade Song Warrior did not attack Fang Yuan, it pounced at Ying Wuxia. Ying Wuxia's eyelids were twitching, he quickly retreated, not willing to fight head-on. Feng Zhuzhe used Yang Pass Tune again, moving far away from Fang Yuan. After several times, he had already used another signature killer move. Heaven and Earth Song. The Heaven and Earth Song Warrior attacked Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing shouted, "Come!" She faced with the Heaven and Earth Song Warrior, clashing as frost splattered. Damn it, this cannot go on. Bai Ningbing and Ying Wuxia are kept busy now, we cannot suppress Feng Zhuzhe. So Feng Zhuzhe's target was not one of us, but everyone except Fang Yuan. After understanding Feng Zhuzhe's tactic, the Shadow Sect Immortals felt immense danger. The battle was tilting in Feng Zhuzhe's favor, but there was nothing they could do. The reason was because Fang Yuan's side was strong on defense while weak on offense, and also because Feng Zhuzhe used the optimal tactic. In fact, Song Warrior had strengths and weaknesses. If the 9 songs were used on their own, they were formless and had a huge range, the power was vast and hard to defend against. After turning into Song Warriors, they would be condensed entities that could be attacked and avoided. Long-ranged attacks could even weaken the power of the Song Warriors. But in this battle, Feng Zhuzhe's concerns were completely different from before. Firstly, he did not need to deal with Immortal Gu House clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. This Immortal Gu House was extremely fast, if he used Song Warrior, it would just dodge the attacks. Secondly, Feng Zhuzhe did not need to attack the tributary of the River of Time. This time, while chasing Fang Yuan, he made sure there was not enough time for him to set up an Immortal Gu formation. By using Song Warrior, even if he could not defeat them all, he could keep the Shadow Sect Immortals busy, and be unable to attack together. Using certain tactics in certain situations, this was the decision of a Gu Immortal with the experience of countless battles. Feng Zhuzhe was a person who had extremely rich experience from actual battles. Together with his immense talent, this battle was very difficult for the Shadow Sect Immortals. After Green Jade Song and Heaven and Earth Song, he used Submission Song and Separation Song. 4 Song Warriors attacked, either alone or together, sending the battlefield into chaos. Bastard! Hei Lu Lan gritted her teeth, she retreated as she attacked with Angry Bird from afar, but when the move landed on the Green Jade Song Warrior, the fiery birds turned into jade birds, they shattered when they fell to the ground. Penetrating Ice Blade, Bai Ningbing muttered, holding a huge ice blade as she attacked the Submission Song Warrior, but at the crucial moment, the Separation Song Warrior appeared to take. This blow, the huge ice blade broke apart, Separation Song could separate everything, including immortal killer moves. The Heaven and Earth Song Warrior had the power of suppression, Ying Wuxia and Fairy Miao Yin fought against it evenly. Fang Yuan had a heavy heart. When Feng Zhuzhe started cultivating, he aspired to create 9 songs, to express himself, to express life, and to express heaven and earth. Right now, he has already created Separation Song. According to my previous life's information, he already possesses 7 songs. Among them, 4 of the songs were for offensive purposes: Green Jade Song, Heaven and Earth Song, Submission Song, and Separation Song. Fang Yuan had witnessed them already. There were 2 more songs, Obtain Treasure and Towards Heaven. These were used to assist in cultivation, they were not of concern to him. The most worrisome one was the final song. That song is not easy to control. If he fails, the backlash is almost fatal. But if Feng Zhuzhe gets a chance to use it, our losses will be severe. Fang Yuan was worried, but there was no way around it. His offense was too low, he could not exert pressure on Feng Zhuzhe. Feng Zhuzhe had high battle strength, he was skilled in manipulating the 4 clones, this showed that his enslavement path attainment was deeper than even Fang Yuan. He had already been a Gu Immortal for many years, even with Fang Yuan's 500 years, he could not match Feng Zhuzhe's foundation. And this is the result of fighting in Anti-Sound Desert. Feng Zhuzhe is already suppressed. Of course, our Fairy Miao Yin is also suppressed. I need to take a risk, otherwise, if we miss this chance, we will not even have a chance to take a risk in the future. Resolution shone in Fang Yuan's eyes. At the next moment, he deactivated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Immortal Killer Move, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Fang Yuan turned into an Ancient Sword Dragon. Next, he calmed his mind and breathed in deeply, using another signature killer move. This was not simply using Myriad Self on top of activating Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. This was a famous technique involving immortal killer moves, a combination move. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation combined with Myriad Self, creating Myriad Dragon. Roar, 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 roar. At once, myriad dragons appeared. They roared as sword chi burst out rampantly. It was like a sea of silver scales. This killer move, it is the one he used when he destroyed our sect's Immortal Gu formation in Eastern Sea. It has appeared again. Ying Wuxia was shook. Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing muttered, a feeling of reliance emerged in her heart. Impressive. Even Feng Zhuzhe was greatly moved. At once, his field of vision was covered by flying sword dragons. The sea of sword dragons submerged the 4 Song warriors, including Feng Zhuzhe himself. Chapter 1422, Battle Result. Fang Yuan's current Dao mark quantity was at the peak of rank 7. Myriad Dragon Killer move was amplified by his transformation path, sword path, and other Dao marks. Its power reached the very limit of a rank 7 killer move. The dragons attacked the 4 Song warriors fiercely. The green Jade Song warrior was surrounded by countless crumbling Jade dragons, but it was unable to hold on for long as it got drowned in sword dragons. The Heaven and Earth Song warrior attacked grandly with overwhelming pressure, but the dragons were too numerous. It was eventually eaten by one of them. The Submission Song warrior lasted the longest. It managed to make some of the ancient sword dragon clones submit to it, but it could not turn this situation around. And finally, the Separation Song warrior separated some ancient sword dragon clones. It charged out but was still surrounded by more sword dragons. It could not resist the tide of endless waves of dragons. All along, Fang Yuan's myriad self had been high in quantity and low in quality. Especially against GU Immortal experts, it was useless. As Fang Yuan's enemies got stronger, myriad self had turned into a method for him to escape while using familiar face. But now, after creating this combination move, using myriad self on top of ancient sword dragon transformation, the effect had been elevated to achieve a qualitative change. Ancient sword dragon transformation used rank 7 dragon breath immortal GU and dragon scale immortal GU, as well as rank 6 dragon strength immortal GU. He had the constitution of an ancient desolate beast. The clones of the ancient sword dragon were not comparable with the myriad self-killer move clones at all. This was the strongest attacking method that Fang Yuan currently possessed. The myriad dragons engulfed the 4 Song warriors, before encircling Feng Zhuzhe tightly. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He directly mobilized the dragon group, attacking Feng Zhuzhe from all directions. Feng Zhuzhe's admiration faded from his gaze as he clenched his right fist and punched forward. A loud drum sound shook heaven and earth. It was like rumbling thunder. 5 or 6 ancient sword dragon clones were destroyed. At almost the same time, Feng Zhuzhe's left hand palm slapped towards the side. The chimes of the bell caused several ancient sword dragons to stop their movement, before their bodies shook and they disintegrated into nothingness after a breath's time. Drum fist. Bell palm. Feng Zhuzhe continued to attack. There were unceasing sounds as he attacked to defend himself, forcing the ancient sword dragons to stay away from him. Myriad Dragon could send most rank 7 GU immortals in this world into mortal danger. But against Feng Zhuzhe, it was not enough. Feng Zhuzhe's accumulation of sound path Dao marks was simply too deep. Even inside the anti-sound desert, his power could not be fully suppressed. But Fang Yuan felt some surprise upon seeing this. It is a bit strange. Why is Feng Zhuzhe not using Yang Pass Tune? In this situation, the Song warriors are already destroyed. Feng Zhuzhe can totally move away and avoid my attacks. He would be able to expend less immortal essence at a steady rate. Unless he is preparing a certain immortal killer move. But he is using drum fist and bell palm already. There is a low possibility of him using other killer moves. And he is not going to use a killer move under such a dangerous situation, right? This means, there is likely to be one reason. The information in the 500 years of my previous life was not without reason, it seems. All sorts of thoughts collided and sparked in Fang Yuan's mind. At the next moment, he turned back to human and told the Shadow Sect Immortals, "We will retreat." Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel activated again as Feng Zhuzhe smiled bitterly, watching Fang Yuan and the others leave without giving chase. It turned out that even though his movement killer move, Yang Pass Tune, was very superb, it could even contain a variation move, Song Warrior. It had one weakness. That was a time limit. Each activation of Yang Pass Tune lasted a limited amount of time. Once it was up, Yang Pass Tune's effect would vanish, and Feng Zhuzhe would only be able to use it after 14 hours. Thus, for Feng Zhuzhe, this was a very precious immortal killer move. He would not use it casually in normal battles. Because once he used the killer move, he would be faced with a time limit. Once he could not end the battle within the time limit, Feng Zhuzhe would not have a better movement method. To leave the battlefield. In the battle with Wu Yong earlier, clear jade dripping when tiny bamboo building was too fast. Even if Feng Zhuzhe used Yang Pass Tune, he could not escape. Earlier when chasing Fang Yuan, because he used omnidirectional travel, Feng Zhuzhe had to use Yang Pass Tune to catch up. When Fang Yuan used Myriad Dragon, Yang Pass Tune's time limit was up. Feng Zhuzhe could only smile bitterly in his heart as he used Drum Fist and Bell Palm to defend against Myriad Dragon. After Fang Yuan and the rest left, Myriad Dragon slowly faded away. In the huge battlefield, only Feng Zhuzhe was left. He was completely unharmed, he was still graceful and elegant, as if he had not fought in the battle earlier. Fang Yuan successfully retreated. Feng Zhuzhe did not feel dejected, he even smiled lightly. Fighting with Fang Yuan, how can it be settled in one battle? There has to be lots of probing. After finding out all his trump cards, I will be able to kill him. But before that, there is Heavenly Court's mission to force Fang Yuan and give us a chance of destroying Red Lotus, true inheritance. Fang Yuan seems to know a lot about me. Is it because of Spring-Autumn Cicada? That new female immortal looks like Fairy Kui Bo from Western Desert, but she uses soul path methods. It is quite strange. The result of his probing was very fruitful, especially regarding Ying Wuxia. In the previous fight, because of Fang Yuan's ample arrangements, Feng Zhuzhe did not notice Fairy Kui Bo. Ying Wuxia has lead soul into dream, he is the greatest threat. Fang Yuan might have the move now, but it could also be with Ying Wuxia. In this battle, there was no Ying Wuxia, but there was a new member, Fairy Kui Bo. If I remember correctly, Fairy Kui Bo is the concubine of Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Why is she hanging out with Fang Yuan now? Is it because Fairy Kui Bo is a member of Shadow Sect, or did she get possessed by Ying Wuxia? Even though Feng Zhuzhe was not a Wisdom Path GU Immortal, he was intelligent and nearly reached the truth in a short amount of time. And at the other side, Feng Zhuzhe indeed didn't chase us. Fang Yuan looked at the sky. Even though his retreat had elements of probing, he had already obtained the truth. Yang Pass Tune had a time limit. After knowing this, the other Shadow Sect GU Immortals let out a sigh of relief. Feng Zhuzhe is powerful, true to his reputation. I can feel that he has methods left, he has not used all his trump cards. All in all, this was just a test run. We did not use our trump cards either, right? Be it Black Tigress Tiger Lick Killer Move, or Bai Ning Bing's Bai Shang, or Ying Wuxia's lead soul into dream, they were not used. In this battle, both sides reserved strength, but they also used many of their methods. Like Feng Zhuzhe's Yang Pass Tune, Song Warrior, and Fang Yuan's Myriad Dragon. When they fight again, these killer moves would be countered, or at least, they would be defended against. Several days later, on an ordinary sand dune, the wind of the desert blew up clouds of sand and smoke. The sun was setting, the clouds were red like blood. Camel bells rang with the wind. Far away, there was a merchant caravan made by a group of mortal GU masters. These people were naturally unable to detect Fang Yuan and gang. At this moment, Fang Yuan's consciousness was in his immortal aperture. An immortal GU formation was set up in mini-central continent. Self-cleansing immortal GU formation. Using self-love immortal GU as the core of the ranked 7 GU formation, and formation flag immortal GU as the supplement. Once activated, it would cleanse all of the harmful Dao marks constantly. And because of formation flag immortal GU, this immortal GU formation could be moved temporarily. That was to say, when Fang Yuan wanted to, he could take out this immortal formation and use it himself. If he did not need to use it, he could place it back into the sovereign immortal aperture. It was very convenient. This immortal formation has a lot of room for improvement. For example, I can add time path GU worms to increase the rate of time. Unfortunately, my time path attainment level is too low, I cannot make deductions on that. However, I am at least able to relocate the formation spirit over to become the formation spirit of this immortal formation. Fang Yuan only needed to combine that incomplete immortal formation with the self-cleansing immortal formation. And this was a type of immortal killer move technique, combination move. Fang Yuan was skilled in this and was a formation path grandmaster. He was very confident in this. He estimated that 3 days was all he needed. With the formation spirit, I will not need to activate the immortal GU formation myself, I can spend my time and energy on other things. But before that, I need to elevate Myriad Self to another level first. When he fought against Feng Zhuzhe in the Anti-Sound Desert, Fang Yuan gained a huge amount of inspiration. That was the elevation of immortal killer move Myriad Self. This is a dream realm indeed. But Husband's Will, rank 8 immortal GU mutation, and Dancer Hong Yun, are they still inside? In the air, Two ranked 7 female immortals looked at each other. They were Thousand Transformations Ancestors' concubines, one was called Night Temptress, the other was immortal concubine Qing Lan. Dancer Hong Yun and his will were trapped. Thousand Transformations Ancestor naturally felt it. Not long ago, he received information that Fang Yuan and the others had plotted against him and even possessed Fairy Kui Bo. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was furious, but because his injuries were not healed yet, and without actual facts, he sent his 2 concubines to investigate it. Be it Night Temptress or immortal concubine Qing Lan, they were ranked 7 experts, but against the Dream Realm, they were helpless. When they were feeling lost, a mysterious voice entered their heads. If you cannot explore the Dream Realm, why don't you find the culprit? Fairy Kui Bo is with them. Come out, the 2 female immortals shouted. They used their investigative methods but they could not find the source of the voice. Such impressive sound path methods. The expressions of Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan changed. Chapter 1423, Brand New Myriad Self. In the clear sky, the blazing sun was shining down. A red dream realm was floating in the air, it was extremely conspicuous. Dancer Hong Yun and Thousand Transformations were trapped inside the dream realm, unable to escape. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan surrounded the dream realm, flying around it. GU worms flew out of their hands as they were set up around the dream realm. Similar to the southern border Righteous Path GU immortals, they were creating an immortal GU formation to surround the dream realm and prevent others from getting it. There was no other way. All the super forces in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, including some lone immortals and demonic path experts, were researching dream realms, but they were still at the elementary stages. During this period, few GU immortals would have methods against dream realms. Even though Thousand Transformations Ancestor was a rank 8 GU immortal, and inherited a true inheritance of Reckless Savage, he was also without options against the dream realm. But concerning Dancer Hong Yun and his own rank 8 immortal GU mutation, he could not give up. Thinking about it, he could only seal this dream realm first and wait. It is about time. I will defend us, you can finish the final few steps. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan conversed for a while. Night Temptress was going to defend them while immortal concubine Qing Lan was going to set up the immortal GU formation. Among Thousand Transformations Ancestors concubines, Night Temptress had the highest status and strength, immortal concubine Qing Lan was second to her. Earlier, when the 2 heard the mysterious voice telling them about Fairy Kui Bo's location, they became incredibly alert. Red Date Immortal Essence was instilled as the GU worms were activated, forming a vague shadow of the GU formation. The light was orange-brown, sand was dancing in the sky, as the shadows of beasts roamed around. Next, immortal concubine Qing Lan took out a crucial immortal GU. This was a ranked 7 immortal GU, it seemed like a flightless cockroach, it had the size of a fetus, fist, it was flat and shining in a metallic color, giving off a feeling of toughness. Rule Path Immortal GU, pass. Seeing this immortal GU, Feng Zhuzhe, who was hiding, felt moved, his gaze turned heated. He had been looking for this Rule Path Immortal GU for the longest time. If I had Pass GU, I would be able to extend the duration of Immortal Killer move Yong Pass Tune, and with this Immortal GU, I can remove most of the Mortal GU, and reduce the difficulty and time needed to use this move. To think that Thousand Transformations Ancestor has this Immortal GU. Feng Zhuzhe sighed. Even though I created Obtain Treasure Song, which can refine Wild Immortal GU, in this situation, the chances of getting it are too low. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan were very vigilant. It was really difficult to snatch someone else's immortal GU, only Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could achieve it with great success in his time. After him, even Theft Path GU immortals could not replicate his achievements. Pass GU was the core of this immortal formation, it activated and went into the yellow sand. A moment later, the shadows stopped transforming, turning into a light yellow cloud that floated in the air. Immortal concubine Qing Lan and Night Temptress let out sighs of relief. Alright, we created the immortal GU formation. With this GU formation, we can come here almost instantly, let's see who dares to trifle with us. The 2 female immortals were full of killing intent, but Feng Zhuzhe did not show up from start to finish. Seeing that nobody came, the 2 women were relieved but also disappointed. Next, they left the place and returned. Feng Zhuzhe tailed them for a while, realizing that their destination was obvious, they were returning to Myriad Statue Desert. Strange, why are they not looking for Fairy Kui Bo? According to Thousand Transformations Ancestor's personality, how could he do nothing? Don't tell me something happened to Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Feng Zhuzhe had lots of information from Heavenly Court. He knew about Thousand Transformations Ancestor's mentality. He was an overbearing person who would always take revenge, therefore he created this plan. But Thousand Transformations Ancestor did not fall for it. He completely disregarded Fairy Kui Bo. This was strange. Feng Zhuzhe's plan of using Thousand Transformations to pressure Fang Yuan failed entirely. At this moment, Feng Zhuzhe obtained a transmission. He left secretly and met with two Heavenly Court rank 8 GU immortals behind a sand dune. Feng Zhuzhe was not unfamiliar with these two, because in southern border, these two had appeared to block Wu Yong for him. After that, Feng Zhuzhe went to chase Fang Yuan while they went after the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Unfortunately, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had the effect of connect luck immortal GU due to Fang Yuan. Back then, because Fang Yuan relied heavily on this precious rank 8 battle strength, he used connect luck to ensure its safety and also used chi luck sensation to find its whereabouts. Even though Fang Yuan had other investigative killer moves, considering that Heavenly Court's GU immortals could destroy them, he chose luck path to be safe. After all, the only force excelling in luck path was longevity heaven. Even though Giant Sun was known as an immortal venerable, he had never joined Heavenly Court, or passed his luck path true inheritance to Heavenly Court. Thus, after Fang Yuan and the others used burning soul bursting luck, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle gained a boost of luck and escaped. Next, Lu Weiyin saved it and also removed all of Heavenly Court's investigative killer moves that were used on it. Because of that, the two Heavenly Court GU immortals chased it for a long time, expending a lot of effort, but did not manage to capture the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle that had escaped. They failed in their task and were reprimanded by Fairy Ziwei. After that, Fairy Ziwei sent them to reinforce Feng Zhuzhe. We already know about the matter of the Dream Realm. Thousand Transformations Ancestor's attitude is really strange now. We have received orders from Lady Ziwei. We will go to probe Thousand Transformations Ancestor. The two Heavenly Court rank 8 GU immortals said. Thousand Transformations Ancestor had a different response than usual to Fairy Kui Bo's matter. Feng Zhuzhe could sense something. The Wisdom Path Great Expert Fairy Ziwei naturally deduced more things. She deduced that there was a huge chance that Thousand Transformations Ancestor was injured and weakened, he could even be dead. Thus, if they probed him, they might be able to get Thousand Transformations Ancestor's true inheritance of Reckless Savage. Even if there was no gain, causing internal strife in Western Desert's GU Immortal world and getting rid of a rank 8 GU Immortal was very beneficial for them. After all, the 5 regions' chaotic war was coming. Central Continent was facing 4 regions, it had to prepare early and weaken the rest. Such situations were favorable to them. These last days, Feng Zhuzhe did not chase them. Fang Yuan decided to stop using omnidirectional travel. After all, the price of using this ancient battle formation was the Dao marks of the GU Immortals' bodies. And because Feng Zhuzhe's location was unknown, using omnidirectional travel recklessly might even shorten their distance. Omnidirectional travel was only meant for emergencies. The rest went into his sovereign immortal aperture as Fang Yuan flew and pondered. A moment later, bright light flashed in his eyes as he slowed down and descended. When he landed, he opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out Bai Ning Bing and the rest. Defend me, I have already conceptualized it, we can set up the self-cleansing immortal GU formation now. Fang Yuan said. Next, he sat in the group and concentrated. The truth was, the self-cleansing immortal GU formation had already been set up and was inside mini Central Continent. But this immortal formation was not up to his expectations. According to his concept, Fang Yuan started to activate self-cleansing immortal formation. At the same time, he split his concentration to activate the incomplete GU formation. This incomplete immortal formation was taken from Dancer Hong Yun. The formation flag immortal GU inside was taken out too, becoming a part of the self-cleansing immortal formation. And now, Fang Yuan was trying to fuse these two immortal formations into one. 2 hours later, Fang Yuan was covered in sweat. He opened his eyes and let out a breath of air, relaxing. The two immortal formations had fused into one. His main motivation for doing this was the formation spirit. The incomplete immortal formation with the formation spirit was fused into the self-cleansing immortal formation. The formation spirit also moved into it. After achieving this goal, Fang Yuan removed some of the GU worms from the incomplete GU formation and simplified the self-cleansing Immortal formation. At this point, the entire Immortal formation was completed. It could remove unfavorable Dao marks for Fang Yuan and the rest. However, Fang Yuan was not in a rush to get rid of Dao marks. He took out Self-Love Immortal GU from the Immortal GU formation instead. Self-Love Immortal GU was the first core of the self-cleansing Immortal formation. Once it was taken out, the Immortal formation would collapse. However, the current Immortal formation was still intact. It turned out that the formation spirit's ability to manipulate GU formations was above Fang Yuan. When Self-Love Immortal GU was taken out, the Immortal formation was near the brink of collapsing. But the formation spirit acted in time, adding a large number of Self-Love Mortal GU into the formation and replacing Self-Love Immortal GU. But this method could only be used in emergencies. Self-Love Immortal GU was the core after all. It was like the pillar holding up a building. With Self-Love Immortal GU taken away, the large number of Mortal GU used to hold up the building was just a temporary pillar. As time passes, this Immortal formation would break apart eventually. Fang Yuan estimated that he had about 14 hours. If he returned Self-Love Immortal GU before the time limit, it would not break apart. Fang Yuan took out Self-Love Immortal GU not to test the formation spirit's ability. He had other objectives. Self-Love Immortal GU and Affection Immortal GU. These two Immortal GU flew in his Immortal aperture as Fang Yuan instilled Red Date Immortal Essence and activated many Mortal GU. At the next moment, a vast amount of self-will was created by Fang Yuan like a huge tidal wave. Self-will formed into a giant of over 100 feet. It resembled Fang Yuan's appearance. It stood on the ground with a majestic body. Next, Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, activating Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self. At the next moment, the self-will giant vanished, as 10,000 myriad self-clones appeared in Fang Yuan's mini-central continent. Success. Myriad Self has been elevated to a new level. My battle strength has risen along with it. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Chapter 1424, Refining Cleanse Soul Immortal GU again. Working even at night, staying for months in the GU refinement hall, the light of the fire was reflecting on Sixth Hair's face. His face was covered in dust and soot, his eyes were bloodshot, he was staring at the burning flames intensely. Warm temperatures scorched the surroundings. Sixth Hair's hair was burnt, but he did not care. He was concentrating on his task. The GU refinement was at the final crucial steps. Luck Path is indeed really helpful in GU refinement. I am at this step again. I must succeed this time. Sixth Hair gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Suddenly, his vision darkened. Oh no, is my body at its limit? Never mind. Moving of a single thought, blossoming of the red snake. Sixth Hair had a thought as red snake tattoos appeared on his body, moving rapidly from his waist to his chest area. At the same time, a surge of strength appeared out of nowhere, filling Sixth Hair up like he was an inflating balloon. Sixth Hair became energetic again. I used this move again. When the red snake gets to the top of my head and surrounds my whole body, I will die. But so what? All I need to do is refine this Immortal GU and be of help to Shadow Sect. Let's do it. Thousand Li Soul Thread. Sixth Hair encouraged himself as the hairy man GU Immortal behind him passed along immortal material. It was the Thousand Li Soul Thread. It was an immortal material created in the bodies of ancient soul beasts. The value of soul threads depended on their length. The Thousand Li Soul Thread that Xianxia sect had was extremely valuable. It was on par with rank 8 immortal materials. It was a quasi-rank 8 immortal material, but because it was too rare, it was not usually sold even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, thus its market value was at rank 8 immortal material level. For Fang Yuan's GU refinement plan, not just Sixth Hair, even Xianxia Land Spirit was helping out. It could be said that the whole of Xianxia sect was refining GU for Fang Yuan. After becoming the leader of Shadow Sect, he inherited Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance and had deep foundations. He used a portion of the cultivation experiences and immortal killer moves, as well as immortal GU recipes, to exchange for a vast number of sect contribution points from Xianxia sect. Next, he used these sect contribution points to make the whole of Xianxia sect refine GU for him. After refining Self-Love Immortal GU, his next target was Cleanse Soul Immortal GU. Sixth Hair was already at the final few steps. He carefully received the Thousand Li Soul Thread. The soul thread was like a strip of seaweed. It was dark green, but there was golden light shining in it. It looked like fireflies were inside this seaweed. Thousand Li Soul Thread was very light. Sixth Hair held it like a feather. He used refinement path methods and quickly cut down one section of it. Refining cleanse soul immortal GU only needed a small part of the soul thread. In fact, even without 1000 Li soul thread, just 100 Li soul thread was sufficient. But to raise the success rate of the GU refinement, and to save time, Fang Yuan paid a huge price to exchange for Langya sect's 1000 Li soul thread. He was truly rich. The soul thread was tossed into the flames. In a split second, the blazing flames turned into eerie ghost fire as screams and cries could be heard. Sixth Hair breathed in deeply, his eyes were bloodshot as he controlled the temperature of the fire. An hour later, in Western Desert, a huge immortal GU formation was making loud noises. The GU formation was about 16 acres large. While activating, it created huge dark green illusory figures. In this yellow desert, it was very conspicuous. Bai Ningbing and the rest were surrounding this immortal GU formation, patrolling and staying vigilant. The immortal formation's activation had reached a crucial point. However, Fang Yuan, who was at the center of the formation, had the time and energy to deduce other things at this moment. At this speed, in about 4 hours, I will succeed and get rid of all the unfavorable Dao marks. Heavenly Court's pursuers must be coming now. I am trying to get rid of the investigative killer move, there is no way they cannot sense it. Failed again. At the next moment, Fang Yuan frowned as he received Sixth Hair's transmission, regarding the failure to refine cleanse soul immortal GU. And this time, when the GU refinement failed, Sixth Hair suffered a heavy backlash and has to rest for a period of time. Sixth Hair was currently the most trustworthy person in Langya sect for Fang Yuan, more so than Langya land spirit. Him needing to rest was bad news. Including this time, cleanse soul immortal GU's refinement has failed about 10 times. Immortal GU refinement is a pit with no end in sight, while the hairy man GU immortals specialize in the nature GU refinement technique. To prevent Heaven's will from interfering, I can only use the human isolation style GU refinement method. It was not surprising that cleanse soul immortal GU's refinement failed. It did not waver his strong determination to continue refining this GU. Speaking of which, he had cleanse soul immortal GU in the past, but he lost it. Back then, cleanse soul immortal GU was a core of myriad self, but now, Fang Yuan did not seek to refine it for myriad self. His true goal was the strength path immortal zombie body. This 8-armed immortal zombie body had the soul path trap left behind by Ying Wuxia. Now that Fang Yuan became the leader of Shadow Sect, he had the method to remove the trap, but this method needed ranked 7 cleanse soul immortal GU as the core. As long as he refined cleanse soul immortal GU, Fang Yuan would be able to use the strength path immortal zombie and gain wisdom GU's acknowledgement. He would be able to use the light of wisdom and influence the great era. Even though the Dao marks of secluded domains of heaven and earth like Dang Hun Mountain and Reverse Flow River were on par with rank 9 immortal GU, in terms of profundities, rank 9 immortal GU were superior. Especially wisdom GU, this rank 9 immortal GU was famous in the legends of Ren Zhu. It appeared many times and even scammed Ren Zhu. Southwest direction, we have enemies. At this time, Fairy Miao Yin transmitted. Oh, they appeared after all. Fang Yuan was not surprised, he stood up. The immortal GU formation was still active, it was manipulated by the formation spirit. This was simply too convenient to Fang Yuan. The only flaw was, this self-cleansing immortal formation used a lot of immortal essence. Fang Yuan could barely sustain it. Along the way, with all these battles, Fang Yuan's immortal essence supply was dwindling, but thankfully, he had Wu Clan's 100,000 immortal essence stones. But now, the immortal essence stone storage was reducing. A moment later, Heavenly Court's pursuer came. It was Feng Zhuzhe. Why are you alone again? Fang Yuan smiled as he looked at Feng Zhuzhe. Feng Zhuzhe looked around and did not see Shadow Sect's GU immortals. He smiled too. Aren't you alone too? He. That is because I am sufficient to deal with you. Feng Zhuzhe, you will regret coming here. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Feng Zhuzhe frowned slightly. Fang Yuan was too confident. Strange, what is he relying on? Is there a scheme or plot? Chapter 1425, beating Feng Zhuzhe till he spat blood. Fang Yuan directly charged at Feng Zhuzhe. Of course, his special robe was already present, glittering light was shining on his robe, he had a long sash that coiled around his waist and arms. As Fang Yuan charged out, the robe moved along with him. This move again. Feng Zhuzhe saw this and sighed internally, he very much was unable to break past this move. Thus, Feng Zhuzhe chose to retreat. He easily pulled some distance from Fang Yuan. Controlling reverse flow protection seal uses up too much mental energy. Fang Yuan cannot distract himself to use other moves. Even if he has movement killer moves, he cannot use them. This means that when he uses reverse flow protection seal, other than defense, his other aspects are very ordinary. Feng Zhuzhe thought as he smiled. Fang Yuan could not catch up to Feng Zhuzhe, who was actively avoiding him, even after many tries. A glimmer of thought flashed in Feng Zhuzhe's eyes. He had not stopped thinking, why is Fang Yuan still alone? In this battle against Feng Zhuzhe, Fang Yuan was not aided by Bai Ningbing, He Lu Lan, or the others. Thus, Feng Zhuzhe's earlier tactic of dealing with them could not be utilized on Fang Yuan alone. But even so, Fang Yuan has no hope of winning. Even if he has good defense, he is a moving target board. Be it attack or movement, he is inferior to me, the battle is in my control. No, Fang Yuan is not so stupid. He must have other schemes. Feng Zhuzhe was not careless, he became increasingly vigilant. When Fang Yuan approached, he would retreat to a safe distance. Feng Zhuzhe, you chased me up to here, are you going to run now? Fang Yuan sneered. Feng Zhuzhe's smile faded. Is there a point in taunting me? Fang Yuan, catch up to me first. It is not easy to use reverse flow protection seal. As time passes, your mental energy will be used up, won't your immortal essence also be depleted? Such a strong method must have a huge price. Feng Zhuzhe held the initiative, he had a hold over Fang Yuan in both speed and battle tactic. This battle was very different from the previous. In the previous fight, they engaged in fierce combat. This time, both sides chased and escaped, other than some words, there was silence. Fang Yuan snorted, he had a way to deal with Feng Zhuzhe's actions. 500 years of experience was not a joke, in terms of battle experience, he had his fair share. At the next moment, Fang Yuan charged down and landed on the ground. Feng Zhuzhe did not pursue him, he floated in the sky vigilantly, observing this desert. He had suffered a territorial disadvantage last time when Fang Yuan used the anti-sound desert. Feng Zhuzhe remembered this lesson and had done his homework before coming. This desert was nothing special. With a soft sound, Fang Yuan drilled into the desert, moving underground. Feng Zhuzhe continued to investigate using immortal methods, but there were no suspicions. He used drum fist and bell palm to attack. At once, drum fist and bell palm created huge holes in the desert. Large amounts of sand splattered and created a huge cloud of dust in the radius of several li. But Fang Yuan ignored him, he continued digging deeper. The deeper he went, the denser the earth path Dao marks, it would be disadvantageous to Feng Zhuzhe. At the same time, he had a suspicion, Fang Yuan is so confident now, did he have a setup here in advance? Or does he know about some special trait of this place that he can use? Feng Zhuzhe had all sorts of thoughts as he flew down. He shot out like an arrow, stabbing into the desert, pursuing Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan could stay underground and use the immortal formation to remove the investigative killer move, Feng Zhuzhe had to pursue him. Even if he did not get rid of the investigative killer move, he could also set up GU formations or battlefield killer moves. If Feng Zhuzhe remained hesitant and did not chase him, Fang Yuan would have a lot of time to prepare amply. In that situation, Feng Zhuzhe would be stupid to wait. Thus, he had to chase and give Fang Yuan pressure. He had to force more trump cards to be used and ruin his battle momentum. Drum fist, bell palm, even deep underground, Feng Zhuzhe's sound path killer moves were still very powerful. Explosions happened around Fang Yuan. Without the help of anti-sound desert, Fang Yuan could feel Feng Zhuzhe's terrifying attack power at its fullest. Even deep underground with rich earth path Dao marks, Feng Zhuzhe's killer moves were still overbearing. This was the advantage of sound path. Every path had its own specialty, in both advantages and disadvantages. Sound path was a minor path, but it had an advantage. The advantage was, sound path could travel easily, with relatively little conflict of Dao marks. For example, for ordinary paths like earth path, the killer moves would be weakened by 50 to 60% in places filled with water path Dao marks. A sound path killer move of the same power would only be weakened by 20 to 30%. Without reverse flow protection seal, I would not be able to last until now facing these attacks. How did Feng Zhuzhe cultivate? How can his Dao mark accumulation be on par with rank 8 as a rank 7? Forget about this, it is time to retaliate. Instantly, a sharp light shone on Fang Yuan's body. But deep underground, light could not spread out. The moment Fang Yuan transformed, Feng Juji's investigative killer move sensed something amiss. Next, in a breath's time, the soil in front of Feng Juzhe exploded as a large dragon head appeared. Feng Juzhe was like a rat in front of an elephant, facing this huge dragon head. Ancient sword dragon, Fang Yuan. Feng Juji's pupils shrunk to pin size at this moment. Fang Yuan's counterattack was so sudden and so powerful. The dragon head opened its mouth and shot out a wave of silvery light. Sword dragon breath. At once, silvery light shot out like countless arrows. It was powerful and made the entire area glow silver. The sharp breath was still far away, but Feng Juzhe could already feel sharp pain, like hundreds of needles were stabbing his face. Sword dragon breath landed on Feng Juzhe. Feng Juji's body had clanging sounds, his defensive methods were activated, sound waves were forced out and destroyed by the powerful and destructive dragon breath. Ordinary dragon breath could only last a moment, but Fang Yuan had perseverance immortal Gu, his dragon breath was unceasing and continuous. Feng Juzhe was forced back, under the impact of the sword dragon breath. He used his methods as he flew into the sky, escaping from the sword dragon breath's range. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan raised his head. The thick sword dragon breath shot up like a silver pillar. It was like the sharpest sword that pierced the heavens. It's coming. Feng Juzhe was not smiling anymore, his face was silver from the reflected light. Seeing the sword dragon breath, he retreated once again. Immortal killer move, Yang Pass Tune. Swoosh, he vanished on the spot, before appearing 1,000 steps away. Fang Yuan stopped his dragon breath as he roared, attacking towards the sky. His sleek dragon tail swung, as ancient sword dragon's speed burst out. At the same time, he used sword escape immortal Gu. Tens of thousands of sword path Dao marks amplified the effect, giving Fang Yuan incredible speed. With a loud sound, he broke through air and went at supersonic speed. Instantly, Fang Yuan appeared in front of Feng Juzhe. He was so fast that Fang Yuan himself could not react in time, his vision blurred for a moment and Feng Juzhe, who was a tiny black dot, appeared in front of him. They were only a dozen steps apart. The dragon opened its mouth again, but this time, Feng Juzhe was amply prepared. He called out, "Go ahead." Next, against the impending sword light dragon breath, he did not dodge, he attacked instead. With a loud explosion, Feng Juzhe flew backwards like a cannonball. For the first time, there was shock on his face as he felt deep suspicion. How can this be? Fang Yuan has reverse flow protection seal active. In the earlier battle, when Fang Yuan transformed into an ancient sword dragon, he could not maintain reverse flow protection seal. In the earlier clash, Feng Juzhe focused on this and attacked fiercely, but now, reverse flow protection seal reflected his entire attack to himself. Feng Juzhe felt pain in his chest as he spat out blood. He struggled to maintain his position in the air. The earlier attack not only had the force of Fang Yuan's attack, there was also the reflected power of Feng Juji's attack. The combination of both made him spit out blood. Fang Yuan had the advantage, he roared and charged forward. It was too fast earlier, but now, Feng Juzhe could see properly. The ancient sword dragon's silvery and shiny body actually had a layer of light, like a thin layer of clothing resembling flowing water. It really is reverse flow protection seal. He can maintain both immortal killer moves now. How did he do it? Yang Pass Tune. Fang Yuan missed and Feng Juzhe appeared elsewhere. The ancient sword dragon that Fang Yuan turned into could not tear open space, it could only travel rapidly in a straight line. Meanwhile, Feng Juji's Yang Pass Tune had the power of space path, it could teleport him to an entirely new location. From this point, even though Fang Yuan turned into an ancient sword dragon with sword escape immortal Gu, he could not match Feng Juji's Yang Pass Tune. Unless Fang Yuan used the sword path movement killer move from Bo Qing's inheritance. Once the time was up, Feng Juzhe would be at a disadvantage in terms of movement. I need to find a way around this while Yang Pass Tune is still active. Seeing Fang Yuan attacking yet again, Feng Juji's heart sank. Chapter 1426, Feng Juzhe retreats. Fang Yuan opened his dragon mouth and shot out his sword-light dragon breath. The dragon breath was like waves of silvery lightning, shooting out towards Feng Juzhe at incredible speed. Feng Juzhe continued to dodge with Yang Pass Tune, but usually after he uses Yang Pass Tune killer move, it would imply that Song Warrior was up next. Both sides fought from underground to the sky. They fought as they retreated and advanced, the dragon roared as drums rolled. Green Jade Song Warrior. Along the way, Feng Zhuzhe summoned a clone. The Jade clone charged at the ancient sword dragon. Feng Zhuzhe relied on Yang Pass Tune to gain an advantage in movement, and with his rich battle experience and calm analytical mind, he did not fail the activation of a single killer move. Fang Yuan snorted internally. He charged at Feng Zhuzhe without feeling distracted. Feng Zhuzhe knew that the Green Jade Song Warrior was not Fang Yuan's match. It could not break his reverse flow protection seal in the first place. Without getting past this, there was no way of defeating Fang Yuan. Thus, Feng Zhuzhe controlled the Green Jade Song Warrior mainly to distract Fang Yuan. The Green Jade Song Warrior was like a fly moving around Fang Yuan, disrupting his movements. After a while, Fang Yuan could not take the disturbance anymore and turned around to deal with the Green Jade Song Warrior. Feng Zhuzhe's pupils shrank. Fang Yuan had changed targets too quickly, but Feng Zhuzhe responded rapidly as well. Fang Yuan arrived at the Green Jade Song Warrior. The huge ancient sword dragon body against the small Green Jade Song Warrior. The dragon roared as intense winds blew. Its ruthless dragon claws slashed at the Green Jade Song Warrior. Cracks started to surface on the Green Jade Song Warrior's body. There was a crisp sound as it was sent flying like a cannonball. But the Green Jade Song Warrior was not on the verge of breaking down yet. It was still able to fight. Crafty. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. In the earlier skirmish, the Green Jade Song Warrior did not attack. It was taking hits passively. Thus, reverse flow protection seal could not reflect any attacks back to it. Just the ancient sword dragon's claws alone could not shatter the Green Jade Song Warrior. After all, Feng Zhuzhe had rank 8 level Dao marks. The Green Jade Song Warrior's defense was at the top of his Song Warriors. After sending the Green Jade Song Warrior flying, Fang Yuan turned to Feng Zhuzhe. But at this time, Feng Zhuzhe had already unleashed his second Song Warrior, Heaven and Earth Song Warrior. After dozens of rounds, Feng Zhuzhe continued to dodge with Yang Pass Tune, while summoning Song Warriors to fight Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought against 5 enemies, but he was still energetic and full of fighting spirit. Feng Zhuzhe could not help but retreat continuously. Fang Yuan was at his limit activating reverse flow protection seal last time. But now, he can maintain both reverse flow protection seal and ancient sword dragon transformation, while fighting for such a long time, and he is still not at his limit. Feng Zhuzhe had a deep gaze. He purposely used Song Warrior to create a complex battle environment so that Fang Yuan would need to think constantly and expend his thoughts to deal with these problems. If Fang Yuan was barely using these 2 killer moves, he would not have enough thoughts in his mind. He would not be able to display such great strength now. This means, he had an incredible breakthrough in terms of sustaining killer moves. Feng Zhuzhe guessed. At this moment, Fang Yuan's body shook. Feng Zhuzhe was paying great attention to Fang Yuan. He saw this and turned joyful. Don't tell me, he reached his limit. But at the next moment, Feng Zhuzhe tossed this thought away into the bin. Because Fang Yuan activated Immortal killer move, Myriad Dragon. At once, dragons flew and formed into a silvery sea. Their aura was grand and imposing. It was a terrifying sight. A scene similar to earlier appeared again. Myriad dragons flew as the 4 Song Warriors were encircled and attacked. The 4 Song Warriors were outmatched and destroyed. Feng Zhuzhe ignored them. He used Yang Pass Tune to escape from the Myriad Dragon's range. Yang Pass Tune's time limit was not up yet. Feng Zhuzhe had a lot of room to maneuver. Then what about this move? He looked at the Myriad Dragon group. Fang Yuan was mixed inside. He could not be found. Next, Feng Zhuzhe placed his right palm on his left chest, by his heart. Next, his 5 fingers strung on his chest, creating light and deep drumming sounds. The drumming continued, spreading to the entire battlefield. Feng Zhuzhe did not need to discern who Fang Yuan was among the dragons. Because this Immortal killer move was an area attack, it had a huge range. Fang Yuan was within the range of the attack. He was immediately affected. His heart started pounding as he felt his momentum going out of control. After all, he had reverse flow protection seal's defense, but he could not block this Immortal killer move. No, most of the effect of the killer move was reflected back. Only a small bit penetrated the seal and got to me. It seems that Heavenly Court has obtained some gains in deciphering reverse flow protection seal killer move. There was no helping it. He had already used reverse flow protection seal multiple times. Heavenly Court had wisdom path great experts like Fairy Ziwei together with star constellation chessboard, it was not strange she had such advancement. Following the loud sounds, the dragons around Fang Yuan started to self-detonate, exploding into nothingness. This immortal killer move, chaotic heart drumming sound, was given to me by Heavenly Court. It has wisdom path effects. Once hit by it, the GU Immortal's thoughts will be disrupted, their killer moves would not be sustainable. Fang Yuan, how long can you last? Feng Zhuzhe was in anticipation. An impressive killer move, it was designed to target me. Fang Yuan considered the effects of this incredible move. Right now, in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, large numbers of human-shaped myriad self-clones were self-detonating. The number of clones destroyed surpassed the number of his myriad dragons. Looking at them, the myriad self-clones were different from before. Their appearance was much more lively, and they even had vivid expressions. At this moment, they were sitting on the ground, thinking deeply. After being hit by chaotic heart-drumming sound, these myriad self-clones self-detonated as they turned into white smoke and faded. After adding in self-will, these myriad self-clones gained wisdom path cognition, but this made them susceptible to Feng Zhuzhe's killer move. Fang Yuan placed a portion of his attention into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, looking at his losses. Almost every breath of time, dozens of myriad self-clones died. However, these vanishing myriad self-clones were not harmed by Feng Zhuzhe's killer move. Most of them died from sustaining my reverse flow protection seal and ancient sword dragon transformation. When I activated Myriad Dragon earlier, 1,000 of my myriad self-clones died after all. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to use reverse flow protection seal along with other killer moves was because of these myriad self-clones in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. All along, Fang Yuan had been troubled by this. Even though reverse flow protection seal was powerful, it took too much of his concentration and mental energy. While fighting against Feng Zhuzhe, he was inspired by Song Warrior. He had an idea. I also have myriad self-clones. If I can make these clones think for me, my battle strength would rise sharply. There were two difficulties in achieving this. The first problem was that myriad self-clones could not think. To think, he would need to use wisdom path thoughts, wills, or emotions. The second problem was that even with a large number of thoughts, wills, and emotions, after dispersing them into his clones, it could not collectively benefit him alone. Fang Yuan's first breakthrough in this was using self-love Immortal GU and affection Immortal GU. These two were very compatible. Fang Yuan supplemented them with a few mortal GU to form an immortal killer move that produced a vast amount of self-will. The second difficulty was solved by Fang Yuan using a method from Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance, immortal killer move, collective thinking. Of course, even though these two problems were solved, Fang Yuan still had to rely on his Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level to modify Myriad Self to a whole new level. Feng Zhuzhe, your killer move is not enough. Fang Yuan snickered in his heart. Because he had prepared amply before the battle, he had prepared more than 1,000,000 myriad self-clones in his Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The death of a few thousand was inconsequential. Immortal killer move, 3 breaths future vision. Immortal killer move, Myriad Dragon. Immortal killer move, sword marks targeting death. At once, the aura of countless GU worms emerged from Fang Yuan's body. These auras were messy and disorganized. Countless mortal GU and a large number of immortal GU flew out and created a grand arrangement. How can this be? Feng Zhuzhe was utterly shocked. Fang Yuan can use so many immortal killer moves at the same time. He was completely taken aback. It was unimaginable. He had always thought that Fang Yuan could only barely activate 2 or 3 killer moves. He was at his limit already. But seeing this now, Feng Zhuzhe finally realized that Fang Yuan's improvement in this aspect was so huge that it went beyond his imagination. This weakness that Fang Yuan had earlier was no longer a weakness, it was a huge strength that he had now. There were many clones remaining from the first Myriad Dragon killer move. After using it again, a silvery sea of dragons appeared again. 3 breaths future vision allowed Fang Yuan to have sharp senses, while sword marks targeting death was boosted by his sword path Dao marks. It was a huge threat to Feng Zhuzhe as well. Feng Zhuzhe gritted his teeth. He advanced instead of retreating, charging into the dragon group. A thunderous explosion resounded in the surroundings. Feng Zhuzhe rampaged within the Myriad Dragon group. He was increasingly shocked now. It was not a fluke. Fang Yuan has complete control now. He has not even used his full strength yet. I cannot stay here, I need to leave. While Yang Pass Tune was still activated, Feng Zhuzhe decided to retreat. He was actually forced to retreat by Fang Yuan alone. Chapter 1427. Planning to obtain Red Lotus, True Meaning. The orange light shone on Feng Zhuzhe and faded immediately. This meant that Feng Zhuzhe's immortal killer move, Yang Pass Tune, had reached its time limit. He had to wait 14 hours to use it again now. But that was not important. Feng Zhuzhe had already left the battlefield. Yang Pass Tune's time limit no longer mattered. This central continent genius rarely seen in 1,000 years landed on the ground slowly as he looked at the sky. He still had an elegant face, but he was frowning now. A long while later, he sighed deeply. Truly an amazing person. He was naturally not talking about himself, but Fang Yuan instead. Some time ago, Fang Yuan was still an ant in Feng Zhuzhe's eyes. Not long ago, even though Fang Yuan gathered the strength of a group of immortals, he could not match Feng Zhuzhe. He had to retreat. But in the earlier battle, Feng Zhuzhe was outmatched and had to retreat from the battlefield. This change was too rapid. Feng Zhuzhe could not believe it even now. Fang Yuan had deep foundations to begin with. He was reborn from the future and possesses Spring-Autumn Cicada, Giant Sun's true inheritance, and is now the leader of Shadow Sect, possessing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's accumulation. He is like a dormant volcano. Given enough time, he would erupt with lava that gushes towards the heavens. His eruption this time was not a fluke, it was bound to happen. Such a person truly needs to be killed with all our strength to prevent future trouble. But Heavenly Court is trying to make use of him to obtain Red Lotus, true inheritance. This is quite unwise. For the first time, Feng Zhuzhe felt doubts and disagreement with Heavenly Court's plan. In Heavenly Court, Fairy Ziwei was thinking. She watched the earlier battle through Feng Zhuzhe. Fang Yuan's battle strength surged. Not only did Feng Zhuzhe feel shocked, even this great wisdom path great expert was startled. A similar emotion to Feng Zhuzhe emerged in Fairy Ziwei as well. Fang Yuan's foundation was too deep. He was related to 3 venerables. And with his rebirth advantage, he only spent a number of years to become a GU immortal from immortal. And more than that, after the earlier battle, he fought Feng Zhuzhe evenly. He was someone that even rank 8 existences could not ignore. His improvement was too rapid. If he only had fortuitous encounters, like Ma Hongyun, so be it, that was not worth worrying over. The scary thing was Fang Yuan's personality. Such a demonic path cultivator with deep ambitions, along with his lack of any weak point in morality, he had always worked his hardest without giving up or feeling dejected. He could endure hardship and could keep a low profile to achieve his goals, taking no account of sacrifices or immoral methods. It was hard to imagine what experiences turned him into this person. Since rebirth, Fang Yuan had been mostly under Heaven's will's control. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he tried to leave the grasp of Heaven's will, but he exposed himself in the dream realm. His cultivation journey has always been filled with difficulties and hurdles. If he is given some time to cultivate in peace, his growth in strength would be unimaginable. Wariness. Fairy Ziwei started to feel a trace of wariness towards Fang Yuan in her heart. Fang Yuan's existence was a threat to her now. She wanted to eliminate him. The earlier she could eliminate him, the better. Thinking like this, Fairy Ziwei's killing intent rose sharply. Ziwei, don't be so nervous. At this moment, a low voice entered Fairy Ziwei's ears. She had a deep impression of this voice. She turned around and saw Duke Long indeed. Lord Duke Long, you are out of seclusion. Fairy Ziwei was surprised and overjoyed. Duke Long smiled. Yes. That means, Spectral Soul has been. That's right, I suppressed him completely already. But it is troublesome to soul search him. I need some time to have any effect. Duke Long smiled lightly. Ah, Fairy Ziwei had a happy expression, her eyes were shining with life. Such great news made her mood better, she was no longer as stressed as before. Duke Long continued. Compared to Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan is really nothing. But he is a complete otherworldly demon. Fairy Ziwei hesitated. That is because you do not understand Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Duke Long sighed, deep feelings were contained in his words. Red Lotus set up 7 true inheritances, but our Heavenly Court could not find one with all our efforts. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtained one of them. As long as we have this clue, we can find the rest of Red Lotus, true inheritances and get rid of them all. I understand, Lord Duke Long. Fairy Ziwei had a solemn gaze. We have a time path rank 8, Feng Zhuzhe, and 2 more rank 8s in the River of Time now. What do you think of that? Duke Long smiled. You are the Wisdom Path Great Grand Master, not me. I am assured if you are the person arranging it. Next, I will mentor the great era's great dream Immortal Venerable. Oh right, announce to the world that we have captured spectral soul alive. Heavenly Court has stayed silent for too long. It is time for the world to know that Heavenly Court will always be the #1 super force in the world. I understand. Fairy Ziwei sighed deeply, watching as Duke Long took his leave. Inside the self-cleansing Immortal GU formation, Fang Yuan was concentrating in the sovereign Immortal aperture. Inside the Immortal aperture, there was also an active Immortal GU formation. Compared to the self-cleansing formation, this Immortal formation was far smaller, but it still had 2 core Immortal GU. One was a Wisdom Path Immortal GU from Purple Mountain True Monarch's Inheritance, the other was Bloodline Immortal GU from Wu Clan. Along with thousands of Mortal GU, an Immortal GU formation was formed, Blood Red Immortal Essence Formation. Large numbers of Immortal Essence stones were sent into the Immortal formation and turned into red date Immortal Essence beads rapidly. Fang Yuan was replenishing his Immortal Essence storage. In the earlier battle, even though he forced Feng Zhuzhe to retreat, he had expended a lot of Immortal Essence. His biggest expenditure came from Reverse Flow Protection Seal, followed by Myriad Dragon. The new Myriad Self-Killer move also had higher expenditure than before, because he was using Self-Love Immortal GU and Affection, these 2 Immortal GU, to produce self-wills. This was not a disadvantage. Stronger Immortal Killer moves used more Immortal Essence, it was common sense. But this was Fang Yuan's weakness. Fang Yuan had become a rank 7 only recently, he did not have much accumulation, because of worries about the Immortal Aperture's calamities and tribulations. His Immortal Aperture's rate of time had also slowed to its limit. Blood Red Immortal Essence formation was very efficient. Soon, Fang Yuan used up all of the Immortal Essence stones he obtained from Wu Clan. Fang Yuan also sent the Immortal Essence stones he obtained from Langya sect into the Blood Red Immortal Essence formation. His Red Date Immortal Essence storage gradually rose again. My battle strength rose, I am on par with Feng Zhuzhe now. The only flaw is that Myriad Self needs prior preparation. If I am caught in a surprise battle, it would be a problem. Against Feng Zhuzhe, Fang Yuan could take a risk and activate Myriad Self in battle. But against rank 8 GU Immortals, Fang Yuan would need to use Reverse Flow Protection Seal immediately. That way, if he activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal without Myriad Self's help, he could not use other killer moves anymore. He would only be able to take a beating passively. When the investigative killer move is completely removed, I should head to the tributary of the River of Time and obtain Red Lotus, True Inheritance. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable took that True Inheritance, the true meaning of Red Lotus in it is endless. If I can obtain it, I will raise my time path attainment level to at least Grandmaster level. In Shadow Sect's information, Western Desert had 2 tributaries of the River of Time in their control. But earlier, Fang Yuan already used up one to set a trap for Heavenly Court. Only one was left now. And this tributary of the River of Time was Fang Yuan's target now. Right now, Central Continent was somewhere Fang Yuan could not enter. As for Southern Border, he was currently pursued by Wu Clan and others. In Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven and the Huang Jin tribes would attack him. Only in Western Desert and Eastern Sea did Fang Yuan have less pressure moving about. Of course, he could go to Eastern Sea, but to get there, he would need to get past either Central Continent, Northern Plains, or Southern Border. Eastern Sea had tributaries of the River of Time, but compared to going there, Fang Yuan might as well try to use the one in Western Desert instead. Chapter 1428, Fishing for Year Beasts. This sky was extremely wide, it was filled with bright red light, as if the entire sky was filled with an aurora. Originally, there was nothing here, but now, a giant Immortal GU formation was floating around. This Immortal GU formation gave off the grand aura of Time Path. It was evidently a Time Path Immortal GU formation. Inside this formation, Fang Yuan, Bai Ning Bing, He Lu Lan, Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and Ying Wuxia were waiting vigilantly. This Time Path Immortal GU formation had been activated for a long time. It used rank 7 year GU as the core, with supplementary rank 8 Time Path Immortal GU years flow like water. Not all Immortal formations cores were necessarily the higher rank GU. For example, this Immortal GU formation had rank 8 years flow like water as the supplementary Immortal GU instead. This Immortal GU formation came from He Fan's True Inheritance. Its main purpose was to connect with the tributary of the River of Time in the Immortal Aperture, sending out the aura of rank 7 year GU and rank 8 years flow like water to lure in year beasts. This immortal formation was named as the Immemorial Year Beast Fishing Formation by He Fan. The name was quite interesting. Others fished for fish, while He Fan fished for year beasts, and in fact, he went after immemorial year beasts. Ever since He Fan created rank 8 years flow like water, he had learned about the flaw of this immortal GU. Its aura was too tempting to immemorial year beasts. It could possibly cause immemorial year beasts to enter his immortal aperture by following the scent of the immortal GU using the tributary of the river of time. Thus, He Fan tried many ways and thought of many solutions. He first thought of the time path immortal GU formation that Fang Yuan had used earlier on Feng Zhuzhe, causing him to be trapped in the river of time. This formation could destroy the tributary of the river of time and seal the time in his immortal aperture to prevent immemorial year beasts from coming in. However, there was a huge weakness in that. Once the time no longer moved, all resources could not grow. GU worms also could not be used in the immortal aperture, because activating any GU worm needed time, even if it was only an instant. Any progress required time. Thus, once this method was used, the GU immortal would have to move the GU worms out of the immortal aperture and host them in their body. Especially in battle, it was easy for them to get destroyed by the enemy. He Fan was extremely talented. He created this move only as a last resort. But he was not satisfied with it. He continued researching. He soon found that as long as an immemorial year beast lived in his immortal aperture, other immemorial year beasts would sense it and think that this was the territory of the immemorial year beast. Even if years flow like water was extremely attractive, other immemorial year beasts would not try and barge in. Thus, He Fan first thought of a way to mimic the aura of an immemorial year beast. But his transformation path attainment level was just ordinary. He did not succeed. Next, he considered nurturing his own immemorial year beasts. But his grotto heaven was not large, it was already filled with resources. It was hard to create an environment for an immemorial year beast to live. Furthermore, to nurture an immemorial year beast, he would need to start by raising ancient year beasts. Treasure Yellow Heaven did not sell immemorial year beasts after all. And this process needed too much time. He Fan already had little lifespan left at that time. Both ways did not work. He Fan thought of another way. He wanted to use years flow like water to summon an immemorial year beast as his slave. Therefore, he created an immortal killer move. His enslavement path attainment level was at Grandmaster. It was not as bad as transformation path. He managed to create year beast summoning. But this killer move could only summon ancient year beasts. It was not easy to attract immemorial year beasts. At the final moments of his life, he created Immemorial Year Beast Fishing Formation. This immortal GU formation could attract immemorial year beasts, but could not control them. He was merely fishing, and not summoning. The immemorial year beasts fished could not be controlled. He Fan's original concept was to summon an immemorial year beast under his manipulation. Even after his death, he did not achieve his goal. It was quite a shame. If he had more time, he might have succeeded. Beauty could not withstand the trials of time. The truth was, even geniuses were the same. If Fang Yuan had time, he would follow He Fan's idea and progress along this route. In time, he would be able to create an immortal killer move that directly summoned immemorial year beasts. This was a true inheritance. The inheritor would take over the predecessor's true inheritance, and instead of just mimicking it, they would refine and improve upon the details within, adding in their own flavor to the inheritance before passing it on again. A true inheritance was not just a gift, one had to contribute as well. However, Fang Yuan had no time to improve the true inheritance now. He needed to use this immemorial year beast fishing formation to lure an immemorial year beast, before using the killer move 180 slaves to forcefully subdue it. If He Fan had 180 slaves, he would have obtained an immemorial year beast. It is too dangerous for me to go to the river of time now. Not only is it a dangerous place, Heavenly Court might have some arrangements there. Earlier, when Fang Yuan trapped Feng Zhuzhe, sending him into the river of time, Feng Zhuzhe managed to escape in the end, but Fang Yuan had his gains from this. Feng Zhuzhe managed to survive. It might be due to his own ability, or Heavenly Court's arrangements inside the river of time. No matter which one, when I enter the river of time, the worst case is that I will be obstructed and attacked by them. And inside the river of time, I have no territorial advantage. I am not adept at fighting in it. Unless I have an immemorial year beast to defend and ensure my safety. Fang Yuan planned meticulously. he was not going to put himself in danger, he needed ample preparation. Chirp chirp chirp. At this time, sound came from the tributary of the River of Time. It seems that an immemorial year beast was finally lured in. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, he quickly activated the Immortal GU formation. Inside the GU formation, the tributary of the River of Time manifested. A huge monkey was observing the GU formation through this tributary of the River of Time. It had huge eyes with the size of an elephant. It peeked through the tributary of the River of Time like it was a small peephole, observing the scene behind the door. Inside this darkness, the immemorial year monkey could not find Fang Yuan and the rest, its gaze was completely stuck to year's flow like water. Once it saw the rank 8 Immortal GU, the immemorial year monkey's appetite rose, it started salivating. Year beast's 8-year GU is food, while year's flow like water Immortal GU could produce year GU. The immemorial year monkey saw year's flow like water, it was the same as seeing a buffet with never-ending food. It started to jump around in the River of Time while scratching its ears and body. Next, it breathed in deeply and attempted to enter Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Year beasts had the ability to travel from the River of Time to anywhere in the world. Fang Yuan used year beast summoning earlier, he summoned them from the River of Time. These year beasts were able to come out and enter the battlefield immediately. As long as the River of Time flows in that area, year beasts could enter. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was no exception, but entering it was harder than going to the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Once space tore open, the immemorial year monkey stretched out its 2 arms. Next, its furry arms pulled outwards, creating a huge hole. The colossal immemorial year monkey squeezed its way in. My sovereign immortal aperture is only a blessed land, but it can already contain immemorial year beasts. But for the immemorial year beast, this cage is too small, it is very inconvenient to enter or leave. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt great joy. Since it was hard to enter or leave, when they fight, the immemorial year monkey would not be able to escape easily. After the immemorial year monkey entered, the space behind it mended. The immemorial year monkey growled as it sniffed, smelling year's flow like water's strong and dense aura, it pounced at the immortal formation. The immortal formation had strong defenses, even though the immemorial year monkey slammed into it, it did not shake. Back then, He Fan designed this formation, he naturally considered this situation. Chapter 1429, Gaining another rank 8 battle. Strength. The immemorial year beast fishing formation had strong defenses, it remained unmoved by the immemorial year monkey's attack. But this intensified the immemorial year monkey's fighting spirit. It raised its fists and slammed down, its fists were like shooting stars, landing on the immortal formation each time. The immortal formation started shaking, the interior was having tremors, each attack by the immemorial year monkey caused large numbers of mortal GU to be destroyed. White Rabbit, He Lu Lan, and Ying Wu Xie, they were rapidly replenishing mortal GU. Some GU formations would break apart after losing 10% of its GU worms. Better GU formations would still remain intact even if half were destroyed. But the immemorial year beast fishing formation would remain intact as long as the core immortal GU was still around, and if it had 60% of its GU worms left. But its defense would collapse eventually. Fang Yuan could not allow the immemorial year monkey to continue attacking it. At the next moment, a crack opened in the immortal GU formation as Bai Ning Bing flew out rapidly. She was extremely fast, shooting out like an ice arrow towards the immemorial year monkey. Both were quite close together to begin with, and because of Bai Ning Bing's speed, the immemorial year monkey could not react in time, its throat was immediately struck by Bai Ning Bing. The immemorial year monkey took a small step back, it felt pain and growled, it grabbed towards Bai Ning Bing with its huge hands. Instantly, Bai Ning Bing felt her vision turn dark as 2 huge monkey hands approached to slam down on her, casting dark shadows. Bai Ning Bing was not fazed, she snorted as she flew away. The immemorial year monkey's hands slammed from above, while Bai Ning Bing flew out from under its crotch. Originally, with her speed, she could definitely escape the monkey, but strangely, the moment she got to the immemorial year monkey's stomach, she was caught. The immemorial year monkey grabbed with its hands, holding Bai Ning Bing like a crystal ball. Next, it gripped tightly before extending its palms after some grinding. If Bai Ning Bing was in her normal body, she would have turned into meat paste. But she had used the killer move Bai Shang already, she had turned into a 5-meter tall snow giant. She wore ice armor and had 3 heads and 6 arms, she was barefooted and stood on two pale blue clouds. The immemorial year monkey opened its palms. Bai Xiang was already crushed to bits. Chirp chirp. The immemorial year monkey saw that its enemy was eliminated. It laughed happily as it threw away the ice in its hands, before slamming at the immortal GU formation again. The bits and pieces of Bai Xiang floated in the air, slowing gathered with the wind, and in a few breaths' time, the complete Bai Xiang had recovered, returning to a 5-meter giant. This was the profundity of the killer move Bai Xiang. Bai Ningbing, who had turned into Bai Xiang form, was no longer contained in a flesh body. Even if she had a fingernail-sized piece of ice left, she could instantly return back to the giant form. But this time, not only did my flying speed fall, my Bai Zhang's recovery speed has fallen too. Bai Ningbing thought as she flew towards the immemorial year monkey again. Immemorial year beasts had plentiful time path Dao marks in their bodies. Their actions had time path effects. They could carve time path Dao marks in the surroundings. They were not a force to trifle with. Immortal killer move, penetrating ice blade. The ice blade filled with frost energy landed on the immemorial year monkey's shoulder, but could not pierce into its skin. Compared to the huge immemorial year monkey, the ice blade was like a tiny fruit knife. The immemorial year monkey caught Bai Ningbing again. She tried to dodge but failed again. But no matter how many times she was destroyed, as long as fragments of her body remained, she would rapidly recover. Of course, they had already checked that the immemorial year beast did not have any wild immortal GU, otherwise, Bai Ningbing would not be so daring as to challenge the immemorial year beast's battle strength. The immemorial year monkey had a large number of wild mortal GU, but these GU worms were nothing to Bai Ningbing. The true threat was the immemorial year monkey itself. After a dozen rounds, Bai Ningbing got progressively slower and Bai Xiang was taking longer to recover. In contrast, the immemorial year monkey was barely injured. There was some frost on its body, but it easily shrugged it off. Bai Ningbing's attacks could penetrate its skin, but the immemorial year beast's recovery speed was too strong. It completely healed in a few breaths' time. Even Bai Ningbing was feeling a little dejected. She felt like she was an annoying fly buzzing around the immemorial year monkey. Most of its attention was still on the immortal formation. Often, the immemorial year monkey would ignore Bai Ningbing's attacks as it slammed down on the immortal GU formation. This immemorial year beast has great strength. Fang Yuan observed the battle and concluded. Like how rank 8 GU immortals differed in strength, the same went for immemorial year beasts. This immemorial year monkey had incredible strength. Bai Ningbing could not deal any major damage even if she used her full strength. Even though Bai Ningbing had incredible talent, having the northern dark ice soul physique and Bai Zhang's true inheritance, her foundation could not compare with the immemorial year monkey which had lived for tens of thousands of years. The immemorial year beast fishing formation was suffering greater losses. The speed of replenishment by Fang Yuan and the others was starting to be unable to keep up. As the immemorial year monkey got more agitated by Bai Ningbing's attacks, it started to attack more rapidly. The immortal formation was starting to have cracks emerging. As the one with the strongest battle strength, Fang Yuan was not going to fight. Letting the immemorial year monkey attack the immemorial year beast fishing formation was a form of tactic to weaken it first. Among immemorial year beasts, they had different strengths and weaknesses according to their respective zodiac animal. In terms of strength, the immemorial year monkey was merely mid-tier among them. Immemorial year dragons, bulls, and tigers had far greater strength under the same circumstances. But even against this immemorial year monkey, the immortal GU formation was starting to collapse. Miao Yin, go help Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan ordered. Fairy Miao Yin nodded as she flew out of the immortal GU formation. Having watched the battle for a long time and knowing the power of this immemorial year monkey, she did not dare to fight at close range. She immediately flew to a distance away. Curved crescent moons appeared in both her eyes as she stared at the immemorial year monkey's eyes. After a long time, the immemorial year monkey had no reaction, as if Fairy Miao Yin had not attacked. It continued to attack the immortal GU formation. Sweat appeared on Fairy Miao Yin's forehead. Immemorial year monkeys lived in the river of time. Their eyes were submerged in the river water. The eyes had the most dense concentration of time path Dao marks. Fairy Miao Yin's sight attack was completely useless. Fine. Fairy Miao Yin's fighting spirit was ignited as she used another immortal killer move, Lingering Tune. This was not an offensive killer move, it was to supplement her other move. Next, Fairy Miao Yin started to sing. Immortal killer move, soft bone music. The music flew towards the immemorial year monkey's arms, and with the help of lingering tune, it coiled around the monkey's arms without fading away. Affected by this music, the immemorial year monkey's arm bones started to turn soft. The immemorial year monkey was slightly confused as it stopped for a second and looked at its arms. It continued to send a flurry of punches, each hit made the immortal formation shake intensely. Fairy Miao Yin's eyelids were twitching. She activated 2 killer moves in a row, but it merely made the immemorial year monkey feel a little confused. The difference between rank 7 and 8 is too huge. Our attacks are simply ineffective. For the last few thousand years, the only people who could resist rank 8 as rank 7s were Fang Yuan and Feng Zhuzhe in this whole wide world. Similar feelings of admiration appeared in the Shadow Sect Immortals' hearts. Immortal Killer Move, Crimson Ray. Immortal Killer Move, Angry Bird. Immortal Killer Move, Fire Phoenix. He Lu Lan also flew out. She was familiar with the Fire Path killer moves. She activated them smoothly as they landed on the immemorial year monkey. They caused a huge commotion but did little damage. Fang Yuan, Ying Wuxia, and Lady White Rabbit were still inside the immortal GU formation. Rank 7 killer moves, even if they are profound, can barely have any effect on rank 8 existences. Fang Yuan understood this clearly. In his battles against Wu Yong and Feng Zhuzhe earlier, Reverse Flow Protection Seal dealt the most damage. Fang Yuan used many methods to be able to fight rank 8 GU immortals, but to kill them, it would be too hard. Not only could these rank 8 GU immortals escape, with just Fang Yuan's current offensive methods, he only used rank 7 immortal GU as the cores. His defense far surpassed his offense. If he could not, forget about the Shadow Sect Immortals. Only Ying Wuxia's lead soul into Dream was unstoppable. It threatened even rank 8 GU immortals. But Fang Yuan would not use it now. Firstly, fighting the immemorial year monkey could allow everyone to gain experience on how it felt to fight rank 8 existences. Secondly, by defeating the immemorial year monkey in a frontal battle, Fang Yuan could use 180 slaves more easily later. After subduing it, this immemorial year monkey would be more obedient. It is almost time. After some time, the immortal GU formation was at the brink of collapse as Fang Yuan flew out. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Self. After several breaths, Fang Yuan turned into an ancient sword dragon. His silvery scales shined brightly and outstandingly. But against the immemorial year beast, he was simply like a tiny snake beside a human. But it was not a problem. Next, Fang Yuan activated a Rule Path Immortal GU. Big, 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 big. Ancient sword dragon's body rapidly expanded. It quickly became the same size as the immemorial year beast. The immemorial year monkey looked at Fang Yuan with deep wariness. Fang Yuan charged ahead and fought the immemorial year monkey directly. Fang Yuan had strength path methods, but his strength could not compare to the immemorial year monkey. Rule Path Immortal GU Big could only make him larger. Fang Yuan was often sent flying by the immemorial year monkey, but it suffered greater injuries than him. This was because the attacks it dealt to the ancient sword dragon were reflected fully by Reverse Flow Protection Seal, landing back on itself. This battle lasted for several hours. Fang Yuan focused on attacking while the others supplemented him. Even if ranked 7 killer moves were ineffective, the damage still added up eventually. The immemorial year monkey was covered in injuries. It breathed roughly as it tried to escape. It tore through space and wanted to escape into the river of time, but Fang Yuan blocked it with his ancient sword dragon body. The immemorial year monkey was obstructed and could not escape. Eventually, Fang Yuan used 180 slaves. After the third time, it lowered its head, submitting to Fang Yuan. The immemorial year monkey was subdued. After losing his upper extreme heavenly eagle, Fang Yuan obtained another rank 8 battle strength once more. Chapter 1430. Entering the River. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Green Heaven. A huge area of Rainbow Dream Realm floated in the sky, turning slowly as time passed. A lump of self-will was here, turning into Fang Yuan's appearance. It was very realistic. Within the self-will, there was some red date immortal essence and several GU worms. This is the final attempt for now. Fang Yuan's self-will muttered as he started acting. As the red date immortal essence was expended, at the same time, self-love immortal GU and affection immortal GU were activated, followed by some supplementary mortal GU. Soon, a large amount of self-will gushed out, turning Fang Yuan's self-will into a several-meter-tall giant. After stopping his GU worm activation, Fang Yuan's self-will went to rest for a while. The entire self-will giant had shrunk by 10%, it was more dense and had greater ability to think for itself. Next, Fang Yuan's self-will activated another immortal killer move. This move had no name, Fang Yuan had created it recently to deal with the dream realm. The immortal killer move shined with bright lights, stabbing into the dream realm as if it was made of sharp swords. A few minutes later, Fang Yuan stopped his killer move, the entire self-will giant shrunk until it was a baby's size. The pile of red date immortal essence was almost fully expended. I failed after all, Fang Yuan's self-will sighed deeply. During the battle of the dream realm, Fang Yuan obtained a lot of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. But on the way to western desert from southern border, he sacrificed a large number of them to block the enemies. After that, the remaining pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that he still had turned back to dream realms when they reached their time limit as they were incomplete bodies. Fang Yuan kept all these dream realms in mini green heaven. Fang Yuan's sovereign blessed land had the arrangement of 5 regions and 9 heavens. The area was so huge that it would scare GU immortals to death. But most of these areas were filled with resources due to Fang Yuan's management. Only 2 places were empty, one was mini red heaven, the other was mini green heaven. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had chosen to fight the immemorial year monkey in mini red heaven. As for mini green heaven, it was used to contain dream realms. These dream realms were all invaded by heaven's will, they were not uncontaminated, they were dangerously filled with heaven's will. When heaven's will lurked inside Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, heaven's will would be able to connect with the outside world, even if the immortal aperture isolated it. Even if Fang Yuan had dark limit, he would be detected. Fang Yuan had learned this not too long ago. However, Fang Yuan was affected by the investigative killer move of Heavenly Court's Fairy Z way earlier, and he did not have dark limit, since he was exposed anyway. He placed these portions of heaven's will in his sovereign immortal aperture, there was no big deal. Fang Yuan had been thinking of how to use this heaven's will to gain benefits. Exploring dream realms, taking the true meaning inside and raising his attainment levels. This was advantageous to Fang Yuan, especially when he chose these dream realms, they suited him very much. But they were currently being pursued while the dream realms were full of heaven's will. All sorts of reasons made Fang Yuan unable to explore the dream realms properly. But what if I get rid of all the heaven's will inside these dream realms? This thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind and rooted itself firmly. Theoretically, it was possible. Because true meaning was contained within dream realms, when people explore them successfully, they could take the true meaning and increase the attainment levels. And because the heaven's will invaded these dream realms, since it could enter, it could naturally be removed as well. Or rather, if heaven's will could invade the dream realms, why couldn't his self-will do the same? In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan had heard of a certain wisdom path great expert who invented a wisdom path method to use wills or emotions to invade dream realms and explore them. All sorts of reasons confirmed to Fang Yuan that this was a possible way. But his progress was not smooth. He used many methods and created immortal killer moves, but they were not effective. Not only did he fail to even touch heaven's will, the self-will's invasion of the dream realm even failed completely. It seems that my advantage in dream realms is only due to rebirth. If I look at it properly, I had no deep dream path research even in my previous life. Maybe when my wisdom path attainment level rises again in the future, I would have more progress. Fang Yuan calmly realized his insufficiency, he stopped hesitating. He started to use another immortal killer move on the dream realm. Soon, these dream realms turned into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Fang Yuan inherited Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance, he naturally knew the way to turn dream realms into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Of course, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies refined were incomplete. And because he lacked some immortal GU, these bodies were inferior to the ones Purple Mountain True Monarch created during the Battle of the Dream Realm. However, Fang Yuan was satisfied. He only wanted to move these dream realms out of his sovereign immortal aperture. Next, the dream realms in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture were all turned into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and extracted. Next, under Fang Yuan's arrangements, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were all placed into the positions that Fang Yuan planned earlier. Next, he ordered them to self-detonate and turn into dream realms again. These dream realms formed a tight defense that could block enemies. Even if Heavenly Court's rank 8 GU immortals came, they would not be able to do anything to these dream realms. After his arrangements, Fang Yuan started to set up the Immortal GU formation. Right now, he was deep under a nameless desert. There was a huge natural solutional cave. The sand here had mixed with gold, forming gold rocks. They were shining brightly. But the most attractive thing to Fang Yuan was that at the center of the cave, there was a tributary of the River of Time. The size of this tributary of the River of Time was smaller than the previous one, but it was more stable. Using Fang Yuan's Immortal GU formation, he would be able to reach the River of Time using this tributary. Indeed, this tributary of the River of Time was the final one that Shadow Sect had in Western Desert. Fang Yuan started to set up his Immortal GU formation. His formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster. When he was chased by Heavenly Court, he had interacted with formation path the most, be it the Time Exile formation, Self-Cleansing formation, or Immemorial Year Beast Fishing formation. They were all Immortal GU formations. These experiences made him more proficient in creating formations. Thus, he set up this Immortal GU formation calmly and with great confidence. And as expected, Fang Yuan created the Immortal GU formation in merely a few minutes. Bai Ningbing and the rest who were patrolling the area were immediately called back. Next, they went into his sovereign immortal aperture as Fang Yuan ordered Ying Wuxia, "You can act now." Immortal Killer Move, Burning Soul Bursting Luck. Ying Wuxia used this Immortal Killer Move once more. Because of Connect Luck, Fang Yuan and the rest would become very lucky for the following period of time. Fang Yuan wanted to use it himself too. But Burning Soul Bursting Luck greatly expended the Soul Foundation. He had used it once before, he had no foundation to use it again. Ying Wuxia was Spectral Soul's split soul. He had a deep soul foundation and could use Burning Soul Bursting Luck multiple times. But Fang Yuan could not let his soul foundation fall too drastically. Lead Soul into Dream needed Ying Wuxia to have a strong soul foundation, otherwise, it would easily result in a killer move backlash. If Ying Wuxia tries to use Lead Soul into Dream on a rank 8 and faces a backlash, he would end up in the Dream realm himself and be unable to escape. Strength came with a price. One had to pay a price for everything they gained. The Immortal GU formation resonated. Under its influence, the flowing tributary of the River of Time started to become turbulent. The waves were becoming fiercer. There were a huge number of myriad self-clones in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Together with Burning Soul Bursting Luck and the Immemorial Year Monkey, he had done all the preparations he could. He knew that this trip to the River of Time was dangerous, but he had to go. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Immortal Killer Move, Ancient Year Beast Transformation. At the next moment, he turned into an ancient desolate beast as the immortal formation burst out with strong light, charging into the tributary of the River of Time and creating a huge hole. Fang Yuan went in immediately. Huge waves caused countless ripples to form. The hole behind him only lasted a few breaths of time before vanishing. Fang Yuan's gaze was completely attracted to the sight in front of him. The River of Time, Chapter 1431, Wild Gu Come. Legend says there was a river in this world, known as the River of Time. It flowed through the past, the present, and the future. Everything in the world was like fish in the river, and under the currents, the fish could only flow downwards. Without the River of Time, the world would be still, becoming a drawing. Only with this river can change occur, and the world can move, either prospering or withering. I am in the River of Time again. Fang Yuan sighed. He looked around. The river was huge and wide. Even though it was called the River of Time, it was as vast as the sea. In the darkness of this space, a huge river was flowing unceasingly. The river water was pale white, but countless ripples were colliding and creating beautiful colors at all times. The lights were dazzling and reflecting off Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before recovering. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out the Immemorial Year Monkey. Uk. This huge beast returned to its home. It was very excited. It landed in the river water and created a huge splash. Fang Yuan also turned into an ancient year monkey. He was much smaller than the Immemorial Year Monkey. He was floating in the air now as he was not a true year beast. Even though his transformation path Dao marks had turned into time path Dao marks for him to adapt to this place, it was better to not touch the water of the River of Time if he could. Let's go, Fang Yuan ordered, as the Immemorial Year Monkey started to swim. The benefit of beating it earlier was showing. It was much more obedient than the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. However, even though he used 180 slaves, because Fang Yuan's soul foundation had fallen greatly, it was quite hard to control this immemorial year monkey. Even though we are in a peaceful situation now, the enslavement is already difficult, my soul feels very heavy. If we are in intense battle, I may not be able to order the immemorial year monkey. Fang Yuan was alerted inwardly. This was a flaw, but there was no helping it. Fang Yuan had done his best. They moved on quietly. Tides continued to crash. Fang Yuan was here for the first time using his physical body. The last few times, he used spring-autumn cicada to send his will into the river. Because of influences like heaven's will, he only had a glimpse of the river of time. He could not observe it in full, but now, he had an eye-opening experience. The river of time was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was widely known and was inside the legends of Ren Zhu. But to enter with one's physical body, they had to be GU Immortal experts with deep time path foundation. Fang Yuan could enter even though he lacked that because of transformation path, as well as Purple Mountain True Monarchs and He Fan's inheritances. The river of time was not without life. Fang Yuan first saw a couple of wild year GU chasing each other before entering the river water again. Next, he saw groups of wild time path GU worms flying in the sky. They were like countless flies. 5 to 6 wild year GU approached Fang Yuan and quietly landed on him without moving anymore. So that's it. Fang Yuan's thoughts shifted as he realized why. He was now an ancient year monkey. Because of rank 8 attitude GU and familiar face, wild GU could not discern his aura. They treated him as a wild ancient year monkey. These few time path mortal GU were all attracted to Fang Yuan's time path Dao marks. They felt that it was the best place to live, so they went to him. In nature, GU worms were fragile. Even though wild GU worms could absorb the natural essence of heaven and earth, they were still in danger even if they had strong abilities. Thus, living in strong lifeforms was their way of survival. Fang Yuan moved for a few minutes and already had several hundred wild mortal GU in him. Most were day GU and month GU, there were no year GU. As for the immemorial year monkey, it had greater gains. This immemorial year monkey had wild mortal GU in it, but they were destroyed when fighting Fang Yuan. There were few left. And now, they were greatly replenished. The immemorial year monkey was naturally more attractive than Fang Yuan. It was very popular with the wild time path mortal GU. As it swam in the river, swarms of time path GU worms surrounded it like a black cloud. But this situation only lasted for a moment before slowing down rapidly. Like how beasts occupied territories, when Fang Yuan and the immemorial year monkey had a large number of wild mortal GU on them, other mortal GU would feel that it was crowded and stop coming to them. Fang Yuan thought about it. He did not do anything to these wild mortal GU. With his current capabilities, it was easy for him to refine these wild mortal GU. However, that would ruin Fang Yuan's disguise. Furthermore, these wild, time path mortal GU were nothing special. Unless they were immortal GU, they had little attraction to Fang Yuan. Roar. While they were traveling, an ancient year tiger emerged from the water, but it left without even pausing, escaping far away. This situation had happened many times. The immemorial year monkey was simply like an express pass on their journey. In fact, other than year beasts, there were also month beasts and day beasts. Similar to year beasts, they fed on month GU and day GU respectively. After 2 hours, the river of time was still turbulent while darkness surrounded them. The scenery had not changed. It was almost as if everyone was still at the same spot where they started. Half the body of an immemorial year monkey was submerged in the water, moving forward slowly like a floating hill. As for Fang Yuan, he turned into an ancient year monkey and floated in the air above the river, moving slowly. Fang Yuan was certain, because he had Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance, the feeling in his heart intensified. As long as he followed this feeling, he would definitely find that Red Lotus true inheritance that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtained. The thing that obstructed him other than the treacherous river of time was heavenly quartz pursuit and ambush. Suddenly, with a loud sound, a current shot out of the raging river of time. The current shot out towards the left of Fang Yuan, in front of him. Grr. The immemorial year monkey growled as a hint of seriousness showed on its relaxed face. This is a sudden spring. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly. The river of time was not safe. Some river segments were very dangerous with many uncertainties. Sudden springs were one of them. When traveling in this river segment, one had to be wary of suddenly rising springs. If they are hit by it, a vast number of time path Dao marks would be carved on the target. they might suffer heavy injuries or die, they might even lose lifespan. Fang Yuan vigilantly moved towards the immemorial year monkey's head. He lacked methods to deal with sudden springs, he could only use this immemorial year beast's tough body to resist it. They had to cross this river, it was necessary to get to Red Lotus, true inheritance. Just when Fang Yuan was fully focused on traveling in the river, near the tributary of the River of Time in Western Desert, 3 GU Immortals arrived. 1 rank 7 GU Immortal with great elegance and 2 rank 8 GU Immortals that were stable like mountains. It was Feng Zhuzhe, as well as the 2 rank 8 GU Immortals from Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei's plan was to find Red Lotus, true inheritance using Fang Yuan as the key. Now that Fang Yuan had entered the River of Time to obtain Red Lotus, true inheritance, she was definitely going to send people after him. To think this otherworldly demon is so powerful, he could actually fight Brother Feng evenly. With our help, no matter how talented he is, he cannot escape. The 2 rank 8 GU Immortals had not met up with Feng Zhuzhe for a long time, and he was not someone who would conceal information for the sake of reputation. He directly explained Fang Yuan's sharp rise in battle strength to them. If we work together, we should be able to kill Fang Yuan. Feng Zhuzhe nodded slightly. Fang Yuan's battle strength was similar to his. Against 1 rank 8 GU Immortal, it would be barely enough, against 2, it would be extremely difficult. Especially now, Feng Zhuzhe's chaotic heart-drumming sound was modified by Fairy Ziwei again, it was the trump card to deal with Fang Yuan. These are dream realms. A moment later, Feng Zhuzhe and the rest could not help but land, looking helplessly at the dream realm defensive line. It seems we can only wait. The dream realms move constantly, a gap will appear in the defense soon, we will be able to enter. Other than us, Lord Huangshi is in the River of Time. He is the person most skilled with fighting in the River of Time for the last 10,000 years. Fang Yuan is not his match. The 3 immortals discussed, deciding to stay and wait for an opportunity. Grr. The immemorial year monkey growled, its body was covered in injuries. Fang Yuan turned around. Looking at the river segment behind him, he felt a little fearful. Thankfully, the immemorial year monkey is here to defend me, otherwise, how could we get past this place so easily? The sudden springs had great power, they had at least rank 7 killer move strength, with most being rank 8, Fang Yuan even saw a sudden spring that had rank 9 power. The eruption of this sudden spring was like a huge waterfall that flowed upwards towards heaven. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was far from it when it burst out, he was safe. The immemorial year monkey is quite injured, but my methods are limited, I cannot heal it. Fang Yuan inspected and mentally sighed. Other paths, healing methods were restricted here. In terms of time path methods, Fang Yuan only had man as before, but this immortal GU only worked on human bodies. Fang Yuan could only let the immemorial year monkey recover on its own. Should I stop for a moment and rest? For the immemorial year monkey to recover fully. The sudden springs were just the first hurdle to Red Lotus, true inheritance. Fang Yuan still had to face the dark web spiders, 1-finger flow sharks, and a special blade river segment. These 3 hurdles were more dangerous than the sudden springs. Sudden spring river segment. Lord Huangshi looked at the river in front of him as he frowned. According to Lady Ziwei, Fang Yuan is right ahead. Immediately after, Lord Huangshi's eyes shined brightly as he flew towards the sudden spring river segment resolutely. Chapter 1432, Huangshi's Pursuit. A huge sudden spring burst out of the peaceful river surface. Compared to this sudden spring, Lord Huangshi, who was flying in the air, resembled a tiny mosquito. Even before the sudden spring hit him, Lord Huangshi felt like it was getting faster and faster. That was not true, of course, the sudden spring actually became slower as it got higher and higher. The reason why Lord Huangshi felt that was because his own relative speed had fallen. This was the River of Time, the eruption of sudden springs will cause everything around it to slow down. In that case, the target would find it harder to escape. HMPH. Lord Huangshi was not fazed. At the crucial moment, bright light shone from his head. At the next instance, he was completely restored to normal condition as he retreated, causing the sudden spring to miss its target. With another loud sound, the sudden spring crashed back into the river and created a huge wave. Lord Huangshi wiped the sweat off his forehead. This sudden spring has the power of a rank 8 killer move, even I have to be careful, if I got hit, I would suffer great injuries. If I encounter a rank 9 level sudden spring, I would definitely be gravely injured, I might even die. Lord Huangshi felt pressured in his heart. Even though he was a rank 8 GU immortal and had territorial advantage when fighting in the River of Time, he knew that Fang Yuan had luck path methods, and even a rather comprehensive all living beings luck true inheritance. Being at the Sudden Spring River segment, other than one's strength, one had to depend on their own luck. I am chasing after Fang Yuan now, this is not beneficial to him. According to the profundities of luck path, my journey will not be smooth, it will be filled with problems. Fang Yuan chose this route to trouble me, this is a good plan. However, Lord Huangshi frowned, feeling doubts. No matter how lucky Fang Yuan is, he can't avoid all the sudden springs, right? Even if rank 9 sudden springs are rare, those rank 7 sudden springs are countless, and there are also many rank 8 sudden springs. How did he pass them? Did he use reverse flow protection seal the entire time? If he was using reverse flow protection seal, this would be great news to Lord Huangshi. Because this Sudden Spring River segment was very long, if Fang Yuan used his killer move the entire time, his immortal essence would be greatly expended. This would be helpful when Lord Huangshi fights him later. Lord Huangshi did not expect that Fang Yuan would enslave an immemorial year monkey to act as his shield. Even though Fang Yuan could control the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Heavenly Court attributed that to He Fan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan was controlling a rank 8 existence with rank 7 cultivation level, it was a shocking accomplishment. But the truth was 180 slaves, and years flow like water immortal goose flaw. Especially the latter, He Fan did not expose his own weakness. This secret was unknown to Heavenly Court, they could not deduce that Fang Yuan had a way to lure immemorial year beasts to him. Because of such reasons, Heavenly Court did not manage to learn that Fang Yuan could control an immemorial year beast. After a few minutes, Lord Huangshi flew out of the Sudden Spring River segment. Fairy Z Wei's guidance was transmitted to him again. Lord Huangshi changed directions, raising his speed as he flew towards Fang Yuan. A moment later, his figure paused as he looked ahead uncertainly. Dark web spider. Lord Huangshi had a grim expression as he muttered this. In front of him, there was a huge spider with a pale white body, it was unmoving on a huge web. The spider was larger than the Sudden Spring earlier, it was like a mountain, its 4 limbs were like ridges. Compared to the spider, Lord Huangshi was tiny, he was like an ant in front of an elephant. Larger than the dark web spider was the huge web it was on. This huge web was made of a crystal-like substance, some threads were thin, while others were thick like tree trunks. The web was not flat, it was weaved into a forest-like cage. Countless spider threads stabbed into the water of the River of Time like roots. No matter how the water flowed, these threads remained stationary. A vast number of spider threads weaved together into a huge crystal nest. Each of the connectors had many complex threads linking to different directions. Lord Huangshi's heart sank. He did not dare to believe it, Fang Yuan and the rest managed to get past here to head to Red Lotus, true inheritance. He confirmed it again, Fairy Z Wei's directions were not wrong. This made him even more confident of his conjuncture now. Fang Yuan had designed this route to target him. Fang Yuan wants to use this dangerous place to force me to retreat. Lord Huangshi had a cold expression, he snorted before flying into the huge crystal nest. Each dark web spider was an immemorial desolate beast, they had their own territories in the River of Time, in their territory, even immemorial desolate beasts would not dare to rampage. It was a predator at the top of the food chain. The dark web spider relies on its unimaginable great strength besides its huge body, as well as its sharp mouth in this crystal nest. Each crystal nest thread is extraordinary, GU immortals of the past gave it a fanciful name, used until today. Peaceful time thread, any rank 7 or below existence, would be in a state of frozen time if they touch the thread. They cannot move and would end up being eaten by the dark web spider which moves slowly towards it. For someone like Lord Huangshi, one single thread of peaceful time thread cannot affect him, but with 100 of them together, even he would be in grave danger. And in the entire crystal nest, how many peaceful time threads were there? Simply uncountable. Lord Huangshi moved very slowly. He carefully moved past each of the threads that had weaved into a web. He had thought of detouring this dangerous place to pursue Fang Yuan. But this way, he would need to travel a long route, Fang Yuan would gain a lot of time instead. And what if this Red Lotus true inheritance was inside the crystal nests to begin with? Thus, Lord Huangshi had to step into this dangerous place and pursue Fang Yuan. As long as I remain careful and avoid touching any peaceful time thread, I will be able to get through this safely. Lord Huangshi thought as a loud explosion occurred. There was incredible sound resembling the crashing of heaven and earth. The crystal web nest shook along with the loud sound waves. The dark web spider was alerted, its 180 compound eyes stared at Lord Huangshi. It must be Fang Yuan's trap. Lord Huangshi was furious, but he felt little shock. If he was Fang Yuan, he would have set the same trap against his enemies. Since I am able to get here, I have my assurance, I am able to get past this dangerous area while the dark web spider is alerted. With a cold snort, Lord Huangshi started to use his immortal killer move on the crystal threads. These crystal threads were not easy to destroy even though they were fragile, because any killer move would freeze in time as long as they got closer to the threads. Of course, against rank 8 killer moves, the peaceful time threads had an upper limit in terms of defense. Lord Huangshi started to act, using his rank 8 killer moves to attack the crystal threads, at an increasingly fast speed. He was a time path great expert, he had effective methods against the peaceful time threads. Furthermore, that dark web spider moved slowly, it could not catch up to Lord Huangshi. Lord Huangshi did not want to fight the dark web spider, he had a huge responsibility on him. But his path of retreat was not smooth, there were often immortal killer moves, sound waves, frost, and flames obstructing him. Lord Huangshi's speed was greatly obstructed, he was eventually caught up by the spider as they fought intensely. After an intense battle, Lord Huangshi broke free from the dark web spider and left its territory. But now, he was in a more sorry state than before, not only was he covered in dust, he even suffered minor injuries. This damn Fang Yuan, how many traps did he set? And these traps all activate at the perfect timing, there is deep planning in this. Lord Huangshi suffered a loss, he was filled with rage, he would not let Fang Yuan off. He flew while he treated his injuries. Not long after, he entered a weird river segment. What is going on? I can feel a strong sword path and blade path aura in this river segment. Lord Huangshi was surprised as suspicion flashed on his face. He slowed down and observed, this river segment had permeating sword chi and blade light. Wait, don't tell me, this is... Lord Huangshi frowned. I traveled upstream towards the past, in terms of distance, I probably went back to 100,000 years ago, I am at the late antiquity era. Late antiquity era, sword path, blade path. I know, Western Desert's Shi Yuan, this person cultivated sword path, created sword abyss, and killed 3 rank 8 GU immortals. There is another blade path. Demonic immortal, he is known as Dao Ju Lang, he had overwhelming demonic might, rampaging in Western Desert, he managed to break the expulsion formation and shook the world. These two fought before, it was an intense fight that led to great destruction. Lord Huangshi used his investigative methods, and as expected, this segment of the river was affected by the battle between these two rank 8 great experts, causing this to become a blade river segment. It was more dangerous to get past here compared to the sudden spring river segment, because it was possible that Dao Ju Lang's or Shi Yuan's immortal killer moves would suddenly appear and attack. When sudden springs occur, there is a process in their eruptions. But this blade river segment did not have that. Fang Yuan and the rest actually came here. Are they trying to die? Lord Huangshi gritted his teeth, entering. Since Fang Yuan and the rest could enter, as a rank 8 great expert, he could not back down. Fairy Ziwei guided him as Lord Huangshi got closer to his target. The immemorial year monkey fought in turbulent waves, it was covered in injuries, blood was flowing as the surrounding area was dyed red. On the immemorial year monkey, Bai Ning Bing, Fairy Miao Yin, and the rest were defending themselves. I finally found you all. Lord Huangshi's eyes shined brightly, he charged ahead without thinking. Chapter 1433. How shameless could it get? Bai Ning Bing and the rest were trapped in the Blade River segment, they could not escape. Lord Huangshi saw this great opportunity, how could he let it go? He had chased them along the way, he was extremely furious, now that he saw his prey, he immediately pounced forth. The river of time had surging waves. Mixed within were sword chi and blade light, shooting towards the shadow sect immortals. Lord Huangshi was not exempted, he was taken care of by the sword chi and blade light, but his defensive methods were not weaker than shadow sect's immortals, he had an easier time. Immortal killer move, Sun Moon Divine Shuttle. Lord Huangshi looked down as he pushed with both hands, countless arrowhead shuttles shot out like a storm, towards the shadow sect immortals. Enemy. Bai Ning Bing shouted to alert them. Sun Moon Divine Shuttle was very powerful, even though Bai Ning Bing and the rest defended themselves, they were heavily suppressed by the killer move. This angered the immemorial year monkey. It growled as it exerted force in its lower body, its entire body left the river water as it jumped towards the sky. Sun Moon Divine Shuttle landed on its body and created small bleeding holes, but for this huge immemorial year monkey, that was only a light wound. The huge monkey hands grabbed towards Lord Huangshi while whipping up fierce winds. Feeling this terrifying power, Lord Huangshi's eyelids twitched, he expressed shock on his face. This immemorial year monkey is the real deal, it is not Fang Yuan's transformation. They actually control a rank 8 battle strength like this immemorial year monkey. Lord Huangshi was not a strength path or transformation path GU Immortal, he was not good at close combat. Even though he was a Heavenly Court rank 8 GU Immortal, against the immemorial year monkey, he had to retreat. He moved rapidly, getting to an area far away in an instant. In here, there were dense time path Dao marks, he could fight with great strength. The immemorial year monkey missed and landed back into the river, but it growled and leapt again, jumping into the sky and attacking Lord Huangshi. Lord Huangshi's eyes shined brightly. He saw that the immemorial year monkey was covered in wounds, it was not in its best condition. But that was natural, the immemorial year monkey must have played a huge part for Fang Yuan and the rest to get here, it had likely lost 30 to 40% of its strength. In that case, Lord Huangshi's battle intent became firmer. He breathed in deeply and used another immortal killer move. Immediately, a yellow soil rock appeared above his head. The rock moved slowly, it made the time around Lord Huangshi move slowly too. Next, dust and sand emerged from the rock and landed on the immemorial year monkey in a flash. Affected by the yellow dust, the immemorial year monkey's rate of time reduced rapidly, it became slower and slower, the time it took to jump became much longer. Lord Huangshi saw this and let out a breath of air, feeling joyful. He was very confident in his method, as the dust accumulates, the immemorial year beast would get even slower. At this rate, Lord Huangshi would control the situation very soon. A huge wave shot towards the sky, directly towards Lord Huangshi. From within the pale wave of the river of time, a strong blade light shot out with blinding light. The blade light landed on Lord Huangshi as his body shook, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lord Huangshi was injured, the dust and sand shook as the immemorial year monkey struggled from within. Lord Huangshi quickly held his breath and used his immortal killer move more intensely, making the dust thicker to trap the immemorial year monkey. Bai Ning Bing and the rest used their methods to unleash frost, flames, and sound waves on the immemorial year monkey, but they could not affect this sand and dust. In the river of time, time path lifeforms were greatly strengthened. Bai Ning Bing and the rest were weaker than Lord Huangshi to begin with. Due to these time path Dao marks, their battle strength was even lower than usual. At the crucial moment, Ying Wuxia's expression turned grim, he was about to use the invincible lead soul into dream. But at this moment, Ying Wuxia lost his target. He could not sense the existence of Lord Huangshi. Lead soul into dream needs to sense the other party to activate. Otherwise, it is useless. This Lord Huangshi already has a way to hide from my soul path senses. Oh, the defensive killer move that Lady Zi Wei gave me activated, hehe. Lord Huangshi snickered coldly. The moment Ying Wuxia wanted to use lead soul into dream, he had a feeling. Even though lead soul into dream was powerful, it had flaws too, it was not a perfect killer move. Fairy Zi Wei sent Lord Huangshi on this mission alone to pursue Fang Yuan and the rest, she naturally had measures against lead soul into dream. After all, Heavenly Court had suffered greatly from it. People learn from their mistakes, not to mention Fairy Zi Wei from Heavenly Court. Lord Huangshi came prepared, lead soul into dream could not be used. Oh no, Ying Wuxia and the rest had a change of expression, they felt strong pressure in their hearts. They could not salvage the situation, they could only rely on Fang Yuan now. But where was Fang Yuan? Lord Huangshi considered this problem. He had thought that this immemorial year monkey was Fang Yuan's transformation to scare him, but after fighting, he realized it was a real immemorial year monkey. Since the battle started, Fang Yuan had not shown up. He who possessed reverse flow protection seal and had battle strength equal to Feng Zhuzhe was the biggest target that Lord Huangshi was wary of now. The longer Fang Yuan stayed hidden, the more alert he felt. Fang Yuan, you're still not coming out. If you wait any longer, Lord Huangshi was shocked. At this moment, a huge wave from the river of time swept towards him. Again, Lord Huangshi was stifled. This huge wave avoided the immemorial year monkey and came after him instead, time and again. His luck was too horrible. The huge wave hit Lord Huangshi as he spat out blood once more, increasing the severity of his injuries. He could not dodge, not only because he was using this immortal killer move, but also because the wave slowed time when it approached. Even if he dodged the water, he could not dodge the sword chi and blade light that were incredibly fast. Lord Huangshi chose to resist the wave, to find a chance to capture the immemorial year monkey, Bai Ningbing, and the rest. Right now, I have the advantage. I don't believe that Fang Yuan will continue to watch. Lord Huangshi made up his mind. 3 waves swept towards Lord Huangshi. What? At me again? Instantly, Lord Huangshi stared with wide eyes. He wanted to scream. Normally speaking, the huge immemorial year monkey would have a higher chance of getting hit by the waves. But since the battle started, only Lord Huangshi had gotten hit by them. Their luck is too good. Not a single wave hit them. Wait, Lord Huangshi shook. Is this the effect of Fang Yuan's luck path methods? He thought of a possibility. HMPH. Even so, luck path cannot change the outcome of this battle. Luck path is suppressed in here to begin with. It is impossible for Fang Yuan to manipulate the waves here using luck path. Only supreme time path methods can do it. I have the territorial advantage here. Lord Huangshi calmed down as he continued to suppress the immemorial year monkey, Bai Ningbing, and the rest, forcing Fang Yuan to show up. Lord Huangshi fell for it. This is like what sect leader predicted. Let's continue attacking, don't expose any flaws. Bai Ningbing and the rest had grim expressions, but they were conversing secretly. At the same time, on an island deep under the river. The image was moving in front of Fang Yuan. It was displaying the scene of Lord Huangshi fighting against the immemorial year monkey. This was a stone lotus island, the one on which spectral soul demon Venerable had obtained the red lotus true inheritance. Fang Yuan had arrived here long ago. The investigative killer move used by Fairy Zi Wei on Fang Yuan had been removed already. As for Bai Ningbing and the rest, even though there was the self-cleansing immortal formation, they could not make it in time. If he brought them, Fang Yuan's traces would be exposed. Even inside the sovereign immortal aperture, they would be found out. It was like Fang Yuan using Qi Luck sensation to find out the locations of Ying Wuxia and the rest. They could not escape even if they went into the immortal aperture. Even though immortal apertures were small worlds isolated from the outside world, if there were clues inside the immortal aperture, deductions were still possible. Fang Yuan could do it, Fairy Zi Wei could too, and so could Heaven's Will. As long as Heaven's Will was in the immortal aperture, the Heaven's Will in the 5 regions and 2 heavens would be able to sense Fang Yuan's location. Fang Yuan learned about this long ago. Even though it was a weakness, in Fang Yuan's perspective, he could make use of it. He used Ying Wuxia and the rest to deceive Fairy Zi Wei so that Lord Huangshi underestimated Fang Yuan's actual distance traveled. Even though it was nothing much, after getting Red Lotus, True Inheritance, Fang Yuan could use this advantage to its limit. Red Lotus, True Inheritance had the ability to manipulate the nearby river segment. In fact, this Blade River segment was purposely chosen by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. But when this ability was used, it would expend the Stone Lotus Island's foundation. After this battle, the tattered Stone Lotus Island would break apart entirely. Spectral Soul's Will, let me lend you a hand. Fang Yuan looked at Spectral Soul's Will. It was thin and had a hard time controlling the waves, thus he helped. Immediately, a huge amount of will gushed out and entered Spectral Soul's Will. Spectral Soul's Will became strengthened and growled. At the same time, a huge wave appeared on the battlefield. This. Lord Huangshi's eyeballs were almost popping out. The size of this huge wave was unprecedented. The blade light and sword chi inside had not shot out yet, but Lord Huangshi also felt a strong threat to his life. Lord Huangshi gritted his teeth. Even though this colossal wave would hit him, it would also implicate the immemorial year monkey and force out Fang Yuan. I will see who can last longer. Lord Huangshi was thinking of that, when suddenly, a small part of the wave split to allow the immemorial year monkey to pass through before it headed towards Lord Huangshi entirely. Lord Huangshi was about to scream in anger. How shameless could it get? Chapter 1434, Huangshi's Death. The enormous wave moved past the immemorial year monkey, encircling and attacking Lord Huangshi. Lord Huangshi's heart instantly chilled at that moment. He was a heavenly court GU immortal, an elite among rank 8 experts. Right now, he finally realized it. Fang Yuan and these people can actually control this river segment. He was immensely shocked. This meant the scene of the immemorial year monkey being trapped in the Sword Blade River segment before was a trap. And he had entered headfirst into the trap, and was still unaware of it during the earlier fight. As far as Lord Huangshi was concerned, this was humiliating. But how is it possible? Fang Yuan might have inherited He Fan's true inheritance, but he still should not have the ability to control a segment of the River of Time. This was what Lady Zi Wei had deduced. Shock gradually disappeared as suspicions rose in Lord Huangshi's mind. As the giant wave approached him, countless thoughts emerged in his mind. This might be the power of Red Lotus, true inheritance. Only a person like Red Lotus Demon Venerable could use methods to control a segment of the River of Time. Seeing that the giant towering wave was already before him, Lord Huangshi's expression turned resolute. Never mind, I shall let you all know my, Lord Huangshi's, true power. Ah! Lord Huangshi suddenly roared towards the sky, countless GU worm auras emerged from his body, yellow lights were continuously shining on his body. His bald head shone and sparkled. The large yellow soil rock above his head enlarged and turned into a hill, suppressing the water of the River of Time. His aura turned deep and unfathomable. Under his gaze, the river wave gradually returned to its original state. At the same time, countless ripples of time jumped out of his body and moved towards Bai Ningbing and the rest, with seemingly slow speed but actually being really fast. The anger in his heart together with the dangerous situation caused Lord Huangshi to erupt with his full strength. Amazing! He activated at least 4 immortal killer moves in an instant. Fang Yuan's heart jolted at such a sight. Since Lord Huangshi could obtain Fairy Zi Wei's trust to move in River of Time alone and attack Fang Yuan, he naturally had ample strength. Right now, he erupted with his full strength, immediately blocking the giant time river wave and ensuring his safety, while also sending strong attacks towards Bai Ningbing and the rest. Bai Ningbing and the rest turned pale. They were trapped in the yellow dust and were unable to free themselves. Even the immemorial year monkey struggled intensely, its growling showing its fear and panic. The might of the ripple of time was unpredictable, but its terror was well known. Even Feng Zhuzhe did not dare to easily come in contact with it, let alone Bai Ningbing and the rest. He is forcing me to appear. Fang Yuan mumbled as he looked towards spectral souls will beside him. He turned Bai Ningbing and the rest into bait. It would be an enormous loss to him if he sacrificed them at this moment. However, among them was the split soul, Ying Wuxia, whom Fang Yuan had intentionally left behind. He was guarding against spectral souls will just in case. Spectral souls will laughed loudly. Don't worry, Fang Yuan, this stone lotus island was personally constructed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Although Lord Huangshi resisted the Time River Wave, the wave also contains the peerless killer moves of both Sword Path and Blade Path. Look, this was the most powerful offensive killer move of Dao Ju Lang back then. Its name is 99 Reincarnation Blades. Once it is activated, it continues on endlessly. If a layer of the blade light is broken, there is another layer, with a total of 9 layers of blade lights. Every layer has the power to slaughter ghosts and deities. After the blade lights strike down, they will cycle back and attack again. A layer of blade light will attack for 9 times. Altogether, the 9 layers of blade light will attack for a total of 81 times. This move is extremely terrifying. Even Dao Ju Lang only used it 3 times in his lifetime. Every time he used it, it would consume 100 years of his lifespan. And the move I am triggering right now is his pinnacle masterpiece used when fighting Shi Yuan. Shortly after Spectral Soul's Will's explanation, Fang Yuan saw 9 layers of blade light shooting out of the suppressed River of Time wave. The blade lights were extremely radiant like fragments of the sun. It was so bright that even Fang Yuan, who was watching it through an image, felt piercing pain in his eyes and had to squint. Even outside of the battlefield he reacted like this. It was unimaginable what the immortals who were in the battlefield felt. Seeing these blade lights, Lord Huangshi's expression changed rapidly to that of horror and despair. He felt an intense threat to his life from these 9 layers of blade light. This was no joke. If Dao Ju Lang was born in Central Continent, he could absolutely join Heavenly Court. He was a Blade Path legend who stood at the peak of Western Desert. He was an influential rank 8 figure. This attack was his greatest display of power. It was the killer move he had used in his deathmatch with Shi Yuan. Lord Huangshi was extremely terror-stricken. He did not care anymore about the river wave, the immemorial year monkey or Bai Ningbing. He shouted with all his strength as he used his hidden trump card to defend himself. Huge explosions sounded continuously as layers of blade light bombarded on his body. The dazzling blade lights continued to strike layer after layer, encircling and slashing at the pitiful Lord Huangxi, while interweaving together into a large ball of scorching white light. In the center of this light ball, Lord Huangxi was curled up in the large yellow rock above his head, defending with all his might. The blade light's bombardment lasted for a while before they gradually dissipated. The large rock around Lord Huangxi had disappeared. He looked extremely haggard with no color on his face. There were even large injuries on his body that spread throughout his chest and back. There was no blood flowing out from the injuries, but this instead signified the miserable situation, because the injuries were filled with blade path Dao marks which were continuously emitting blade chi that invaded Lord Huangxi's organs. Ha ha ha, look, he is finished. Spectral Souls will laughed heartily. Now, take this move. Spectral Souls will furrowed its brows while moving its hands. This move is Shi Yuan's main trump card. Haha, I don't believe you can survive this. Saying this, a powerful sword chi started to slowly rise from the giant river of time wave. This sword chi was deep and powerful, its depths unfathomable, and it carried an unmatchable might that could bury countless living beings. Lord Huangxi's pupils shrunk to pin size. Only one thought emerged in his mind: run. But he found he was locked on by this sword chi and was unable to budge from his position. This is Shi Yuan's signature killer move, Sword Burial Abyss. Damn it, damn it. Lord Huangxi's heart thumped wildly in panic. He had used up all his methods in resisting 9 reincarnation blades. He was in an extremely weak state right now with his defenses falling to almost zero. Am I going to perish here? Lord Huangxi felt a strong sense of death. Right at this time, spectral souls will called out in the Stone Lotus Island. Not good, the Stone Lotus Island cannot endure this burden. If we insist on killing Lord Huangxi, this Stone Lotus Island's foundation will be used up. If we let go of Huangxi, it can still last for a few years. Kill him. Fang Yuan's gaze shined eerily as he spat out these two words without any hesitation. Understood. Spectral souls will acknowledged and stopped speaking. Lord Huangxi struggled bitterly, but was unable to get rid of the shackles of the sword chi. His expression had turned savage and frightening as he roared. Who could have thought I, the Grand Huangxi, would actually die here? My sacrifice is not important, but I have let Heavenly Court's plan fail, letting this otherworldly demon Fang Yuan continue to roam free. I am not reconciled. I am not resigned. Lord Huangxi roared repeatedly, but his voice suddenly came to a stop. His life force completely dissipated. That sword chi was like a legendary beast in the dark, swallowing his life force completely. Lord Huangxi, a rank 8 time path Heavenly Court GU Immortal, was dead. Chapter 1435, Spectral Soul's True Inheritance. A moment later, Bai Ningbing and the rest brought Huangxi's corpse to Fang Yuan. Spectral souls will gazed at the corpse and sighed. This person was also an amazing character, a genius when he was young and became a famous expert as he grew. His name had spread throughout Central Continent and the 5 regions. Now, he has perished in this place. Fang Yuan and the rest were silent. Spectral souls will controlled this Stone Lotus Island and watched the past and present. It knew of many secrets. This was the power of Red Lotus, Time Path True Inheritance, able to gain information through the River of Time. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had obtained this inheritance back then, he had praised it as inconceivable, and acknowledged the superiority of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's time path methods. At rank 8, all GU Immortals would touch upon other paths. Rank 9 Venerables were even more so, with extremely comprehensive abilities. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's own time path methods could compare to rank 8 time path GU Immortals, but he was far inferior when compared to Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Each rank 9 had their respective specializations. They had their own areas of expertise with their specific strengths. If Red Lotus Demon Venerable compared his soul path attainment with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, it would be Red Lotus Demon Venerable's turn to be in great awe. Gurgle gurgle, the water of the River of Time gushed out from below Fang Yuan and the rest. The Stone Lotus Island was beginning to crumble, but only 1 or 2 areas were collapsing. The whole created was the size of a teacup. Spectral souls will stiffen before sighing. After a while, this Stone Lotus Island will be completely destroyed. We don't have much time left. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had arranged all his 7 true inheritances on Stone Lotus Islands, which were located at different areas of the River of Time. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtained this Stone Lotus Island, he remodeled it to become the greatest information channel of Shadow Sect. Not only this, Shadow Sect were able to use the power of Red Lotus, True Inheritance multiple times, and recently, they had used it to let Spring Autumn Cicada activate smoothly as well as to help Ying Wuxia and Purple Mountain True Monarch. The Stone Lotus Island's foundation had already been close to drying up, and it had further exhausted all its power to kill the Time Path expert Huang Shi in the battle earlier. It was crumbling apart now. Where there are gains, there are losses. Fang Yuan sighed. Although we lost this Stone Lotus Island, being able to cause the death of Lord Huang Shi is a huge gain. This person has outstanding battle strength, and is like a fish in water inside the river of time. If we had let go of this perfect opportunity, even if we lay in ambush again, we probably wouldn't have another chance to kill him. The group of immortals nodded in agreement to Fang Yuan's decision. In fact, even Spectral Soul's will was not an exception. It looked at Fang Yuan and nodded. In the battle of the Giant Dream Realm, Purple's choice at the last moment was correct. Fang Yuan, I have to admit you have already become the final chance my Shadow Sect has. The great task of saving our main body is yours now. Naturally, this will depend on your decision. Even if you are bent on eliminating our main body, we won't blame you. All of the GU immortals present were visibly moved at these words. Ying Wuxia's expression changed. He opened his mouth several times, but was not able to let out any words. Who could have thought of this situation? Right now, between Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan held the complete initiative. He was indeed the last hope of Shadow Sect, even if it was presumed they invaded Heavenly Court in the future. Whether he saved Spectral Soul's main body or not was completely up to Fang Yuan. The words of Spectral Soul's will had the feeling of helplessness and a last resort. It was precisely because he knew the most information, he had a clear understanding of the situation. When Fang Yuan entered Red Lotus, True Inheritance, Spectral Soul's will created no obstructions or difficulties and even completely coordinated with Fang Yuan when killing Lord Huang Shi. Fang Yuan glanced at the immortals before replying to Spectral Soul's will. You can rest assured. Heavenly Court is an enormous force, you and I are natural allies. I will definitely help if I can. Spectral Soul's will nodded. I believe you. Shortly, he smiled. We are not allies, but a collective force. You are currently the leader of Shadow Sect, appointed by Purple, and have received the approval of the various split souls. Even if you meet our main body in the future, he will also definitely agree. Because we are him, our decision is his decision. Alright, I am going to pass on all my main body's soul path true inheritance along with other things to you. Fang Yuan nodded and used a wisdom path method to send out a lump of self-will. The large sphere-like self-will charged at Spectral Soul's will. Spectral Soul's will did not evade, allowing the self-will to merge with it. Information exchange between wills was extremely fast, and after a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan's self-will returned and entered Fang Yuan's mind. Instantly, an unimaginable amount of information assaulted Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, accepting all the information in an orderly way. He was a wisdom path grandmaster who could not be compared to ordinary GU immortals. Right now, his expression was calm. Among all the information, the most valuable was no doubt Spectral Soul's true inheritance. This was the most comprehensive cultivation content created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan's mind shook with just a slight look at some of its contents, inwardly praising Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who created this true inheritance. Undoubtedly, in the whole world and the long history of humans, no, since time immemorial, this was one of the most valuable true inheritances. Since ancient times until now, only 10 venerables had appeared in this world. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was one of them. This true inheritance of Spectral Soul that Fang Yuan obtained was comprehensive. As long as he cultivated according to it, he could approach the heights that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once reached. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had connections to quite a few venerables. Spring Autumn Cicada was the earliest to end up in Fang Yuan's hands. It was the most crucial key to Red Lotus, true inheritances, but until now, Fang Yuan had only inherited one of the 7 true inheritances of Red Lotus. Moreover, although the inner contents were complete, Red Lotus, true meaning had already been absorbed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had 3 true inheritances. Fang Yuan had obtained the essence of Self-Luck True Inheritance from Xianxia Sect, and some contents of All Living Beings Luck from 88 True Yong Building in Ma Hong Yun, but it was not as much as the rumor said. Of thieving heaven's true inheritances, Fang Yuan had only inherited ghostly concealment, while divine concealment was taken by Zhao Lian Yun. To think that the most complete venerable true inheritance that I obtained was spectral soul's true inheritance originating from my former great enemy. Unfortunately, my soul path attainment is not enough, and cultivating soul path would require a huge amount of time, energy and resources. Among these, soul path has the most terrifying requirement for resources. Spectral soul demon venerable had once massacred countless living beings for his cultivation. If I were to repeat his way, I would also need to slaughter countless living beings, otherwise I simply would not be able to satisfy the resource requirements for my soul path cultivation. Second to spectral soul's true inheritance was Red Lotus, true inheritance. Although the true meaning of Red Lotus in this stone lotus island was already absorbed by spectral soul to raise his time path attainment, its true inheritance contents were handed down. The most important contents of this inheritance were the immortal GU recipes of Spring Autumn Cicada. Not just ranked 6 immortal GU recipes, there were recipes of rank 7, rank 8 and even rank 9. This meant Fang Yuan now had the entire set of immortal GU recipes for Spring Autumn Cicada from rank 6 to rank 9. There was a huge amount of content in this set of immortal GU recipes, amounting to several hundreds of thousands of words. Merely the rank 6 Spring Autumn Cicada immortal GU recipes totaled to 17 or 18. The recipe Fang Yuan had obtained in his first life of 500 years was only one of them. Rank 7 immortal GU recipes were even more numerous, reaching 86. Rank 8 immortal GU recipes totaled to 43, and there were 3 rank 9 immortal GU recipes. An additional immortal GU recipe meant a new method to refine Spring Autumn Cicada. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, this would definitely be a huge help. Later on, when he refines Spring Autumn Cicada, he would not only have many more choices, but could also be more flexible in his methods. To think Red Lotus Demon Venerable had researched so deeply about Spring Autumn Cicada. So it is true that Spring Autumn Cicada was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal GU. Fang Yuan naturally wanted to advance Spring Autumn Cicada. He was deeply aware of Spring Autumn Cicada's power, and would absolutely not let go of this trump card that could overturn the situation. Besides Spectral Soul's true inheritance and Red Lotus, true inheritance, there were also large numbers of other true inheritances. Some of these inheritances were incomplete, while some were perfectly intact. This was the collection of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was alive, and the continual gathering by Shadow Sect throughout 100,000 years. Now, all of these belong to Fang Yuan. Although Purple Mountain True Monarch's legacy was also abundant, he was only one of the split souls in the end. The content he grasped was not even 1/100th of the total amount here. Especially because there was also the Rule Path True Inheritance of Limitless Demon Venerable, and a Formation Path True Inheritance of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, which were not in Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance. The value of all these contents was so high that it could not be estimated. As long as Fang Yuan had sufficient time and resources, Fang Yuan was confident he could use these contents to create an organization that was not weaker than Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan's gains had reached an unimaginable amount such that even he himself was shaken. The frightening advantage of being the leader of Shadow Sect had finally been shown. Spectral Souls will spoke once again. Sect leader Fang Yuan, you have now completely inherited Shadow Sect. Unfortunately, although there are a lot of true inheritances, you would need an unimaginable amount of time, energy and resources to cultivate them. And right now, what we lack the most is time, and there is also a huge scarcity of resources. Our main body had once successfully defied heaven, hiding from Heavenly Court, and delaying the Great Era by nearly 500 years. But now, our main body has failed, everything has returned to its original path. Approximately 10 years later, the Great Era will completely descend, the 5 regions will merge, which will definitely result in the largest chaotic war in history. And among the 5 regions, Central Continent's foundation is the deepest with the most amount of GU Masters and GU Immortals. Furthermore, they also have a unified leader, Heavenly Court. This is something none of the other 4 regions have. Whether it be Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border or Northern Plains, they are all controlled by independent super forces and are disunited. Northern Plains does have longevity heaven, so their situation will be slightly better, but when compared to Central Continent's Heavenly Court, their influence in the whole region is significantly lacking. And the most terrifying thing about Heavenly Court is their control of rank 9 Fate Immortal GU. This GU has extremely terrifying might. The reason why star constellation Immortal Venerable was able to make arrangements that could resist 3 demon venerables after her death was mostly because of the power of this GU. The 3 great demon venerables are all within the confines of fate. This was already decided upon their birth and cannot be changed. Only an otherworldly demon is not restrained by the shackles of fate. Immortal GU. Fang Yuan, you are a complete otherworldly demon, and thus the greatest hope in destroying fate. Immortal GU. In fact, you are the inheritor that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had been most anticipating. 10 years, you only have 10 years. Fang Yuan, don't let Heavenly Court restore fate. Immortal GU. Otherwise, Heavenly Court will become invincible. Even if the 4 regions attack it together, they will not be able to bring it down. If that happens, there will be no hope of invading Heavenly Court and rescuing our main body. You don't have much time, Fang Yuan. Chapter 1436, Return. Stone Lotus Island. The voice of spectral souls will started to become choppy as his whole body turned increasingly translucent. Fang Yuan wanted to help and replenish it, but was stopped. Let me disappear, I am spectral soul's will, my main body is being suppressed by Heavenly Court, I will be found out by Heavenly Court sooner or later. As for the split souls, there is no need to worry about them within a short period of time. The Stone Lotus Island is no more, my mission has also been finished. Now, while I still have some strength left, let me speed up time for you and make one last contribution. Fang Yuan was silent, before slowly nodding, all right. After he agreed, he took out the self-cleansing Immortal GU formation. Shortly afterwards, Bai Ning Bing and the rest entered the Immortal formation. The Immortal GU formation started operating while letting out deafening rumbling noises. Spectral souls will smiled as the Stone Lotus Island let out its final frail afterglow. Lord Huangshi is dead. When this news was transmitted, Feng Juzhe and the 2 rank 8 GU immortals from Heavenly Court felt an intense shock. Shortly afterwards, more detailed information was transmitted to them by Fairy Ziwei. Fang Yuan lost the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, but has actually gotten control of an immemorial year monkey. That Red Lotus true inheritance is truly beyond belief, it can actually control a segment of the River of Time. If it were not for the Stone Lotus Island, even if Fang Yuan had strength that rivaled rank 8 along with the protection of the immemorial year monkey, he would not be able to take Lord Huangshi's life. Sigh. Right now, the 3 immortals had already gotten past the defense line of Dream Realms and arrived in front of the tributary of the River of Time. The Dream Realms which Fang Yuan had meticulously arranged, because of their own circulation, showed a gap, letting the 3 immortals easily pass by it without wasting any energy. Dream Realms could obstruct enemies for some time, but they could not be relied on for a long time. Especially when these dream realms were already infiltrated by Heaven's will. Their circulation would clearly favor Heavenly Court. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan did not use the Dream Realm defense line to make a last-ditch struggle when escaping earlier. The 3 immortals' expressions turned unsightly upon hearing the news of Lord Huangshi's death. According to their original plan, Lord Huangshi would make a move inside the River of Time, destroying Red Lotus, True Inheritance, and forcing out Fang Yuan and the rest. Then with the 3 immortals outside, they would encircle and eliminate Fang Yuan and the remaining Shadow Sect members. But now, their strongest member, Lord Huangshi, was instead the first to fall. This caused the situation of Feng Juzhe and the others to become rather awkward. Should they wait or not? If they continue waiting, would Fang Yuan and the rest eventually be forced to appear in front of them? The 3 immortals hesitated. They had come well prepared, but who could have expected their morale to receive a strike before they even fought? Continue waiting. Fairy Ziwei sent them new instructions. I have already deduced that in the information Fang Yuan has, only this tributary of the River of Time is remaining. Lord Huangshi was sacrificed, but his sacrifice has provided us a lot of valuable information regarding the ins and outs of Fang Yuan and the other Shadow Sect members. Especially regarding Red Lotus, True Inheritance, our Heavenly Court is now no longer completely in the dark about it. Fang Yuan and the others cannot continue to hide in Red Lotus, True Inheritance. They must come out eventually. Fairy Ziwei's tone was resolute, causing the fighting spirit of Feng Juzhe and the 2 immortals to soar. Fairy Ziwei was one of the few Wisdom Path great experts in the current 5 regions, her deduction absolutely would not err. Then we shall continue to wait. Damned otherworldly demon, a calamity to all living beings, I will definitely take your life this time. I will tear off your skin, pull out your tendons, and grind your bones till they turn to dust. The two Heavenly Court GU immortals were furious, while Feng Juji's expression was calm as he gazed at the turbulent tributary of the river of time in silence. However, a day passed, 2 days passed, soon, 5, 6 days passed. But the tributary of the river of time showed no commotion. 10 days went by, half a month passed, but the waiting immortals did not even see a trace of Fang Yuan. However, they were not shaken. They were either current or future Heavenly Court GU immortals. How could such people lack patience? Especially Feng Juzhe, who had battled Fang Yuan a few times and knew of his terrifying growth rate. He had already marked Fang Yuan as a great threat to the world. He had already made up his mind to eliminate Fang Yuan as early as possible, or else he would not be at ease. Where is Fang Yuan? Are they still on the Stone Lotus Island? Why do I feel a sense of unease? In Heavenly Court, Fairy Ziwei, however, was starting to feel puzzled. Not long after Lord Huangshi's sacrifice, she had completely lost the information of Fang Yuan and the rest. The Shadow Sect members had used the self-cleansing Immortal GU formation along with the power of Red Lotus, true inheritance to speed up time. They had completely gotten rid of the investigative killer move on them. Although there was no evidence to prove Fang Yuan and the others had escaped from the River of Time, Fairy Ziwei vaguely sensed something wrong. This attracted Fairy Ziwei's attention. Wisdom Path GU immortals were not just about intellect. Wisdom Path cultivation emphasized on 3 main points: thoughts, wills and emotions. Among them, emotions and feelings were also specialty methods of Wisdom Path GU immortals. Thus, the unease in Fairy Ziwei's heart had not just appeared out of nowhere, it was a premonition. In the worst-case scenario, Fang Yuan has already escaped the River of Time. But Feng Juzhe and the group had already blocked the entrance, so how did he succeed in escaping? Did he gain some extremely powerful concealment method from Red Lotus, true inheritance? Or did he use another tributary of the River of Time? Fairy Ziwei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The 2 tributaries of the River of Time that Fang Yuan had access to were already exposed. This information was definite because its source was Spectral Soul's main body. Spectral Soul's main body had been suppressed by Duke Long. Heavenly Court naturally would not let him go and had conducted soul searching on him. However, Spectral Soul was a peak expert of Soul Path. Even if there was only a tiny fraction of his soul remaining, how could he be easily soul searched by ordinary methods? Heavenly Court had exhausted all their means to extract information, but Spectral Soul's main body was still struggling stubbornly, and as such, they had not obtained much information. If Fang Yuan did not use this tributary of the River of Time, then which exit did he choose? Tributaries of the River of Time were exits. Feng Juzhe and the group were blocking the final exit. Even if Fang Yuan did not investigate it, he would have already expected this situation and might have taken the risk to charge through another tributary of the River of Time. Because rather than fighting with the sufficiently prepared Heavenly Court forces, it might be better to break through other, unaware forces. And in Western Desert, there are altogether 3 forces who have control over a tributary of the River of Time. First is Tian Clan. This clan mainly cultivates Wood Path and Earth Path, and are mainly renowned for their immortal aperture management, and even have good reputation in the other 4 regions. In the current Western Desert GU Immortal world, it is one of the super forces with the most solid foundations. Second is Gong Clan. Gong Clan GU immortals are proficient in long-range fighting methods, especially their curse-related killer moves, which are imperceptible and can silently take their enemy's life even when they are separated by an enormous range. Their most famous immortal killer move, Bao Shadow Cup, had terrorized the whole of Western Desert's GU Immortal world. They only need a trace of the target's shadow, after which, they can activate the killer move and can kill their target no matter how far apart the distance. Third is Tang Clan. Tang Clan is a declining clan, its strength is mid-lower tier among Western Desert's super forces. But they still have an immortal GU house and has control over a tributary of the River of Time, which is right by their headquarters. With their powerful defensive strength, other forces cannot easily seize it. If Fang Yuan were to forcibly charge through, which clan would he choose? If I consider this, along with no movement from the 3 clans, Fang Yuan might still be in River of Time. Fairy Ziwei was in deep contemplation. She was deeply aware of the situation of Western Desert's GU Immortal world. The power of Heavenly Court's information gathering was clear from this. Tang Clan. The remnant afterglow of an immortal killer move successively condensed on Fang Yuan and the rest. This move will provide us 3 months of time. Not only can it defend against the deductions of GU immortals, it can also avert the attention of heaven's will. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, which shined briefly with joy. Other than Fang Yuan, there was also Bai Ning Bing, He Lu Lan, Ying Wuxia, Black Tigress and Fairy Miao Yin. No one was missing. Fairy Zi Wei's conjecture was only half correct. Fang Yuan indeed had no plans to engage in a desperate battle with Heavenly Court's forces, and had given up on that tributary of the River of Time. But Fang Yuan's group had already left the River of Time 10 days ago, returning to Western Desert. Let's go. It is time to leave Western Desert. Fang Yuan moved forward while the other immortals followed closely behind. They were deep below the ground. The group kept on moving until they reached the surface. 2 Western Desert GU immortals were already waiting for them at the entrance. Tang Fangming Tang Lan Ke pays respects to Shadow Sect leader. The 2 GU immortals looked young, and after seeing Fang Yuan, they elegantly bowed. Fang Yuan laughed. I have troubled you too. These are the immortal GU I borrowed from your esteemed clan. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Several immortal GU slowly flew into Tang Fangming's hand. Tang Fangming carefully examined, and after determining there was no damage to the immortal GU, he cautiously stored them into his immortal aperture. He said with some embarrassment, "Please forgive my actions, I borrowed these GU from the clan personally. This is a huge responsibility, I have no choice but to be more careful." Fang Yuan smiled. Tang Fangming's words had deep meaning. After all, Tang clan was a righteous path force but was cooperating with the demonic path's shadow sect. If this was exposed, they would be denounced and there would be immense trouble. But factions did not represent anything. Benefits were the only things that everyone chased after. Tang clan was weak, the external pressure on them was enormous. Such an environment made almost all the Tang clan GU immortals possess the spirit of going all out, taking risks, bearing hardships, and enduring patiently. Tang clan's grand strategy was to develop Dream Path. In Fang Yuan's first life of 500 years, Tang clan had moved to the top by exploiting dream realms. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, they had made countless achievements, their strength rose explosively, and became the #1 righteous path force of Western Desert in one leap. Fang Yuan had thus contacted Tang clan to use Shadow Sect's research results in Dream Path in exchange for Tang clan opening up their tributary of the River of Time, so that there was a final retreat path for him. Moreover, he was willing to cooperate with Tang clan in the future, to jointly research the Dream Realm, and also obtain their financial help to produce Guts GU. Such enormous benefits moved all the Tang clansmen. The support of Guts GU, Fang Yuan's unraveled dream and Ying Wuxia's lead soul into dream, they were all greatly desired by Tang clan's GU immortals. Naturally, the latter two would absolutely not be easy for Tang clan to obtain. Chapter 1437. This man is going against heaven. Blazing sunlight shone down upon all lifeforms. The blue sky was cloudless, distorting hot air was rising up from the golden desert. Farewell. Fang Yuan's group bid farewell to the 2 Tang clan GU immortals. Shadow Sect friends, please take care. Tang Lan Ke smiled. She was a rank 7-time Path GU immortal, and was in charge of the tributary of the River of Time. She was the main person who helped Fang Yuan come out of Tang clan's tributary of the River of Time. Fang Yuan smiled. You have already accompanied us for 10,000 li, there is no need to send us off anymore. Tang Lan Ke's smile became even brighter, but she was inwardly laughing bitterly. Their cooperation with Fang Yuan was not just about the Guts GU trade, but also Shadow Sect's various research gains in Dream Path. But ever since Fang Yuan returned to Western Desert, he did not mention anything about this. He seemed to have completely forgotten about it. Although both sides had formed an alliance agreement and were restrained by it, they had yet to truly cooperate. Even Tang clan was starting to feel somewhat anxious. Tang Fangming, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke, inquiring directly, Shadow Sect leader and friends, I wonder how will we collaborate from now? Fang Yuan glanced at Tang Fangming, an admiring expression flashing past his eyes. I am very interested in thieving Heaven's Dream Realm, we can deepen our collaboration in this. But right now, we are being chased by several rank 8 GU immortals of Heavenly Court, it is not a good time to collaborate, we can only look forward to it in the future. Rest assured, we have formed an alliance agreement, haven't we? Of course, if your clan truly insists, we can remain here. It is just that our camps are different, and with Heavenly Court's chase, there is huge pressure on us. Tang Fangming and Tang Lan-Ke looked at each other, both seeing bitterness in each other's eyes. Fang Yuan's words meant that if they want to collaborate and obtain Dream Path research gains, then they have to help resist the pursuing forces of Heavenly Court. Moreover, when the matter of Tang clan colluding with the demonic path is exposed, they will have to bear the consequences of their righteous path reputation going down the drain. Tang clan could not bear this consequence. They could not take a hard approach as well. Because Fang Yuan was sufficiently strong, such that he had no fear of Tang clan, who possessed Immortal GU house. Then I can only wish you a safe journey. Tang Fangming bowed slightly. Okay, farewell. Fang Yuan nodded, leaving with an indifferent expression, while the other immortals followed behind him. Tang Fangming and Tang Lan-Ke stood on the sand dune, watching Fang Yuan and the rest leave until they turned into black dots in the horizon. Little Ming, you are letting them go like this. Tang Lan-Ke frowned. Tang Fangming glanced at Tang Lan-Ke calmly. I am not letting them go, it is that our Tang clan cannot force them to stay. Tang Lan-Ke was silent for a long while before sighing. Sigh, I am uneasy about this, I don't know if this alliance is beneficial or harmful to our clan. Tang Fangming, I only know that all things have advantages and disadvantages. Often, the greater the risks, the greater the profits. What's more, the decision of collaborating with Shadow Sect was agreed upon by several supreme elders. Tang Lan-Ke immediately showed a serious expression. This has no relation to the clan, only you and I contacted Shadow Sect. If there is a mishap, only we will bear the responsibility. Tang Fangming chuckled, but was inwardly rolling his eyes. Tang clan threw him and Tang Lan-Ke out as scapegoats to maintain their righteous path identity. They would be the cover to hide the clan's disgrace if this matter was exposed in the future. This was a righteous path's trick, and Tang Fangming was well aware of it. What kind of person is Fang Yuan? He had long seen through Tang clan's trick. The tributary of the River of Time is near the clan's headquarters, and they stayed for 10 days, but even the first Supreme Elder did not show up. How could there be sincerity in such a collaboration? Since we are cooperating, we should make up our minds. How can we achieve anything by being so hesitant? Tang Fangming was thinking to himself, when Tang Lan-Ke asked, what do you think of Fang Yuan? He said he was being chased by several rank 8 GU immortals of Heavenly Court, could he be exaggerating? Tang Fangming knew Tang Lan-Ke's question had deep meaning, his best choice would be to keep silent. If he said bad things about Fang Yuan, Tang Lan-Ke would report to the clan that Tang Fangming was filled with ill feelings towards Shadow Sect and made them unhappy. She could use this to push the responsibility of this matter to him. If he said good words about Fang Yuan, Tang Lan-Ke would collect this evidence. In case the matter were to be exposed in the future, Tang clan would sacrifice them to protect itself. Tang Lan-Ke could then present the evidence to say that she had been enticed by a certain GU immortal of the clan, and lighten her punishment. Tang Fangming was not a fool, he might not have been used to it when he had just returned to the clan. But now, he was an expert in the righteous path's tricks. However, at this moment, as Tang Fangming gazed at Fang Yuan's figure disappearing gradually in the horizons, he had a complex feeling. He sighed and bluntly said his innermost thoughts. Although I haven't seen his splendor in battle, through these several days of contact, I am certain his reputation is not false. Fang Yuan is a legend of this generation, his elegant demeanor and grand ambition fill people with admiration. He is a man who is going against heaven. Just based on this, we will not be able to compare to him. A trace of joy flashed past Tang Lan-Ke's eyes, she kept silent upon hearing Tang Fangming's words. Fang Yuan was also thinking about Tang Fangming as he flew on his way. In his 500 years of memories, this Tang Fangming was a legendary figure of Western Desert. His status was almost equal to Northern Plains Ma Hong Yun of that time. Tang Fangming had been stripped of his status and mercilessly abandoned by Tang clan's GU master higher-ups when he was young. He and his sister, Tang Miao, led a vagrant life, suffering much hardship. But due to a fortuitous encounter, he cultivated to GU Immortal level, while his sister Tang Miao became a rank 5 peak stage GU master. To recruit a GU Immortal, Tang clan's multiple supreme elders sacrificed the GU master higher-ups of the clan in exchange for the return of Tang Fangming. The later events proved that Tang clan's supreme elders made a wise decision. After Tang Fangming returned to the clan, not only did he help his sister to become a GU Immortal, he also actively explored Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm. He had an extraordinary talent and aptitude in Dream Realm exploration. he started to create Dream Path GU worms, making huge contributions to the rise of the whole of Tang clan. During the 5 regions chaotic war, dream realms manifested everywhere, Dream Path flourished, and Tang clan seized this opportunity to rise to become Western Desert's strongest super force. It was mighty and powerful, even throughout the 5 regions, it was a peak-level super force. As Tang clan's prestige spread in Western Desert, there were many who started to call Western Desert's GU Immortal world to be in Tang clan's era. And in Tang clan, the most eye-catching and charismatic legend was the GU Immortal who turned to cultivating Dream Path, Tang Fang Ming. Currently, Ma Hong Yun has already died in my hands, but with the coming collaboration, Tang Fang Ming will grow up even faster. The comparison and contrast between the two is truly quite amazing. But according to the true path set by fate, Ma Hong Yun was meant to die. A dark light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes as he thought of this. On the Stone Lotus Island, what Fang Yuan obtained was not only true inheritances and Spectral Soul's rank 9 immortal essence, but also some valuable information Spectral Soul's will had deduced with the help of Red Lotus, true inheritance. In Fang Yuan's first life, Shadow Sect had succeeded in defying heaven, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had resurrected, and also succeeded in infiltrating Heavenly Court. Later, the Great Era descended and the 5 regions chaotic war started. Shadow Sect's influence had expanded into the 5 regions and 2 heavens, manipulating everything in the dark. Shadow Sect had interfered multiple times to save Ma Hong Yun, before he finally became a symbolic character of the Northern Plains GU Immortal world, in order to resist Heavenly Court. And Tang clan was also a target for Shadow Sect to support secretly. In Fang Yuan's first life too, Tang clan had collaborated with Shadow Sect. The reason Tang clan could create Tang clan's era was because Shadow Sect was supporting it from behind the scenes to fight against Central Continent's Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan chose to collaborate with Tang clan mainly because of this. In Western Desert, Tang clan was not the only one who possessed a tributary of the River of Time, but compared to the other 2 super forces, Tang clan had more basis for sincere collaboration. The later events proved Fang Yuan's choice was a success. Borrowing Tang clan's tributary of the River of Time, Fang Yuan escaped River of Time, leaving Feng Juji's group back at the original spot as they waited fruitlessly. In my first life, even though Shadow Sect's grand plan succeeded and Spectral Soul revived, he seemed to have been unable to regain the status of a venerable. Moreover, Shadow Sect had retained its strength but Spectral Soul still chose to fight Heavenly Court in the dark, while supporting other forces. This proved Heavenly Court's strength was difficult for even Spectral Soul to confront head-on at that time. In this life, Spectral Soul's grand plan failed because of me, Spectral Soul's main body was even captured, Shadow Sect is in rough condition, and the only ones remaining are us. This situation is many times worse than in my first life. Now, I also might have to follow Spectral Soul's strategy, keeping in hiding while supporting several forces like Tang clan to create trouble for Heavenly Court. But what do I do against Fate GU? Fang Yuan's brows unavoidably furrowed at this issue. In his first life, Fate GU was not restored successfully. Because Zombie Alliance still existed, and Spectral Soul, the one fated to die long ago, had revived. Not only did he revive, he hid from Heavenly Court, manipulating and brewing countless schemes in secret, obstructing Heavenly Court in restoring Fate GU. The situation facing Fang Yuan was much worse. Spectral Soul's main body was captured and Zombie Alliance was gone, many fate-defying existences were already eliminated, which made the restoration of Fate GU much easier. Fate Immortal GU was the executioner's blade hanging above Fang Yuan's head. Spectral Soul's will had deeply reminded Fang Yuan to be careful of Fate Immortal GU. If it was really restored completely, the result would be disastrous. Fang Yuan firmly engraved this warning in his mind, but he could not imagine or think of ways to go about destroying Fate Immortal GU. Could he surrender if he could not win? As far as Shadow Sect was concerned, they did not have this option at all. And it was even more so for Fang Yuan. In my first life, I was constantly on the go, wandering, enduring hardships, being schemed against, tormented and suppressed by Heaven's will. I already have no route to retreat. Heaven's will chose me as its tool, but when I did not destroy Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU and used it on myself, I went on the path to go against Heaven, there is no other option left. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked at the sky. The boundless heavens and the vast will of Heaven. Compared to them, he was so insignificant. Going against Heaven, interesting. Fang Yuan smiled silently. Chapter 1438, Heavenly Court shocks the five regions. Halls made of white jade stood majestically in the clouds, while the majestic silver sky shone brightly and grandly. Among these halls was a pitch-black hall that was very conspicuous. 3 large words were carved on the plaque of the door, Soul Suppression Hall. The aura emanating from this hall exposed its extraordinariness. Undoubtedly, this was a rank 8 immortal GU house. At the center of this hall were 5 enormous pillars. Purple gold chains were connected around the scarlet pillars to form a giant web. And a remnant soul was shackled at the center of this giant web. It was Spectral Soul's main body. Fairy Ziwei stood expressionlessly at the edge of the 5 pillars. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you were a rank 9 GU Venerable when alive, you did not accept your death and acted in defiance against heaven. Your current outcome is entirely the negative consequence of your own actions. Do you admit your wrongdoing? Her voice was crystal clear as it resonated in the large hall. On the contrary, the remnant soul remained silent, not even letting out a grunt. Fairy Ziwei continued. In the past, you had rampaged around the whole world, slaughtering countless beings to satisfy your desires and attain your personal achievements. Now, you have become a prisoner. Are you still not going to repent and strive for the well-being of all lifeforms to atone for your crimes? The remnant soul was still silent. Fairy Ziwei sighed, activating Soul Suppression Hall. Immediately, the vast auras of GU worms surged like rolling tides, and like lava, the 5 giant pillars started radiating light and heat. The giant web formed by countless purple gold chains subsequently shone with a dazzling and bewitching light. Spectral Soul's main body began to tremble, and as time passed, his trembling grew more intense. When the trembling reached a certain degree, bits of information was extracted, which followed the countless purple gold chains into Soul Suppression Hall. Images started to emerge on the surface of the giant pillars, playing out some scenes of Spectral Soul's life back in the day. There were scenes of his cultivation, his valor in battles, conversations with others, and so on. The whole soul search lasted for 15 minutes before it slowly stopped. Fairy Ziwei, however, was not pleased. The extracted information was only superficial, and there was almost no truly valuable information. Her gaze turned grim as she sneered. "O Spectral Soul, since ancient times it has always been winners who take all, what is the point of doing this? You already have no hope, are you still hoping someone will attack Heavenly Court and save you? Hehe, what can you achieve by putting up this resistance? Your outcome is set and it cannot be changed." Spectral Soul was still silent, like a piece of steel or rock. Fairy Ziwei snorted, turning around and leaving. The large door of Soul Suppression Hall closed heavily behind her. Looking at the empty Heavenly Court and the silent halls, Fairy Ziwei's brows furrowed slightly. Over these days, the uneasy feeling in her had become increasingly intense. And over on Feng Juji's end, they still had not found any traces of Fang Yuan's group. Not only this, in the information that Heavenly Court gathered regarding Western Desert, there was no news of anyone coming out of a tributary of the River of Time. Everything was peaceful. However, Fairy Ziwei sensed something wrong from this peace. Unfortunately, Spectral Soul is still putting up a resistance even after falling to this state. The information extracted from him is of no help in deducing Fang Yuan's tracks. He was after all a rank 9 venerable, a peak legendary expert of soul path. Even if this is just a trace of his soul, it is actually able to resist the search of Soul Suppression Hall. Truly amazing. If it were my remnant soul, not to speak of an immortal GU house, it won't be able to resist even a rank 6 immortal GU. Forget it, even if Spectral Soul won't cooperate, Soul Suppression Hall can still continue to soul search, it is just that the progress is rather slow. But given some time, there will be a day when all the information will be extracted from Spectral Soul. As for now, Fairy Ziwei gazed at the sky, her lips curling upwards as she revealed an extremely beautiful smile. It is time for the world to know of Heavenly Court's might. Heavenly Court, which had been keeping silent for several months after the Battle of Dream Realm, suddenly revealed astonishingly terrifying news. The former Spectral Soul, Demon, Venerable left with merely a remnant soul, was captured by Heavenly Court. His heaven-defying scheme was ruined by Heavenly Court's GU Immortals. The moment this news spread, the whole GU Immortal world went into an uproar. Countless GU Immortals were shaken. Rank 9 Venerables were invincible existences who ruled an era. No one could have imagined Heavenly Court to be able to capture a rank 9 Venerable. Moreover, it was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had the most murderous nature among all the Venerables. Despite it being only a remnant soul, it was still enough to shake the world. Naturally, there were voices who questioned the authenticity of this news, but they soon vanished. Heavenly Court had naturally made sufficient preparation, listing out all kinds of evidence, spanning from Zombie Alliance, Shadow Sect as well as the Battle of Yitian Mountain, the Battle of the Super Dream Realm, and so on. The ironclad evidence completely convinced the people. In an instant, the whole world's attention was gathered on Heavenly Court. The past glory of Heavenly Court was dug up by countless GU Immortals. It was the #1 force in the GU Immortal world, the strongest force since the start. It was founded by primordial origin Immortal Venerable, and was inherited by multiple Immortal Venerables later on, standing tall throughout countless generations. Even when 3 demon Venerables invaded it, they had to leave without success. It was mysterious, it was powerful, it stood high above, it was unfathomable. This was Heavenly Court, Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven. South Desolation Immortal was lying on a sickbed, his aged face showing his final remaining bit of vitality. Sigh, who could have thought that the Grand Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's reputation to be lost after death, actually ending up in Heavenly Court's hands? South Desolation Immortal heaved a deep sigh. Yao Huang, who was standing beside the sickbed, comforted, Lord South Desolation, you should focus on recuperating and resting. South Desolation Immortal chuckled. It doesn't matter, I only have a few days remaining. Remember the things I instructed you, you will take the position of South Desolation after my death. South Desolation Immortal showed some worry. Times are changing, the 5 regions are descending into an unprecedented state. I have already sensed the surging waves of time, and it is not an ordinary wave, it is a tsunami that far surpasses even the Venerable's eras. Even my Longevity Heaven will be swallowed by this tsunami if we take a wrong step. Heavenly Court is our biggest enemy, be careful. Lord, this junior has firmly engraved your words in mind. Southern Border, Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian. This was an extremely peculiar mountain peak. In ancient times, a rank 8 Southern Border GU Immortal turned into an immortal zombie, and fought against allied attacks of super forces in this peak, finally dying here. As time passed, on the mangled corpse of this rank 8 immortal zombie, due to the nourishment of the natural essence from the river, along with the aquatic plants in the river that rooted themselves, this place turned into a corpse mountain. Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian was as high as several hundreds of meters. It was close to the whirlpool in the intersection of Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River where natural essence was extremely dense, and as such its resource productivity was huge and it by itself was a place of strategical importance. Right now, Wu Yong was standing at the peak of Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian, gazing at the vast whirlpool in the intersection of Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. Behind him was a Wu clan GU Immortal, Wu Zhen. Wu Zhen gazed at Wu Yong's back, not in the least concealing the admiration in his heart. This Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian originally belonged to Wu clan, but not long ago, it was seized by Yao clan. After the Battle of Dream Realm, Wu Yong had brought out clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and displayed his powerful strength, awing the experts of Southern Border's righteous path. Moreover, after he had successfully negotiated and got back the lost immortal GU from Heavenly Court, he had returned them to their respective righteous path clans. As a result, Wu Yong's prestige had risen greatly, and although Wu clan had suffered severe losses, this swept away their declining state and stabilized their throne at #1 in Southern Border. A stick in one hand and a carrot in the other, Wu Yong benefited in every way. He successfully retrieved the lost territories, making many righteous forces retreat without much fight. Now, in Wu clan, many were comparing Wu Yong to Wu Dushu. Wu clan's morale soared, and they believed Wu Yong would definitely sustain Wu clan's glory. Wu Zhen, this Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian is a strategic place. Among all the clansmen, I can only be at ease handing this to you. Wu Yong said without looking back. Yes, I will not disappoint First Supreme Elder. Wu Zhen's tone was slightly trembling. Lord, he paused before continuing, Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian is our final lost territory, do we counterattack now? Wu Yong frowned. He had all along been scheming about counterattacking. But after the news of Heavenly Court capturing Spectral Soul, Wu Yong decided to give up this plan. This time, Wu clan lost many GU Immortals. Since we have already recovered all the lost territories, our manpower, which was already barely able to control our vast territories before, has an even bigger issue now. It is time to recuperate and cultivate the next generation of clansmen to become GU Immortals. Yes, I shall follow First Supreme Elder's decision. Wu Zhen said respectfully. The current Wu Yong's prestige was extremely high, his decision was supported by all the Wu clan GU immortals. However, we cannot settle the matter of infringing on our Wu clan so easily. Although we won't expand our territories, we will get resources as compensation. Wu Yong continued, his voice containing a trace of battle intent. Wu Zhen's spirits immediately rose. First Supreme Elder is wise. Western Desert, Tang Clan's headquarters. Heavenly Court's might really is frightening. Tang Clan's second Supreme Elder was worried. Tang Clan's first Supreme Elder indifferently glanced at him, well aware of why the other had come. Previously, when they discussed collaboration with Fang Yuan's group, the second Supreme Elder was opposed to it. Now that the news of Heavenly Court capturing Spectral Soul was publicized, Tang Clan's GU immortals felt huge pressure. Will Heavenly Court hold us accountable for cooperating with Shadow Sect? Second Supreme Elder sighed. So what if they do? So what if they do not? First Supreme Elder smiled. Second Supreme Elder frowned and said while pacing around, if they don't blame us, it is naturally a matter of great joy, and we can continue to collaborate with Shadow Sect. But if they hold us accountable, our Tang clan is after all a super force of Western Desert, we can collaborate with other clans to resist Heavenly Court. Of course, we must strictly keep the secret and not let out any evidence. Otherwise, with justification on their side, Heavenly Court can interrogate us while our clan won't be able to seek reinforcements. Also, if that doesn't work, we can only sacrifice Tang Fang Ming and Tang Lan Ke for the clan. First Supreme Elder laughed. Haha, look, you already know how to deal with the situation, so what are you panicking for? First Supreme Elder restrained his laughter, and said in a serious tone, if Tang Clan wants to rise, we must take such risks. Riches and fortune are found in danger. If we cannot grasp Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's dream realm, would we be worthy of this great opportunity? As for Tang Fang Ming and Tang Lan Ke, they are already aware. Sacrificing for the clan is the greatest honor. Second Supreme Elder sighed. First Supreme Elder is wise. Chapter 1439, Zhao Lian Yun's Ascension. Ha ha ha, Elder Fang Yuan, you are back. Lang Yalan's spirit laughed heartily, walking towards Fang Yuan with open arms. Fang Yuan also laughed. I feel like I have returned home, my heart truly feels much more secure. The two strongly hugged each other, their attitude was extremely warm. Elder Fang Yuan, your name has shaken the whole world now, congratulations. Lang Yalan's spirit's gaze towards Fang Yuan was completely different from before. Fang Yuan now possessed rank 8 battle strength, this was his own battle strength, and was enough for Lang Yalan's spirit to pay heavy attention to him. Moreover, Fang Yuan had escaped from Heavenly Court's chase and safely returned to Langya sect. This battle achievement would shake the world if it was publicized. From Lang Yalan's spirit's perspective, he was naturally willing to see Fang Yuan have a reconcilable hatred towards the number one human force, Heavenly Court. The more Fang Yuan was hunted down, the more happy he would be. Because he was a hairy man, and his obsession was to make hairy men the rulers of the world. Naturally, Langya sect's safety was much more important. If he had not been convinced that Fang Yuan was clean, and had not left behind any clues for Heavenly Court to track down, Lang Yalan's spirit would not have been so welcoming. Elder Fang Yuan, what are your plans now? Lang Yalan's spirit asked while walking. Fang Yuan spoke bluntly without hesitation. The situation is quite dangerous now, I intend to rest and reorganize for some time. I have already inherited Spectral Soul's true inheritance and become the new leader of Shadow Sect. As long as I have enough time, I can increase my cultivation and strength continually. Heavenly Court is not able to investigate me anymore. Now that I think of it, it was truly dangerous. I was fortunate to have First Supreme Elder fully supporting me. Lang Yalan's spirit felt somewhat embarrassed, he could only laugh loudly. He naturally did not fully support Fang Yuan, and only helped Fang Yuan refine GU according to the sect rules he had set. If he did, he would have already sent Hairy Man GU immortals to aid Fang Yuan. The two conversed while walking. Along the way, they saw many Hairy Man GU masters who bowed towards them respectfully. Langya sect's development was also progressing rapidly. Ever since Lang Yalan's spirit changed the development strategy, promoting the Hairy Man War of the Three Continents, many outstanding Hairy Man GU masters had risen. These Hairy Man elites were selected and brought to live in Cloud Cover Continent to guide them in further cultivation. Murals of Langya sect's supreme elders were in each cloud city of Cloud Cover Continent. and the cloud city belonging to Fang Yuan was much taller and had a giant statue of him. As such, these GU masters were familiar with all GU immortal elders. After discussing for a while, Fang Yuan bade farewell to Lang Ya land spirit. The two had conversed cheerily. Lang Ya land spirit was of course extremely interested in spectral soul's true inheritance, while Fang Yuan wanted to use Lang Ya sect's power to help him refine immortal GU. Fang Yuan had some ability in refinement path, but, against Lang Ya sect, he paled in comparison. Both sides set up many agreements. Lang Ya land spirit left in satisfaction. Fang Yuan walked to a GU refinement hall and saw Sixth Hair. So it was Second Supreme Elder, sorry for not receiving you. Sixth Hair smiled. He looked withered and haggard, and in a miserable state. When he saw Fang Yuan, complicated expressions were shown through his eyes. There was joy, surges of emotions, loneliness, and sighs. Events in life were mystical things. Before, Sixth Hair had been wishing for Fang Yuan's death. Now, Fang Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect, and was also the only hope in rescuing Spectral Soul's main body. Since Fang Yuan protected Ying Wuxia's life and had a reconcilable enmity with Heavenly Court, Sixth Hair also chose to acknowledge Fang Yuan's position. Sixth Hair pays respect to Lord Sect Leader. Please forgive me for not being able to pay full respects. Sixth Hair transmitted his voice. This was Lang Ya blessed land. Lang Ya land spirit could observe everything clearly. It is just superficial etiquette, how could I mind these things? Fang Yuan transmitted his voice. I still need to thank you for your effort in helping me by refining immortal GU. Heavenly Court is my sworn enemy. There will be a day when I will invade Heavenly Court and use all my strength to rescue Spectral Soul's main body. Sixth Hair nodded, a radiant splendor flashing past his eyes as he turned around to lead the way. Please, this way. Actually, he was aware Fang Yuan's words did not have any assurance. If Fang Yuan wanted to break his word, he would suffer no punishment nor pay any price. But for a human to live, they needed hope, even if this hope was minuscule. Moreover, Sixth Hair was aware that if Fang Yuan had not been recruited, just based on the remaining Shadow Sect GU immortals, they simply would not be Heavenly Court's match and would soon be wiped out. Heavenly Court would not even need to make a move. Fang Yuan might be the first to move against Shadow Sect's remnant forces to gain benefits. Purple Mountain True Monarch had already predicted the future situation, and so to preserve the remaining Shadow Sect forces and to sustain hope, he handed the whole of Shadow Sect to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew Purple Mountain True Monarch's intention, but he accepted it and was quite happy in doing so. Fang Yuan followed Sixth Hair and walked some distance before arriving in front of a refinement path immortal formation. There, flames were raging, but they were radiating extremely cold air. The extreme coldness soon covered Fang Yuan's brows and the tips of his hair with a layer of frost. Lord Sect Leader, Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu's refinement has already reached its crucial stage. But I have failed several times in this step. My luck is inferior to yours, Sect Leader, you are more suitable to complete these final few steps. Sixth Hair transmitted his voice. He then started to explain the steps of GU refinement in detail, as well as many key points among them, his own experiences and insights. Fang Yuan listened attentively, not missing even a single word. Cleanse Soul Immortal GU was the crucial key to his next cultivation plan. Almost at the same time, far away in Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House, a peak rank 5 female GU master was faced with an important moment of her life. At this moment, she wore combat armor, she had clear white skin and her eyes shone like stars, her arched eyebrows were slightly furrowed right now as she concentrated. You can begin. Spirit Affinity House's Wisdom Path GU Immortal Shu Hao spoke. At his side was a female immortal, she was Shu Hao's wife, Li Junying. Zhao Lian Yun nodded and took a deep breath as she started her immortal ascension. In her rank 5 peak stage aperture, primeval essence surged like fierce waves and struck at the surrounding aperture walls. Soon, cracks began to appear on the aperture walls. Following the increase in cracks, a formless heavenly power began to slowly lift Zhao Lian Yun's body. When she was raised over 10 feet from the ground, Zhao Lian Yun stopped. Currently, Zhao Lian Yun's eyes were closed, her whole concentration was on controlling the primeval essence in her aperture to fiercely smash at the aperture walls. She was unaware that as the cracks on her aperture walls increased, the aura she revealed was becoming more dense and had already attracted 2 enormous waves of qi. Heaven qi surged, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and thunder started booming. Vast earth chi caused ground to shake and dust to rise. Heaven chi and earth chi were increasing in intensity. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed as Zhao Lianyun's aperture completely fragmented. Immediately, an extremely dense human chi flowed out of her body. Heaven chi, earth chi and human chi began to mutually attract each other and soon gathered together, forming a giant chi sphere that covered Zhao Lianyun. You must persevere, Li Junying mumbled. Helping Zhao Lianyun ascend to Ji-Yu Immortal was not just a task from Spirit Affinity House, even more, it concerned her and her husband Xu Hao's benefits in the sect. Xu Hao and Li Junying belonged to the anti-Feng faction, which was unable to get along with Feng Juji's faction. And Zhao Lianyun was the most crucial person in the anti-Feng faction. Xu Hao was solemn and cautious. Zhao Lianyun's ascension was different from others. Because she had divine concealment, she could not be deduced and calamities and tribulations could not descend upon her. Such an immortal ascension was unprecedented in history. Even thieving heaven demon Venerable had only created the first version of divine concealment after becoming a Ji-Yu Immortal. As such, Xu Hao was extremely careful, paying full attention to Zhao Lianyun's condition. He would immediately help if there was anything wrong. However, at this moment, despite Xu Hao having an intense desire to help, he was unable to do so. 3 Qi gathered, Zhao Lianyun had to personally control its fusion process, outsiders could not interfere. Before she underwent immortal ascension, Zhao Lianyun had done large amounts of preparation and practice. With Ji-Yu Immortal's training and instructing her, she was extremely familiar with the whole process of immortal ascension. The Qi sphere formed by the 3 Qi became increasingly smaller. This was a good change. It showed Zhao Lianyun was successfully condensing the 3 Qi. After a while, the 3 had shrunken to an extreme degree. Zhao Lianyun opened her eyes and gave a cry as she sent her vital Ji-Yu into the center of the 3 Qi. A huge sound resounded, like the booming of thunder. For an instant, Zhao Lianyun was completely dazed, her gaze going blank. But she came to her senses the very next moment, quickly looking at her aperture. There was no longer an aperture, replacing it was an immortal aperture. Rank 6 Immortal Aperture. I have succeeded. Zhao Lianyun wept from extreme joy. Chapter 1440. Great Dream Immortal Venerable Feng Jin Huang. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land, Ji-Yu Refinement Hall. The refinement path Ji-Yu formation slowly operated. The eerie blue cold fire had already turned into an iceberg. Fang Yuan stood at the edge of the refinement path immortal formation and raised his hands, closely pressing his palms onto the iceberg. His eyes shone brightly as he put almost all his concentration into the Ji-Yu refinement. All kinds of Ji-Yu worm auras fluctuated in his body. There were auras of mortal Ji-Yu as well as immortal Ji-Yu. He was using large amounts of refinement path methods as well as killer moves. Under Fang Yuan's effort, the blue cold fire was still quietly burning inside the iceberg. Ji-Yu materials were constantly refined by the fire, their impurities were removed, leaving behind only the purest essence. An immortal Ji-Yu embryo was beginning to form little by little. Sixth Hair, who was standing at the side, was observing with a joyful look. This progress had already surpassed his previous records. This was naturally not because Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment was higher than Sixth Hair, but because of luck. And an even more important reason was the refinement path method. To think that our sect had an inheritance of a refinement path great expert of the remote antiquity era, Bei Luo. Sixth Hair inwardly sighed. Bei Luo was a renowned historical figure. He was a rank 8 refinement path Ji-Yu Immortal, and he was most specialized in the ice refinement method. Even until now, his ice refinement specialization was at a level where later generations could only look up to. Right now, Fang Yuan was using Bei Luo's ice refinement killer move. Thus, he could easily surpass Sixth Hair's previous progress, and was only a step away from successfully refining Cleanse Soul Immortal Ji-Yu. Even though Sixth Hair was a split soul and a member of Shadow Sect. Back then, Shadow Sect had used soul replacement to place him in Langya Blessed Land and had not given him a lot of memories regarding cultivation. Because once these memories exceeded a limit, it could easily reveal some flaws when cultivating. And in Langya Blessed Land, Langya Land Spirit was almost all-knowing, able to observe every small change in any part of the Blessed Land. Now that Fang Yuan had become Shadow Sect's leader and obtained all the inheritances of Shadow Sect, his Ji-Yu cultivation foundation had risen explosively. This increase could be said to be earth-shaking. Even Fang Yuan himself felt a little dazed by it. If Fang Yuan's foundation was like a lake earlier, After getting Shadow Sect's inheritances, it was like an ocean now. Even Xianxia Sect's foundation was below Shadow Sect's. Xianxia Sect was established extremely long ago, but it was only created by the rank 8 GU Immortal long-hair ancestor, while Shadow Sect's founder was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had massacred countless beings over the world. So, when Fang Yuan understood the GU refinement steps of Cleanse Soul Immortal GU, he selected the most suitable refinement method from the large amounts of inheritances in his mind, Bei Luo Ice Refinement Method. Good, the Immortal GU embryo has already mostly formed, success is very close. As time passed, Sixth Hair became increasingly excited. His gaze moved to Fang Yuan once again. This man, Sixth Hair's eyes flickered with a complex gaze. He has a solid foundation in refinement path, and also ample talent in it. More importantly, the ice refinement method seems to suit him greatly. Sixth Hair thought to himself. There were thousands upon thousands of refinement path methods, fire refinement, ice refinement, group refinement, time refinement, and so on. Some people were suited for fire refinement methods, while some were innately suited for water refinement methods. Fang Yuan also discovered that the ice refinement method suited him very well. Looks like I should practice ice refinement method in my spare time. It seems to suit my personality even more than blood refinement. While thinking, Fang Yuan mobilized his GU worms, preparing for an immortal killer move. There was already a huge number of myriad self-clones in his immortal aperture. While he was refining GU, these clones were helping him set up the killer move. When this immortal killer move was activated, Fang Yuan immediately felt warmth spreading throughout his whole body, resisting the bone-chilling coldness coming from the outside. The intense coldness continually spread from the iceberg. This was a disadvantage of the ice refinement method. GU immortals had to refine GU while resisting the coldness. If Myriad Self had not been upgraded, it would be quite difficult for Fang Yuan to deal with many aspects. But with the new Myriad Self, he was able to easily pass this difficulty. Just as Fang Yuan was continuing to refine GU, far away in central continent, Feng Jinhuang had climbed to a mountain peak. It was dawn and there was still some darkness in the sky with a few scattered stars. Feng Jinhuang breathed out as she gazed far away, but her face was filled with worry. Being raised under the protection of GU immortal parents, the previous her did not know the taste of sorrow. Now, however, she had tasted setbacks and experienced the difficulties of life. Especially in recent times, as Zhao Lian Yun succeeded in her immortal ascension. This greatly increased the anti-Feng faction's reputation in Spirit Affinity House, and with Feng Zhuzhe far away in Western Desert, Fairy Bai Qing was unable to deal with this alone, allowing Shu Hao's group to gain a lot of support. From these events, Feng Jinhuang experienced difficulties and bitterness which she had not felt before. In her eyes, the sect had completely transformed. Sigh, she sat down on a rock and sighed. She started thinking of Zhao Lian Yun. This girl came from behind and robbed Feng Jinhuang of her goal, the position of Spirit Affinity House's fairy. Now, she had succeeded in her immortal ascension, and was now different from mortals. The scene of Zhao Lian Yun begging her was still clear in her mind. Zhao Lian Yun is an otherworldly demon, Fang Yuan is also an otherworldly demon. Why am I always losing to otherworldly demons? Feng Jinhuang's thoughts were wandering, that unforgettable scene emerging from the depths of her mind. It was at the peak of Danghun Mountain, when she first saw Fang Yuan. Feng Jinhuang's face immediately flushed, she quickly shook her head and suppressed these scenes and memories. What use is there in thinking about this? Feng Jinhuang, you need to keep on working harder. You need to put in more effort, become a GU immortal, and help father and mother. Feng Jinhuang collected her thoughts and began to summarize her most recent Dream Realm experience. That was the Dream Realm of the Refinement Path Great Expert Bei Luo. After passing this Dream Realm, my refinement path has already broken through to Great Grandmaster. Senior Bei Luo was most proficient in ice refinement, let's give it a try. Feng Jinhuang spread her arms, her 10 fingers twitched rhythmically and quickly, creating multiple layers of blurred images. A gust of cold air immediately swirled around her hand, becoming more vigorous. Feng Jinhuang was a refinement path Great Grandmaster. With such an outstanding attainment level, a GU worm soon appeared out of the cold air. This was an Ice Path Rank 3 mortal GU, it flew to Feng Jinhuang's shoulder and sat there motionlessly. Following it, a second and third GU worm flew out. Moreover, their ranks were gradually climbing from rank 3 to rank 4 and 5. Feng Jinhuang's expression revealed joy, her eyes were gradually brightening and her finger movements became even faster. But at the next moment, the cold air suddenly exploded, the GU refinement failed and Feng Jinhuang suffered a backlash. Damn it! Feng Jinhuang's heart sank and her face paled. She subconsciously closed her eyes and gritted her teeth to endure the incoming pain. What's going on? Feng Jinhuang slowly opened her eyes. She saw a tall man in front of her with one hand stretched before her eyes. That cold air which had exploded was now actually condensed into an ice sphere in his hand. The man was truly tall. Feng Jinhuang's head only reached above his knees. His long hair fluttered in the wind, his posture was grand and powerful, his gaze contained wisdom and the vicissitudes of life. What attracted Feng Jinhuang's attention was the pair of coral-like dragon horns on his forehead. Senior, thank you for saving me. Feng Jinhuang quickly bowed. The tall man smiled. There are countless refinement path methods, ice refinement, however, does not suit you, Feng Jinhuang. Your nature is active and bright, so you are more suited for metal refinement and fire refinement. As for ice refinement, those who are proficient in it usually have a patient and persistent nature. The tall man then lightly clenched his fist, destroying the ice sphere in his palm. Feng Jinhuang clicked her tongue in surprise. She was deeply aware of the might of this cold air. It was enough to severely injure an ordinary rank 5 GU master. Her eyes suddenly brightened. Senior, you are a GU immortal. You know my parents. Feng Jinhuang had come in contact with many GU immortals, so she did not feel uncomfortable. Normally speaking, those GU immortals were quite pleasant to her, mostly because they admired Feng Juji's great reputation. Sure enough, the tall man nodded his head. I know your parents, but right now, I came specially for you. For me? Feng Jinhuang was surprised. Indeed, the tall man continued. O Feng Jinhuang, in the future you will become Great Dream Immortal Venerable. You are destined to join Heavenly Court and lead this era, stunning the world and standing proudly at the peak of GU Immortals. I am Heavenly Court's GU Immortal Duke Long. I came here to take you in as my disciple, to lead you to the grand throne of a rank 9 Venerable. What? Feng Jinhuang's mouth opened wide as she looked at the tall man in a daze. Duke Long smiled at Feng Jinhuang, his expression was peaceful and amiable. Feng Jinhuang, however, had a look of, I think this guy is a scammer, towards this legendary character who had defeated Spectral Soul. She did not recognize Duke Long. Duke Long's appearance was familiar to the GU immortals of the 10 great ancient sects, but Feng Jinhuang was immortal, and had no access to this knowledge. Immortals and mortals were in 2 different worlds. Uncle, do you know that since ancient times, there were only 10 people who became GU venerables? I know the prophecy regarding Great Dream Immortal Venerable, but how can I possibly be that Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Feng Jinhuang asked. Don't doubt yourself. Duke Long smiled. You are the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable. When you were young, a Dream Path Immortal GU chose you, this was the sign. Your life should have been smooth sailing with dazzling achievements. Regretfully, some obstacles appeared. Those otherworldly demons who are not bound by fate, they stole your fortuitous encounters. Like who Immortal blessed land, and also the position of the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But none of these are important. Fate Immortal GU will be completely restored in 10 years. You will definitely become Great Dream Immortal Venerable, because this is all predestined by fate. Duke Long's expression was serious as he said this, his gaze was extremely firm like he was telling an absolute truth. Nothing in this world could shake or change this truth. Feng Jinhuang was also affected by his words. She was stumped for a moment, unable to say anything. Chapter 1441, Snow Lotus Essence. Pieces of ice fell to the ground. Cough, cough. Fang Yuan pressed on his chest as he coughed out blood clots from his heart and lungs. These blood clots had solidified into small pieces, letting out intense coldness. Fang Yuan's expression was unusual, his face looked purple, he had suffered a huge injury. The GU refinement had failed, the giant iceberg exploded, and Fang Yuan had to forcibly endure the backlash. Fang Yuan immediately activated his immortal GU, restoring himself to his previous state. The purple tint on his face disappeared, and his injuries were almost all gone. But there was still large amounts of frost energy solidifying inside his body, making him feel uncomfortable. The frost energy was not a result of the GU refinement failure, but had accumulated in Fang Yuan's body throughout the refinement process. Because the time duration was long, man as before was not able to produce perfect results. Speaking of which, I have mainly been relying on man as before as my healing method. This rank 6 Immortal GU is extremely useful, and is the core to many killer moves in the Shadow Sect inheritances. Given some time, after I train and get proficient in these killer moves, my healing ability will definitely rise sharply. Fang Yuan started pondering when suddenly a flash of inspiration hit him. Wait, since there is man as before, why is there no GU as before? A GU worm to heal GU worms. If there is an immortal GU like GU as before, can't I use it as the core to design an immortal killer move to help me refine GU? If there is truly such a killer move, then I could have used it just before to immediately recover the damage and return back to the final step of the GU refinement. Fang Yuan's eyes shone as he began to inspect the storage of Shadow Sect inheritances in his mind. The true inheritance contents of Shadow Sect was as vast as a sea. After Fang Yuan looked through them, he found that this idea had already been envisioned by predecessors. And there were many who thought of this. Most of them were Refinement Path GU Immortals, and there were also those of Time Path. There were many inheritances where predecessors had recorded their thoughts and results regarding GU as before. However, they were all incomplete Immortal GU recipes, and not one was deduced completely. It was very difficult to realize this concept. As far as most GU Immortals were concerned, man as before had a limited range of use. Rank 6 man as before had a very weak effect on rank 7 GU Immortals, and often the activation would fail. Rank 7 man as before also did not have outstanding effects on most rank 7 GU Immortals. Unless the target was a Time Path GU Immortal with a lot of Time Path Dao marks, then they would not conflict with man as before, and also be able to amplify its ability. Since man as before was like this, GU as before was even more troubling. To GU Immortals, using GU as before to restore mortal GU had small significance because GU Immortals did not lack mortal GU. The matter of mortal GU was only a problem of quantity for them. Naturally, lifespan GU was an exception, but using GU as before to restore immortal GU was even more difficult than restoring GU Immortals. Because every immortal GU was a fragment of the Great Tao in their respective paths. There was a strong conflict between immortal GU of different paths. Immortal GU could coordinate with each other, but using their effect on another immortal GU was a completely different concept. Unless they had dominance in rank. For instance, using rank 7 GU as before to restore rank 6 GU had some likelihood. But using it on rank 7 would definitely fail. The concept of GU as before was extremely enticing, but it was too difficult to create in reality. There were many GU Immortals who had such inspirations, and there was not a lack of Refinement Path and Time Path Great Grandmasters among them. Unfortunately, none of their efforts succeeded. GU as before was not a viable concept, but Fang Yuan had other ways around it. For instance, some Refinement Path Immortal formations. These immortal formations had short-term effects of backtracking through time. GU Immortals could activate these immortal formations to restore any mistakes. In Shadow Sect's inheritances, there were over 10 such immortal GU formations. But each of them had some disadvantages. Some had enormous demand on immortal essence, some had limited numbers of times they could backtrack through time, and some were only limited to refining rank 6 immortal GU. Among these immortal GU formations, the greatest one was Immortal GU House Regret Pool. One of the 3 legendary pools of the world. Unfortunately, be it Regret Pool or those immortal GU formations, I only have the inheritances but lack the suitable immortal GU. Fang Yuan sighed, feeling troubled at having the knowledge but not having materials to put it to use. Actually, in his current situation, there were too many options laid in front of him. When ordinary people came across immortal opportunities and inherited some predecessors' inheritance, they would jump in joy, their cultivation journey would also brighten up and their prospects would widen. Fang Yuan's Shadow Sect inheritances were gathered by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in his life, and even continued for 100,000 years after his death. It could be said Fang Yuan had obtained a sea of inheritances. He had countless choices in his cultivation journey, and among these choices, the most attractive were Soul Path, Time Path, Earth Path and Space Path. Because they were inheritances of Venerables, even a small portion could create chaos and cause GU Immortals over the 5 regions to engage in mortal combat. With these in his hands, needless to say, Fang Yuan's future prospects were limitless. But the things that could truly provide the greatest help to Fang Yuan were not these new choices. Because although these choices had immense prospects and were extremely tempting, the amount of time, energy and resources they consumed were astronomical. The one thing that could greatly help Fang Yuan currently was wisdom GU. The light of wisdom could provide an incomparable help to cultivation. Fang Yuan had already tasted the benefits of this, and had an extremely deep impression of it. And to obtain wisdom GU's acknowledgement once again, he had to use his original rank 6 strength path immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan already had the method to get rid of the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body, he was only lacking the core immortal GU, cleanse soul. It all simmered down to refining cleanse soul immortal GU. Regretfully, they had already tried to refine cleanse soul immortal GU over 10 times, but all the attempts failed. Although the ice refinement method suits me really well, I have not focused on ice path before, moreover these final few steps are truly difficult. Fang Yuan sighed. That's true. Sixth hair went up to Fang Yuan's side and sighed as he looked at the ground filled with ice pieces. The success rate of refining an immortal GU was too low, it was a pit with no end in sight. Only the current Fang Yuan had such accumulation and resolution to continue the attempts to refine cleanse soul immortal GU. Currently, Fang Yuan had one big concern, whether someone had already refined cleanse soul immortal GU. Immortal GU were unique. If that was the case, he would not be able to succeed in the refinement no matter what. However, this could be investigated to some degree. If the immortal GU refinement had no mistakes during the whole process, but failed inexplicably at the moment of success, it would imply someone had already refined cleanse soul immortal GU. But cleanse soul immortal GU's recipe was a secret, and the range of its circulation was quite small, adding on that it had not been long since it had been destroyed, Fang Yuan's chances were still high. Maybe we can modify the last few steps. We can use snow lotus essence to replace those ice path immortal materials. Sixth hair said, modifying the immortal GU recipe. Fang Yuan mumbled, slightly nodding his head. The final few steps were truly too difficult. After replacing the immortal materials, these few steps could be broken down, although it would lengthen the procedures and time of the entire refinement process, the difficulty would decrease by a lot. Then let's try modifying the immortal GU recipe. Fang Yuan considered for a moment before deciding. Modifying an immortal GU recipe could not be done casually, and required continuous attempts, it contained huge risks and would waste many resources. But Snow Lotus Essence, this ranked 7 immortal material, is quite difficult to obtain, and is rarely seen in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan was slightly worried. Sixth hair smiled. That's of no concern. Snowman tribes produce a lot of this immortal material. Don't forget that we have already joined Northern Plains Variant Human Alliance. I have asked around and found that the Snowman tribe below the Northern Icy Plain has plenty of Snow Lotus Essence. Let's purchase them then. Fang Yuan put his mind at ease. Although he had few Immortal Essence stones currently, he had countless Shadow Sect inheritances, just taking out some of these could lead to terrifying chaos and carnage. Thus, Fang Yuan was simply not worried that the Snowman tribe would be unmoved. I must obtain the Snow Lotus Essence. A sharp light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. He had to refine cleanse soul immortal GU as fast as possible. For this, Fang Yuan would not hesitate to pay any cost. Chapter 1442, Duke Long's Disciple. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House's headquarters. A Taoist temple was floating on the clouds. Immortal GU aura permeated all around it. This Taoist temple was Spirit Affinity House's Time Path Immortal GU House, Sun and Moon Temple. The archway, the main hall and the side halls were all integrated into one. This Taoist temple was one of the foundations of Spirit Affinity House. Its biggest effect was to facilitate in cultivation of GU immortals. In normal times, Sun and Moon Temple would be in the control of Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elders. They would take turns in using it to help in their cultivation. But right now, Sun and Moon Temple was taken out and placed in the air. Moreover, it was activated. Every corner and tile of the Taoist temple was alternating between emitting the light of the sun and moon. The beautiful light shone on the surrounding clouds, making them look auspicious, and creating a scene of an immortal sanctuary. In the main hall of the Taoist temple, GU immortals had already gathered. Almost all the Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elders were present, along with Feng Juzhe, Fairy Bai Qing, Shu Hao, Li Junying, and the recently turned GU immortal, the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, Zhao Lian Yun. But currently, The main character was not any of them, but Feng Jinhuang. Feng Jinhuang was dressed in neat and sharp white clothing, while her expression was solemn. She was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to Duke Long, who was on the main seat. This was the ceremony of Feng Jinhuang becoming the disciple of Duke Long. Normally speaking, Feng Jinhuang, who was already in a sect, could not easily acknowledge another Gu Immortal as her master. But who was Duke Long? Everyone in Spirit Affinity House complied with this. They were jubilant. Several supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House had even discussed to make this ceremony of the highest standard, and also publicize this widely to raise the sect's prestige. However, this suggestion was refused by Duke Long. Duke Long had notified them, everything should be kept simple, they should not publicize it, but the standards should be kept high. The first Supreme Elder of Spirit Affinity House personally took charge. She devoted all her effort to consult ancient texts and spent painstaking care to follow the master-disciple acknowledgement ceremony that was popular in Duke Long's era. Duke Long did not show anything on the surface, but was inwardly quite satisfied with this grand ceremony. Especially when his gaze landed on Feng Jinhuang, his eyes revealed even more joy. After the kowtowing ceremony was finished, Feng Jinhuang stood up and took out a cup of tea, offering it to Duke Long with both hands. In the silent hall, Feng Jinhuang spoke in a clear voice, "Lord Duke Long, please accept my golden jade dew tea." Duke Long took the teacup and lifted the lid. Instantly, the tea let out a gorgeous and gentle golden light, shining upon the ceiling, creating a magnificent scene. Duke Long slowly closed his eyes and brought the teacup to his nose, taking a light sniff. The fragrance was subtle and extremely clear, like the smell of dew on the grass in the morning of spring, pure and without blemish, and also gave off a smell of brightness and liveliness. "This tea is good," Duke Long smiled, slowly opening his eyes as he took a sip. The tea entered his throat, and it indeed was not ordinary. Even Duke Long had rarely come across such an excellent tea in his life. "Feng Jinhuang, you are a refinement path great Grand Master, your tea brewing is naturally extraordinary. Good, from now onwards, you shall be my second disciple." The great hall immediately started buzzing with his words. Every Gu Immortal was smiling happily, even Shu Hao and Li Junying were no exception. "Play the immortal music," Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder said softly. The next moment, clear and wonderful immortal music started playing without lacking solemnness and grandness. Disciple pays respect to master. Feng Jinhuang kowtowed once again. This time she addressed Duke Long as master, and herself as disciple. This Grand Master-Disciple acknowledgement ceremony had finally finished after over 2 hours. The significance of this grand ceremony was extremely huge. Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elders were red with excitement. This was the leader of Heavenly Court, Lord Duke Long, he had personally taken in a disciple. The whole of Spirit Affinity House felt honored. As Feng Jinhuang's mother, tears fell out of Fairy Bai Qing's eyes in excitement. Feng Zhuzhe stood by her and lightly held her hand. He was also extremely gratified. "Tomorrow, Feng Jinhuang will return to Heavenly Court with me and cultivate there. Feng Zhuzhe and Bai Qing, remain behind, others can leave now." Duke Long waved for the others to leave, only Feng Jinhuang and her parents still remained. Feng Zhuzhe, Bai Qing, pays respects to Lord Duke Long. The two bowed respectfully. Duke Long slightly nodded, taking a glance at Fairy Bai Qing before looking at Feng Zhuzhe. "The task of killing Fang Yuan failed," Duke Long said with an indifferent tone. "Feng Zhuzhe, I am ashamed." A few months back, Feng Zhuzhe and the others had been guarding the tributary of the River of Time in Western Desert, but where could they see Fang Yuan? As time passed, Fairy Ziwei also felt something wrong, and because of Feng Jinhuang's master acknowledgement ceremony, Feng Zhuzhe was called back to Central Continent. But the other two Heavenly Court rank 8 Gu Immortals still remained back in Western Desert, and had even began setting up an Immortal Gu formation. Duke Long continued, "Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon, and also the only complete otherworldly demon. He is the worst enemy of Heavenly Court, and also the target that you, Feng Zhuzhe, must eliminate. I have only taken in 2 disciples my whole life, you should be clear of the significance. Feng Jinhuang is the prospective Great Dream Immortal Venerable, and you, Feng Zhuzhe, are her Dao Guardian." "What? I am Huang Er's Dao Guardian?" Feng Zhuzhe was surprised. "This is a heavenly secret, it should not have been revealed. But this has already been learned by Shadow Sect, so it doesn't matter now. The great era is coming, Great Dream Immortal Venerable will be born, and heaven and earth shall experience an unprecedented transformation. Fang Yuan is the obstacle blocking the path of heavenly court, and is also the inevitable enemy of you two, father and daughter. You need to shoulder this heavy task that fate has assigned to you, lead all living beings to a brand new era. Saying this, Duke Long paused to give the three time to digest it. Feng Jinhuang's family calmed down only after a while. Duke Long then said to Feng Jinhuang, Huang my disciple, you will follow me and accept my guidance. You are going to be separated from your parents in some time, you can spend some time together now. Tomorrow, at dawn, I will come to take you to heavenly court. Duke Long instructed, his figure quietly disappearing from the main seat. Huang to think that you are the chosen one. You must cultivate hard in heavenly court. You bear the task of the new era, the well-being of the people in this world will depend on your decisions in the future. Fairy Bai Qing's eyes reddened, slightly reluctant to separate. Mother, I still cannot believe it. This is just like a dream. Feng Jinhuang threw herself into Fairy Bai Qing's arms. When I heard that Lord Duke Long wanted to take you as his disciple, I had already predicted some matters about you. It is just that I did not expect your father to be your Dao guardian. Fairy Bai Qing was filled with emotions. Father, mother, what is a Dao guardian? Feng Jinhuang asked curiously. Feng Zhuzhe explained. In an immortal venerables or demon venerables cultivation journey, they would always have a Dao guardian. Every Dao guardian plays an important role in the development of the venerable. Oh, Feng Jinhuang then asked again. Master said that he has two disciples. I am the second, that means there is a first disciple. Who is it? Feng Zhuji's and Fairy Bai Qing's expressions changed slightly. The two quickly glanced at each other. Fairy Bai Qing instructed Feng Jinhuang in a heavy tone. Huang this is a taboo, when you arrive in heavenly court, never mention it. Especially in front of your master. Why? Feng Jinhuang became even more curious. At this time, Feng Zhuzhe gave the answer. Because Duke Long's first disciple, your senior brother, was the most mysterious Red Lotus demon venerable in history. Chapter 1443, Cleanse Soul Refined. This is the Snow Lotus Essence. Fang Yuan looked at the immortal material in his hand and murmured in admiration. Snow Lotus Essence was extremely exquisite, it was only the size of an adult fist, its pink petals, bright red stamens, and the whole flower surface was covered in a layer of ice as thick as a fingernail. This ice layer was pure and transparent, radiating bursts of coldness. This coldness was not a chilling cold, but was more like the coldness of spring. Despite being cold, it contained vigorous vitality. It was the first time for Fang Yuan to come across and see this ranked 7 immortal material. Because it was so rare that even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it was a scarce item. The reason for this was that this immortal material only grew in large-scale snowman tribes. And the current 5 regions were ruled by humans, while the various variant human tribes were forced to live in some corners of the world. Fang Yuan was able to easily obtain this immortal material, mainly due to the variant human alliance. Not only did Fang Yuan obtain Snow Lotus Essence, it was moreover a huge amount. I am really surprised, I did not think the Snowman tribe would have amassed so much Snow Lotus Essence. Sixth Hare said from the side. Snow Lotus Essence is very rare even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, it will definitely cause a bidding war if it is put up for sale. Unfortunately, strength decides the rules in this world. The Snowman tribe is worried about the risks of exposing themselves, so they only sell small amounts of immortal materials like Snow Lotus Essence every once in a while. Fang Yuan said with a gaze that was clear of the underlying reasons. It is indeed the case. Sixth Hare nodded. Actually, our Langya sect also has such resources which are rare in the human GU immortal world, but we also cannot casually bring them out, for fear that we would leave behind clues and lead to an invasion by human GU immortals. He saw a business opportunity. Maybe later on, he could be a middleman for the transactions, after all, he was a human. He really needed these profits. With the frequent GU refinement attempts recently, Fang Yuan had already paid an enormous price. Although most of the cost was paid using all kinds of inheritance contents, be it him or other GU immortals of Shadow Sect, they would need more resources to continue cultivating and managing their immortal apertures. Fang Yuan looked at Sixth Hare as he shook his head. He knew Sixth Hare's words had deep meaning. Since he raised this issue, he not only reminded Fang Yuan, but also used an implicit way to offer himself to take on the assignment. If Fang Yuan had plans on doing something in this area, then sixth hair could mediate between the two sides, and help Fang Yuan fight for benefits. But this was not important now. Right now, what I want is to refine Cleanse Soul Immortal GU as soon as possible. Since we have obtained Snow Lotus Essence, then we shall start on modifying the Immortal GU recipe next. We will first separately modify the recipe, then combine them later to overcome the shortcomings on both sides, and finally obtain the most optimal GU recipe. Fang Yuan instructed Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair did not forget to put on an act to deceive Lang Ya Land Spirit. How many sect contribution points will you give me then? After a round of haggling, Sixth Hair obtained a satisfactory price, while Fang Yuan left the GU refinement hall and returned to his cloud city. He had personally examined the Snow Lotus Essence, and just like the type that Sixth Hair had recommended, these were superior immortal materials. The flowers were ice cold, but they contained warm life force within. They would be an extremely good replacement for that flowing fire core in the original GU recipe. The main reason was that Fang Yuan was using the ice refinement method. Snow Lotus Essence naturally suited the ice refinement method more than flowing fire core. An immortal GU could have a lot of different immortal GU recipes. There was not just one way to reach the same goal. And when an immortal GU recipe was given to an expert refinement path GU immortal, they first distinguished which GU refinement method was closer to the immortal GU recipe and had a higher probability of success. Then in the GU refinement process, the GU immortal might discover that some procedures in the immortal GU recipe did not suit them, or maybe they found better replacements for immortal materials. Like this, they could further increase the success rate. Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair were currently doing this. However, the task of modifying the immortal GU recipe was mainly given to Sixth Hair. After all, Sixth Hair's refinement path attainment was higher than Fang Yuan's. What Fang Yuan was exceptional in was his wisdom path attainment level and his wisdom path methods. The only pity was that both Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair had ordinary attainment in soul path. In the following days, Fang Yuan began cultivating while modifying the immortal GU recipe of Cleanse Soul. Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley. He was once again using these two great secluded domains of heaven and earth to cultivate soul path. His soul path cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Even Fang Yuan felt it was somewhat inconceivable. Truly the sacred lands of soul path. Of course the main reasons are these cultivation methods. These are from spectral soul's true inheritance. Fang Yuan was quite moved. Back then, spectral soul demon Venerable had also cultivated in these two secluded domains of heaven and earth. He had summed up and formulated a complete set of comprehensive, complementary, and orderly cultivation methods. Fang Yuan was just following it word by word. Previously, he had used Burning Soul Bursting Luck once in Western Desert, and it had been enough to deplete his soul path foundation entirely. But after just a few days, he had almost restored his foundation with terrifying efficiency. This is still considering that I lack the crucial immortal GU and cannot use many immortal killer moves, only able to use these mortal methods. Fortunately, my sovereign immortal body has no conflict in Dao marks, so mortal methods are also effective. Fang Yuan was cultivating soul path, raising his soul foundation once again. The main reason was naturally to refine Cleanse Soul Immortal GU. Burning Soul Bursting Luck could immediately cause his luck to increase sharply, and this had a mystical effect when refining Immortal GU. As to making Ying Wuxia use Burning Soul Bursting Luck, it was not that it was not effective, but there were too many who were luck connected. Only a part of the luck would be effective on Fang Yuan. It was far better for Fang Yuan to use Burning Soul Bursting Luck himself, and then fix his luck. There was also another reason. Ying Wuxia could use Lead Soul into Dream. If his soul path foundation was too low, this killer move's power would be limited. Of course, Fang Yuan was definitely going to master this killer move later on. However, now that he was in Lang Ya Blessed Land, there was no hurry. Time went by quickly. Over half a month had passed in Lang Ya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair had collated their gains and created a modified immortal GU recipe. There was nothing to talk about. Next was to continue the GU refinement. First attempt, failure. Second attempt, failure. Third attempt, failure. Large amounts of immortal materials were wasted, however they were not in vain. After the failures, Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair adjusted the immortal GU recipe and perfected it to the limit of their abilities. During the fourth attempt, Fang Yuan activated Burning Soul Bursting Luck, causing his luck to increase greatly. This time, he refined to the final juncture, but regretfully, still failed. 5th attempt, failure. 6th attempt, another failure. 7th, 8th, 9th. Fang Yuan continued to attempt it, persevering without giving up. After every failure, he would bitterly practice his refinement path skills, and at the same time, enter the 2 sacred lands of soul path and use the cultivation methods in spectral soul's true inheritance to quickly increase his soul path foundation. When his soul foundation was of standard, Fang Yuan used burning soul bursting luck once again, and continued attempting the GU refinement. 13th attempt, failure. 14th attempt, failure. 15th. Success came unexpectedly and somewhat suddenly. Fang Yuan held Cleanse Soul Immortal GU in his hand. He succeeded at the 15th attempt, adding on 6th hair's previous failures. The refinement had been attempted close to 30 times in total. The resources spent were in an incomparably enormous amount, just to refine one ranked 6 Immortal GU. If it were an ordinary GU Immortal, they would have gone bankrupt long ago. Even the past Fang Yuan with his sovereign Immortal aperture would not be able to bear such a price. Having inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritances and having a buyer that could afford them, Xianxia Sect, as well as having enough supply of the crucial Immortal material, Snow Lotus Essence, and a refinement path GU Immortal's committed support, all these reasons finally created Fang Yuan's success. Cleanse Soul Immortal GU has finally been refined. Fang Yuan inhaled deeply before sighing. Chapter 1444, Xianxia's Dismay. Cleanse Soul Immortal GU. It looked like a tadpole but with the size of Fang Yuan's fist, and was completely grayish-white. Right now, it was floating above Fang Yuan's palm. I finally succeeded. It was not easy. Fang Yuan inwardly sighed. Refining GU was truly a huge gamble. They had attempted close to 30 times before barely succeeding. The resources consumed were already in enormous numbers. Fang Yuan was not able to bring out these resources, but he could take out Shadow Sect's inheritances and exchange them for Xianxia Sect's sect contribution points, and use these sect contribution points to exchange for plentiful resources from Xianxia Sect's warehouse. But these resources did not include the crucial Immortal material Snow Lotus Essence. The fact in front of them proved this rank 7 Immortal material was greatly helpful. After the Immortal GU recipe had gone through modifications, it would become much better than before, or more accurately, it would become much more suitable for Fang Yuan's refinement method. The only mild disappointment was that this Cleanse Soul Immortal GU was only rank 6. If it were rank 7 Cleanse Soul Immortal GU, it could directly be used to set up the Immortal Killer move which could start breaking the soul path trap in the Immortal zombie body. Rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal GU could be used as well, but its effect was much lower, and required at least 8 years before it could completely get rid of the soul path trap. This was of course without counting those time path methods. If time path methods were used to supplement the killer move, Fang Yuan estimated the 8 years of time could be reduced to 3 years. 3 years was referring to the time in 5 regions. This was the limit of Fang Yuan's current ability. 3 years is too long. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep. If it were rank 7 Cleanse Soul Immortal GU, he would require at most half a year of time, in 5 regions' time, to resolve the soul path trap in the Immortal zombie body. However, refining rank 7 Cleanse Soul Immortal GU was much more difficult than refining rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal GU. Moreover, rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal GU had to be used as the main material to refine it. After all, Immortal GU were unique. Since rank 6 Cleanse Soul existed, there could be no rank 7, rank 8 or even rank 9 Cleanse Soul Immortal GU in the world. The risk, however, would become much higher. When Fang Yuan was refining Cleanse Soul and failed, only some Immortal materials were destroyed. But if the refinement of rank 7 Cleanse Soul failed, the rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal GU might be the one destroyed, and everything would have to be started over again. Naturally, Fang Yuan could ensure the safety of the Immortal materials to some degree with his Blood Acid Immortal GU. But it was unknown if he could protect the rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal GU during the highly risky refinement process. Moreover, Fang Yuan would have to research the method first. Fang Yuan had attainment level in Blood Path, but his refinement path attainment was slightly subpar. Lord Sect Leader, do we continue refining? Maybe I could change my vital GU to Cleanse Soul Immortal GU. 6th Hair transmitted his voice. After becoming a vital GU, Cleanse Soul Immortal GU could be refined to advance to rank 7, and even if the process failed, it would still continue to exist as long as 6th Hair did not die. At most it would suffer heavy injuries and be on the verge of dying. But Fang Yuan refused. That's not appropriate. Not to mention that changing vital GU is extremely dangerous and could harm you severely. Langyao Land spirit is not easy to deceive. Our relationship on the surface is not enough for you to make such a sacrifice. Then how about letting someone else change it to their vital GU? Ying Wuxia and He Lu Lan are both eligible candidates. I suggest Ying Wuxia. Sixth Hair suggested. This was indeed a good suggestion. Bai Ningbing could be excluded. Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin were not as reliable as He Lu Lan and Ying Wuxia, and could also be excluded. The remaining ones were Ying Wuxia, who was a split soul of spectral soul, and He Lu Lan, who was restricted by the alliance agreement and was unable to rebel. Comparing the two, Ying Wuxia was naturally slightly better. After all, he had high soul path attainment. Moreover, when Fang Yuan took his lead soul into dream in the future, cleansed soul immortal GU could replenish some of his strength. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. He had refined cleansed soul immortal GU after so much effort. How could he give it so easily? At most he would only lend it. Moreover, cleansed soul immortal GU was practical, and when used in soul path cultivation, it could slightly cover up some insufficiencies of Danghun Mountain and Luopo Valley. Fang Yuan already intended to firmly hold cleansed soul himself. However, Sixth Hair's words reminded him of some things. Although I am Shadow Sect's leader, my control over the sect is rather poor. Bai Ningbing is not controlled by me. We can only be considered allies who are using each other. Lady White Rabbit likes me, and because of the true inheritance as well, she is following me. Fairy Miao Yin is also cultivating a shadow sect inheritance, and is chased by Southern Border's righteous path forces, so she can only stand by my side. He Lu Lan is bound by our alliance agreement and is unable to betray me, but she is ambitious. She absolutely won't be content with the current state. It is just that she has no way to revolt for the moment. As for Ying Wuxia and Sixth Hair, they are spectral souls, split souls, and are always thinking of saving the main body. But this hope is too minuscule, and they are too weak, so they can only depend on me. If Fang Yuan were to listen to Sixth Hair and hand cleanse soul immortal GU to Ying Wuxia, in the future, if they had a great opportunity to save spectral soul's main body but it did not align with Fang Yuan's plans, what would they do? Ying Wuxia and Sixth Hair's decision absolutely would not incline towards Fang Yuan. At that time, Fang Yuan's action of handing cleansed soul immortal GU to Ying Wuxia would be a foolish move of supporting the enemy. Hence, Fang Yuan said another plan to Sixth Hair. Although it is only a ranked 6 cleansed soul immortal GU, there are some unique methods in Shadow Sect's inheritances that can speed its growth. But it requires sacrificing a rank 7 GU immortal soul. Sixth Hair was dazed before tensing up immediately. Sect leader is thinking of. You should know that you are wanted by both Longevity Heaven and every Huang Jin tribe. Relax, I have it under control. Fang Yuan patted Sixth Hair's shoulder, and slowly walked away. The morning sun passed through the window and shone in the room. Murong Qing's mood was great as she sat before a table and hummed a song while playing with the flowers in the pot. The flowers were in full bloom, and under the sunlight, the red petals looked tender and joyous. Today was a joyous day for Murong Qingsi. Because her lover Yun Liang, according to their previous agreement, was going to come to Murong tribe today to formally ask for her hand in marriage. Actually, it had not been long since the two were acquainted. Murong Qingsi was an immortal from Murong tribe, while Yun Liang was a famous lone cultivator in northern plains with the nickname of Cloud Gentleman. Although both were famous characters, the two first saw each other at He tribe's Iron Eagle blessed land. They had gotten into a conflict because of immortal material affinity wood. Affinity wood was a rootless tree that grew in the air. It was extremely fragile, there could be no disturbance when gathering it, otherwise this highly valuable immortal material would be destroyed. When Murong Qingsi had discovered the affinity wood, Cloud Gentleman Yun Liang had already begun collecting it. Murong Qingsi did not attack, quietly waiting for him to finish collecting. Yun Liang was very elegant, showing willingness to spar with Murong Qingsi, with the winner taking all the affinity wood. Destiny was truly a mysterious thing. The two were acquainted like this, and in the following days, came across each other many times because of some coincidences. As time continued to pass, because of their similar opinions in many things, feelings began to grow between them, and they even pledged to marry each other. Unfortunately, their identities were an obstruction to this marriage. The woman was a Huang Jin tribe GU immortal, while the man was a lone cultivator. Their relationship was reported by someone. they became extremely anxious, but soon, the situation turned better unexpectedly. After Longevity Heaven knew of this situation, they actually approved of Yun Liang's and Murong Qingxi's marriage. Because of Heavenly Court's strength, Longevity Heaven was beginning to make plans to deal with the wave of the incoming Great Era. And to unite even more GU Immortals of the Northern Plains GU Immortal world, Longevity Heaven was happy to see this marriage happen. Yun Liang could be said to be a symbolic figure among lone immortals. The political significance of him marrying into the Huang Jin tribe's Murong tribe was extremely huge. If it succeeded, Longevity Heaven would even encourage this matter in the future. Murong Qingxi naturally did not know of these schemes, she only felt surprised and happy, and was even more thankful towards Longevity Heaven, rejoicing at her hard-earned love. Yun Liang is coming to propose marriage today. The immortal materials are prepared and confirmed. I have checked the list of presents and there are no issues. The clan's supreme elders have received Longevity Heaven's instructions, and will not obstruct this marriage. As long as the marriage proposal succeeds, I will be getting ready for the marriage a month later. But, why is there an indescribable feeling of unease lingering in my heart? Murong Qingxi's delicate brows rose slightly, she pressed her palm on her chest as she felt an inexplicable unease. Am I getting insecure because of extreme joy? He, there are no issues, what more obstructions can there be? Maybe, because I am filled with joy and blissfulness, this feels very surreal to me. He. Murong Qingxi blushed as she let her thoughts wander. She laughed, her face shining from the bright light inside the room. She suddenly stiffened, her face turning deathly pale. At this moment, a soul lantern GU and a life tablet GU had shattered inside her immortal aperture. These two GU worms were the tokens that she and Yun Liang had given to each other. Yun Liang, no way, this is not possible. Crack, Murong Qingxi burst out of the window and flew frantically towards the sky. Chapter 1445, Culprit Fang Yuan. Murong Qingxi flew with all her might, her reckless action immediately attracting the attention of other GU immortals. Looking at Murong Qingxi's expression, something seems wrong. Qingxi, wait a moment, why are you so panicked? A tribe GU immortal inquired, but Murong Qingxi just kept on flying. Her heart was filled with panic and terror as she was desperate to verify the truth. Move, let's go take a look. Today is the day that Yun Liang is coming to propose a marriage, but Murong Qingxi is so anxious, unless. Soon, 3 GU immortal figures flew out from Murong tribe's headquarters and followed after Murong Qingxi. The life tablet GU and soul lantern GU on Murong Qingxi had already shattered, so she was unable to rely on them to determine Yun Liang's location, but she knew the route Yun Liang was going to take to come to Murong tribe. Right now, she only needed to check this route. After madly flying for few minutes, a ruined battlefield suddenly appeared in Murong Qingxi's vision. Her whole body shook violently as she quickly descended. Yun Liang, where are you? Murong Qingxi called out repeatedly, but only the sound of wind replied her in this battered battlefield. There was a huge battle here. The 3 Murong tribe GU immortals who had followed from behind saw this scene and immediately realized the severity of the situation as they began to search as well. The 4 GU immortals turned over the whole battlefield, finally making some discoveries. An information path mortal GU was deeply buried under the ground, and seemed to be a dying message left behind by Yun Liang. Qingxi, you need to mentally prepare yourself. A Murong tribe GU immortal worriedly looked at Murong Qingxi. Her condition was clearly not good, and looking at this information path mortal GU, her mind started shaking as fear filled her heart. But finally, she still clasped this mortal GU with her trembling hands. She then transferred her mental sense inside, and the moment she read the contents, she shouted, Fang Yuan, I won't forgive you. Her voice was so sad and contained such hatred that it even shook the hearts of the other Murong tribe GU immortals. At the next moment, Murong Qingxi coughed out a mouthful of blood, and fell down on her back. But the anger and sorrow in her heart were so great that she fainted. The other Murong tribe GU immortals quickly moved to support her. She was not injured, it was just that her heart had suffered a huge trauma. They discussed for a moment, and decided that waking her up now would not be good for her. The 3 GU immortals then took turns in inspecting the contents of the GU worm. This crucial information path mortal GU recorded the scene of the final battle of Yun Liang's life. His opponent was an ancient sword dragon. This ancient sword dragon could use immortal killer moves, and also possessed an extremely powerful defensive method that could reflect attacks. Its identity was almost certain. The three GU immortals immediately thought of a name, Lu Guanyi. But what relation did Lu Guanyi have with Fang Yuan? They continued to read the contents before coming to a realization. Towards the end of the battle, the ancient sword dragon transformed into a human. He was Lu Guanyi, and he struck Yun Liang with a fatal move. Yun Liang cursed. Lu Guanyi, we have neither hatred nor grievance between us, but you are going after my life. I won't let you go even if I turn into a ghost. Lu Guanyi sneered. So unfortunate, you won't even have the opportunity to turn into a ghost. Go die. Oh, that's right, Lu Guanyi is only my alias, my real name is Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, Yun Liang's gaze slowly dimmed. Fang Yuan sneered. Hey, being able to know my name before dying is your honor. Because in the future, my name will resound throughout heaven and earth, countless beings shall tremble at my name. Merciless, savage, and domineering aura assaulted the three Murong tribe GU immortals. So Lu Guanyi is actually Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan is Lu Guanyi, they are both the same person. Bastard. Lu Guanyi, no, Fang Yuan, he actually dared to kill Yun Liang. This is a complete disregard for my Murong tribe. One GU immortal clenched his fists, unable to restrain his fury. But the other two immortals fell into a strange silence. Why are you not speaking? The furious GU immortal asked. Those two GU immortals sighed at the same time. One of them said, Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon who destroyed 88 Truyong building. He is also Lu Guanyi who subdued Reverse Flow River and has rank 8 battle strength. He offended both Yi Lui tribe and Lu tribe, but look at how they are behaving now. Although they had issued arrest warrants against Fang Yuan, after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, these two tribes ceased all activities and don't dare to find trouble for Fang Yuan. I am afraid our Murong tribe. The furious GU immortal's eyes opened wide as he shouted, afraid of what? We belong to the Grand Huang Jin tribes, descendants of Giant Sun. With so many GU immortals, how can we fear a measly otherworldly demon? We need to take revenge. We need to show them the might of Northern Plains' righteous path. The other two GU immortals could only look at each other bitterly. Even after so many years, Murong Xing is still the same. The two secretly conversed. Ignore him, this matter is not so simple. Murong Qingsis and Yun Liang's marriage is not just a matter of our Murong tribe, longevity heaven is also paying attention to it. If this is not handled properly, it might raise a huge turbulence. There is more than meets the eye, it is not something that ranked 6 minor characters like us can take part in. If we are not careful, we might get engulfed by this whirlpool and die without a corpse. You are right, the urgent thing now is to report this situation and this crucial clue to First Supreme Elder. Inside a secret room, Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes shut tightly. Almost all of his attention was on his sovereign immortal aperture. Cleansed Soul Immortal GU, which had been refined not long ago, was floating in the air. Large amount of mortal GU as well as several supplementary immortal GU were surrounding it. All these GU worms activated, emitting faint white radiance. The radiance gathered on an immortal zombie body. It was Fang Yuan's 8-armed strength path immortal zombie body. The faint white radiance had already covered it for a long time now, but the immortal zombie body showed not even the slightest movement. But Fang Yuan was not anxious or surprised, because he had still not taken the crucial step. He had only been getting familiar with this immortal killer move, and stabilizing the situation. After few minutes of time, Fang Yuan inwardly nodded. He took out a ranked 7 GU immortal soul. It was the soul of Yi Lui Qunxing, a ranked 7 expert of Yi Lui tribe. Maybe it felt the danger of destruction. Yi Lui Qunxing's soul struggled intensely, letting out ear-piercing soul howls. Not to mention the current Fang Yuan who had spectral soul's true inheritance. Even if it were before, he could easily suppress this measly soul. Yi Lui Qunxing was very powerful when he was alive, but this was just a soul. What could he do? Chapter 1446. Soul Path Trap Dispelled. Soon, Yi Lui Qunxing's soul entered the range of the faint white radiance. Yi Lui Qunxing's soul strangely quietened, not moving at all, as if it had suddenly lost its ability to think. Then, specks of faint green light started to fly out of the soul. The amount of these lights grew rapidly, and drifted in the air like a drizzle of rain. Fang Yuan willed as these specks of light found a direction, they surged towards the strength path immortal zombie body. Layers of light covered the immortal zombie body, destroying the soul path Dao marks in it. As time passed, the soul path Dao marks on the immortal zombie began to decrease gradually, while Yi Lui Qunxing's soul also began to weaken constantly. Fang Yuan's mind was calm as still water, maintaining the killer move stably without any hesitation. This killer move needed to be maintained for over 3 days and 3 nights before the soul path trap in the immortal zombie body could be completely removed. The whole process would spend over 1200 beads of red date immortal essence. This was the case after using a rank 7 GU immortal soul and cleanse soul immortal GU, with the exact method recorded in Spectral Soul's True Inheritance. If Fang Yuan were to envision it himself with trial and error, the amount of time, effort and resources required would be astronomical. Fang Yuan was not worried about lacking immortal essence, he had made ample preparation. Time slowly passed like this. 3 days and 3 nights passed, Fang Yuan slowly stopped the killer move. He calculated for a moment, the amount of red date immortal essence used had passed 1300, and it was after he used some immortal GU to replace several original procedures. This huge immortal essence expenditure emptied his immortal essence storage at once. But Fang Yuan was instead filled with joy. He activated this unique information path immortal GU, and after inspecting the Dao marks, he smiled in satisfaction. It's finally gone. The soul path trap on the immortal zombie body is completely removed. It had not been easy. It truly had not been easy. The issue of the soul path trap had troubled Fang Yuan for a long time. Now, he had finally resolved it. For a moment, the joy of success filled Fang Yuan's heart. After he calmed down, he did not personally test it. He was cautious, he chose to use other GU immortal souls to inspect the body. After several tests, he verified there was indeed no issue. Fang Yuan then moved his soul into the immortal zombie body. At the next moment, the immortal zombie body opened its eyes and slowly stood up. Fang Yuan gazed at his 8 huge arms and stretched his whole body. I can finally use my body again. Fang Yuan's feelings were somewhat nostalgic at this moment, as if he had returned home after a long journey. Fang Yuan softly rubbed his stomach. Only a rank 5 aperture remained there. The previous rank 6 strength path dead aperture had already crumbled, and the strength path Dao marks had moved into Fang Yuan's physical body. From this perspective, Fang Yuan's strength path immortal zombie was a genuine rank 6 strength path immortal material. The rank 6 strength path dead aperture was the aperture Fang Yuan gained after using second aperture GU, raising it to an immortal aperture. The rank 5 peak stage aperture was his original aperture. Spring-autumn cicada was still firmly sealed inside this aperture. The purple crystal walls of the aperture were already filled with cracks. After all, spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 immortal GU which put huge pressure on the mortal aperture. However, Fang Yuan was not worried about the aperture walls shattering under the pressure. He could already deal with it before, and he could do it even better now that he had Shadow Sect's inheritances. Fang Yuan absolutely would not give up spring-autumn cicada. However, spring-autumn cicada was filled with heaven's will currently. Fang Yuan would have to get rid of all the heaven's will in it to use it. Obtaining a pure rank 6 spring-autumn cicada was far from Fang Yuan's target. Fang Yuan's next plan was to use this foundation to refine rank 7 spring-autumn cicada. But before refining rank 7 spring-autumn cicada, I should first advance this body to rank 6. Rank 6 time path GU immortal, this had been Fang Yuan's initial plan. Fang Yuan did not intend to give up on this plan. After the successful attempt, Fang Yuan's soul moved out and returned to his sovereign immortal body. As for this immortal zombie body, it was still suppressed in the GU formation. After all, spring-autumn cicada contained heaven's will. Fang Yuan had to be prepared just in case. Let's test wisdom GU. When he thought of this, Fang Yuan actually felt a trace of impatient eagerness. He came out of the secret room and directly flew towards wisdom GU. Ever since Hu Immortal Blessed Land had been attacked and captured by Heavenly Court, Wisdom GU had been transported to Xianxia Blessed Land by Hairy Man GU Immortals using some secret method. From then on, it had been fed and raised by Xianxia Land Spirit and had not been transferred to other places. Fang Yuan soon went in front of Wisdom GU. This movement naturally attracted Xianxia Land Spirit's attention. Xianxia Land Spirit's expression was somewhat strange. Fang Yuan, someone has framed you. Hehe, Yun Liang is dead. There was a crucial clue left behind in the battlefield which directly points to you as the killer. Moreover, your Lu Guanyi identity was also completely exposed. Now, The whole of Northern Plains GU Immortal World, no, the GU Immortal World of all 5 regions, is shaken because of this news. Langya Land Spirit laughed. Although Fang Yuan needed to use a rank 7 GU Immortal Soul to get rid of the Soul Path trap, he already had such souls in his possession. Not only of Yi Lui Qun Xing, he also had souls of Fairy Kui Bo, Lu Tribe's Lu Yong, Ma Hong Yun's soul, and even the whole living body of He Chang. Previously, Sixth Heir had been worried that Fang Yuan wanted to go to Northern Plains to kill a GU Immortal. Fang Yuan had replied that it was under control. He naturally would not take such risks, he already had GU Immortal souls which could be used for this purpose. What Fang Yuan wanted to do was to rest. Striving for time while he strengthened himself, he did not want to go fight outside. After Fang Yuan inquired about the details, he soon realized, this is probably Heavenly Court's doing. Young Liang is a lone immortal, but Longevity Heaven actually agreed to his and Marong Qing's marriage, and even showed a trace of joy in seeing it happen. This is Longevity Heaven's preparation to face the coming Great Era. But how could Heavenly Court allow it? They naturally would try to wreck this plan. Fang Yuan, your analysis is logical. Langya Land Spirit nodded, shortly smiling strangely. Now, Longevity Heaven is extremely furious, and the newly appointed South Desolation Immortal Yao Huang has even declared he will capture you and bring you to justice. You are currently not only a sworn enemy of Northern Plains' righteous path, even demonic path and lone immortals are hostile towards you. Fang Yuan grunted in acknowledgement. This was understandable. In the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan had offended Northern Plains' righteous path, as well as old ancestor Shui Hu, who represented the demonic path. Young Liang was a symbol of Northern Plains' lone immortals, and Fang Yuan, who was proclaimed to be his killer, would naturally suffer hostility from this faction. Alright, forget this, make a move quickly, let me see if you can summon the light of wisdom or not. Langya Land Spirit urged impatiently. Okay, I am also looking forward to this. Fang Yuan took a deep breath. The probability of success was high. If it succeeded, he would grow at an immense rate. Chapter 1447, Regaining What He Lost. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground and brought out the 8-armed immortal zombie body from his immortal aperture. Then, under Langya Land Spirit's gaze, he moved out his soul and entered this immortal zombie body. The immortal zombie body slowly opened its eyes and stood up. Fang Yuan took a glance at the sovereign immortal body before turning towards Wisdom GU. Wisdom GU, he spoke in his hoarse and unpleasant voice, do you still remember our agreement? Wisdom GU had been playing around, but when it heard these words, it immediately stopped and floated in the air, quietly looking at Fang Yuan. Time slowly passed. Fang Yuan could not help but hold his breath. Even though the immortal zombie did not need to breathe, Wisdom GU seemed to be unconvinced as it began circling around Fang Yuan. It circled again and again while continuously observing Fang Yuan. After a while, it stopped and rested on a huge tree leaf. A multicolored light which became increasingly bigger began to gradually spread from Wisdom GU's body. The light of wisdom, success. I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan could not hold back his laughter. Langya Land Spirit, who was at the side, was dumbstruck. This was the first time he was seeing this sight. Light of wisdom, this is truly the light of wisdom. Langya Land Spirit walked to the light of wisdom, immediately sensing his thoughts becoming extremely sharp. For an instant, he became extremely intelligent. But he cautiously retreated out of the light of wisdom's range, then enviously looked at Fang Yuan, who was inside the light. Fang Yuan actually succeeded in summoning the light of wisdom. Amazing, this kid is truly amazing. After the shock, Langya Land Spirit looked at Fang Yuan with a complex expression. He was in a daze. Although there were 2 land spirits, they both shared the same memories. Langya Land Spirit still remembered that time several years ago, when Fang Yuan was still only a GU master, a trivial mortal who came to Langya blessed land for the first time. But in these few years, Fang Yuan had not only become a GU immortal, his name was now infamous throughout the 5 regions, and he had the strength to battle rank 8. And now, he could summon the light of wisdom and even use it. His growth had skyrocketed, he had truly burst into the sky. If Fang Yuan had not inherited the Shadow Sect inheritances, and only obtained the light of wisdom, he could only be considered a tiger with wings at most. But Fang Yuan possessed Shadow Sect's inheritances. As such, the help that the light of wisdom could give Fang Yuan reached an unimaginable level. Langya Land Spirit had gone through countless years and had seen all kinds of characters, but now, he could no longer estimate Fang Yuan's growth. There was no way to estimate it. He absolutely could not predict Fang Yuan's following cultivation and progress. Any accomplishments Fang Yuan made in the future would be understandable and acceptable now. Fang Yuan soon restrained his laughter. He calmed down, and spoke to Wisdom Gu. "Alright, Wisdom Gu, please stop, let me take a break." The light of wisdom slowly shrunk and disappeared. Fang Yuan took a deep breath before saying, "Wisdom Gu, let us continue." At the next moment, the light of wisdom spread once again. Fang Yuan clenched his fists tightly. He was extremely excited. This fact completely proved that the light of wisdom was back once again. From now on, barring any accidents, he could continue using light of wisdom till eternity. Fang Yuan then turned around and smiled towards Xianxia Land Spirit. "First Supreme Elder, let us exchange inheritances." Xianxia Land Spirit inwardly praised, "Fang Yuan's mind is still so clear." "Okay," he agreed, not hesitating even a little. If it were the previous Xianxia Land Spirit, he might have refused because he only liked refining Gu. But the current Xianxia Land Spirit wanted hairy men to rule the world, so he issued ironclad policies, actively promoting talents, and doing everything to turn Xianxia sect into a powerful sect. And such a sect naturally had to be widely involved in many paths. It would not do to just have refinement path. After all, refinement path's battle strength was lacking compared to other paths. So Xianxia Land Spirit was extremely desirous of the many inheritances in Fang Yuan's possession. Especially Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered countless beings. He was the Venerable with the deepest killing nature. His soul path true inheritance naturally had absolute power. If Xianxia sect obtained it, it would fill the sect's deficiency. Both sides soon completed the exchange. Fang Yuan obtained almost all the inheritances of Xianxia sect, which included the complete self-luck true inheritance and long hair ancestors refinement path true inheritance. And Xianxia Land Spirit obtained Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Limitless true inheritance, Red Lotus, true inheritance, Paradise Earth's true inheritance, as well as countless other true inheritances. The inheritances that Shadow Sect bothered to collect were naturally beyond outstanding. Thus, based on value, Fang Yuan had paid more than Xianxia sect. To make up for this discrepancy, Xianxia Land Spirit handed Luo Po Valley to Fang Yuan once again. Currently, Fang Yuan was a public enemy of the whole world. Adding on his previous acts, Xianxia Land Spirit's trust in him increased by a lot. "Fang Yuan is one of us, anyway, my sect's members can still use Luo Po Valley even if I give it to him." This was Xianxia Land Spirit's secret calculation. And to Fang Yuan, he had already obtained a portion of the essence of self-luck true inheritance, one of the three great true inheritances of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Now, he had obtained its complete essence. Long hair ancestors refinement path. True inheritance mostly talked of the hairy man heaven and earth style refinement path method, which was not very helpful to Fang Yuan directly. In this transaction, both sides bought and sold inheritances. It did not involve any immortal Gu. Naturally, Fang Yuan really wanted to take some immortal Gu in Xianxia sect. For instance, Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Unfortunately, Xianxia Land Spirit was strict about not selling these immortal Gu. Fang Yuan did not leave immediately. Instead he continued bathing in the light of wisdom and began thinking of all sorts of issues. Xianxia Land Spirit left in sadness at this sight. Obtaining the help of the light of wisdom once again, Fang Yuan was no longer the same as before. All kinds of wisdom path methods activated in coordination, causing his thoughts to collide endlessly. The Immortal Killer move, which used Affection Immortal Gu and Self-Love Immortal Gu, allowed Fang Yuan to possess Immortal level Self-Will Gu, giving him an endless supply of wills. In this way, the light of wisdom could unleash its mystical effects to its limit, and soon, Fang Yuan obtained a satisfying answer. Immortal Killer move, Ghost Official Garment. This was a set of Immortal Killer move in Spectral Soul True Inheritance. Its effect was to defend against Heaven's Will and other Gu Immortals' deductions. It was a defensive killer move. It was classified into 4 levels, corresponding to rank 6, rank 7, rank 8 and rank 9. With the original foundation, Fang Yuan modified this Immortal Killer move so that even without the core Immortal Gu, he could use other Immortal Gu as the replacement. Chapter 1448, Ghost Official Garment. The modified Immortal Killer move, Ghost Official Garment, used rank 7 Change Soul Immortal Gu and rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu as the cores. After several failures, Fang Yuan succeeded in activating it. He directly moved out his soul from his sovereign immortal body. His soul floated in the air, it was not very condensed. His soul foundation had been expended several times because of burning soul bursting luck, and was now only at 100-man soul level. The difference was that his soul was now covered in a broad garment, with long sleeves and a lower hem that was dragging on the ground. This was the manifestation of the killer move Ghost Official Garment. Its general term was Ghost Official Garment, but if it was subdivided, Rank 6 level Ghost Official Garment was called Ghost Soldier Garment, Rank 7 was Ghost General Garment, Rank 8 was Ghost King Garment, and Rank 9 was Ghost Venerable Garment. At Rank 9 level, it could defend against Rank 9 Venerable's deductions. Naturally, this was only in theory, even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had not raised this killer move to Rank 9 in the past. Because he did not need to. He was a Grand Demon Venerable when alive, slaughtering countless beings, he simply did not need to defend against deductions. As such, the highest level of his Ghost Official Garment was only Rank 8. Fang Yuan's soul inspected it and was puzzled, why is it only Rank 6 Ghost Soldier Garment? After he modified the killer move, the core was replaced by Rank 7 Change Soul and Rank 6 Cleanse Soul, that meant this was a Rank 7 killer move. Why was it Ghost Soldier Garment instead of Ghost General Garment? Is it because of my modification? This guess had just appeared in Fang Yuan's mind before he denied it. He had used the light of wisdom to modify it, how could it be wrong? Oh, I understand, Fang Yuan thought for a moment before he realized. The answer was in his body. Beneath Ghost Official Garment was another layer of clothing. If Ghost Soldier Garment was said to be made of hemp and was a shoddy product, then this inner garment was like silk, it was extremely compact, giving an exquisite and smooth feeling. This clothing of Dao marks was the Rank 9 Immortal Killer move Ghostly Concealment, just based on their ranks, Ghost Soldier Garment could never compare to it. The original Ghost Official Garment was meant to directly attach to my soul. But now, it has been separated by a layer, thus it fell from Rank 7 to Rank 6. Fang Yuan had never expected such a problem. He had all along been enjoying the advantage of non-conflicting Dao marks of the sovereign immortal body. He had never expected to stumble slightly on this matter. There is no conflict of Dao marks in my sovereign immortal body. But there is still a conflict between killer moves of different paths. Ghostly Concealment has ghost in its name, but it is a theft path killer move, while Ghost Official Garment is a soul path killer move, the two conflict with each other. To solve this issue, the most fundamental method is to combine both into one move. Fang Yuan bitterly smiled when he thought this. The difficulty was too big. Fang Yuan had no understanding of ghostly concealment. Moreover, he lacked attainment in theft path and soul path. Even with the light of wisdom to help him deduce, the progress would be extremely slow. According to the current conditions, he would have to keep on deducing for hundreds to thousands of years without rest, and even then he might not deduce a successful outcome. After all, it was a Rank 9 killer move, and to Fang Yuan, Rank 9 was far away. Despite him possessing Rank 8 battle strength, he was not even a Rank 8 GU Immortal. Then let's do this. Fang Yuan put his soul back in his body. He did not intend to further improve his method. He had obtained all the inheritances of Shadow Sect, and just earlier, he had exchanged them with almost all the inheritances of Xianxia Sect. It was only, almost, there were some crucial contents which both sides did not exchange. This applied to both Xianxia Sect and Fang Yuan. Even so, the near-complete collection of inheritances in Xianxia Sect had reached an enormous amount, only slightly inferior to Shadow Sect's collection. After all, Long Hair Ancestor was from the medieval antiquity era, he had lived 300,000 years ago. Xianxia Blessed Land had also existed for 300,000 years. Based on just time alone, Xianxia Sect was much older than Shadow Sect. But the inheritances in Xianxia Sect were basically all related to Refinement Path, even inheritances of other paths mostly touched upon Refinement Path. Moreover, Xianxia Sect's collection ability definitely could not match Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan was able to get both the collections for his own use. Just based on inheritances, he had already surpassed any one ancient sect of Central Continent. 2 or 3 ancient sects would have to collaborate to match the amount of inheritances he had. As for Heavenly Court, Fang Yuan could not compare to them. Heavenly Court had been governed by 3 immortal venerables, and its history was extremely long. It was established 3 million years ago, in the remote antiquity era. Combining the inheritances Fang Yuan held currently, Ghost Official Garment was the most suitable to him and also had the highest growth potential. In the future, it would be the most useful immortal killer move that could defend against others' deductions as well as deceive Heaven's will. It could be said that Ghost Official Garment killer move was a key part of Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Once activated, it could last forever. It did not spend immortal essence, instead it expended the GU Immortal Soul Foundation to maintain itself. Theoretically, as long as the GU Immortal Soul existed, and Ghost Official Garment was not directly attacked, it could last for eternity. Precisely because it was linked to a GU Immortal Soul Foundation, it had another huge advantage. Its might would change according to the GU Immortal Soul Foundation. When the GU Immortal Soul Foundation increased, Ghost Official Garment's might would also increase. And similarly, if the Soul Foundation fell, Ghost Official Garment would also weaken. Previously, I used Dark Limit Immortal GU, and had to reactivate it after every set interval of time to replenish its effect. It was really inconvenient, especially when escaping. But Ghost Official Garment can last forever with just one activation, and its strength grows with my Soul Foundation. This was a practical immortal killer move. In fact, there were other Soul Path killer moves that could be used together with it. For instance, the killer moves Soul Shaking Flag and Soul Shackle. These two moves could be used with Ghost Soldier Garment. Once activated, when Fang Yuan's soul leaves his body, not only would it be covered with the Ghost Garment, it would also have weapons, the Soul Shaking Flag in its right hand and Soul Shackles in his left hand. With this, even Fang Yuan's soul would possess offensive prowess. This was also an important characteristic of Spectral Soul's true inheritance, to allow a person's soul to possess powerful battle strength. However, Fang Yuan only chose Ghost Official Garment, and did not choose Soul Shaking Flag or Soul Shackle. After testing the effect of Ghost Official Garment, Fang Yuan continued to bathe in the light of wisdom. Borrowing the help of the light of wisdom, he began to ponder over his current situation. With Ghost Official Garment and Langya Blessed Land, I am currently safe. Even if Heavenly Court attacks, I can rely on my own strength to escape. But what I need to do is to completely destroy Heavenly Court's Fate Immortal GU. 10 years. After 10 years, Heavenly Court will have definitely restored Fate. By then I probably would have no hope of winning. This was the most troubling issue Fang Yuan was facing. Heavenly Court had terrifying strength, let alone attacking Heavenly Court. It was extremely dangerous for Fang Yuan to even enter Central Continent. Heavenly Court only needed to send out 1 or 2 rank 8 GU Immortals to make Fang Yuan's situation miserable. Even by relying on the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan was unable to think of how to resolve this greatest issue. Fortunately, I still have Red Lotus, true inheritances. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had damaged Fate GU back then and left behind his true inheritances. With Spring Autumn Cicada, the crucial key, in my hand, I have a huge possibility of obtaining his true inheritances. Fang Yuan had used Red Lotus, true inheritance to kill a Heavenly Court rank 8 Time Path GU Immortal, Lord Huangshi. So perhaps he could use other true inheritances of Red Lotus to find hope of destroying Fate Immortal GU. Relying on Fate GU, Heavenly Court stood unshaken to this day. Relying on Fate GU and Star Constellation's arrangements, Heavenly Court had resisted 3 Demon Venerables. Relying on Fate GU, Heavenly Court had all along occupied the throne of the number 1 GU Immortal force in the whole world. There was no doubt that destroying Fate Immortal GU was the key to defeating Heavenly Court. If Fang Yuan did not destroy Fate, after 10 years, it would be time for Heavenly Court to take Fang Yuan's life. Fang Yuan had inherited Shadow Sect's legacy, and had a profound awareness of this point. But now is not a good time to go after the true inheritances of Red Lotus. Heavenly Court has slipped up once, but they have obtained a huge amount of precious information. Next time, they will utilize much more strength and even more rank 8 GU Immortals. I can only continue to develop first and raise my battle strength before I go to inherit Red Lotus, true inheritances. Only then will I have some hope of destroying Fate GU. There was no doubt about this general plan. Fang Yuan currently lacked Immortal Essence, while his Immortal Essence stone storage was also almost empty. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was already being targeted. In the previous battle, Feng Juji's Sound Path Killer move had already begun to penetrate Reverse Flow Protection Seal and affected Fang Yuan's main body. During the battle inside the River of Time, he had barely been able to kill Lord Huangshi after using the strength of a Stone Lotus Island. Now, Fang Yuan had Spectral Soul's true inheritance along with countless inheritances. He also had Danghun Mountain, Luopo Valley and the light of wisdom. In this situation, if he did not develop and strengthen himself, running around and causing trouble instead, he would truly be asking for death. Chapter 1449, Borrowing Immortal Essence Stones. A flat and boundless plain was in her sight. Zhao Lian Yun's divine sense continued to spread before finally covering the whole blessed land. She had succeeded in her immortal ascension not long ago and became a wisdom path ranked 6 GU immortal of Spirit Affinity House, forming this blessed land. Lian Yun Blessed Land. It had a total of 5,700 square kilometers of land, a large tributary of the River of Time, with time flowing 33 times faster than the outside world, which meant the immortal aperture would produce over 30 green grape immortal essence every year. Half grassland and half plain. Zhao Lian Yun mumbled. The blessed land's topography was closely connected to the GU immortal's specific situation. The grassland topography might be because Zhao Lian Yun's heart was connected to northern plains, having spent most of her time there since her transmigration. As for the plain, it might be because she had inherited central continent's customs. Even without any cultivation and plantation, the grassland was already filled with green grass. While the plain had fertile land and water, with some cultivation, it could produce plenty of products. Besides the blessed land, there was also Immortal GU. Rank 9 Love Immortal GU went without saying, but because of her immortal ascension with a high-grade blessed land, Zhao Lian Yun had obtained her second Immortal GU, Remembrance. This was a Wisdom Path Immortal GU. Its appearance was like a flying ant, and had astonishing flying speed. Its whole body was silver, and when it was still, it emitted an illusory white halo. Hong Yun, do you know that I am now no longer immortal? I have become a GU immortal. Zhao Lian Yun retracted her divine sense and slowly opened her eyes, looking at the outside world. She sighed lightly. After becoming an immortal, she did feel joy, but even more than that, she felt empty and lonely. In the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Ma Hong Yun might have been killed by Fang Yuan, but his soul still existed. This was not random speculation by Zhao Lian Yun, but had been deduced by a Wisdom Path GU immortal of Spirit Affinity House, Shu Hao. Zhao Lian Yun chose to believe him, and thus this became her motivation and hope for putting forth effort in cultivation. Thinking of a trace of hope to revive Ma Hong Yun, Zhao Lian Yun restrained her feelings and stood up, leaving this closed secret room. Today was an important day. Zhao Lian Yun walked past a corridor. Li Junying had been waiting for her at the end of the corridor. Greetings to Sister Junying. Zhao Lian Yun immediately bowed in greeting. Li Junying smiled. Sister Lian Yun, no need to be so polite, let's go, I will accompany you to Secret Inheritance Peak. Secret Inheritance Peak was a place where Spirit Affinity House's GU immortals often set foot in. Zhao Lian Yun was going there for the first time. Sure enough, the peak was extraordinary. It was floating in the air, surrounded by vast emptiness. It seemed to be close but was actually far away. The aura on the mountain was thick and condensed. A high-level immortal GU formation was set up in it. The one in charge of this peak was a supreme elder of the neutral faction. Her name was Fairy Lu Fang. In this trip, Zhao Lian Yun did not see Fairy Lu Fang herself, but was welcomed by a will left behind by her. Zhao Lian Yun did not think anything of it, but Li Junying frowned slightly. According to convention, Zhao Lian Yun, who was the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, would be heavily nurtured by the sect, and in this first visit to Secret Inheritance Peak to receive financial assistance from the sect, she should have been personally welcomed by the Secret Inheritance Peak Master. But Fairy Lu Fang did not follow this convention. Junior Lian Yun pays respects to Senior Lu Fang. Zhao Lian Yun bowed to Lu Fang's will. No need to be so courteous, you are the current generation fairy of the sect. Please take a look at this GU. Lu Fang's will smiled. Her attitude was extremely polite as she handed an information path mortal GU to Zhao Lian Yun. Zhao Lian Yun looked through the contents in the GU. There was a long list of wonderful items inside which dazzled her eyes for a moment. I do not know much, Sister Junying, could you please check for me? Zhao Lian Yun was a smart person. She quickly handed this GU to Li Junying. Li Junying looked through the list, and nodded slightly. There was no reduction in items listed in this information path mortal GU, it was the real deal. She transmitted her voice to Zhao Lian Yun. Lian Yun, since you have become a GU immortal, and have immortal GU love and remembrance, as well as a high-grade blessed land, your starting point is already extremely high. You now need to manage your immortal aperture and increase your foundation. The first task is to feed immortal GU. Fortunately, Even though your love immortal GU is rank 9, it does not have any issue regarding its food. So, what you need to consider now is Remembrance Immortal GU. This GU feeds on bright eye flowers, and in this list of benefits, there is a method to raise bright eye flowers, you should choose it. Zhao Lian Yun continued to nod as she transmitted her voice. You are right, sister. Then what about the other two choices? There were extraordinary benefits in being the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. According to the sect rules, once the current generation fairy's cultivation makes a breakthrough, she can choose 3 resources free of charge from Secret Inheritance Peak. While other GU immortals, besides the ones who have made huge contributions, could only use their sect contribution points to exchange for these resources. Li Junying smiled and said, besides this, I recommend you to choose Clear Chance Grass. Since you are a Wisdom Path GU immortal, you will have to manage your immortal aperture from the Wisdom Path aspect. Clear Chance Grass is a Wisdom Path resource, and its nurturing is also rather easy. Moreover, it fetches a high price in Treasure Yellow Heaven. You won't make a loss if you choose this. Then I shall choose it, sister, your choice won't be wrong. Zhao Lian Yun quickly said. Li Junying was greatly pleased with Zhao Lian Yun's attitude, her tone becoming warmer by several degrees. Then what should I pick for the final choice? Zhao Lian Yun asked. Naturally the first item, Immortal Essence Stones. Right. Li Junying could not help chuckling at Zhao Lian Yun's puzzled look. Whether it be Bright Eye Flowers or Clear Chance Grass, the amount provided by the sect won't be enough for you to plant them on a large scale. If these resources are not planted on a large scale, they will lose their significance. So, you need a large amount of Immortal Essence Stones to purchase their seeds and plant them. Immortal Essence Stones are an important resource which GU immortals must have reserves of. Because they are not only the most common currency in transactions of GU immortals, they also have value in being turned into Immortal Essence for your own use. I see. Then I shall choose Immortal Essence Stones. Without any hesitation, Zhao Lian Yun quickly exchanged for the 3 items from Lu Fang's will. The 2 left Secret Inheritance Peak and flew outside. Before they parted, Li Junying gave a sum of Immortal Essence Stones to Zhao Lian Yun. Sister Lian Yun, Shu Hao and I are lending you these 3,000 Immortal Essence Stones. Feel free to use them as much as you like, because there is no time limit for this loan. Ah, Zhao Lian Yun softly exclaimed, revealing a moved expression. The sect only gave me 1,000 Immortal Essence Stones, but sister, you are directly giving me 3,000, how should I use it? Li Junying patted Zhao Lian Yun's shoulder. Silly girl, the sect has already given you a lot. You have the sect's support. You should know those lone cultivators and demonic immortals have to fight for even a piece of Immortal Essence Stone. Speaking of Immortal Essence Stone storage, a newly ascended ranked 6 GU immortal is almost completely broke. Those with 100 Immortal Essence Stones are already in the mid-level of rank 6. Having 1,000 Immortal Essence Stones is very rare among rank 6 GU immortals. Your situation is different, because you are not only a GU immortal from one of the Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, you are also the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. You will be heavily prioritized by the sect, thus you are an exception. In normal situations in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, most ranked 6 GU immortals don't have more than 100 Immortal Essence Stones, few have several hundred, and very few have 1,000 Immortal Essence Stones. And among ranked 7 GU immortals, they have at least several hundred Immortal Essence Stones, most have over 1,000, and very few have several tens of thousand Immortal Essence Stones. This is just common knowledge, you can simply remember it. Many thanks for your guidance, sister. Zhao Lian Yun gave a deep bow with a grateful look. Li Junying's words were telling her that the sect did not mistreat her, and that she and her husband were also actively supporting her. I will definitely work hard. Zhao Lian Yun said solemnly. Li Junying nodded. Go cultivate. If you have any doubts, don't hesitate to write me a letter. You can also ask Shu Hao. Yes. Joy flashed past Zhao Lian Yun's eyes. Having someone for guidance and learning by oneself were naturally 2 different concepts. Looking at Zhao Lian Yun's receding figure, Li Junying's smile slowly disappeared. Ever since Feng Jin Huang was taken under Duke Long, her life had become increasingly difficult. She and her husband Shu Hao were of the famous anti-Feng faction. But now, the supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House knew that Feng Jin Huang was an immortal venerable seed with infinite future prospects. Fairy Lu Fang's attitude. This time clearly showed the political direction of Spirit Affinity House. Li Junying had also expected this and had thus accompanied Zhao Lianyun to prevent anyone from reducing Zhao Lianyun's sect benefits. Fortunately, that did not happen. It could be foreseen that this couple would have to face some political cold shoulders next. And in this coldness, they could only unite anyone they could, for instance Zhao Lianyun, and then huddle together for warmth. Northern Plains, Chu Tribe. The famous Strength Path Gu Immortal Chu Du put down an Information Path Gu Worm in his hand. Fang Yuan, it is really not easy to be your friend. Chu Du gave a bitter smile. This letter Gu was sent by Fang Yuan. He was asking for Immortal Essence Stones. Fang Yuan had once cooperated with Chu Du using the alias of Lu Guanyi, and their relationship had not been shallow. Not long ago, Heavenly Court assassinated Gu Immortal Yun Liang, destroying Longevity Heaven's plan as well as publicizing the secret that Fang Yuan and Lu Guanyi were the same person, while incriminating the crime on Fang Yuan. Hence, Chu Du already knew Lu Guanyi was Fang Yuan. But Chu Du was not too surprised. In fact, he had once had suspicions regarding this, and had even sang a poem to test Fang Yuan. Whether it be Lu Guanyi or Fang Yuan, Chu Du wanted to collaborate with both. However, the current Chu Du's identity was different from before. He was now the first supreme elder of Chu Tribe, he had a lot of Gu Immortals under him, and was a member of the Righteous Path. As a Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortal, if he continued to collaborate with Fang Yuan, the moment it was exposed, all his previous effort in creating his force would turn into naught. Collaborating with Fang Yuan was extremely risky. Chu Du had planned to ignore it at first and maintain a vague attitude, but Fang Yuan did not give him this opportunity, and directly sent a letter asking for Immortal Essence Stones. And in this letter, Fang Yuan only mentioned of borrowing Immortal Essence Stones. He intentionally did not mention the specific amount. The meaning was for Chu Du to decide how much to lend. This made Chu Du feel even more troubled. As expected of someone like Fang Yuan, Chu Du sighed. Chapter 1450, 1,730,000. Oh, Chu Du is lending me 150,000 Immortal Essence Stones. Fang Yuan soon received Chu Du's reply. Moreover, the amount Chu Du was lending had slightly surpassed Fang Yuan's expectation. In Chu Du's reply letter, he had written in euphemistic words. He talked about their pleasant past collaboration, then talked of how unexpected events and circumstances in life toyed with people and how their camps differed, which created an awkward situation. Moreover, lending 150,000 Immortal Essence Stones was already his limit, and the time for returning it could be determined by Fang Yuan himself. Looks like Chu Du still wants to continue collaborating with me. Reckless Savage's true meaning is tempting after all. This reply immediately let Fang Yuan know of Chu Du's attitude and intention. Chu Du was originally born a lone cultivator, later he went against Lu Tribe and was accused of being in the demonic path. Now, he had established Chu Tribe and was in the righteous path. But by nature, he still prioritized his own benefits. So despite the high risks of collaborating with Fang Yuan, due to the huge profits, Chu Du did not hesitate to take the risk, not only lending 150,000 Immortal Essence Stones, but also personally writing a reply letter. This letter Gu might only be Immortal Gu, but its significance was not ordinary. If Fang Yuan took it out, it would be strong proof that Chu Du was collaborating with the demonic path. But this was done intentionally by Chu Du. He used this method to give Fang Yuan a hold on him, to express his sincerity in collaborating. And Fang Yuan felt this sincerity fully. I can continue to collaborate with Chu Du. Of course, the calamity beckoning Gu I lent him before is also a strong foundation of collaboration between us. Fang Yuan was rather pleased. 150,000 Immortal Essence Stones was already a high amount. Normally, a rank 6 Gu Immortal would have at most 1,000 Immortal Essence Stones as reserve. Rank 7 Gu Immortals would have roughly 10,000. Most rank 7 Gu Immortals usually had several thousands of Immortal Essence Stones as their reserve. And at rank 8 level, having several tens of thousands in reserve was the minimum. They would often have over 100,000, and those senior rank 8s would even have 1,000,000. As for rank 9, their Immortal Essence Stones would reach 10 million, or even 100 million. Of course, it depended on the Gu Immortals' individual circumstances. As far as organizations were concerned, an ordinary super force would have around 1,000,000 Immortal Essence Stones in reserve. Wu Clan had such reserves, which is why in the Battle of the Dream Realm, Wu Yong did not hesitate to lend Fang Yuan 100,000 Immortal Essence Stones. This was within the capability of Wu Clan. Of course, Wu clan could lend much more, but Wu Yong thought this amount was enough for Fang Yuan to stabilize the Immortal formation. And Chu tribe was a recently established super force, although they had many GU Immortals, most of them were of strength path and had few assets to themselves. According to Fang Yuan's estimate, it was good if Chu tribe had 600,000 Immortal Essence Stones in reserve. And Chu Du had lent 150,000 from this reserve of 600,000 Immortal Essence Stones, and with no time limit to return it. His sincerity was truly high. There was no doubt that Immortal Essence Stones was also a factor to weigh a GU Immortals in a force's strength. But it was not that the more money you saved, the better. Just piling up money without making use of it was like collecting dust. Storage of Immortal Essence Stones followed the same logic. With Chu Du's support, Fang Yuan's originally emptied Immortal Essence Stone storage jumped to 150,000. He continued to patiently wait for replies. He had not only sent the letter to Chu Du, but also sent them to the three eccentrics of Crazed Demon Cave, as well as Miao Ming Shen of Eastern Sea, asking for Immortal Essence Stones. The request for Immortal Essence Stones was only one objective. Fang Yuan had another goal as well, it was to know their attitudes. Especially in this sensitive time when his Lu Guanyi identity was exposed. The replies of the three Crazed Demon eccentrics and Miao Ming Shen came almost at the same time. Both sides agreed to Fang Yuan's request, each lending a sum of Immortal Essence Stones. The former gave 200,000 Immortal Essence Stones, while the latter gave 100,000. The three Crazed Demon eccentrics' attitude towards Fang Yuan had gotten even more warm than before, with no issues regarding Fang Yuan's true identity. As far as these three were concerned, they did not care about the fight between the righteous path or demonic path. From their perspective, there was only limitless, true inheritance. They would acknowledge anyone that could help them achieve this desire. And the stronger Fang Yuan became, the higher their acknowledgement of him. As for Miao Ming Shen, he had a pleasant interaction with Fang Yuan's other identity, Chu Ying. In the trading convention, Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to sell lifespan GU to Miao Ming Shen. This sharply elevated Fang Yuan's status to Miao Ming Shen. Therefore, Miao Ming Shen had specially written in the letter. His funds were quite tight recently, 100,000 was his current limit, but if it was not enough, he could borrow from his friends to aid Fang Yuan. Like this, Fang Yuan got 3 batches of Immortal Essence Stones, the total amount reaching 450,000. Whether it be his previous life or currently, he had never possessed such an enormous sum of Immortal Essence Stones. However, Fang Yuan did not stop borrowing. He then discussed with Langya Land Spirit and borrowed a sum of Immortal Essence Stones, and also used his sect contribution points to exchange for another sum until it reached Langya Land Spirit's bottom line. I cannot exchange anymore. Although you have a lot of sect contribution points, the sect also needs to have some in reserve to prepare for any unexpected situations. Langya Land Spirit firmly refused. In these recent few years, because of his development plan for the Blessed Land, the rich foundation was being constantly expended. Adding on the previous time when Fang Yuan used large amounts of sect contribution points to exchange for immortal materials as well as make Langya sect refine immortal GU, Langya sect's foundation was further expended sharply. When Langya Land Spirit refused Fang Yuan, Langya sect had no more than 300,000 Immortal Essence Stones left in reserve. Fang Yuan then asked Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had inherited Bai Shang Grotto Heaven, it should have had a huge Immortal Essence Stone reserve. Among the Shadow Sect GU Immortals, Bai Ningbing was the richest. He Lu Lan was the poorest, and Ying Wuxia was similar, although he had possessed Fairy Kui Bo's body, her immortal aperture and resources were all taken by Bai Ningbing as battle spoils. After Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin heard of Fang Yuan's action, they took the initiative to lend some Immortal Essence Stones, although the amount was rather small. Among all the lenders, Lady White Rabbit's terms were the most lax. She had even said with a flushed face that it would not matter even if Fang Yuan did not return the Immortal Essence Stones. At second were Fairy Miao Yin and Chu Du, who did not put a limit on the time of return. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics wanted to make use of Fang Yuan, but their friendship was shallow after all, so they lent according to the market rate. Langya Land Spirit did the same. Among them, Miao Ming Shen's time limit was the most lax. The harshest loan term was from Bai Ningbing. She mentioned a rather interesting condition: she could lend a large amount of Immortal Essence Stones to Fang Yuan, but the more Fang Yuan borrowed, the higher the interest and shorter the return time. Fang Yuan then borrowed most of her Immortal Essence Stones. After borrowing from here and there, Fang Yuan's immortal essence stones had reached an astonishing amount of over 1,730,000. A huge sum. This reserve had already surpassed what Chu tribe, Xianxia sect, and most of the super forces could take out. Among GU immortals, almost no rank 6 and rank 7 GU immortals had such capital. Even among rank 8 GU immortals, only few possessed such capital. They were usually long-time rank 8 experts with a reserve of more than 1 million immortal essence stones. Naturally, this was purely comparing quantity. The truly healthy form of assets was to maintain balance between income and expenditure. Fang Yuan might be holding this huge sum, but it was not his, he had only borrowed it. In an instant, Fang Yuan was deep in debt. However, he was not nervous at all, he was fully confident he could use these immortal essence stones to earn even more. Chapter 1451, Year GU Price War. Zhao Lianyun spread her divine sense, inspecting her immortal aperture. Lianyun blessed land already looked different from before. A flower field was planted with a large amount of bright-eye flowers. This was the food of remembrance immortal GU, it had to be planted. Besides this, there was also a small grassland where clear chance grass was planted. Stalks of the grass was small and pointy, and were light green. Swallows were flying above this grassland. They were labor swallows, extremely hard-working and nimble birds. Their wings had 3 colors, in black, white and red. Zhao Lianyun had specially brought in a batch of them to kill any insects on the clear chance grass. When clear chance grass grew, it would produce a kind of pest that would corrode the grass leaves, greatly reducing the profits. I have already spent most of my immortal essence stones. Zhao Lianyun sighed as she looked at the scene in front of her. At the beginning, she had felt the number of immortal essence stones to be extremely huge, but when she started using it, she discovered that it was not much at all. Because she was not only nurturing 2 resources, she also had to create 2 complete ecological systems. Not only the seeds of bright-eye flowers and clear chance grass, she had to spend on soil, water, climate construction and so on as well. Bright-eye flowers can only satisfy the food requirement of remembrance immortal GU after a year in immortal aperture time. After 2 years, the clear chance grass and bright-eye flower transactions could give me several hundreds of immortal essence stones. After 3 years, I can repay Li Junying's loan. This progress and profit can only be achieved under the most ideal situation. And I have yet to calculate my other cultivation expenses. Zhao Lianyun fully sensed that GU immortal cultivation was not easy. She was only cultivating 2 resources, and both grew separately and did not disturb each other. At the same time, the difficulty of nurturing plants was much less than raising beast groups or variant humans. Moreover, Zhao Lianyun had a high-grade blessed land which had plenty of space path and time path resources. Most importantly, she was protected by divine concealment, and was exempted from calamities and tribulations. She did not need to worry about this huge issue. The number of labor swallows is somewhat small, they cannot look after the whole grassland, I should buy some more. Zhao Lianyun connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and sent her divine sense. Over these days, she realized the convenience of Treasure Yellow Heaven. Guts GU. Zhao Lianyun quickly discovered someone selling Guts GU. She knew Guts GU was produced by Fang Yuan alone, but because its supply did not match demand, it had all along been sold in the black market of Treasure Yellow Heaven. That is, someone would purchase a large amount of Guts GU then sell them at a higher price. So the one selling this Guts GU was not necessarily Fang Yuan. Moreover, the wills and identities of GU immortals could be casually changed. Treasure Yellow Heaven gave safety and full freedom, so even Heavenly Court could only watch as Fang Yuan sold Guts GU. Even if I can sell bright-eye flowers and clear chance grass after a few years, there will be other competitors as well. My products will be influenced by the market. Their prices also won't be able to compare to Guts GU. Fang Yuan was Zhao Lianyun's enemy, so she had been paying attention to the Guts GU trade. But, the more attention she paid, the more she realized Fang Yuan's strength, which inevitably caused her to feel depressed. According to my current accumulation speed, I simply won't be able to catch up with Fang Yuan, instead I will continue to be left in the dust by him. Damn it, Zhao Lianyun gritted her teeth. Right at this time, for some reason, there was a huge uproar ahead. Large amounts of GU immortal wills, which were originally scattered throughout Treasure Yellow Heaven, were gathering in that direction. Zhao Lianyun's heart jolted. Could it be a large transaction? Li Junying said large transactions that can cause such an uproar are rare in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Previously, it was when someone sold large amounts of year beasts. I did not expect my luck to be so good, to encounter one not long after becoming an immortal. Zhao Lianyun naturally did not want to give up on this chance to broaden her horizons. She also sent her divine sense to experience this event. Soon, she arrived at the scene. A GU immortal will, which had an enormous physique looking like a fatty, was sitting cross-legged in air. Surrounding him were year GU. A vast number of year GU. So many year GU. It looks like there are over 100,000. Zhao Lianyun got a shock. This was the first time she had seen so many year GU piled up together. The huge quantity had quite a visual impact. Sister Li Junying was right, mortal GU is only a matter of quantity to GU immortals. Zhao Lianyun sighed inwardly. What price are you selling these year GU for? A GU immortals will inquire about the price. That Fatwell replied with a smile, quoting a fair price, which immediately led to a discussion between the GU immortals. If there are no issues with these year GU, I definitely want to purchase some. This is Time Path Mortal GU, they have a wide range of uses and can be used in Refinement Path or other aspects. The price is also fair, maybe I should buy a bit more. Even if I don't use it for myself, I can resell it later. I don't have to worry about not being able to sell it. Who is this seller? Selling year GU at this time is an extremely good decision. According to the usual routine, it is not yet the time for the biggest sellers of year GU to bring out their products. GU immortals discussed with each other. All kinds of divine senses and wills conversed together without maintaining secrecy, which allowed Zhao Lianyun to learn of a lot of things. She listened attentively and soon found this year GU seller might be a newcomer in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Although the current time of sales was slightly early, it would still be hard for him to avoid colliding with the traditional sellers. It was still okay if this seller was only selling this one time, but if he wanted to run this business for a long time and squeeze into Treasure Yellow Heaven's market, it would definitely lead to bloodshed. Zhao Lianyun's eyes brightened at this thought. If it was the latter situation, then this would no doubt be an event to pay attention to and learn from. I will also be selling my resources in the future and will have to make my way into Treasure Yellow Heaven's market. My resources are not unique, so I will definitely have to go through this obstacle. There are only a few monopolistic businesses in the whole GU immortal world, not everyone can have luck like Fang Yuan. I need to observe this properly, especially this year GU trade. I might learn a lot of things. Zhao Lianyun instructed herself. The scene was bustling, many GU immortals started purchasing year GU. Time Path GU worms had a wide range of usage, so they always had a high demand in the market. After each transaction was completed, the profits quickly accumulated to an extent which caused some of the GU immortals to become red with envy. Just by a rough estimation, this seller has at least profited 50,000 immortal essence stones in this short period of time. Zhao Lianyun was inwardly shocked. But the real shocking thing came later. This seller was selling continuously, while also continuously replenishing the products. Many year GU were sold, but in the surroundings of the Fatwell, the quantity of year GU did not decrease and was instead increasing. Oh heavens, how many year GU does this man have? My goodness, this is a huge transaction. This person is here for blood. The main sellers of year GU have always been Xie Bao Shu, Rong Xin and Wang Mingyu. If this is not handled well, it will definitely lead to a price war. Zhao Lianyun felt increasing anticipation as she listened to the discussions. This mysterious seller was strongly putting his foot in the market. The three main sellers definitely would not take this lying down. A price war concerning year GU was going to start. Chapter 1452, Three Sellers. Clear sea area. A jade pavilion stood by itself in the depths of the sea, emitting aura of a ranked 6 immortal GU house. Inside the jade pavilion, GU immortal Xie Bao Shu was hosting his close friend, Yu Xianzi. Looking at the large patches of vicissitude trees outside the jade pavilion, Yu Xianzi said with a moved tone, "It is time to harvest year GU once again. The growth of these vicissitude trees is much more vigorous than the previous year. Looks like your method of growing these resources has made another breakthrough." Xie Bao Shu was handsome and had a warm nature. He rubbed his nose, smiling. "You don't need to flatter me." Yu Xianzi laughed. "I am just worrying about you. Don't you know someone is already selling year GU in Treasure Yellow Heaven?" Xie Bao Shu was silent as he took out a mortal year GU and handed it to Yu Xianzi. Yu Xianzi received it and took a glance. Good, This rank 5 year Gu's quality is pretty good. It is glossy and healthy, it is quite appealing. Xie Baoshu slightly shook his head. This year GU was not raised by me, it is from that seller. I see. Yu Xianzi was slightly surprised, before quickly accepting this fact. He knew his friend very well. Xie Baoshu was a well-known lone cultivator in Eastern Sea's GU Immortal world. He had unique insights on growing vicissitude trees. Vicissitude trees were an immortal material, but their usage was very narrow. Despite being an immortal material, because they had many kinds of Dao marks, they were very impure. So few GU immortals paid attention to this tree. But Xie Baoshu found new ways of using them. He planted this tree on a large scale, and using an ingenious method, he used vicissitude trees to raise and attract wild year GU. Now, he was one of the 3 giants of the year GU market. He only put a small portion of these year GU in Treasure Yellow Heaven, the larger portion was sold to various super forces of Eastern Sea. Even so, Xie Baoshu would not easily give up Treasure Yellow Heaven's market. Because this was the whole world's market, and from a certain aspect, Treasure Yellow Heaven could be said to be much more significant than those Eastern Sea super forces. Now that someone was suddenly entering the year GU market, making huge transactions, how could Xie Baoshu just watch from the sidelines? Although it was still not time for him to sell year GU, he had always been paying attention to the situation of the year GU market. I have examined this year GU, it is indeed a high-grade item. This time, the opponent is not a simple one. Xie Baoshu sighed. Yu Xianzi nodded. With such a huge amount, some region super force might be involved in this. It is very difficult for an individual to take out so many of them. Didn't you also climb up by accumulating your strength step by step? Xie Baoshu smiled. Oh you, why are you encouraging me in a roundabout way? Among the 3 sellers, only I am a lone cultivator. Because of this, I could only move step by step, facing setbacks along the way and getting past them to create a solid foundation. What difficulties have I not encountered? This time will also not be an exception. Moreover, Yu Xianzi finished his words. Moreover, you 3 have already reached an agreement. Every business has its own hidden rules. This newcomer might have come aggressively, but he has broken the hidden rules. He will probably be suppressed and forced out by you 3, right? Ha ha ha, I really cannot hide anything from you, you rat who specializes in stealing oil. Xie Baoshu jokingly scolded while pointing at Yu Xianzi's nose. Cloud City, inside a secret room, Fang Yuan had been sitting cross-legged without moving for several days. These last days, he had been activating rank 8 time path immortal GU years flow like water. He had obtained this immortal GU from He Fan's true inheritance. Even rank 6 GU immortals could activate it, but the effect would be limited. Now, Fang Yuan was continuously pouring his rank 7 red date immortal essence into years flow like water, constantly producing mortal year GU. And these year GU were then moved to Treasure Yellow Heaven's market. He let his will stabilize the situation and carry out year GU transactions with other GU immortals. Indeed, he was the newcomer who had been selling large amounts of year GU. He was extremely aggressive, not only creating an uproar in Treasure Yellow Heaven, he even made Xie Baoshu and the others feel apprehension. Fang Yuan had borrowed over 1,730,000 immortal essence stones. He turned them into red date immortal essence, which he made full use of in the year GU business. Rank 8 years flow like water was too amazing. It not only produced a lot of mortal GU, their quality was also good. The market response had been extremely good these few days. After buying some, many GU immortals felt that the goods were pretty good. They would find Fang Yuan to purchase another batch. Right at this time, Fang Yuan's activation of years flow like water paused for a moment. He had all along been maintaining his connection to Treasure Yellow Heaven, and had just received a message from his will, which he had placed in Treasure Yellow Heaven, that there was a super force which wanted to purchase Fang Yuan's goods in bulk quantity, but was afraid Fang Yuan would not be able to supply them, so they wanted to discuss with his main body. If it was possible, they could establish long-term cooperation. This news could be true but could also be false. There is a higher chance that this message is sent by those traditional year GU sellers using a disguised identity. Fang Yuan sneered, completely disregarding this message. Long-term cooperation? Fang Yuan was not interested. He wanted to wage war this time. Rong Xin was silent. The seller is actually not interested in my proposal. Rong Xin was quite surprised. He had disguised as a huge buyer to try to communicate with Fang Yuan personally and glean his background. But Fang Yuan actually ignored him. How can this be? Even if he is a representative of a super force, they would also hope that their year GU would have much larger buyers. Unless, he does not have many year GU left. Rong Xin was a member of the 10 great ancient sects, and as a Righteous Path member, he naturally understood the thoughts of Righteous Path GU immortals and super forces. He pondered and felt this guess was very likely. It must be because of this that this mysterious seller is selling year GU this early. It is to avoid us 3 sellers. He refused even my proposal. He probably really does not have much stock left. Actually, the amount of year GU he has sold is only 1/10 of what I have in stock. Rong Xin chuckled when he thought of this. This is a good method to gain attention. He commented in his head on Fang Yuan's action. Unfortunately, what use is it if you don't have enough strength? Dragon Return Valley. The rumbling of a waterfall echoed in the valley. Mist permeated and the vegetation thrived. Wang Mingyu, an external supreme elder of the Righteous Path Super Force Yao clan, was standing on a giant boulder, gazing at the waterfall. This waterfall was not ordinary, it was a tributary of the River of Time. Year GU has 3 great sellers. Eastern Sea's Xie Bao Shu uses vicissitude trees to nurture year GU. Central Continent's Rong Xin uses refinement path methods to periodically refine countless year GU. But only I have a grasp over a tributary of the River of Time. I can capture natural wild year GU. Wang Mingyu inwardly compared herself to them. This tributary of the River of Time was rather special. It was a tributary that had forked from the middle of the River of Time. The River of Time had many special river segments. For instance, the Sword Blade River segment, it was a special river segment that was personally set up by Red Lotus Demon Venerable using the past Shi Yuan's sword aura and Dao Ju Lang's blade aura to protect one of his Stone Lotus Islands. The Year River segment was filled with countless wild year GU. Wang Mingyu had discovered this tributary back when she had been a lone immortal, and had secretly managed it. But several years later, Southern Border's Righteous Path forces discovered it and were naturally covetous. After a secret exchange, Yao Clan Wan, and Yao Clan GU immortal Yao Tianzi married Wang Mingyu. With this reason, Yao Clan openly took this Dragon Return Valley as their territory. This year's harvests are pretty good, the amount of year GU captured is actually 30% higher than normal. The other 2 are not making a move, then I shall start first. If I continue letting that newcomer sell his year GU, it will probably not be easy for me to sell all these wild year GU. Wang Mingyu put her thoughts into action, and began selling her year GU in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Her move immediately caused an uproar in Treasure Yellow Heaven. One of the 3 main sellers of year GU, Wang Mingyu, has made a move. If that mysterious seller is allowed to continue selling year GU, the sellers after him definitely won't have an easy time selling year GU. This will be quite a show. Right, that mysterious seller is selling so many year GU, the 3 main sellers definitely have a hard time being patient. Now that Wang Mingyu has made a move, the other 2 won't stand still. Let's wait and see, there might even be a price war, as buyers can pick up some benefits. Many GU immortals secretly communicated. Chapter 1453, Price War. Wang Mingyu took out her stock. Only Fang Yuan alone had been supplying year GU in a large amount in Treasure Yellow Heaven over these last days. Now with one more competitor, it immediately caused a stir. Women are women after all, not even having this bit of patience. Central Continent's Rong Xin scoffed when he obtained this news. With this, many GU immortals will probably choose to watch. He had plentiful experience in selling year GU, and could immediately guess the changes in the market. Sure enough, the fervor of buying year GU in Treasure Yellow Heaven suddenly fell. Wang Mingyu became Fang Yuan's competitor, which all of a sudden caused the supply of year GU to be greater than demand. Other GU immortals were now keeping patient, waiting to see a good show. A storm was brewing in Treasure Yellow Heaven. In previous years, the sale of year GU had always been a hot business. This year, with year GU being sold ahead of time, the situation had now become desolate, with almost no one showing any interest. Wang Mingyu was helpless about this. There was no other way. She had a huge stock of year GU. If she did not start now and waited for the other 2 sellers to start selling, there would be a much smaller market for her goods. Wang Mingyu is actually selling ahead of time. Different from Rong Xin's passive stance, Xie Bao Shu was hesitating. Xie Baoshu understood Wang Mingyu. This person was a veteran seller with plenty of experience. How could she not see the disadvantage of selling early? Most probably, she also has a lot of year GU on her. Xie Baoshu did not show anything on the surface, but was inwardly getting worried. A day later, he finally decided to take action, putting year GU for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Xie Baoshu has also made a move. 2 of the 3 main sellers are already selling their goods ahead of time. Of course, this year is different from the past. There is now a 4th gladiator in the arena. Within Treasure Yellow Heaven, the GU Immortals discussed. Damn it, these 2. When Rongxin obtained news of this, he could only follow while gritting his teeth. The situation was already different from before. Previously, Fang Yuan was selling by himself. Rongxin could endure this and remained unmoved. When Wang Mingyu joined, Rongxin only felt slightly tensed, but with Xie Baoshu also joining in, the pressure on Rongxin had increased. Among the 4 sellers, if he alone did not take action, then the one who suffered the most would no doubt be him. It was just that he had his own difficulties. His year GU were the results of refinement. Because there was not a set time like past years, his stock had not been accumulated enough. So he had the least amount of stock among the 4 sellers. Forced by the situation, Rongxin could only grit his teeth and put his year GU for sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. I have the least amount of stock, I cannot act forcefully. Rongxin already had a hunch. What he needed now was time to refine much more year GU. Thinking of this, he contacted Xie Baoshu and Wang Mingyu. These 3 knew each other for many years, competing and communicating with each other about year GU business, and naturally had each other's information path GU worms. Although there is a newcomer, I think as 3 should still act according to the old agreement, isn't that so? Rongxin reminded the 2. Xie Baoshu and Wang Mingyu naturally agreed. They had already broken some terms of the old agreement by selling year GU early. But since this was a special situation, it could be understood. But if they broke other terms, especially the one about price of year GU, that would be breaking the rules. With more sellers, there would naturally be a price war. This was a powerful method of a price war. But if it was used too strongly, it would hurt themselves. Xie Baoshu, Wang Mingyu, and Rongxin had already competed with each other countless times, but they never changed the agreed price. Besides not being able to do anything to the other party, the main reason was to protect their benefits. This created a problem. If Fang Yuan's side suddenly dropped the price, what should they do? These 3 could obey the agreement, but Fang Yuan was a newcomer. Even if Rongxin persuaded him, he might not listen. But Rongxin, Xie Baoshu, and Wang Mingyu were seemingly not worried about this. With 4 sellers supplying year GU, Fang Yuan immediately felt his sales becoming stagnant. I am a newcomer after all. Although my goods are of top quality, how could my status compare to those 3 main sellers in other GU Immortals' hearts? Wang Mingyu, Xie Baoshu, and Rongxin were in this business for many years already. They had good reputation among the public. Fang Yuan could absolutely not compare in this aspect. This was where Fang Yuan was disadvantaged in. But Fang Yuan had his methods to resolve it. Soon, at almost the same time, Rongxin, Xie Baoshu, and Wang Mingyu obtained a significant news. That mysterious seller was beginning to drop the price of year GU. He went for this after all. HMPH, I still thought he had some other methods. They were not anxious, even feeling somewhat disdainful. They had long grown out of this action of decreasing the price, and had even suffered a lot because of this. In a price war, taking the initiative to reduce the price was a double-edged sword. It would hurt others and hurt oneself as well. But as far as buyers were concerned, Fang Yuan reducing the price was no doubt good news. Weren't they waiting for this kind of opportunity? They were like hungry sharks that immediately swarmed in. Fang Yuan's year GU began to sell in large amounts, forming a stark contrast with Xie Baoshu, Wang Mingyu, and Rongxin's. The other side seems to be an experienced veteran. This price reduction is quite to the standard. It gives a feeling of being a lot, but actually is not that much. Wang Mingyu had been observing the situation. But so what? The year GU market of the whole of Treasure Yellow Heaven is extremely big. How can you supply to the buyers of the whole 5 regions by yourself? In the end, the one to suffer will be yourself. We can clearly sell at a higher price. The 3 main sellers maintained their price, but several days later, they could not sit still. What's going on? This guy has so many year GU. It almost seems to be endless. How could he accumulate so many year GU? Something's wrong here. The moods of the three main sellers had become slightly heavy. But should they follow and reduce their price? They were hesitant. In the end, they had different mentalities. Fang Yuan was a newcomer, however much he earned would be fresh income. But these three main sellers were old veterans, and had a rough estimation of their profits every year. So if they were to reduce the price, their expected profits would decrease. Hesitation was natural. Several days later, Fang Yuan's sales were still going on fiercely. The three main sellers saw the situation was going in an unfavorable direction. Wang Mingyu was the first to discuss with the other two if they should also reduce the price. Xie Baoshu had a cold expression. Looking at this situation, this guy probably has enough stock. If we don't reduce our price, we simply won't be able to sell. That's right, Wang Mingyu added, this person's methods are not simple, he reduced the price just enough to suppress us three. Rong Xin snorted. Whether we lose profits or not, it will have to be seen after selling all the year GU. If we decrease the price too much, even if we sell a lot, we will still lose massive profits overall. What is the point of that? He did not approve of this method, still wanting to wait patiently for a while more. There was no other way, he did not have much stock. If he reduced the price, there would be a lot of buyers and his goods would be all sold. When others learned he was out of stock so early, his image and reputation would be damaged. But he could not do anything about it. Since the other two wanted to reduce the price, Rong Xin could only follow them. Chapter 1454, Commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The price fell. As Fang Yuan's price fell, Xie Baoshu and the other sellers had to lower their prices too after a few days. However, they did not lower their prices much, they were in sync, at the same price as Fang Yuan. I am a newcomer in the year GU business, my identity is mysterious and unknown. Compared to me, Xie Baoshu, Rong Xin, and Wang Mingyu are reputed figures with many years of experience, they are deeply trusted. Thus, as long as they lower their prices to match me, those who want to buy year GU will approach them instead. Fang Yuan knew deeply about the plan of Xie Baoshu and the rest. This was the advantage that Xie Baoshu and the rest had over Fang Yuan. Their years of being in the business had deeply affected the buyers, it was not a joke. However, so what if they do this? Fang Yuan smiled lightly. On the day Xie Baoshu and the rest lowered their prices, Fang Yuan lowered his price again. The GU Immortals in Treasure Yellow Heaven were focusing on this huge price war. The moment Fang Yuan lowered his price, news spread rapidly. Before long, many of the forces in GU Immortals concerned about this matter learned about it. After hearing that Xie Baoshu lowered his price, I wanted to buy from him. After all, I do that every year. True, except I prefer Rong Xin's goods. But that fourth seller lowered his price again, he is truly rich, he wants to challenge the three main sellers. The buyers were overjoyed and relaxed. In this price war, they were the ones who benefited the most. Staying on the fence and watching this show, it was a very joyful thing to see. At the same price level, Fang Yuan was not their match, but the moment he lowered his prices, his advantage became huge. After all, Fang Yuan's goods were very high quality and cheap. Would those GU Immortals be so stupid as to buy expensive goods instead? Thus for the following day, Fang Yuan's business was booming, the other three sellers had no business. After hearing this, Central Continent GU Immortal Rong Xin laughed, coldly of course. He spoke with the other two. Very interesting, this person really wants to challenge us to a price war. Wang Mingyu smiled. All these years, nobody could match our status. This time, I want to see how strong this person is. Xie Baoshu added. Then let us lower our prices too. There was nothing to say. Since Fang Yuan reduced his prices, the other three sellers followed. Their price was the same as Fang Yuan's year GU. They had hesitated earlier already. Since Fang Yuan was initiating the war, the three GU Immortals were confident in their finances, they followed relentlessly. During the second price reduction, there was a small commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The rest of the GU Immortals started to get excited, because they knew that this was only the second price fall. The war had just started, there was going to be a third and fourth time later. But it will depend on the mysterious fourth seller on when he reduces his price again. Any price reduction is a fall in profits for the seller himself. Earlier, the fourth seller initiated the war. While the three main sellers have no fear in joining in, they had full confidence in themselves. That's right, the third reduction might be coming soon. but we do not know when. The GU immortals conversed among each other. Normally speaking, it was very common to reduce prices in such situations, but there was an interval between each reduction. Because the seller needs to observe the market and think about the decisions to make. Reducing the price was a double-edged sword. It could undercut the competitors, but it would harm one's own benefits. If the seller saw good prospects in the market, they might not reduce prices anymore. They needed to defend their own benefits. If they reduce the prices further, even if they increase the quantity sold, they would not earn much profits. After all, competitors would reduce prices too. If the sellers refused to give in and constantly reduce prices, competing without restraint, they would collapse together. There were basically no GU immortals who would do this and ruin the market for everyone. The sellers were not stupid. They wanted to earn profits. If they only cared about competition and disregarded profits, why would they sell anything? Sellers were smart, but buyers were intelligent too. After the three sellers reduced their price to Fang Yuan's level, they stopped buying. The sales of Year GU became very pathetic. Because the most crucial person in this price war was Fang Yuan. And the moment Fang Yuan reduced his price, they would buy a bit. Firstly, in terms of prices, Fang Yuan selling at a lower price would be more beneficial to them. Of course, they were encouraging him to continue competing with the three sellers and reduce prices. Eventually, Fang Yuan will be unable to endure it, because the one to lower the prices will suffer losses. But after the prices reach the lower limit, the buyers would benefit the most. If the four sellers end up at the same price, they would not buy the Year GU from Fang Yuan. A price war made good use of such psychological tactics. After the second price reduction, the four sellers reached the same price again. Fang Yuan's actions were out of expectations. He was paying close attention to Treasure Yellow Heaven. The moment the three sellers reduced their price, he reacted and reduced his own price again. Many people were astonished. Fang Yuan's reaction was simply too fast. And from his speed, many people could sense his firm and determined attitude. He is well prepared for this. Rongxin sighed. He felt a little pressure as he had the least stock among the sellers. Towards the later stages of this price war, when the commodity prices are low, sales would boom. By then, if he had low stock, it would be very awkward. There are buyers but no goods. Not only would he be out of the game, buyers would think of him as unreliable. His reputation accumulated over the years would be ruined. Rongxin did not want that to happen. He asked others to refine Year GU at full speed to replenish his stock while thinking if he should reduce prices again. More specifically, if he should reduce the price until his competitors could not and dare not try to follow him, because it would result in major losses. But he would not lower prices by too much. Buyers must continue to think that they could continue watching without doing anything. In that case, as long as he had enough time, Rongxin could replenish his stocks and win at the final moments of the price war. However, in this case, if I reduce prices drastically, the other two parties will know that I do not have much stock now. Rongxin was very hesitant. Since he could think of this to alleviate his crisis, the other two parties were also experienced sellers. They could naturally deduce his current situation. Deductions were not hard to do. People with experience were sensitive to such changes. That way, if Rongxin did this, he would be exposing his weakness. He would likely get kicked out of the game earlier. Thus, not only was he hesitant, he had a headache. A huge headache, because he needed to think about the buyer and seller mentality while also paying attention to his competitors. Right when he was hesitant and indecisive, Xie Baoshu and Wang Mingyu lowered their prices again. The price fell like earlier, maintained at the same level as Fang Yuan. They had sufficient stock, especially Wang Mingyu. They were not anxious. Since Fang Yuan wanted to compete and reduce prices, they would follow. After all, they would gain the market share if prices were equal. They had a huge advantage. This was the third drop in prices. After hearing news, Fang Yuan laughed heartily as cold light shone in his eyes. In that case, I will speed things up. This time, he lowered prices again. And this fall was drastic, far beyond the earlier rounds. This time, there was a huge commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The buyers were excited. This was the result that they wanted. They had waited so long for this victorious moment. It fell by this much. Xie Baoshu had a solemn expression. He could feel Fang Yuan's overpowering attitude. If the earlier few rounds were light punches, this was a heavy kick. But Xie Baoshu had to react to it. If not, he would be kicked out of this war. Buyers had no loyalty after all, price wars were very cruel. Xie Baoshu was the first to lower prices, followed by Wang Mingyu as they reached the same prices again. Rong Xin had a huge headache. He had wanted to drop his prices drastically earlier, but in his moment of hesitation, the opponent acted before he did anything. This way, not only would his earlier plans be ruined, if he wanted to go ahead with it, he would need to reduce his prices even further. But that would be a dangerous price, because if it becomes lower than the usual year GU sale price of previous years, the buyers would start buying enthusiastically. Or maybe that mysterious seller has little stock. He has the same plan as me. Rong Xin had his final bit of hope. He was the last to reduce his price, following the other three. They all lowered their prices. Ha ha ha. The buyers were very happy, but the happiest part had yet to come. When Rong Xin lowered his price, Fang Yuan continued to lower his year GU price again. And this time, it was even larger than before. Treasure Yellow Heaven was in a commotion. The three sellers were shocked. This will be a tough one. Xie Baoshu had a grim expression. He was originally relaxed and cool, he acted casually and without emotions, but now he could not contain himself anymore. Fang Yuan reduced the prices and shrunk the profits of the year GU business. For the three sellers, if they followed, they would suffer great loss of profits. He is going all out. Wang Mingyu was tongue-tied. She had a chilly feeling. She had not felt this for a long time already. Chapter 1455, Victor. Rong Xin's lingering bit of hope was smashed. Because he knew that the other party was not like him, they had ample stock and this price would definitely create a huge commotion in the sale of year GU this time round. I lost this time. Rong Xin smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to give up due to his low quantity. Forget about excuses. Losses were often justified with reasoning, but people in this world did not care about reasons. They did not need your excuses. They only cared about victory or loss. Like what Rong Xin expected, after Fang Yuan lowered his price, there was a huge wave of commotion and purchases. Many buyers started to purchase year GU. Such a cheap price was rarely seen. If they did not make use of this chance, how could they? Huge transactions were ongoing. Fang Yuan was raking in huge profits. But the other three parties did not follow him. Xie Baoshu and Wang Mingyu were hesitant. Earlier, Rong Xin hesitated. It was now their turn. If they followed Fang Yuan and lowered their prices too, their year GU would be sold rapidly as well. But if they did that, the profits would become too small. It would be far from their original expectations. But if they did not follow him, Fang Yuan would steal their business away. What should they do? The key to this was how much stock Fang Yuan had left. If Fang Yuan had excessive stock, Xie Baoshu and the rest would need to follow him. The market was only this big, there was only a limited amount of demand. The more Fang Yuan sold, the less they would sell. But if Fang Yuan had insufficient stock, Xie Baoshu and the rest would not need to lower prices, they just need to wait. After he finishes his stock, they would be able to sell at a higher price later, their profits would be retained. They would win this fight after all. Thus, Xie Baoshu and the rest started to think, who was this Fang Yuan exactly? Was he a man or a woman? Was he part of a force? Or an individual? Why was there no information about him earlier? Why did he appear out of nowhere? They could not understand. He appeared too suddenly. Actually, other than the three of them, the year GU market had other smaller sellers. But these people were quickly eliminated by them, because they could not be the seller now. Right now, those small business owners probably have pale expressions while watching this intense price war. Thinking of this, Rong Xin's mood became slightly better. He was unlucky and would likely be the first person out of this race, but there were even more unlucky people besides him. It made him feel a little better in comparison. But he was just consoling himself. It could not affect the reality of things. No matter how they thought about it, the three sellers could not decipher Fang Yuan's background. To play safe, Xie Baoshu and Wang Mingyu decided to follow after Fang Yuan and reduce prices too, until they match him. But Rong Xin did not follow them. It seems that Rong Xin thinks the seller does not have much stock. Xie Baoshu thought, but he did not know that Rong Xin was out of options. He had little stock. If he reduced prices by that much, the heated sales would deplete his stock, he would be out of the competition. He would rather keep his prices and take a gamble. If Fang Yuan had little stock, he would win and continue to stay in this. If not, he would lose, but that was no different from lowering prices anyway. Xie Baoshu did not know about Rongshin's problem. He felt that he was gambling on Fang Yuan not having enough year GU. But Xie Baoshu had a stable mindset. He wanted to follow because that was the safest option. As for Wang Mingyu, after some consideration, she also made the same choice as Xie Baoshu. But with her woman's intuition, she had more suspicions. She thought, why did Rongshin not lower his price? Is he making a gamble, or does he know the other party's background, or does he have any evidence or news about it? If Rongshin knew about Fang Yuan's background, it was possible that he would not tell the two of them about it. He was sitting on the fence and watching. This was advantageous to Rongshin. Thus, Wang Mingyu contacted Rongshin and tried to probe him. Rongshin received Wang Mingyu's transmission and felt helpless about it. He felt some sympathy towards her. Overall, he had a complex emotion now. Thus, the current situation was, Fang Yuan, Xie Baoshu, and Wang Mingyu had the same price, while Rongshin's price was higher than them. At this time, large numbers of GU immortals started to buy year GU, or started to prepare to buy them. Everyone was moved. This price was lower than ever before. It was an alluring price. Wait for an even lower price. The buyers shook their heads. It could not go much lower anymore. The buyers were smart, but the sellers were not stupid either. Thus, when Fang Yuan lowered his price again, everyone was stunned. Did I hear wrongly? They lowered the price again. And by such a huge amount. Oh my, what is going on? Is this new seller stupid? The buyers were in disbelief. I do not care if he is stupid or has other objectives. I know that his year GU are genuine products, and he is selling at this price indeed. If I do not buy now, I will be the fool. A GU immortal cried out in his mind. But others were like this too. A huge amount of GU immortal divine senses or wills surrounded Fang Yuan's stall. The heated scene was unprecedented. Buy, buy, buy. The GU immortals were filled with this thought. It had never been this cheap before. If they wait until that fool realizes his prices are too low, it would be too late. The buyers felt a strong sense of urgency. What is this person doing? After seeing this, Xie Baoshu lost his cool. If he followed this price, his profits would be reduced to just a sliver. For example, in previous years, if a year GU could earn 100 each, if he follows Fang Yuan's price, he would only get single-digit profits per GU. Why did he spend so much effort on growing vicissitude trees? Wasn't it to nurture year GU and earn profits? If he reduced his prices to Fang Yuan's level, his profits would be gone. This price was way below his bottom line. If he had to sell at this price, he would rather keep the goods. But, Xie Baoshu frowned. He fell into deep contemplation. At the same time, Wang Mingyu was worried. Her situation was the same as Xie Baoshu. If she followed Fang Yuan, her profits would be unacceptable. But should she stop selling? It was not so simple. If they did not follow and Fang Yuan's stock was huge, the market in Treasure Yellow Heaven would be completely taken over by Fang Yuan. There was another possibility. Fang Yuan was purposely lowering the price as a tactic. It was possible that he had only purposely lowered it this much to probe the other sellers, or to raise his own reputation. If I do not follow, I would be showing weakness, but I can preserve my strength. If I follow him, I would be clashing with that newcomer in a crazy manner. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Mingyu decided to follow him. But at this time, Xie Baoshu had already stopped. The sale price of the year GU in the market was lowest at Fang Yuan and Wang Mingyu, followed by Xie Baoshu and Rongshin at the highest. Evidently, nobody was buying from those two shops. Most of the buyers were at Fang Yuan's and Wang Mingyu's shops. Xie Baoshu was observing the situation. He needed to know if Fang Yuan was putting up a front or if he really had the foundation. Wang Mingyu was very nervous, because this sale price was losing her a lot of profits. And among the three sellers, she was the only one left. Rongshin became the most relaxed person. He was watching them fight. It is about time to deal the final blow. Fang Yuan was very calm. At this point, he had probed the bottom line of these three sellers, even though Wang Mingyu was still contesting with him. According to the usual market situation, the three sellers were about the same level. Even if Wang Mingyu was superior, it was not by much. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan lowered his price again. But this time, he only reduced it by a tiny little bit. However, this small drop in price was like a sharp blade stabbing into the three sellers' hearts. Rongshin turned pale. Xie Baoshu squinted with a dark expression on his face. Wang Mingyu clenched her fists. She gritted her teeth and said in shock, "Why? Why go this far?" Fang Yuan's drop in price was small, but very fatal. It was lower than the cost price of these 3 sellers. Since Year GU was being sold, there were costs involved in obtaining them. Rongshin needed GU materials. He spent Immortal essence to refine them using GU refinement methods. Xie Baoshu had vicissitude trees. He also needed manpower and resources. Even though Wang Mingyu could capture Year GU from the tributary of the River of Time, the method used required Immortal essences, and funds were needed to manage the tributary of the River of Time. Selling below the cost price, that would be a true loss. This was a move usually done by those who had a surplus of stock and could not sell them, or if they had an urgent need for funds. This was a desperate choice. If one did this in a price war, the competitors might be fine, but the person themselves would suffer a major loss first. This was too harsh. It was harsh to others, and also harsh to themselves. Wang Mingyu was shocked. She did not dare to follow him. She would be an idiot if she did. This was Year GU. The GU was actually sold at a loss. What did that mean? The buyers were shocked too. This price was out of their imaginations. They were tongue-tied, completely in disbelief. But soon, the GU Immortals present reacted. Treasure Yellow Heaven was in a huge commotion. Countless GU Immortals surrounded Fang Yuan's stall tightly. The situation was completely chaotic and heated. This was no longer about buying. They were earning profits. Buying Year GU at this price, according to usual market prices, they were buying it at a profit. Countless transactions were undergoing. Even those who already bought Year GU came back and purchased from Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan's business was unthinkably booming. The other 3 sellers were completely ousted. They were in pathetic states. But at this time, the 3 sellers stopped being anxious. Who is this newcomer? He is so fierce in his moves, but I am afraid he has messed up now. He. Observe. I will observe. I refuse to believe that he can maintain the price of the Year GU at this low level. The 3 sellers were waiting for the time when Fang Yuan's losses became too severe. But Fang Yuan could go on endlessly. Because he was using rank 8 Immortal GU years flow like water, the cost behind the production of Year GU was merely his Immortal essence used to activate the rank 8 Immortal GU. Fang Yuan's production had costs of course. But his cost was far lower, compared to the 3 sellers. If their cost price was 10, his was only 3 or 4. Anyone could sell Year GU, the quality of the goods was similar in most cases, the competition here was really only dependent on their cost. Fang Yuan sold at this price, but he could still earn profits, while the 3 sellers would sell at a loss. They were unable to sell, but Fang Yuan could dump his stock. The victor of this price war was decided from the start. It was undoubtedly Fang Yuan. Chapter 1456. Good news upon good news. It is finally over. This price war was truly interesting. Zhao Lianyun sighed internally. The sale of Year GU ended in Fang Yuan's victory. Many GU Immortals were shocked by the results. Such situations were rare. The newcomer actually defeated 3 seniors in this market. Most of the people were originally thinking that the newcomer was a wolf while the 3 sellers were tigers and lions. But in the end, the newcomer was not a wolf but a dragon. The 3 sellers were not his match. They lost terribly and could not sell their Year GU. For the following period, this Year GU competition's influence will continue to spread. It will become a tale for people to talk about. GU Immortals would reminiscence over it. Zhao Lianyun started to think about this price war. She wanted to gain knowledge from this price war, so as to learn something useful for herself. Then, why did the newcomer win in this battle while the long-time sellers lost? Zhao Lianyun asked herself. Next, she answered herself. Because the newcomer has great strength. Even if the 3 sellers worked together, they were not her match. Using absolute strength to sweep the market. Zhao Lianyun was slightly dazed before smiling bitterly. She wanted to learn how to enter the market as a newcomer. Even though Fang Yuan's method seemed ingenious and meticulous, he had unparalleled strength to sweep the market and suppress all his competitors. Zhao Lianyun could learn nothing from him. Because he used absolute strength. Since the newcomer has such strength, why did he not reduce the price from the start? Zhao Lianyun asked herself. She felt like Fang Yuan's actions were a bit pointless. But soon, when she thought again, realization flashed across her eyes. Starting at a high price and gradually reducing it can earn more profits than dropping the prices immediately. He can also probe the 3 sellers' bottom lines. Finally, he is trying to assert dominance. The thoughts in Zhao Lian Yun's mind clashed continuously. After this competition ended, the newcomer won. It was no surprise he won with such strength, but he is definitely not satisfied with just one win. The newcomer wants to dominate Treasure Yellow Heaven's market. Not only does he want to defeat the three sellers, he wants to drive these people out of the market. This person is so overbearing. Sigh, when can I possess such strength too? Zhao Lian Yun thought of this and sighed deeply to herself. She had just started managing an immortal aperture, she was very far from Fang Yuan's level of development. No matter what, she had already etched Fang Yuan's fatty will to her mind. Zhao Lian Yun saw him as a mountain, she who had just become a GU immortal could only watch and admire him. Rong Xin, Wang Mingyu, and Xie Baoshu were discussing among themselves. Sigh, where did this person come from? They have such great strength, able to satisfy the entire market in Treasure Yellow Heaven alone. Our year GU are literally unsellable now. Wang Mingyu sighed, it is not so simple, he is trying to get rid of us entirely. Xie Baoshu was pale, his voice was turning shrill. Brother Xie is right, this person is selling year GU at such a low price. For the next few years, the market for year GU will shrink immensely. No matter who it is, they are going overboard. Not only did they take the bulk of the profit, they also refused to leave us any leftovers. Rong Xin had a grim expression. The three sellers had year GU, but they could not sell any. Year GU was needed by everyone. Fang Yuan supplied this huge quantity, it caused a tremendous amount of sales, but these three could not get rid of any of their stock. Since year GU were easy to raise, they only fed on the water of the river of time, it was not hard to accumulate them at all. This way, not just now, for the next few years, the three sellers would not be able to sell their year GU. And for the buyers, since they had year GU themselves, why would they buy more? Unless the price was even lower, they might want to accumulate a bit more. But the three sellers could naturally not sell their year GU at Fang Yuan's price. The three sellers stored their year GU up for now. But what was the use of that? After 2 to 3 years, when the market regains its demand for year GU after fully digesting Fang Yuan's sales, the price of year GU will rise again. By then, the three sellers would be able to sell it, but Fang Yuan could do the same. If he did the same thing again, the three sellers would not be able to sell off their year GU once more. With such a difference in strength, no plots or schemes could work. Fang Yuan was a very intelligent person, but this time, he acted straightforwardly, it was most effective to directly crush them. The three sellers became quiet after a while of discussion. The atmosphere was very heavy. Because they knew clearly that as long as Fang Yuan had this strength, they would not have an easy time in the future. Even though the sale of year GU would not disappear, their profits from this business would shrink drastically, they would need to give up on the market in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Right now, we can only hope that this person is putting up a front, that his actions were all just to scare us off. Wang Mingyu smiled bitterly and broke the silence. The other two immortals shook their heads. This was very unlikely. We can work together. Rong Xin said quickly. This was a solution. In the past, the three of them fought and competed, only after a while did they set an agreement to work together and gain profits together for a long time. But how can we cooperate with him? The difference in strength is apparent. Wang Mingyu sighed. Xie Baoshu analyzed calmly. That will depend on our ability. If year GU cannot convince him, we will need to discuss other things. What if he does not agree? Wang Mingyu asked again. Xie Baoshu was silent. Rong Xin sighed bitterly. If he does not agree and wants us out of the business, we can only give up on the year GU business. There was nothing that could be done about it. Competition was cruel. Fang Yuan's strength made it impossible for the three sellers, they could only give up on year GU. But how could they give up so easily? The profit of the year GU business was sustaining them and the super forces behind them. Now that it was destroyed, who could handle the outcome? No, I cannot give up on the year GU business. Xie Baoshu gritted his teeth. He was a lone cultivator. He had been relying on year GU to support his cultivation and connections to others. With this loss, it was a detrimental blow to him. Wang Mingyu's situation was slightly better than Xie Baoshu. She was once a lone immortal. She had turned over to the righteous path and joined a super force. Even if there were no profits here, it was not her responsibility. On the other hand, she could rely on her husband and the clan behind them. Rong Xin had the smallest pressure. Because he was also a member of a super force, it was a central continent super force with deep foundations. And most importantly, he obtained year GU from refining GU. If he did not need year GU, he could just stop refining it. It was easy for him to change businesses. Cooperate with me. Fang Yuan soon received their transmissions, he sneered. Why would he cooperate? He could easily devour the market alone, why would he hand over the profits to them? Fang Yuan rejected them immediately. 12 million immortal essence stones. These were Fang Yuan's gains in the price war. Even though his price was low, the quantity sold was too immense, he still accumulated a huge sum. When I drive these 3 sellers out of the market, I will be able to raise prices slightly. But for the next few years, the 3 sellers will likely still stay in here. On one hand, they were unwilling to give up, on the other hand, they wanted to probe Fang Yuan's foundation and see if he was scamming them. And finally, even though Treasure Yellow Heaven's market was taken by Fang Yuan, not everyone bought things from Treasure Yellow Heaven. For example, Wang Mingyu's super force behind her would buy a huge portion of her year GU. Other than that, there were many forces which would buy their year GU. Even if prices were higher to maintain relationships. Of course, as long as Fang Yuan continued to dominate the market of Treasure Yellow Heaven using such methods, in 5 to 6 years, these 3 sellers would have an even harder time. After all, the prices were too low, even with their deep relationships, buyers would want to buy from Fang Yuan. In the entire GU Immortal World's market, Treasure Yellow Heaven was a huge proportion of it. From now on, Fang Yuan only needed to dominate Treasure Yellow Heaven. He would eventually influence the other markets and become the biggest seller of the year GU business in the entire GU Immortal World. As for the others, even if they could do some year GU business, they could not compare to him. After repaying my debts, I still have 10 million immortal essence stones left. But for the next 2 to 3 years, this way of getting profits cannot be used. While Fang Yuan was thinking of how to use these immortal essence stones to manage his immortal aperture, Sixth Hair approached him. He gave Fang Yuan some excellent news. Elder Fang Yuan, the food path immortal GU that you wanted me to refine has been created. Chapter 1457. Food path immortal GU snack. A small food path immortal GU was in the center of Fang Yuan's palm. It was green throughout, about the size of an adult's thumb, but its body was split into 6 segments like a caterpillar. And on its forehead, there was a silver horn. At this moment, it was lying around in Fang Yuan's palm, rolling around according to Fang Yuan's will. It had been refined already. When refinement path GU immortals successfully refine immortal GU, in most situations, the immortal GU would have already been refined by them. That meant Sixth Hair was the owner of this food path immortal GU. But due to Sixth Hair handing it over to him, Fang Yuan could easily refine this food path immortal GU compared to wild immortal GU. Rank 6 food path immortal GU, snack. This was one of the GU that Fang Yuan wanted Xianxia sect to refine. After inheriting Purple Mountain True Monarch's inheritance, he had requested Xianxia sect to refine 3 immortal GU for him. And right now, they had already been completed. They were Rank 7 immortal GU Self-Love, Rank 6 immortal GU Cleanse Soul, and Rank 6 immortal GU Snack. These 3 immortal GU were needed by Fang Yuan urgently. Self-Love immortal GU was very useful. It was the core of self-cleansing, it was necessary to him. Fang Yuan could get away from Heavenly Court's investigative methods due to it. Even though Cleanse Soul immortal GU was rank 6, the difficulty of refining it was the biggest among the 3. But after refining it, Fang Yuan solved the soul path trap on the 8-arm immortal zombie body. He could use the light of wisdom once again. It was incredibly useful to him. As for Snack immortal GU, it was a food path immortal GU. Fang Yuan needed it to solve the problem of feeding his immortal GU. The immortal GU recipe of Snack immortal GU came from Shadow Sect. The source was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. In his life, he had killed the Beastman GU Immortal and obtained his food path true inheritance. That Beastman GU Immortal was the legendary figure who created Food Path. Seniors paved the way for juniors. The Food Path true inheritance in Fang Yuan's hands was the most authentic one in the world. After injecting Red Date Immortal Essence, Snack Immortal Gu's caterpillar body shook like it had gotten drunk. Its lower half sprawled out on Fang Yuan's palm while the upper half stood up and shook its head. In the process, its green body turned red, until it turned into a lava-like color. At the same time, its slim body became thicker gradually. Eventually, it spat out a large amount of sticky yellowish liquid from its mouth, before it shriveled and shrunk until it was smaller than normal. Its body also turned from red to pale white, like it had been weakened. With the food path true inheritance, Fang Yuan knew clearly that snack Immortal GU had a restricted usage. After each usage, it needed time to heal before it could be used again. If Fang Yuan used it continuously beyond its limits, it would spit out a large amount of yellowish water before dying rapidly. Only when it recovers and its leaves turn green again could it be activated once more. Fang Yuan placed snack Immortal GU into his immortal aperture before turning his attention to the yellowish liquid. This liquid was very special. It floated in the air and did not land. It shrunk into a small ball. It was like an egg that has the white and yolk mixed together. This yellowish liquid was what Fang Yuan wanted to get. With it, he could feed his Immortal GU in place of a portion of the food they needed. For other ranked 6 Immortal GU, this yellowish liquid could make up 6% of their food. The effect was weaker for ranked 7 Immortal GU. 6% seemed little, but snack Immortal GU could be used again in a few days. It would squirt out another glob of yellowish liquid. If he accumulated it, it would be very helpful towards the feeding of his Immortal GU. Of course, there was a limit to the amount of yellowish liquid that he could use. It could replace a maximum of 40% of the Immortal GU's food. Beyond that, it would not have any effect. Fang Yuan took out an Immortal GU as it quickly devoured the yellowish liquid. The test was completed perfectly. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction while sighing internally. He had wanted food path methods long ago, because since rebirth, he had many Immortal GU with him. He had a huge burden of feeding them. Before now, Fang Yuan had been very busy in feeding his Immortal GU. To think that I would obtain a food path true inheritance from my great enemy Shadow Sect. And it is actually the best food path true inheritance in the world. And the process of refining snack Immortal GU was much easier than cleanse soul and self-love. The refinement of Immortal GU was really hard to estimate. In order to refine cleanse soul, Fang Yuan failed many times, but when refining snack Immortal GU, he only made 5 attempts. Success on the 5th try was a huge surprise. With this snack Immortal GU, Fang Yuan's pressure of feeding Immortal GU was much smaller. By reducing the food of ranked 6 Immortal GU by 40% and replacing it with Immortal Essence. Even though the effect was weaker on ranked 7 and 8 Immortal GU, his burden was much lighter now. After all, Fang Yuan had a huge number of Immortal GU with him now. Snack Immortal GU held huge value to him. A few days later, Fang Yuan successfully bought a batch of desolate plants from Treasure Yellow Heaven. This batch of desolate plants was a thin layer of green fungal lawn. It lived on the surface of multicolored coral groups. It was light shine fungi. Light shine fungi lived deep in Eastern Sea. It was pure darkness there without any light. Due to the profundities of nature, the light shine fungi grew in that area and emitted an intense light, turning the dark sea into a shining area, like it was daytime. Fang Yuan had once tried to buy a batch in the Eastern Sea auction, but back then, Tonghua only wanted to trade them. Afterwards, she sold them in Treasure Yellow Heaven, and after some evaluation, the price got lower and lower. Initially, the GU Immortals were very interested in this desolate plant. But afterwards, the buyers found out that this desolate plant was most suited to live in the completely dark deep sea. There was immense water pressure at that depth as well. After leaving this environment, even though the light shine fungi would not die, they would shrivel and emit a weak candle-like light. In this situation, Fang Yuan negotiated with Tonghua and bought all the light shine fungi that she had at the lowest price possible. Fang Yuan first placed a portion into his Immortal Aperture's mini Eastern Sea to nurture them. Next, he experimented on the remaining amount. He needed to modify this desolate plant so that it would change its characteristics and be usable to him. Fang Yuan's wood path attainment level was ordinary, but he was very confident. On one hand, he had too many methods. Shadow Sect's inheritances along with Xianxia Sect's true inheritances gave him a large number of modification methods, among which involved wood path, soul path, refinement path, and others. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had the ultimate trump card, the light of wisdom. Even if these methods were not useful, he could deduce his own way. Chapter 1458, Light Shine Fungi Business. In the vast Eastern Sea, waves were rumbling. Wind and waves swept towards a nameless island. It was not dusk yet, but the sky was already dark. Tonghua flew as she raised her head. Seeing the dark clouds looming over her in the sky, she sensed that a storm was brewing. She was feeling vexed, but her expression was calm. She quickly flew above the nameless island as she saw one person standing at the highest part of the island, looking at the sea and sky. I have kept you waiting. Tong Hua landed towards the Gu Immortal as she bowed. The mysterious Gu Immortal turned around and revealed his appearance. He was an elderly man with a tall nose and thin eyes. He was smiling now as he said calmly, "No worries. Fairy Tong Hua, I need to congratulate you. I heard that you sold all of your light shine fungi in Treasure Yellow Heaven." This elderly Gu Immortal was an Eastern Sea Rank 7 Enslavement Path Gu Immortal, Ren Shuping. Fairy Tong Hua nodded as she handed Ren Shuping a large amount of Immortal Essence stones. Ren Shuping inspected it before hesitating purposely. "Fairy, if I counted correctly, the sum is a little lacking." Fairy Tong Hua had a grim expression. She nodded. "I will return you most of it first, I will repay the rest at a later time." Ren Shuping nodded. "Very wise. According to our agreement, the lower your remaining debt is, the less interest you pay. It seems that you will be able to repay it soon." Fairy Tong Hua snorted. Of course. She had gone through a tribulation earlier. The rebuilding of her immortal aperture took a lot of funds, she had to borrow. Ren Shuping was one of the lenders, he lent her the most amount of Immortal Essence stones. But her agreement with Ren Shuping was also the strictest one with the highest interest rate. Originally, Fairy Tong Hua was in a terrible condition, but to think that Fang Yuan actually bought all of her light shine fungi, she regained some funds. Returning most of the debt at once, her crisis was greatly alleviated. Fairy Tong Hua had little pressure in returning the rest of the debt including the interest. After the transaction, Fairy Tong Hua did not want to stay anymore. She was about to leave when Ren Shuping said, "Fairy, wait. What matter do you have? If you want to lend more Immortal Essence stones, forgive me, but I will not borrow any." Fairy Tong Hua frowned lightly as she said coldly. Ren Shuping smiled. "Don't worry Fairy, that is not it. I have an incomplete true inheritance in my hands. It is from a wood path great expert long ago. Don't you want to modify the light shine fungi? I believe this true inheritance will be of great help to you." Fairy Tong Hua became suspicious. "How did you know that I was modifying the light shine fungi?" Ren Shuping chuckled. "You did not conceal this matter, I easily found out about it with some investigation." Fairy Tong Hua had a grim expression, matching the terrible weather. Great winds blew, waves crashed on the shore of the nameless island, creating huge ripples. Ren Shuping was right. Tong Hua had invested too much into modifying the light shine fungi, causing her finances to crumble. She was forced to borrow funds to maintain her financial situation. If not for that, with her foundation, she could sustain the cost of rebuilding the immortal aperture. After a while of silence, Fairy Tong Hua asked, "Which wood path great expert are you referring to?" Ren Shuping smiled. "Wood path Gu Immortal Kui Wu Zi, have you heard of him?" Fairy Tong Hua was slightly surprised. He is a wood path great expert indeed with rank 8 cultivation level. But in history, he was famous for battle strength, his immortal aperture management was not good. Ren Shuping shook his head, saying in a confident tone, "Fairy, that is not true. You have that impression because Kui Wu Zi's battle strength was too stunning, it overshadowed his ability to manage the immortal aperture. The truth is, he was quite impressive. Without immortal aperture foundation, battle strength is pointless to some degree. Furthermore, even if his management was not good, he was still a rank 8 Gu Immortal, and was from Wood Path. He is definitely very useful to you, that is undeniable." Tong Hua was moved. She thought, "I had been facing problems with modifying light shine fungi earlier, the reason was not my light path attainment level but wood path instead. If I can get this incomplete true inheritance, it would likely help me in this problem and the modification of the light shine fungi would succeed." Thinking of this, Tong Hua hesitated before asking Ren Shuping, "What is the price of Kui Wu Zi's true inheritance?" Ren Shuping thought, "The fish has taken the bait," but he said, not high at all." Both sides negotiated but eventually, Fairy Tong Hua bought the true inheritance of Kui Wu Zi from Ren Shuping and left the nameless island. The moment she left, a storm started. Both the sky and sea were of the same dark murky color. A loud thunder and a snake-like lightning flashed across heaven and earth. At this instant, the lightning reflected on Ren Shuping's face. He was smiling like his scheme had succeeded. "I succeeded." Tong Hua was deceived by the reputation of Kui Wu Zi. His true inheritance is actually not very helpful to her. Especially after I took out some crucial information from it. Light shine fungus is a desolate plant, how can it be easy to modify a desolate plant? Especially when Tong Hua cultivates light path instead of wood path, how can she succeed without years of research? Fang Yuan's divine sense entered his sovereign immortal aperture. Immortal killer move, light fungus radiance. Fang Yuan activated his immortal killer move, creating a burst of orange-yellow light. The orange light shone on the green light shine fungi as it started to transform. The light shine fungi was dyed at a rapid rate, it gradually changed colors from green to pure white. A moment later, the immortal killer move was successfully activated. Fang Yuan only saw pure white light shine fungi in front of him. The light shine fungi was different from before, instead of wilting, they radiated with strong light. Fang Yuan used his investigative methods to check it before nodding in satisfaction. Excellent, the light shine fungus modification was quite successful, I can start a wide-scale plantation now. Fang Yuan's wood path attainment was even lower than Fairy Tong Hua, but he had the light of wisdom to assist his thinking. He also had shadow sects and Xianxia sects inheritances, he had a vast amount of foundational knowledge. He also had access to a huge number of immortal GU, and could even borrow more. Due to many reasons, he managed to create the immortal killer move Light Fungus Radiance. This move used Perseverance Immortal GU, Self-Love Immortal GU and Wood Sprout Immortal GU as the cores, with Snack Immortal GU supplementing them, to allow green light shine fungi to transform into pure white light shine fungi, suited for the environment of the sky. Among them, Wood Sprout Immortal GU was borrowed from Xianxia sect. Perseverance and Self-Love were Fang Yuan's to begin with. As for Snack Immortal GU, he had just refined it, it was quite a surprise that it was useful so quickly. Afterwards, Fang Yuan placed the light shine fungi into Mini Orange Heaven and Mini White Heaven. There was a field of Aurora Lights in Mini Orange Heaven, within the Aurora Lights were fruits known as Flowing Light Fruits. As for Mini White Heaven, there was a field of multicolored Overlord flowers. After placing the light shine fungi there, the two places started to shine intensely. Due to this influence, Mini Orange Heaven's Aurora Lights started to expand. Even though the extent was mild, as time passes, this would be a substantial change. As for Mini White Heaven, the multicolored Overlord flowers also became energized. Be it the Aurora Lights or multicolored Overlord flowers, they needed intense lights. The modified pure white light shine fungi could float in the sky, they were very helpful to the areas. Fang Yuan was satisfied after inspecting them. As long as these two areas are developed, at this rate, I will be able to satisfy the food requirements of Attitude GU and Wisdom Sword GU. Fang Yuan had 3 rank 8 Immortal GU, years flow like water consumed the water of the River of Time, there were no issues with its food. Attitude GU and Wisdom Sword Immortal GU were harder to deal with. All along, Fang Yuan had been worried about this, and now, he saw hope of finally resolving this. Furthermore, the light shine fungus can reproduce by itself. When the scale of my light shine fungi increases in the future, it will become another business that I can engage in. This was highly possible. The pure white light shine fungus that Fang Yuan modified was marketable, it was much better than the original light shine fungus. If he sold it, it would receive much attention and interest. Fang Yuan had already planned, he was going to nurture both versions of the light shine fungus. He would place a portion of the green light shine fungi into Mini Eastern Sea, while putting most of his attention on the pure white light shine fungi. After satisfying his own needs, he would sell the rest. Let me count. To get the light shine fungi into a scale that satisfies my needs, I will need to invest 2 million Immortal Essence Stones. To make it into a business and sell it to others, I will need to invest another 1.8 million Immortal Essence Stones. The feeding of rank 8 Immortal GU was too high of a burden. In total, he would need 4 million Immortal Essence Stones. But if he succeeds, he would have a monopoly over this market, it was extremely profitable. For the next 2 to 3 years, the year GU market would be oversupplied. Even for the next 4 to 5 years, Treasure Yellow Heaven's market would be very lacking in demand. Because GU Immortals already had a lot of year GU stocked up in their inventories. Just earlier, Fang Yuan created a huge commotion, the sale of year GU also affected the market of month GU and day GU. Fang Yuan wanted to create a new business, light shine fungi was a good choice. Of course, the prospects could not match Guts GU. After he sells the modified light shine fungi for some time, people will learn about the details and modify it themselves. Meanwhile, only Dang Hun Mountain could produce Guts GU. Next, I will release the restraints and restore the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's rate of time back to normal. Chapter 1459, Marriage with Fang Yuan. A blizzard was blowing, snow was falling above the glacier. Under this glacier, a negotiation filled with heavy atmosphere was underway. The two groups of variant humans who lived here in seclusion, the rockmen and snowmen, were engaging in negotiation due to a territorial dispute earlier. Right now, this negotiation had been going on for 6 days and 6 nights. Moli region belongs to my Rockman tribe. It had been part of our territory since 400 years ago. This is the bottom line of our Rockman tribe. I hope the snowmen can understand us. Shizong spoke loudly, his voice echoed in the room. The Rockman GU immortals who were engaged in the negotiation were extremely stubborn. Meanwhile, the Snowman GU immortals had dark and unsightly expressions. The Rockman tribe was very firm on this topic. It was an immense pressure on the snowmen. Snowman GU immortal Bing Yuan said, that was the case 400 years ago. But afterwards, a senior GU immortal in our tribe won a bet against you, first Supreme Elder Shizong, and this Moli region was the wager. Shizong waved his hand rapidly. That was just a joke, it should not be taken for real. Bing Yuan smiled coldly. An agreement was set back then. Shizong had a solemn expression, countering, where is the agreement now? Bing Yuan was so angry she could not speak. This Shizong, not only did he use information path methods to get rid of the agreement, he even denied the bet. As the first supreme elder of the Rockman tribe, he was simply too shameless. But the Snowman GU immortals understood why, even though they were furious. Because there was just too little territory in this icy plain. After living here for so long, the Rockmen and Snowmen had propagated beyond the sustainable number for this place. Shizong was being so shameless to get back Moli region. It was for the sake of the Rockmen, and for their overall benefit. But in this case, the Snowman tribe's benefits were infringed. Eventually, this difficult negotiation had a result. The Snowmen lost while the Rockmen won. They gained control of Moli region. Immediately, the Rockmen ordered the Snowmen to leave Moli region, to hand over the space to the Rockman in charge. After returning to their territory, Rank 7 GU Immortal Bing Zhou said angrily, these Rockmen are too much. How can they distort facts just because they have the rank 8 battle strength immemorial rock dragon? Bing Yuan consoled him, stay calm Bing Zhou, haven't we known about the Rockman tribe's attitude for the last 1,000 years? The Snowmen and Rockmen were living together in the northern icy plain, but the Rockmen had the advantage over them. There was only one reason, the rank 8 battle strength immemorial rock dragon. With such powerful strength, the Rockmen gained the advantage in many conflicts between the two tribes and defended their own benefits. Upon hearing the immemorial rock dragon, Bing Zhou's rage faded, he sighed helplessly, sigh. Rank 8 battle strength, immemorial rock dragon, if we had rank 8 battle strength too, we would contest them evenly, that would be great. Bing Yuan was silent for a moment before saying, it is not impossible to gain rank 8 battle strength. I have a plan, if we succeed, the immemorial rock dragon will be nothing compared to it. Bing Zhou heard this and his eyes shone. What plan, tell me. Actually, I have been planning this for some time. At this current moment, we have an opportunity, I will tell you. Bing Yuan said. Bing Zhou heard this and called out, you mean Lu Guanyi? Wait no, Fang Yuan. Lu Guanyi's true identity, which was Fang Yuan, had been exposed by Heavenly Court long ago to the world. Even though the Snowman tribe were isolated, they still learned of such important details. Fang Yuan undoubtedly has rank 8 battle strength. He even has the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, and we've had a relationship for some time. If we let Shui be married to him, we would have a marriage connection with him, he will be tied to our tribe. With this, our tribe will no longer be bullied by the Rockmen. Furthermore, having a rank 8 to defend us will be extremely helpful for our development. Bing Yuan said. Bing Zhou thought while nodding. Indeed, Fang Yuan is a human but he has countless enemies. He has also joined Langyao sect, there is no problem with his allegiance. But wait, Bing Zhou looked at Bing Yuan, we have a relationship with him. Why do I recall that we only fought him and ambushed him? Even though we made up later, we are far from having an actual relationship. Bing Yuan smiled. Bing Zhou, you were in seclusion to modify your killer move earlier, therefore you are unaware. During this period of time, Fang Yuan used all of Langyao sect's strength to refine Immortal GU. He met with difficulty in the process and needed the immortal material Snow Lotus Essence. I made the decision to sell a lot of our Snow Lotus Essence to Langyao sect's 6th heir to help him out. So that's it, Bing Zhou realized, but he soon frowned. Since it is a transaction, we gained from it too, why did we not just gift him the snow lotus essence? Bing Yuan smiled bitterly. This matter had many implications, I had no choice but to do that. Firstly, I did not have a strong desire towards the marriage connection. Secondly, if we gifted it to him without cost, Fang Yuan is not a stupid person, he might not accept it. Thirdly, if everyone knows about it, the Rockman tribe would become suspicious of our intentions. Bing Zhou nodded and did not speak. He understood that rather than a relationship, they had only barely started to build one with him. It was very difficult to have a marriage connection with him. Because earlier, when Fang Yuan had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, the snowmen had expressed goodwill to Fang Yuan, but he was extremely cold to them. And right now, Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength with the upper extreme heavenly eagle as well, his status had elevated even further. If the snowmen wanted to ally with him through marriage, they were not the ones helping him, they were trying to raise their own status. The snowmen did not know that Fang Yuan had lost the upper extreme heavenly eagle. But Bing Yuan had more confidence than Bing Zhou. She said, "Don't worry, my granddaughter has incredible looks and is a GU immortal, she is the perfect person to marry. How can the Rockmen surpass us in this? We have the advantage. Even though our marriage connection ends in us relying on him, Fang Yuan can also receive our help, it is beneficial to him. Let alone anything else, we at least have Snow Lotus Essence. Or rather, even if this plan fails, there are no problems, our relationship with Fang Yuan will not worsen. We can try. This, try." Reasoning finally moved Bing Zhou. The latter nodded. "Let's try it." Swoosh swoosh. The water of the river of time splashed with a grand commotion, reverberating in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan's divine sense swept around. After some observation, there were no issues. He retracted his divine sense. Using the time path methods from He Fan True Inheritance, Fang Yuan restored the rate of time in his sovereign immortal aperture back to its original speed. The rate of time in the sovereign immortal aperture was very fast, it far surpassed super-grade blessed lands. In terms of space path, there was more than 335,000 square kilometers of space in it. In terms of time path, the speed was 1 to 60 compared to the outside world. The 10 extreme physique blessed land only had about a 1 to 40 rate of time. As for high-grade blessed lands, the time was about 1 to 30, half of the sovereign immortal aperture. At the same time, the immortal aperture origin core had a deep foundation. 96 immortal essence beads were produced in the immortal aperture each year. In terms of outside time, it was 16 immortal essence beads per day. Fang Yuan was a rank 7 GU immortal now, so he obtained 16 red date immortal essence beads daily. 16 red date immortal essence beads, in terms of immortal essence stones, that was 1600 immortal essence stones. That was to say, even if Fang Yuan did nothing every day, his immortal aperture would still produce the equivalent of 1600 immortal essence stones for him daily. That was terrifying, and in fact, that was not all. When Fang Yuan's time path Dao marks increase, his immortal aperture's rate of time would accelerate. When his immortal aperture origin core's foundation becomes deeper, the number of beads of immortal essence produced would increase too. At rank 8 cultivation level, it would be even more terrifying. At the most basic level, 16 immortal essence beads per day of rank 8 white lychee immortal essence would be the equivalent of 160,000 immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan managed to earn millions of immortal essence stones from selling year GU. But when he reaches rank 8 cultivation level, he could obtain 16 million immortal essence stones worth of immortal essence beads every 100 days without doing anything. The higher the cultivation level, the deeper the growth in resources. This was not a linear growth, the increment was far greater. Of course, that was for Fang Yuan's case. The sovereign immortal aperture was a unique situation in the world. Shadow Sect spent 100,000 years to accumulate resources and used it all to refine this GU, it was understandable why this was so terrifying. Earlier, Fang Yuan was forced by heaven's will and tribulations to reduce his immortal aperture's rate of time. But now, with his surge in battle strength, Fang Yuan was confident in getting past calamities and tribulations. With the immortal killer move exposing heavenly secret created by old man Yan Shi, he could obtain the details of calamities and tribulations in advance. And together with his own development needs, he had to restore the rate of time. In fact, Fang Yuan even planned to use time path methods to further increase the speed. But I need to wait now. The time path methods in He Fan's True Inheritance have a cooldown period before I can use them again to influence the tributary of the River of Time. With my accelerated rate of time, the light shine fungi can reproduce rapidly now. I should place Wisdom Sword Immortal GU and Attitude GU outside the Immortal aperture. Fang Yuan calculated, at this rate, he would be able to satisfy the feeding of Attitude GU and Wisdom Sword GU. It was about time to feed them. But rank 8 Immortal GU were too hard to feed. This problem had been in Fang Yuan's mind for a long time, and as time passed, his pressure intensified. Now that he could settle this problem, Fang Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 1460, Million Man Soul. Heavenly Court, Soul Suppression Hall. Fairy Ziwei looked at the lump of Spectral Soul's main body in front of her as she frowned. Spectral Soul, at this point, can't you see reality? Spectral Soul did not answer, he was silent like a rock. Fairy Ziwei sneered, she activated her rank 8 Immortal GU house. Immediately, purple lightning emerged from the chains, as Spectral Soul who was restrained tightly started shaking. His memories were forcefully extracted, appearing before Fairy Ziwei as a multicolored image. It was a scene of the past. Spectral Soul had yet to become a demon venerable, he only had ranked 7 GU Immortal cultivation level. Spectral Soul stumbled into Luo Po Valley and fell on the ground. He opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. His expression was pale as paper, the situation was terrible, he was near death. A figure descended from the sky, he landed and said, "O Spectral Soul, you cannot escape, today, you will die." The person had rank 8 aura, he had a cold expression, his strength was far higher than Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul barely managed to sit up as he looked at the sky. "I do not understand, this is the first time we are meeting, we have no grudges, why are you paying such a huge price to kill me?" The person called out, "Because you will create bloodshed in the world, you will massacre the people of the world and bring disaster to all." Spectral Soul sneered, "You have killed far more people than me, isn't it laughable for you to say that?" The rank 8 enemy shook his head, "It is different. You are inherently worse than me." Spectral Soul was silent for a while before saying, "Because I want to create Soul Path." The rank 8 GU Immortal had a flash of surprise in his eyes, but he recovered quickly and said solemnly, "That's right, Soul Path should not be created. In the current world, Fate Immortal GU has been damaged. If Soul Path is created, the world will change drastically, the dead will not rest in peace, ghosts will roam the world freely." He, ha ha ha, Spectral Soul laughed. "That's wonderful, I will definitely create Soul Path. In the future, countless people will cultivate Soul Path, let's change this entire world." He laughed as he stood up, he had recovered to an extent already. "With me around, that is wishful thinking." The person sneered and charged down. Spectral Soul raised his hands and a huge formation appeared, trapping the rank 8 GU Immortal inside. But the enemy reacted rapidly, he quickly broke the GU formation. "Did you think I did not notice the hidden GU formation? I purposely came here to talk to you, because I had already unraveled this GU formation." The rank 8 GU Immortal charged towards Spectral Soul relentlessly. But Spectral Soul was extremely confident, he stood on the spot as the rank 8 GU Immortal came at him. He laughed. "You merely unraveled that GU formation at the surface level, don't you find this valley unusual?" He had just said that when the GU formation unleashed its full power, the rank 8 GU Immortal was immediately affected as his momentum came to a halt. "This is Luo Po Valley," the rank 8 GU Immortal said in shock. "That's right, this secluded domain of heaven and earth is the ultimate sacred land for cultivating Soul Path. It is also your final resting place," Spectral Soul declared with the tone of a victor. "Ah," the rank 8 GU Immortal screamed. Spectral Soul's immortal formation used the power of Luo Po Valley, it was akin to a rank 9 GU formation. The rank 8 GU Immortal resisted for a while, before he could not take it anymore and died. Spectral Soul looked at his feet, towards the corpse of the rank 8 GU Immortal. His hair was messy and his 7 orifices were bleeding, but he was still filled with killing intent. He sneered, "HMPH, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals, interesting. I, Spectral Soul, swear that I will create Soul Path in the future, I will let more people cultivate it. Even if I fail and die, there will be an endless number of Soul Path GU Immortal experts emerging in the future." Ha 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 ha, the image vanished. Fairy Ziwei had a dark expression. She looked at Spectral Soul's main body, which was immobilized, she left after staring at him for a short while. Even though she extracted Spectral Soul's memories, they were useless. In fact, it was as if he was replying to her earlier words. If it was the latter, it meant that Spectral Soul could still resist Heavenly Court's soul-searching method. Even though he could not block the power of Soul Suppression Hall, he could selectively hand certain memories over. That way, it will be a long time before we can get any useful information from him. Fairy Ziwei sighed deeply in her mind. Langya blessed land, Luopo Valley. Fang Yuan was sitting deep in the valley. He willed and activated Luopo formation. This formation came from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. It was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable personally. The foundational GU worms used for it were a vast number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm GU. White Lotus Giant Silkworm GU was the food of Cleansed Soul Immortal GU. It was also created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After Fang Yuan obtained the GU recipe, he made Langya sect refine a huge number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm GU for him. And now, he had Cleansed Soul Immortal GU again. Not only could he feed it with sufficient White Lotus Giant Silkworm GU, he could even use them as the foundation of many Soul Path GU formations in Spectral Soul's true inheritance. Right now, Luopo formation was activated. The originally unorganized Luopo winds and bewilderment fog started to gather with the GU formation's activation. Fang Yuan's soul left his body as he endured the trial of wind and fog. Before this, he had already expended a huge amount of guts GU, his soul was quite bloated now. A moment later, Luopo formation stopped activating as Fang Yuan's soul became thinned out from the tempering. He returned to sovereign immortal body with deep fatigue. With Luopo formation, my cultivation efficiency in Luopo Valley has increased by 30%. Fang Yuan assessed. This was not the first time he was using this formation. Luopo formation was specially used to cultivate Soul Path, but he could add other GU formations in to modify it. It was a very inclusive GU formation. That was its most useful trait. For example, Qin Bai Sheng and the rest resisted the group from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. The GU formation they used during the battle was Luopo formation. However, their Luopo formation was not for cultivation, it was for defense. According to Spectral Soul's true inheritance, when he was alive, he had killed a rank 8 GU immortal from Heavenly Court with only rank 7 cultivation level. Back then, he also used Luopo formation, but he added in many GU formations that were offensive in nature. The Luopo formation that Fang Yuan was using now focused on refining his soul. It used rank 6 immortal GU Cleansed Soul, and a vast number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm GU, along with many supplementary GU to assemble it. Alright, after this cultivation session, my soul has already reached million-man soul level. In Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Soul Foundation was classified into many levels. From low to high, there was single-man soul, 10-man soul, 100-man soul, million-man soul, 10 million. Man soul, 100 million man soul. 10-man soul meant that the Soul Foundation was the total of 10 grown men's souls. A normal GU master with 20 years of soul path cultivation could reach 1000-man soul if they worked hard. But using Guts GU, Fang Yuan could reach that instantly. Before this cultivation session, Fang Yuan's Soul Foundation was at 3 million man soul. But after the tempering of Luopo wind and bewilderment fog, his Soul Foundation stabilized at million-man soul level. First using Guts GU to strengthen the soul, before cultivating in Luopo Valley to temper the soul like iron and removing impurities. Finally, he would sleep and rest the soul, getting rid of any agitation. These 3 steps repeated would raise Fang Yuan's Soul Foundation like a rocket. Only a short time had passed, but he had already reached million-man soul. The speed was too shocking. When he reaches 100 million man soul, his soul would turn from phantom to solid. Back then in the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Spectral Soul's main body was huge and majestic. Fang Yuan was very enticed to reach such a level. With a stronger Soul Foundation, there was a greater benefit. It was the Immortal Killer move Ghost Official Garment. This move could conceal him from Heaven's Will and other GU Immortals' deductions. The deeper his Soul Foundation, the stronger it became. At this moment, Fang Yuan could feel vividly. The Ghost Official Garment on his soul had thickened. He felt an increased sense of security. As my Soul Foundation grows, I would be able to control more year beasts. I can even control a second immemorial year beast. However, although I can invest effort into increasing my Soul Foundation, those Soul Path killer moves are not worth investing into. There was only one reason: Spectral Soul had been captured by Heavenly Court already. He would definitely get soul searched. That meant that in the future, Heavenly Court would also gain Spectral Soul's true inheritance. By then, it would be easy for them to deduce his killer moves. After this cultivation session, Fang Yuan left Luopo Valley. Danghun Mountain and Luopo Valley, these were the two sacred lands of soul cultivation. They were placed in Langya Blessed Land. Firstly, it was easy to use there. Secondly, secluded domains of heaven and earth required a lot of heaven and earth chi. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture already had reverse flow river. The burden of adding these two was too huge. Once he left Luopo Valley, Fang Yuan saw a snowman girl. Snowman Shui greets Lord Fang Yuan. Chapter 1461, Weirdly Prosperous. The sovereign immortal aperture was filled with serenity and peace. Because without changes in weather or day and night, this place was completely still. Fang Yuan had ranked 7 cultivation level. The sovereign immortal aperture was only a blessed land. There were no weather phenomena in blessed lands. Only at the brink of becoming a grotto heaven would such phenomena emerge. Even without atmospheric changes, the sovereign immortal aperture was not a dead land, it was filled with life. Many northern plains was colder, especially towards the extreme north. There was nothing there. After annexing Han Dong's blessed land, there was a spirit snake resource point managed by the pink spirit snake land spirit. Other than that, he had the bone burial field with lots of bone immortal materials. And to the south, Fang Yuan was trying to create a blood-red grassland with blood sickle grass and red axe flowers as the foundation, to let those pink flower rabbits, wolves, and foxes live in. In Mini Central Continent, there was a blood G forest and mirror willow forest. They were grown here casually by Fang Yuan. He did not nurture them purposely. Their scale was not big. There was also a jade light pit that had light path mortal GU. In Mini Western Desert, his focus was on the eerie fire dragon python pit, the sand gull beach, rotting swamp. Black Hound Mount belonged to Luyong Blessed Land, managed by the Black Hound Land Spirit. There was also a new mortal GU house, Corpse City, which Fang Yuan had obtained from Western Desert's Translocation Desert. Most of the immortal materials inside were traded to Thousand Transformations. Little was left. In Mini Eastern Sea, it was no longer a shallow body of water, it had a trace of an ocean's capacity. Especially the two sea areas, Dragon Scale Sea Area and Wuyi Hai's Sea Area. For the former, Fang Yuan had invested a lot of finances and energy into creating this large-scale resource point, and for the latter, after annexing Wuyi Hai's blessed land, the sea turtle was managing it for Fang Yuan. There were 3 ancient desolate beast horned divine tortoises, a field of ancient desolate plant silent corals, and 6 desolate beast white letter blue feather seagulls. Other than the 2 sea areas, there was a blood lake. It was not too big. Fang Yuan had used it to repair blood acid immortal GU earlier. He had kept it for now. The water of the lake has collected a lot of desolate beast and GU immortal blood. Below the blood lake, there were many shallow seas, arranged by Fang Yuan specially to raise the air bubble fish, literature carps, jade carps, blood jade carps and others. There was even an ancient desolate beast hidden room oyster. Fang Yuan had obtained it in Eastern Sea. The secluded domain of heaven and earth, reverse flow river, was also placed here. Mini Southern Border was the region with the most development among all of them. There was 5 Light Mountain, Immortal Succession Mountain, Become Dragon Mound, Heaven Sealing Mountain, and a dozen other nameless mountains, as well as Coiling Thread Caves and the Stalactite Cave. In the forest and underground, a small number of rockmen were living here. The vegetation included musical trees, tea streams, chi-death birds and others, creating an ecosystem with great vitality. As for the miniature 9 heavens, Mini Red Heaven had a large number of year beasts and that immemorial year monkey. Fang Yuan had been paying attention to Mini Orange Heaven recently. There was the light shine fungi that made the scale of aurora lights expand rapidly, and more flowing light fruits were being nurtured within. Mini Yellow Heaven was very empty. There was only a tiny gold fragment current. Mini Green Heaven was completely empty, but Fang Yuan had placed dream realms in it previously. Mini Azure Heaven had the pill Azure Incense. This was the food of Change Soul Immortal GU. Fang Yuan had stored a batch in here last time. There was also a heavenly crystal storage pool. It was at the center of Mini Azure Heaven, but it was useless. Mini Blue Heaven had the most development among the miniature 9 heavens. There was a lot of cloud soil here, with lots of star path resources planted here, like Arrow Bamboo Forest and the Star Fragment Grass Field, Meteorite Pit, and a huge floating star fragment island. It was Yi Lui Qun Xing's blessed land. Fang Yuan had annexed it with the star core land spirit managing the place. There was also a falling star hound infant living here. It was very lonely, but it would clash with other desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts elsewhere. After keeping it here, Fang Yuan rarely took care of it. In mini purple heaven, there were groups of eagles. These eagles were desolate beasts and also ancient desolate beasts. Fang Yuan had sold Immortal GU during the Dream Realm incident to purchase them. They had helped him to enslave the upper extreme heavenly eagle to survive the danger. They were extremely useful. Fang Yuan had wanted to sell them, but he could definitely not get Immortal GU with them. It would be a huge loss. And since he took more than 80 eagle nests from He tribe's headquarters, he could raise these eagles in them, even though it was not as amazing as the heavenly crystal eagle nest. In the remaining 2 heavens, Mini White Heaven had an eagle hound group, 3 ancient remnant heavenly dogs, and the plantation field of multicolored overlord flowers. Mini Black Heaven had no light at all. It was a special environment. There were only a few ancient desolate plant walking meat trees there. After collating all these assets, Fang Yuan was already on par with some rank 8 GU immortals. But for the size of the entire immortal aperture, these resources were too little. The sovereign immortal aperture was simply too large. In the 335,000 square kilometers of space, these resources only occupied a small amount of space. And in terms of the entire sovereign immortal aperture's development, assuming 100% of the space could be used, Fang Yuan was merely slightly above 3% now. 3% development. This was naturally not bad, it was a good thing. The sovereign immortal aperture had unparalleled prospects, but from another perspective, Fang Yuan had no confidence in when he would reach 100% development. This would be a huge task. He would need an extremely huge amount of time. Throughout history, GU Immortals had created an evaluation of immortal aperture development. There were 7 levels. The first level was establishing mortal resources, to produce mortal GU materials, and ordinary beasts and plants. These resources were in huge scales. Mortals could only raise 5 to 6 mortal GU at a time. But GU Immortals raised millions of mortal GU at once. Fang Yuan even sold more than 100 million year GU earlier. The second level was to create immortal level resources and produce immortal materials. When this level is accomplished, the GU Immortal will be able to produce food for their immortal GU self-sufficiently. The third level was to create an ecology to raise immortal beasts and plants. The fourth level was to use excess immortal materials, beasts, and plants to trade and earn profits. Looking at this, Fang Yuan was at the 4th level because he had a lot of business that were doing well to earn him lots of profits. Earlier in the year GU business, Fang Yuan used his great strength to dominate the market in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The 3 sellers were completely helpless against him. But from another perspective, I am still at the 2nd level, because I have not reached self-sufficiency in feeding my immortal GU. Fang Yuan knew why. He had simply too many immortal GU. Rank 8. Attitude, Wisdom Sword, Years flow like water. Rank 7. Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Flying Sword, Sword Escape, Year, After, Divination Tortoise Shell, Dragon Breath, Dragon Scale, Precaution, Big, Fight, Affection, Self-Love, Perseverance, Reputation Restriction, Change Soul, Bloodline, Dragon Strength, Formation Flag, and others. Rank 6. Self-Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Strength Chi, Spring Autumn Cicada, Landscape as Before, Man as Before, Day, Unravel Mystery, Vajra Thought, Dog Shit Luck, Chi Luck, Woman's Heart, Blood Acid, Change Form, Star Eyes, Perceivable Tao, Yellow Sand, Cleanse Soul, Luck Inspection, Connect Luck, Time Luck, Star Thought, and others. For the last 4 including Luck Inspection, Fang Yuan had owned them before, but after the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain, due to Change Soul, Ying Wuxia took them away. Fang Yuan used his special will to destroy a few, but Ying Wuxia managed to preserve some of them in the end. Furthermore, there were some Wisdom Path Immortal GU that Purple Mountain True Monarch left him, and the Time Path Immortal GU that made up a portion of Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. They would not be specified. Just counting these, there were more than 50. A shocking number. Most GU Immortals were still desperately trying to find an Immortal GU. In the GU Immortal world, there were the most number of ranked 6 GU Immortals, and most of them had no Immortal GU at all. Among the rank 7 and rank 8 GU Immortals, some had 2 or 3 Immortal GU, while others had 5 to 6. But there was a rule: rank 6 GU Immortals desire rank 6 Immortal GU, rank 7 GU Immortals desire rank 7 Immortal GU, and rank 8 GU Immortals desire rank 8 Immortal GU, while rank 9 Venerables wanted rank 9 Immortal GU. But Fang Yuan, he had more than 50 Immortal GU. They encompassed rank 6, rank 7, and rank 8. And this was excluding Calamity Beckoning lent to Chu Du, Wisdom GU in Langya Blessed Land, and Dark Limit Immortal GU taken by Heavenly Court. There was also the Formation Spirit, it was created by an Immortal GU. Fang Yuan's situation was too special. An otherworldly demon who had reborn, the hope of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, a former pawn of Heaven's Will, and the current leader of Shadow Sect having countless true inheritances. Even though the journey was dangerous and filled with despair, one had to say, immense risk brought about immense benefits. Fang Yuan was weirdly prosperous now. Because of countless fortuitous encounters, he had the economic foundation of level 4 development, but he had not fulfilled the requirement of level 2. Feeding Immortal GU had always been a huge burden and problem to him. But now, after so much hard work, I have finally gotten some hope of resolving this problem. Rank 9 Wisdom GU is fed by the profligate Lang Ya Land Spirit, and I have already solved the problem of food for the 3 rank 8 Immortal GU. Next, I will complete my basic development and solve the feeding problem of the rank 6 and 7 Immortal GU, to reach self-sufficiency. Looking at it, Fang Yuan still did not have enough Immortal Essence Stones. Marriage connection with the snowmen. When Shui brought him the Snow Lotus Essence, she also expressed the intention of a marriage connection. These variant humans spoke outrightly and directly. If I work by myself to solve the food issue, it will take a long time. But if I use the snowmen, my progress will be rapid. What I lack most now is time. I am not against a marriage connection with the snowmen. Chapter 1462, Langya Missions. Fang Yuan picked them along the way as he strengthened his soul. His soul foundation started to increase. After a while, from 1 million man soul, it rose to 5 million man soul level. Fang Yuan felt an extremely bloated feeling, like he was going to burst. Fang Yuan knew he was at his limit. He left Danghun Mountain and came to Luopo Valley. After some cultivation, his soul was refined like tempered steel, it became purer and more condensed. After this, his soul foundation stabilized at 1,500,000 man soul. After million man soul, each cultivation session raises it by 500,000 man soul. Including the time needed to rest my soul, and the production of guts GU, I need half a year to reach 10 million man soul. Fang Yuan estimated and frowned. This was too slow for him. 10 years, after 10 years, Heavenly Court would completely repair Fate Immortal GU. By then, Heavenly Court would have the absolute advantage, Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect would have no hope. He needed half a year out of 10 years to reach 10 million man soul. There was also 100 million man soul and higher levels after that. Fang Yuan was not satisfied with the speed. If I can increase the production of guts GU, I could increase my cultivation speed even further. The production of guts GU was limiting his soul foundation growth. Danghun Mountain was undoubtedly his money tree, but it needed good quality souls to produce more guts GU endlessly. According to the agreement back then, a portion of these guts GU belonged to Langya Sect. Langya Land Spirit had to sell them for profits, with a portion of the revenue going to Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan was using a portion of the guts GU to cultivate his soul path. It caused his revenue to fall sharply in this business. But thankfully, the year GU business earlier earned him a lot. Fang Yuan had a lot of funds left now. Fang Yuan assessed it was not wise to negotiate with Langya Land Spirit now to increase his portion of the guts GU production. Because he needed Langya Sect now, be it staying inside Langya Blessed Land to develop or using them to refine GU. In the batch of Immortal GU refinement earlier, the 3 Immortal GU were extremely useful to Fang Yuan. They were now at the second batch of GU refinement, focusing on mortal GU like the White Lotus Giant Silkworm GU, and 2 Immortal GU. One was Heavenly Secret. It was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and was obtained by Old Man Yan Shi. He created an immortal killer move with it, known as Exposing Heavenly Secret. This move had a mystical effect. It could predict the contents of the following calamity or tribulation. If Langya Sect could refine Heavenly Secret Immortal GU, Fang Yuan would be able to use Exposing Heavenly Secret. It would help him in undergoing tribulations tremendously. However, Placing a mission for Xianxia sect to refine Immortal GU has been depleting my sect contribution points, I need to check this. Thus, after the soul cultivation ended, Fang Yuan used his information path Mortal GU to check Xianxia sect's missions. Undoubtedly, the current Xianxia land spirit was far more suited for managing Xianxia sect than the previous land spirit. Under his management, the entire sect was excavating its potential fully, they were bursting with life. At this moment, Xianxia sect had many missions, most of them were the GU refinement missions that Fang Yuan handed out. Below that, the one of great importance was the exploration of Taichu. Ever since Xianxia sect created the teleportation formation, it had been exploring Taichu and excavating the natural resources within. This was the main development route that Xianxia sect was taking. But Taichu was a dangerous place, ordinary GU immortals did not want to enter it, even though there were abundant resources, fierce beasts and dangerous plants grew inside. And the problem was, Xianxia sect's GU immortals were skilled at refinement but weak at fighting. Even though they had been raising their strength recently, there were few who could fight. Thus, when they encountered overly strong beasts or plants, these hairy man GU immortals would be in trouble. The exploration of Taichu was unsuccessful. Seeing these missions, countless thoughts moved about in Fang Yuan's mind rapidly. In a few breaths of time, he chose over a dozen missions with the highest returns. At the next moment, he accepted all of these missions. First Supreme Elder. Fang Yuan communicated with Xianxia land spirit using the information path Mortal GU. Xianxia land spirit learned of Fang Yuan's actions as he said, "Enjoy, Fang Yuan, with your strength, these missions will be extremely easy." But Fang Yuan shook his head. "This is what I wanted to discuss with you. I want to send my subordinates to deal with these missions for me. This does not go against Xianxia sect's rules, right?" Xianxia land spirit was slightly dazed. He did not think of this when he created the sect rules. Speaking of which, this was not a loophole. Why couldn't the GU immortal who accepted the mission be allowed to get help? Xianxia land spirit replied to Fang Yuan, "Then you need to ensure that these subordinates will not harm Xianxia sect." Fang Yuan smiled. Of course. After communicating with Xianxia land spirit, Fang Yuan started to dispatch the members of Shadow sect. He Lu Lan, Ying Wuxia, Fairy Miao Yin, and Lady White Rabbit, it was a waste to let them idle around. Now, they could be fully utilized. Eventually, even Bai Ning Bing joined in. Because from her perspective, she allied with Fang Yuan to regain her male body, she needed to refine immortal level yin-yang rotation GU. But when she realized that Fang Yuan was relying on Xianxia sect to refine GU, she turned her attention to Xianxia sect. Regretfully, Xianxia sect did not trust the outsider Bai Ning Bing. Fang Yuan also secretly disrupted their communication, causing Bai Ning Bing to be forced to rely on him. She was Fang Yuan's ally, he had no rights to order her, but why would Fang Yuan waste her battle strength? Under Fang Yuan's special negotiation, Bai Ning Bing believed Fang Yuan, as long as she killed more beasts and plants, she would obtain the sect contribution points that Fang Yuan was getting for them, he would use them to place a sect mission to refine yin-yang rotation Immortal GU. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Northern Plains. Large pieces of round snowflakes were descending from the sky. This special snowflake was pure white with the size of an adult's palm. This was ranked 6 Immortal Material Dancing Snow, it was formed naturally, and would not melt as long as the temperature was kept at a certain level. It would always stay afloat, even if it landed to the ground, it would fly upwards instead. Fang Yuan inspected and saw no problems, he thought. These days, I finally finished arranging the snowmen's betrothal gift, this project has been completed. The snowmen wanted to have a marriage connection with Fang Yuan, Shui would not come empty-handed of course. She brought a gift. The main portion was the snow lotus essence. This was a specialty immortal material of the snowmen, it was rare in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan obtained quite a bit of it as he stored it in many northern plains. The second highest quantity was the dancing snow. It was coincidentally a ranked 6 Wisdom Path Immortal Goose food, Fang Yuan could feed it 4 to 5 times with this batch. The difficulty of feeding rank 6 Immortal GU was very different from feeding rank 8 Immortal GU. This was a small surprise, Fang Yuan did not need to waste his effort going to Treasure Yellow Heaven to purchase dancing snow. Other than that, there were some resources that were not so useful. Fang Yuan sold some and kept some, he perfectly utilized them. This is too little, if I can get more resources, my Immortal Aperture's development will be even faster. Since the snowmen want a marriage connection with me, just these gifts are insufficient. He accepted all of the gifts but did not respond directly to the snowmen's request for a marriage connection. When the guts GU accumulated to a certain scale, Fang Yuan started his soul path cultivation again. Day after day, he immersed himself in cultivation. His soul foundation was growing at a rapid rate. Other than soul path, he even used the light of wisdom to modify killer moves. He had a great number of killer moves, they involved almost all paths. He needed to modify the useful killer moves from within them so that he could use them with his available immortal GU. This would greatly increase his methods and battle strength. Fang Yuan was deep in cultivation, while Shadow Sect's members were exploring Taichu and fighting. Sixth Hair and Langya Land Spirit were refining immortal GU for Fang Yuan. Almost everyone was busy with their goals, but Shui became the most anxious one now. This beauty of the Snowman tribe had an important mission from the snowmen, but Fang Yuan took the gifts without even seeing her. She was left hanging here without any attention given. Shui had asked to meet Fang Yuan several times, but she was only a ranked 6 GU immortal while Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. The two of them were too different in strength, and because he was in Langya blessed land, Fang Yuan rejected her each time. This way, Shui could not meet him. She felt extremely dispirited. The worry and anger on her face became deeper each day. On this day, the snowmen sent her a letter to rush her again, but Shui had hope now. Because the snowman tribe saw that Shui was making no progress, they discussed among themselves. They came to a consensus. Since Fang Yuan accepted the gifts, he wanted the marriage connection. But why did he not meet Shui? It was because the gifts were not enough for his high status. Thus, the snowmen gathered some more gifts and sent it along with the letter to Shui. What is this? I am the pride of the snowmen, my beauty is renowned. This time, I requested for a marriage connection and even brought sufficient gifts. But it was not enough to meet him even once. With heavy emotions, Shui requested to meet Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan finally met her. But what he said to her was something out of her expectations. Chapter 1463, Testing Shui. Fang Yuan looked down towards Shui. She was young and beautiful, she was tall and vibrant, she had blue eyes and hair, she had the icy trait of her variant human race. Her tender skin and plump chest would make countless men pay attention towards her. She was undoubtedly the #1 beauty of the snowman tribe. But Fang Yuan was unmoved by her beauty. Not just that, he even found trouble with her. This is the sincerity of the snowmen. Shui could not understand what Fang Yuan meant. She quickly said, Lord Fang Yuan, please do not misunderstand. Such a small gift and you want to have a marriage connection with me. Your tribe is dreaming if they think it is so easy to gain help equivalent to that of a rank 8. Fang Yuan sneered. Shui was dazed. Fang Yuan spoke so plainly she could not accept it. She also felt some shame and anger in her heart. She was the cream of her generation, the publicly recognized #1 beauty. She was bringing gifts to request for a marriage connection. She was lowering her head in status. To think that Fang Yuan was so prideful and looked down on her. He was also extremely greedy, thinking that the snowman gift was insincere. How could it be little? The gift was very precious. The snowman tribe had picked all of it from their inventory specially for Fang Yuan. Originally, Shui had a good impression of Fang Yuan. After all, he had incredible talent and had rank 8 battle strength. It was an achievement that not many could attain. But now, her impression of him became rock bottom. With her temper, she would have left long ago. But now, it was not about her alone. She was tasked by her tribe for this important mission. Shui breathed in deeply, asking, Lord Fang Yuan, you have already taken 2 sets of gifts. I am sure you agree to our marriage connection. If you are unhappy with the gifts, you can give us your requests. I will bring them back for our elders to discuss. Fang Yuan had prepared the list long ago. An information path mortal GU flew out of him and went to Shui. This. Shui took a look and her eyes popped out. Fang Yuan's greed was too shocking. But even when she was shocked, she was very beautiful. Her eyes were wide open. Even though she lost a portion of her coolness, she became quite cute. Not just this list. Fang Yuan added, you have other requests. Shui had an unsightly expression as she held down her anger. But Fang Yuan was confident and unabashed. He spoke matter-of-factly, if your tribe can meet my requirements, that would be enough. But you yourself have not expressed enough sincerity. My sincerity? Fang Yuan raised his head as he smiled. Not just anyone can become my wife, Fang Yuan's wife. Even though the snowmen recommended you, your qualifications will depend on my test. Test. Shui gritted her teeth. Please explain to me, Lord Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan said, go to Taichu and collect souls for me. When you leave, someone will arrange it for you. Shui felt anguished. How could a genius like her be treated in such a cold manner? But due to the mission from her sect, she had to nod and agree. Seeing Shui leave, Fang Yuan pondered deeply. With this arrangement, he could make use of Shui's battle strength. There would be another person helping him cultivate faster. He was actually trying to probe them. Accepting the second gift while expressing his displeasure and wanting to test Shui, he showed his pride fully. This was to test the bottom line of the snowmen. Since they wanted a marriage connection, how much determination did they have? Or rather, the higher their determination, the more benefits Fang Yuan could squeeze out from them. Fang Yuan was not anxious. A marriage connection could not be decided in such a short time. Both sides were not familiar with each other yet. Even though Fang Yuan was probing them, the snowmen were also probing Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan was sure that there were benefits to be gained here. The marriage connection was not the main thing. Fang Yuan quickly set it aside and placed his attention on his cultivation. Soul cultivation was one aspect, managing his immortal aperture was another. Other than that, Fang Yuan also used the light of wisdom to modify his killer moves. Fang Yuan's strongest method was undoubtedly Immortal killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal, but he was not modifying that now. Even though this move was not safe against Heavenly Court now, Fang Yuan was in no immediate danger. Not only was he in Northern Plains, he was also inside Xianxia Blessed Land. He had the concealment of Ghost Soldier Garment. Heavenly Court could not find him in the meantime. And there was another reason. Modifying Reverse Flow Protection Seal would take too much time, it was too slow. Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to modify Purple Mountain True Monarch's Wisdom Path killer moves. Why did he choose those? Firstly, these killer moves were very powerful and exceptional. Secondly, Fang Yuan had Grandmaster Wisdom Path attainment level, he was qualified to modify them. Finally, Fang Yuan had a batch of Wisdom Path Immortal GU with him. They were left behind by Purple Mountain True Monarch. Purple Blood River Formation, Purple Thought Light Shield, Ignited Thought Flying Rock, Single Thought Flower Blossom, Purple Thought Perception Starlight, Directional Confusion Fog, Thought Body Defense, Single Thought Myriad Flow Elimination, and others. When Purple Mountain True Monarch was not in his peak condition, he used these methods to face Duke Long. Who was Duke Long? He was the master of Red Lotus. He had a huge background and unparalleled battle strength. He was at the peak of rank 8. When Fang Yuan was modifying his killer moves, Ying Wuxia approached Shui. You are Shui? Ying Wuxia asked. Shui saw that Ying Wuxia was smaller in stature than her, resembling a young girl. He had pale snow-like skin, he was wearing a flowery green dress, there were 2 pearl earrings hanging on his ears, as if water was inside the pearls, there were green ripples inside when they shook. Ying Wuxia was in Fairy Kui Bo's body, he was very enchanting. If not so, Thousand Transformations' ancestor would not have made her his third concubine and adored her deeply. Who is this beautiful immortal? What relationship does she have with Fang Yuan? This is not in our tribe's information, and she is a ranked 7 GU immortal. Shui had lots of suspicions, but she smiled. I am Shui, beautiful sister, may I know what your name is? Ying Wuxia frowned. He was initially very excited about using Fairy Kui Bo's body, but after a while, he felt like it was getting very uncomfortable. Not long ago, he requested to Fang Yuan to change this body. Even if he changed to a rank 6 body, it was fine as long as he could cultivate Soul Path. Don't call me sister, you can call me brother Wuxia. Ying Wuxia waved his hand. Let's go, I will bring you to Taichu and meet up with them. This is sect leader's test to you, we will see who obtains higher quality souls in the same period of time. Yes, Shui quickly answered, but she had many questions in her. She walked at the back as she stared at Ying Wuxia, thinking, this female immortal is so weird, she wants me to call her brother. The two left Xianxia Blessed Land and reached Taichu using the teleportation GU formation. Once they entered Taichu, Shui felt nervous. After all, this was a famous place in Northern Plains for its danger level. At the same time, she felt uneasy towards the test. She only had ranked 6 cultivation level and her investigative methods were her forte. Come with me, quick quick quick. Time is very precious, we need to treasure every moment and use it to cultivate. We need to continue working hard, that is the true meaning of life. Ying Wuxia continued to nag at Shui, he was very determined. This was the effect of a mortal killer move soaring fighting spirit. Shui felt that Ying Wuxia was really weird, she was so beautiful, but she acted like a rash lad, it was unimaginable. But are we too careless by flying like this? Shui was worried, this was Tai Chu, fierce beasts roamed everywhere, danger was everywhere. Flying around openly like this made them open targets. While flying, Shui felt very nervous, she was afraid of a fierce beast assaulting her out of nowhere. But after flying for a while, her worry did not become real. In fact, her worry was fading, she felt deeply shocked internally. The area around the teleportation formation has been cleared by Xianxia sect and is in their control. They have actually explored Tai Chu to this extent. It seems that Xianxia sect's strength surpasses my tribe's estimations. Shui immediately sent this information back to the snowmen. Oh, there are a group of dragon elephants. Suddenly, Shui said. Ying Wuxia, who was traveling with her, looked with surprise, he thought that this woman had some of her own worth. Ying Wuxia's methods only found those dragon elephants a few breaths of time after Shui. Shadow sect's investigative methods were naturally superior to Shui's, but in Ying Wuxia's current body, those methods were restricted. These dragon elephants are needed by sect leader, let's capture them. Ying Wuxia changed his flying direction. Shui was not surprised, because she had looked at Fang Yuan's list, there were dragon elephants listed on it. This group of dragon elephants was quite ordinary, there were only 2 or 3 desolate level dragon elephants. Ying Wuxia quickly landed as he used his soul path immortal killer move. His soul howl reverberated among the dragon elephant group as they all fainted and fell unconscious. An impressive technique. Shui was slightly shocked, but a new question arose within. She has water path aura, why is she using a soul path method? Ying Wuxia was most skilled in lead soul into dream, but the GU worms to construct this move were kept by Fang Yuan. Only a few soul path immortal GU were left for Ying Wuxia. Thus, his main methods were soul path. Ying Wuxia kept these dragon elephants in his immortal aperture as he continued on the journey with Shui. A moment later, they met with He Lu Lan. Another great beauty. Shui first frowned before her brows relaxed. She observed secretly. Compared to Wuxia, this person only has ranked 6 cultivation level, she is the same as me. Shui let out a sigh of relief inside. Chapter 1464. No wonder Fang Yuan thinks little of me. Shui was a talented descendant of the Snowman tribe, she was a genius, but the Snowman tribe undoubtedly had little resources. Shui was able to become ranked 6 at such an age, it was quite incredible. But after meeting with Ying Wuxia, she could not match this rank 7, although she showed nothing on the surface, she felt great pressure in her heart. Now that she saw a ranked 6 immortal, her heavy heart became slightly lighter. Hi, you can call me Shui. Shui first introduced herself. She felt that she should be friendly to the people under Fang Yuan, to create a good relationship with them. Hello, you can call me Lu Lan. He Lu Lan smiled, her gaze flickered as she assessed Shui subtly. She thought, Snowman GU immortal. Why did she approach us? Fang Yuan, what is he thinking? The snowman wanted a marriage connection with Fang Yuan, he did not inform anyone other than Ying Wuxia. Thus, He Lu Lan only knew that Fang Yuan wanted the Shadow Sect Immortals to take Shui along and work together in the meantime to explore Tai Chu. Alright, now that you've done the introductions, let's leave first. Ying Wuxia said. He took out an information path GU worm and used his method to learn about Fairy Meow Yin's and Lady White Rabbit's location. He Lu Lan, go ahead with your work, I will bring Shui to the others. Seeing the two of them leave, He Lu Lan had a thought. Her instincts told her that Shui joined them very suddenly and mysteriously, her goal was not simple. He Lu Lan was an ambitious person, even though she was under the alliance agreement and lost her freedom, she had been wanting to break free of Fang Yuan's control all along. Who would not want freedom? Wait, I'll go with you. I am in charge of finding the sharp-tusked boars, but I can't find any. I will ask Miao Yin to help me find them. He Lu Lan said as she flew towards them. Shui was very happy, she wanted to get closer to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan also wanted to probe information from her, she acted very warmly and kindly. Thus, with Ying Wuxia at the lead, Shui and He Lu Lan traveled together behind him. Elder sister Lu Lan, I am very happy to meet you. Not long later, Shui addressed He Lu Lan as elder sister, placing herself at a lower status. This dumb woman, He Lu Lan snorted in her heart. She was once the victor of the imperial court contest. She had a deep hatred and lived with difficulty under her father's shadow. She was skilled at scheming. Compared to her, Shui lived peacefully in the snowman tribe. Due to her past, she was quite innocent in nature. He Lu Lan soon found that Shui wanted to know about the shadow sect immortals desperately. She made use of Shui's intention. She exposed some useful information while probing her. Shui was guarded of course, but she could not match He Lu Lan's scheming. Just as she was about to expose herself, Ying Wuxia interjected, "Isn't that a sharp-tusked boar?" He Lu Lan, you are very lucky, you will not need to owe Miao Yin a favor now. Following Ying Wuxia's direction, Shui indeed saw an ancient desolate beast. It was huge and had bulky muscles. It was lying on the ground as it slept. It had a powerful aura. Shui's heart jumped. With her battle strength, she was not the sharp-tusked boar's match. He Lu Lan was interrupted. She felt angry but she could not retort to Ying Wuxia. She snorted and flew towards the sharp-tusked boar. Sister Lu Lan, be careful. Shui said in concern. She praised in her heart. This sister Lu Lan that she had just met was really courageous. But with her rank 6 cultivation level, how could she deal with the sharp-tusked boar? She had to rely on this fairy kui bow after all. But the following scene made Shui completely stunned. He Lu Lan was even fiercer than the sharp-tusked boar. When she fought, her aura changed instantly. She was blazing in flames. Her heaven-blazing flames were terrifyingly powerful. Rank 6 Immortal GU, Rank 7 Immortal GU, so many Immortal GU. Shui watched the battle and her eyelids twitched. She saw how rich He Lu Lan was. He Lu Lan had obtained Blazing Heaven Demoness inheritance in Immortal GU. Fang Yuan did not take them since he had enough Immortal GU. Leaving them for He Lu Lan would allow her to fight effectively and obtain more souls. Under He Lu Lan's terrifying attacks, the sharp-tusked boar was first furious before going into a frenzy and escaping after losing. Shui was very shocked. He Lu Lan exploded with battle strength that was on par with rank 7 experts. It was out of Shui's expectations. Sister Lu Lan is so strong. Her immortal killer moves are so powerful and overwhelming. But she clearly has strength path aura. Why is she using fire path methods? Mixed in with her shock was suspicion. Shui did not understand. Fairy Kui Bo had water path aura, but she used soul path methods. And now this He Lu Lan was a strength path GU immortal but used fire path instead. Alright, let's continue. A moment later, He Lu Lan collected the sharp-tusked boar corpse, including its ancient desolate soul as well. Sister Lu Lan, you are amazing. Shui looked at He Lu Lan with an incredulous gaze. He Lu Lan shook her head. This is nothing. No, you are really amazing. You have rank 6 GU immortal cultivation level but rank 7 battle strength. This is not achievable by normal GU immortals. Shui waved her hands. He Lu Lan smiled bitterly. This is really nothing. In Shadow Sect, I am very ordinary. Shui heard He Lu Lan's reply and her heart jumped. He Lu Lan, when you see them, you will understand. Let's go. He Lu Lan had completed her mission, but she did not return directly. She decided to find the other Shadow Sect GU immortals with Shui. A while later, they successfully met up with Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit had ranked 6 cultivation level normally. She did not have He Lu Lan's battle strength. It was dangerous for her to explore Taichu alone. Thus, Fang Yuan let her and Fairy Miao Yin work together. Of course, when she became Black Tigress, her cultivation level and battle strength would rise to rank 7. However, her Black Tigress state was unstable and could not last long. It had its drawbacks. Hello Shui. Fairy Miao Yin smiled kindly. You are a snowman GU immortal. This is the first time I am seeing one. Lady White Rabbit said faintly. What situation is this? Shui was suspicious and depressed. Fairy Miao Yin was a publicly recognized fairy in Southern Borders GU immortal world. She had a beautiful body and alluring face. She wore a pinkish-red dress and looked extremely enchanting. As for Lady White Rabbit, she had pale white skin and huge innocent eyes. She was completely pure. Her aura was different from Fairy Miao Yin. Even at first glance, Shui felt that she was very cute. She had a feeling of adoration and trust towards her. Shui analyzed closely. She found that Fairy Meow Yin had rank 7 cultivation level while Lady White Rabbit had rank 6, similar to her. But after the matter of He Lu Lan, Shui no longer dared to look at Lady White Rabbit as an ordinary rank 6 GU immortal. The GU immortals conversed for a while. Everyone was very kind and warm to Shui, but they were naturally curious about her. Shui was very tight-lipped. It was not that she became scheming, but because there were many people who were all beauties, Shui felt incredibly pressured. Why was she here? To have a marriage connection with Fang Yuan. Now, she had to proclaim herself as Fang Yuan's future wife in front of so many people. Wasn't that just provoking them? Wasn't she too shameless? At the same time, a question pressed down on Shui like a mountain. What relationship do these female immortals have with Fang Yuan? Actually, Fang Yuan had a clear and simple relationship with them. But Shui was an outsider. She could not help but assume wrong things the first time she met them. It was normal mentality. Alright, you have already met as Shadow Sect GU immortals. Other than us, there is one final person, a special one. Ying Wuxia said. Special. Shui heart tensed. She wanted to ask. Special as in the relationship they have with Fang Yuan. Are they a male or a female? But Shui did not ask directly, as Ying Wuxia continued to speak. This person is Bai Ningbing. She is not a member of Shadow Sect, but she is our ally. We have fought together, even though she only has rank 6 cultivation level. Among us, she has the highest battle strength. Ying Wuxia hesitated a little at the final sentence. But the other GU immortals said nothing about it. He Lu Lan's battle strength was weaker than Bai Ningbing. After all, great strength true martial physique was incompatible with a fire path inheritance. Fairy Meow Yin's battle strength was about the same as He Lu Lan. Lady White Rabbit could be disregarded. As for after becoming Black Tigress, she would be vicious but lacking in methods. Originally, Ying Wuxia had the highest battle strength, but his reliance was on Lead Soul into Dream, whose immortal GU have been taken by Fang Yuan. Thus, Bai Ningbing, who inherited Bai Zhang's true inheritance and had the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, was the strongest among them. Even stronger than Sister Lu Lan. Shui could not believe it. He Lu Lan said, I merely have mid-tier battle strength among us. Shui opened her eyes in shock, thinking, my heavens, why are there a bunch of monsters here? Rank 6 cultivation level but having the highest battle strength. Who exactly is this person? How high is their battle talent? Now, let us bring you there. I told you these things in advance so you can take note. She has a different relationship with us. Ying Wuxia continued to lead the way. Soon, they arrived at Bai Ningbing's location. Intense explosions resounded in the immortals' ears like thunder. Next, the immortals heard a loud and pitiful sound that resembled the cry of a dying beast. This is. When the immortals arrived, Shui was shocked to see that Bai Ningbing was alone in the battlefield. Around her was a ring of ancient desolate beasts. All of you came at a right time. I found a good place. Bai Ningbing stopped the killer move by Shang as she went towards the immortals. Shui was greatly shocked. Bai Ningbing's beauty and aura was simply breathtaking. Even the genius Shui was shaken. She thought, there is such a beautiful person that exists. If she knew that Bai Ningbing was a male turned into a female, who knew how she would feel? Shui thought, why is Fang Yuan surrounded by so many beauties? And they are such talented people. Now wonder he thinks little of me. Chapter 1465, Explosive Growth in Battle Strength. Fang Yuan was alone, in a huge field of cloud soil. Taking in a deep breath, he calmed his mind and started to use his immortal killer move. Ignited Thought Flying Rock, Fang Yuan called in his mind. His eyes flickered with crystal purple light. Thoughts clashed in his mind as small rocks resembling charcoal appeared around his body. These rocks seemed to be burning in flames, but they had no heat. Go! Fang Yuan willed as the rocks floating around his body shot out. The rocks tore through the sky, but there was silence during the attack. At the same time, these rocks expanded and became larger, turning from thumb size to basin size in a moment. Next, they expanded to the size of horse carriages. The rocks became giant rocks. The surface was blazing with red flames. The blazing rocks numbered from hundreds to thousands. At once, the entire sky was dyed red. Next, the blazing rocks landed on the cloud soil and created a field of flames that had neither heat nor made a sound. These were not real blazing rocks, they were formed from thoughts in actuality. This was Purple Mountain True Monarch's main attacking method, Ignited Thought Flying Rock. it could burn the target's thoughts. There was a consecutive move with it, called Single Thought Flower Blossom. After the blazing rocks exploded, Fang Yuan pointed with the index finger of his right hand. Instantly, the flames extinguished as flowers bloomed in the pits created. Countless flowers were fighting to emerge and blossom. The flowers were vibrant and colorful, the surrounding area was dyed by a multicolored field of rainbow flowers. It is a pity my target is not a GU immortal, but this cloud soil without thoughts, these flowers are useless and exist only as decorations. Fang Yuan willed as the flowers vanished instantly. Fang Yuan's body shook. Immortal killer move, single thought endless clones. Instantly, he was surrounded by countless figures. Initially, there were only a few dozen purple silhouettes, but after a few breaths' time, they had grown to the number of several 100,000. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's true body was concealed within them. He could not be found without a powerful investigative killer move. This move was very similar to Fang Yuan's own original tactic. That was to use myriad self and familiar face to act as one of the strength path phantoms, concealing himself to become indiscernible. Purple Mountain True Monarch's move was superior in that it was just one move, but had the effect of Fang Yuan's two moves, myriad self and familiar face. Therefore, it expended less immortal essence. There was another advantage: the speed of the purple silhouettes grew at a faster rate than the strength path phantoms. But the disadvantage was that these purple silhouettes did not have offensive power, they were purely for concealment. Meanwhile, the strength path phantoms had offensive power themselves. Fang Yuan stopped using single thought endless clones as he stretched out both palms, pushing out a wave of fog. This was Immortal killer move Directional Confusion Fog. It could make GU immortals lose their sense of direction. Next, Fang Yuan used Thought Body Defense, Single Thought Myriad Flow Elimination, and others. He got familiar with them and used them successfully. He placed his focus towards the end. Immortal killer move, Purple Thought Perception Starlight. This move was the most complex, but it had a powerful and incredible effect. It could allow the user to learn about the profundities of the enemy's killer move with every hit, and continuously gain information about them. Once they collect enough information, Fang Yuan would be able to use wisdom path methods to deal with the enemy's killer move during the battle itself. Next, the Immortal killer move Brilliant Will Dissolution would be used to unravel the enemy's killer move and attain victory. Fang Yuan tried to use it. Purple Thought Perception Starlight was indeed filled with many steps. Fang Yuan only succeeded after 3 tries. During this process, he suffered injuries. But with man as before, Fang Yuan was not afraid of such injuries. After these days of practicing, I have already grasped most of Purple Mountain True Monarch's methods. Fang Yuan thought. At this time, half a month had already passed since Shui'er approached him. During these days, Fang Yuan mainly cultivated Soul Path to increase his soul foundation. Right now, he had 10 million man soul already. The Immortal Aperture's development was progressing smoothly and steadily. Other than this, he was practicing killer moves. Killer moves needed practice, because each activation carried a risk. If the activation failed, one would be causing harm to themselves. Fang Yuan had countless inheritances, and had a vast number of killer moves. However, the foundation of killer moves were Immortal GU. Fang Yuan decided to first train Purple Mountain True Monarch's Wisdom Path killer moves. Purple Mountain True Monarch was a first-generation split soul purple. His methods could contest Duke Long, they were naturally very powerful. Furthermore, before his death, he left most of his Wisdom Path Immortal GU to Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan had the foundation to use Purple Mountain True Monarch's Immortal killer moves. Of course, he did not have all of Purple Mountain True Monarch's Immortal GU, there were quite some missing. But it was not a problem for Fang Yuan. With his Grandmaster Wisdom Path attainment level, and the most important Light of Wisdom to rely on, he could rapidly modify killer moves. Right now, the Wisdom Path killer moves that he was using were modified to some extent. After this session, Fang Yuan went to Wisdom GU. He sat beside Wisdom GU and bathed in the light of wisdom, thinking and concluding his gains from this training session. Every time after practice, he would think about the experience and use his gains to modify the killer moves even further. The creation of many killer moves relied on the GU Immortal's own experiences, habits, and personality. These killer moves were other people's killer moves, they were not as fitting to Fang Yuan as his self-created Myriad Self and Strength Path Giant Hand. Thus, Fang Yuan had to continue modifying them. A moment later, Fang Yuan finished his thinking session. there was nothing he could do to modify Purple Mountain True Monarch's immortal killer moves anymore. After these days of practicing and modifying, I have finally reached the limit. Only when my wisdom path attainment reaches a qualitative change can I continue to modify these moves. After understanding this, Fang Yuan did not force it anymore. His deductions today were not focusing on this, he was trying to complete Immortal. Killer move Eat Strength. Originally, Fang Yuan had Immortal GU Eat Strength. He could expend Immortal Essence to activate the Immortal GU and increase his Strength Path Dao marks. It was a pity that such a useful Immortal GU was destroyed. But it was not a problem, all of the different paths led to the same origin. Fang Yuan had so many Immortal GU and the Light of Wisdom to help him, he could rapidly deduce Immortal Killer move Eat Strength. Such an Immortal Killer move could totally replace the use of Eat Strength Immortal GU. My deductions succeeded. A few minutes later, Fang Yuan left Wisdom GU with a feeling of satisfaction. He started deducing Immortal Killer move Eat Strength 6 days ago, he had finally succeeded. This ranked 6 Immortal Killer move used Snack Immortal GU as the core, with other Strength Path Immortal GU as the supplementary GU. A GU Immortal could expend Strength Path Immortal materials to help them increase their Strength Path Dao marks. The result of one cultivation session was better than ranked 6 Immortal GU Eat Strength. But the expended Immortal Essence was higher too, because too many GU worms were involved. It was not as convenient as using Eat Strength Immortal GU alone. In conclusion, there were advantages and disadvantages. For the following days, other than practicing Purple Mountain True Monarch's Wisdom Path killer moves, Fang Yuan used Eat Strength to increase his Strength Path Dao marks. He had the most number of Transformation Path Dao marks now, about 50,000. After that were Ice and Snow Path, Luck Path, Chi Path, and Sound Path, they all had over 10,000 Dao marks. He had few Strength Path Dao marks, he did not undergo any Strength Path related tribulations, and the Immortal apertures that he annexed were not from Strength Path either. This time, he focused on fixing this problem. Fang Yuan had considered it deeply before choosing Strength Path. His strongest methods now were Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Myriad Dragon. The former was defense while the latter was offense. Both were related to Strength Path. Raising Strength Path Dao marks would raise the upper limit of his battle strength very evidently. As for the Wisdom Path killer moves from Purple Mountain True Monarch, they were meant to increase Fang Yuan's variety of methods. What truly decided his upper limit of strength was Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fang Yuan trained with hard work and used his time to the limit. Every second of his time was spent purposefully. This safe environment was really rare. Since rebirth, this was the first time Fang Yuan had such a prime opportunity to raise his strength and deepen his foundation. Immortal aperture development, practicing killer moves, cultivating soul path, almost every day, Fang Yuan progressed further. His speed of improvement was unheard of, even Lang Ya Land Spirit was secretly shocked. This was what Heavenly Court had predicted. After getting Shadow Sect's inheritance, Fang Yuan's foundation was unfathomably deep. Now that he could make use of it, his strength would grow explosively. Ever since Shui joined up with the Shadow Sect Immortals, she had acted very obediently and diligently. Even though her battle strength was lacking, she was skilled in the investigative aspect. She worked with the Shadow Sect Immortals and hunted many souls for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was cold towards the marriage connection, causing some conflict in the Snowman tribe. Shui grandmother, Bing Yuan, proposed to send Fang Yuan another gift to express their goodwill. But some of the Snowman GU Immortals led by Bing Feng objected to it. They felt that the price of a marriage connection with Fang Yuan was too big, they would rather endure the suppression of the Rockmen. Because of Shadow Sect's members, Lang Ya Sect's development in exploring Taichu became quicker. Lang Ya Land Spirit was extremely happy, he became very pleased with Fang Yuan. On this day, Fang Yuan was sitting with his eyes closed, his consciousness working on developing his immortal aperture, when he suddenly received a request for help. At the same time as when he opened his eyes, Lang Ya Land Spirit also teleported towards Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan, quickly go help. An immemorial desolate beast has appeared in Taichu, it has trapped several GU Immortals from our sect. Lang Ya Land Spirit had a nervous expression as he spoke anxiously. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.